In the year 2135, Blue Star's resources have been depleted, and the planet is on the brink of extinction. All countries have seen a sharp decline in population, and everyone faces imminent disaster, living in constant fear. Each country is scrambling to secure more resources, but it's like trying to fill a cup with a thimble. The resources of Blue Star have dwindled to only about 10% of what they once were. The sun is wrapped in a thick, yellowish haze, the earth is cracked, the ocean has shrunk drastically, the forests have been almost completely cut down, and even breathing has become a luxury. 60 years ago, the Blue Star National Alliance issued a warning that by 2140, Blue Star would completely lose its ability to sustain an ecological cycle, and all life would go extinct within 2 years. As the people around the world fell into despair, a sudden crack appeared in the sky, as if someone had cleaved the sky with a giant axe. At the same time, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in everyone's mind worldwide. The National Fortune Survival System has been activated. Each country will randomly select 10 people to be sent into the primordial world to begin survival and exploration. The resources obtained will have a chance to return to the country at a 1,000-fold rate, and countries with populations over 100 million will have a chance to see returns of 100,000 or even 1 million times. The survival process will be live-streamed, with private areas automatically shielded. If all 10 people from a country die, that country will quickly perish. However, if someone performs exceptionally, they will earn national fortune points and various rewards. Each country's initial national fortune points vary and are linked to the country's population and resource status. Warning: the primordial world is full of dangers and will gradually open up. Warning: if any participants are seriously injured, their country can sacrifice 3 points of national fortune to heal the injuries and restore initial resources, once every 10 days. Each participant will stay in a separate area for the first 15 days and will not interact with others. Another warning: the national fortune of Dragon Country is currently 77 points. Each participant's death will directly deduct 5 points, and when they die, new participants will be randomly chosen, also with a 15-day rookie period. Other regulations of the primordial world need to be explored by participants and will be communicated through livestream to their country. What has been shown so far is only half. Final announcement: currently, the primordial world is in late autumn. About a month from now, it will enter winter. In half an hour, participants will be randomly transported into the primordial world, and a starter pack will be given to each. Everyone around the world is eagerly waiting, hoping that they themselves won't be chosen to enter the primordial world. After all, entering means certain danger, and without survival experience, it's basically a death sentence. Su Lin thinks the same. He is just a person hiding in Dragon Country's shelter, living day by day without any survival experience. With 700 million people in Dragon Country, the chances of him being selected are slim. After all, he has been transported here for more than 2 years and, by coincidence, ended up in a shelter, living off the so-called black, mushy nutritional meals. The participants have been selected. Binding begins. Transporting. Before Su Lin could react, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind again. Then, his vision went dark, and he lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he had already entered the primordial world. Fresh air hit him, and soft earth greeted his feet. Even though it was late autumn, some plants still retained their green, a sensation completely impossible to feel on Blue Star. Above his head, a screen was live streaming him in real time, and he wore a watch on his wrist. He wasn't sure what it did yet. Damn, with 700 million people, they choose me. This damn national fortune survival system is trying to kill me. I don't know anything. Su Lin cursed inwardly. I have to move, he thought. Su Lin stood up, dusted off the black dirt on his clothes, and randomly chose a direction. He took a few hesitant steps, walking on the silent, black wasteland. The taste in his heart was bitter. Alert: sufficient resources detected, binding Perfect Survival Handbook with host, countdown 10, 9, 8. Su Lin was stunned again, then ecstatic. The benefits for a transmigrator had finally arrived. Perfect Survival Handbook has been bound. Host Su Lin now possesses a manual visible only to himself. When encountering any plant, animal, or mineral, the manual will display the most detailed information and the most efficient usage methods. Additionally, in the center of the manual, there is a resource radar, continuously scanning from the host's position, marking usable resources. In the initial state, it is possible to view and replicate the survival skills of other countries' participants through live streaming cameras, gradually enhancing one's own strength. Damn, this is a cheat specifically made for me, Su Lin thought with immense joy, standing still and constantly checking his Perfect Survival Handbook and the situation of the Dragon Country's contestants. Chen Jianfeng, former member of Dragon Country's elite special forces, the sharpest scout and survival expert during the disaster era. Shi Meng, descendant of herders, born with great strength, simple and straightforward. Mo Yun, female, inheritor of an ancient family's mechanical arts, and a modern mechanical engineer. Zhao Xinming, top intelligence agent of the National Security Department, skilled in infiltration, assassination, and subversion. Wang Wujie, from a martial arts family. At this point, Su Lin could only see the information of these 5 people, each one was hundreds of times stronger than him, and all were elites in their respective fields. He really couldn't understand why he was selected. Unconsciously, he stood there, lost in thought. In front of the screens in all Dragon Country survivor bases and shelters, countless pairs of eyes that had held the last glimmer of hope were now drowned in complex emotions upon seeing Su Lin. Everyone else has already started running. Why is Su Lin standing there? Is he trying to die? I really don't understand. Is he a fool or does he have some kind of reliance? What's he doing? Is he scared stupid? Brother, move already. This isn't a place for you to daydream. Chen Jianfeng has already started chopping branches for a spear, and Shi Meng has already begun looking for water. Are you waiting for something to fall from the sky? It's over, Dragon Country is going to lose 5 points before even starting. Various mocking voices came from all around. Su Lin, of course, was unaware. At this moment, he was checking his starter pack: an iron pot, a military multifunctional knife, a sleeping bag, a machete, and a pack of compressed biscuits. Not bad, very good. Although some items were duplicates, their uses were different. This was a pretty ideal start. Warning: Dragon Country contestant Chen Fei was killed by a poisonous snake. Dragon Country's national luck decreased by 5 points, current score 72. Warning: Dragon Country contestant Yuan Xuan was killed by a lone wolf. Dragon Country's national luck decreased by 5 points, current score 67. Warning: Island Country contestant Tian Zhong was poisoned by wild fruit. Island Country's national luck decreased by 5 points, current score 53. Warning: Beautiful Country contestant John accidentally fell off a cliff. Beautiful Country's national luck decreased by 5 points, current score 71. Messages of death streamed one after another on the public screen. In just a few short minutes, more than 20 people had already died. Only about 60 countries were participating this time. The source world is quite dangerous. Su Lin moved. He took a step forward and, following the directions of the Perfect Survival Handbook, headed towards the water source. The source world, I, Su Lin, am here. Idiot. Why are you shouting so loud? Even if you came, it's just going to be death for you. Ah, Dragon Country is done for. 2 people died right at the start, and now there's another fool here. People from other countries laughed wildly at Su Lin and Dragon Country. In Dragon Country's official livestream room, hosts Fang Yi and Shen Yi looked at each other. Brother Chen, do you think Su Lin is really as simple as he looks? Female host Fang Yi asked. It's not very clear yet, but since he was selected by the system, he must, more or less, be someone unique. Right, that's it. Chen Yi truly didn't know how to defend Su Lin. After all, he looked too ordinary. Alright, let's look forward to Su Lin's performance. On the official livestream, most of the comments were pessimistic about Su Lin. The situation of competitors from other countries was similar to Dragon Country's. Most of them were elites, but there were also some who looked very ordinary. Su Lin casually grabbed some vines and tied everything, except for the machete, onto his body, taking advantage of his good physical condition to quickly head towards the water source. Although he was a beginner at wilderness survival, he had picked up the 3 essential elements of wilderness survival: water source, fire, shelter. And the shelter must be built near a water source, so the priority now was to find water. As for fire, that could wait until he found water. According to the Perfect Survival Guide, the water source was 2 kilometers away from Su Lin, which was neither too far nor too close. The machete in Su Lin's hand chopped away at the dry branches and vines around him as he moved forward, his eyes constantly scanning the ground, since someone had already been killed by a venomous snake. What is this idiot doing? Is running around aimlessly really meaningful? Ha ha ha, is Dragon Country out of people? They picked such a newbie, this is so funny. The people from A3's country mocked endlessly. The official Dragon Country livestream formed a standoff, with many people believing that Su Lin must have some skills. Su Lin, of course, did not know this. He pushed himself to the limit, gritting his teeth, wiping sweat from his forehead from time to time, as if every step drained all of his strength. The muscle soreness spread through his bones. Only 300 meters remained to the water source, and he almost fell several times. But he kept pushing forward, relying on his last ounce of strength. He was well aware of the gap between himself and the professionally trained competitors from other countries. 1 step, 2 steps, every step was on the edge of survival. These short 2 kilometers had already drained his energy. On the public screen, there were occasional reports of other competitors dying. So far, more than 30 people had died. The moisture in the air hit Su Lin's face, and he rushed toward it without hesitation, cupping his hands to drink the creek water. Just as it was about to reach his mouth, he seemed to remember something and slowly lowered his hands. This was a small creek, not very wide, with water flowing gently. On the other side of the creek was a highland, 1 or 2 meters higher than the rest of the ground. Although the highland was covered with weeds and vines, with a simple clearing, it would provide flat land. Su Lin took another look at the creek and turned to explore the highland. After making 2 complete circles around it, Su Lin confirmed that the highland was the best place for shelter, because it was also the location chosen by the Perfect Survival Guide. He still had a packet of compressed biscuits, so food wasn't an issue for now. With a water source secured, the next step was to make a fire. After the fire, he would build the shelter. Guide, I need to make fire. Please list some ways to start a fire. Su Lin tried to communicate with the Perfect Survival Guide using his consciousness. Friction fire, also called fire by drilling wood. Find dry softwood, like willow, for the spindle, and hardwood for the base. After drilling a hole, rapidly rotate the spindle. The friction generates heat, which will ignite the wood shavings, successfully starting a fire. Convex lens fire starting. Bow drill fire, use a branch for the bow, wrap a rope around the drill, and pull the bow to make the drill spin quickly. This method is more likely to succeed and is more efficient. Seeing the fire starting methods provided by the guide, Su Lin was pleasantly surprised, not expecting it to really work. At this point, the only method he could use was the bow drill. Starting a fire by drilling wood is highly unlikely, but fortunately, the forest is still relatively dry, so the fire must be raised quickly. Once the fire is started, not only will it provide warmth, disinfect water sources, drive away wild beasts, and cook food, it is the key to survival, sometimes even more important than a shelter. Why has Su Lin stopped again? Chen Jianfeng has already started building his shelter, Mo Yun has begun setting traps, Dragon Kingdom has Su Lin, it's really unfortunate. I've already given up on him. Fortunately, we still have a few people with rich wilderness survival experience. I don't have much confidence, you see, the beautiful country, John Bull, and the Gull Rooster all have elites with extensive field experience. We've already lost 2 at the start, it's pathetic. You people really. Isn't Su Lin working for the Dragon Kingdom? Many people are constantly moving between live streams of other countries, some express concerns about the current situation of the Dragon Kingdom, and a few even smear the players. The forest is big, and there are all kinds of birds. At this moment, Su Lin had already untied his shoelaces and found a bundle of soft fine grass and wood shavings to use as kindling. The bowstring was made of fine vines, tightly wrapped around the straight round wooden drill shaft, the top of the drill was pressed against a smooth small stone, and the palm of his hand was firmly pressing on top. This was already his 3rd attempt. Whew. Su Lin took a deep breath, his right hand pulling the bowstring tightly. The vines caused the rod to spin rapidly, creating a faint scraping sound as it rubbed against the hard wooden base. Su Lin's speed increased, sweat ran into his eyes, and his arms ached, but he dared not stop. The bow drill was spinning faster and faster. A few minutes later, a burnt smell drifted out. A wisp of faint blue smoke rose from the wood shavings pile at the base. Su Lin was overjoyed, pulling the bow faster. The stone in his palm was now heated, the blue smoke thickening, and there seemed to be a faint flame starting to appear. Su Lin suddenly stopped, carefully wrapping the wood shavings in leaves, bringing it to his mouth, and gently blowing. A weak spark flickered in the airflow, gradually growing larger, the smoke thickened, and a small flame jumped out. Su Lin placed the newly kindled flame under the fine grass, making a crackling sound. Watching the flickering flame gradually burn, Su Lin quickly added some fine twigs, a lucky smile appeared on his face. This flame marks the beginning of my conquest of the native world. Just wait, I, Su Lin, will step on everyone and strengthen the prestige of our Dragon Kingdom. Ha 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 ha. Su Lin shouted loudly in the livestream, not hiding it at all. Idiot, be a bit low-key, my country will destroy you sooner or later. This guy doesn't seem that weak. In just a short time, he found a water source and started a fire. This doesn't seem like a beginner. Good, keep it up. Big brother, let's keep a low profile. Didn't you see, we just lost another beauty from Dragon Kingdom? We've lost 3 people already at the start, sob sob sob. Chapter 3, The Misfortunate Wild Chicken. Everyone was stunned as they watched Su Lin. The moment he started the fire, millions of people flooded into the live stream. After all, until now, no one had been able to start a fire, and Su Lin was the first. Chen, as an expert in wilderness survival, do you think Su Lin's speed can be considered passing? This is no longer about passing or failing. I think Su Lin must be pretending to be weak. To find water so accurately and decisively abandon shelter building to focus on starting a fire, he's already surpassed most people. Wilderness survival is about willpower and decision-making. There are many things involved here that are not as simple as they seem. It's just like not everyone can temporarily give up their shelter. Chen Ye's words were met with approval from Fang He, who also thought that Su Lin was quite extraordinary. Reward, Su Lin from Dragon Country was the first to start a fire. Reward, 5 points to the national luck, and Dragon Country's national luck is now 67 points. The national luck survival system issued its first reward for him. Everyone was in an uproar, including the contestants. No one knew that starting the fire first would come with a national luck reward. Since that's the case, from now on, all firsts will be ours, John Bull's. No one else should think about stealing them. John Bull, star player, Mountain Brother, muttered to himself, filled with confidence. Go investigate, find out what kind of person this Su Lin from Dragon Country is, and do it quickly. The intelligence head from the island nation said to another person. It's just blind luck. The rest will depend on me. A strange smile appeared on the face of the Special Forces instructor from a Sans country. All the contestants from Dragon Country also showed pleased smiles. After all, Su Lin now represented Dragon Country. Although he seemed average, being able to stand out among so many contestants was impressive. Chen Jianfeng once again checked Su Lin's information. At this moment, Su Lin appeared completely natural, having picked several non-toxic wild fruits using the Perfect Survival Guide, and then returned to the high ground. Su Lin boiled some hot water in an iron pot, let it cool, then drank half of it in one go. Afterward, he ate another 10 or so wild fruits, opened his sleeping bag, and lay inside. Even though he had the protection of the sleeping bag and the fire, Su Lin still felt unsafe. Tomorrow he must start building a shelter. Throughout the night, Su Lin periodically got up to add firewood, keeping his machete beside the sleeping bag and a box of compressed biscuits in his chest. He fell asleep in a drowsy haze. Many other contestants from different countries also gradually started fires and worked through the night. Some weaved fish traps using vines, while others ran aimlessly through the dark forest. Just as the sky began to brighten, Su Lin got up. The location for the shelter was already decided, the high ground. But what kind of shelter to build? Su Lin hadn't figured it out yet. Guide, let me see how others are building shelters. Through the live broadcast camera, Su Lin could see the shelter building footage of all the other contestants without being noticed. After watching several of them, Su Lin was amazed to find that he had fully mastered the shelter building techniques, and his proficiency seemed to far exceed that of his competitors. The Perfect Survival Guide really was perfect. It saved so much effort. Shelters were mostly divided into above-ground and underground types. What Su Lin wanted to build was an underground bunker-style shelter, ideally 2 meters wide, 1.8 meters high, and 3 meters long. The prerequisite was that the soil below could be dug through, without any rock layers or water layers. Without a shovel or engineer's spade, Su Lin used a flat stone to grind the edge into a shovel-like shape, then tied it to a wooden stick using vines, securing it tightly, and was ready to start working. He unconsciously glanced at the camera, said nothing, and continued with his actions. By now, Su Lin had already gotten used to the presence of the livestream and completely ignored it. After choosing the spot, Su Lin filled the iron pot with creek water, slowly pouring it into the marked area, then waited quietly. What's this guy doing? Is he just full and bored? Don't you think there's something wrong with your understanding? If you can't understand, just keep quiet. Su Lin is waiting for the creek water to moisten the soil so he can dig. What else can you do besides mock? Exactly, at least Su Lin has added 5 points to our Dragon Country's national luck. What have you done? Isn't it pointless to just keep mocking? In the official livestream, 2 different opinions have already formed. One believes that Su Lin is pretending to be weak to catch the tiger, while the other purely mocks and criticizes Su Lin. Throughout the morning, Su Lin kept watering and digging, repeating the same actions. Fortunately, the soil on top was relatively loose, making it a bit easier to dig, and Su Lin could clearly feel that his strength and speed were constantly increasing, likely due to the Perfect Survival Handbook enhancing his overall abilities. A positive cycle was at play: the more he dug, the faster he got. By 3 or 4 p.m., the bunker had already been dug to about 1 meter deep, which would normally be impossible. Luckily, he hadn't encountered any rock or water layers. He hadn't eaten all day, and his stomach was growling with hunger. He temporarily set aside the digging of the bunker. The Perfect Survival Handbook guided him to the right, where there was a dense forest with wild chicken flocks and wild yam. At this stage, the handbook was still in a low-level state and could only passively provide vague directions. Even so, in such a wilderness, it was almost like having cheat codes. Su Lin held a machete in his hand, moving quietly, slowly heading toward the direction pointed out by the handbook. The deep autumn forest was growing quieter. After about half an hour of walking, Su Lin spotted a male wild chicken in a pine grove. Its colorful feathers flashed between the gaps in the grass, its neck feathers shimmering with a metallic green and purple hue, and its tail feathers looked like brown satin ribbons. Behind it were 2 hens. The 3 wild chickens were incredibly alert, raising their heads to look around with every step. Su Lin hid behind a bush, holding his breath. The handbook informed him that wild chickens had excellent eyesight, and any movement would make them fly away. He had originally planned to set a trap, but to his surprise, he had directly encountered the wild chickens. Time passed, and the three wild chickens slowly wandered, foraging, and were coming closer to Su Lin's direction, getting closer and closer. Su Lin forced himself to slow his breathing, placing his machete on the ground beside him. His whole body felt like a bow pulled taut, shifting all his weight onto his left foot, with his right foot slightly bent, ready to strike at any moment. In the official livestream, Fang He's mouth was wide open. Chenggu, is Su Lin going to catch the wild chicken alive? This is hard to believe. Didn't most people catch wild chickens by setting traps? How much chance do you think he has of succeeding? It's hard to say. To catch a wild chicken, you have to be faster than it can take off. If I'm guessing right, Su Lin is most likely going to fail because the chances of success are too small. Chen Yi kept staring at the screen, his voice slow as he reached a conclusion. Exactly, in my 30-something years, I've never seen anyone catch a wild chicken with their bare hands. Su Lin is too naive. Does he really think he's faster than a wild chicken? So he's just daydreaming. The chat in the livestream filled with more mockery. When the three wild chickens were only half a meter away from him, Su Lin suddenly shot out like a bowstring released. The male wild chicken, startled, took off into the air, its wings making a loud flapping noise. Just as its claws were about to leave the ground, Su Lin's left hand shot out like lightning, grabbing its struggling ankle. Su Lin pressed the male wild chicken down with his right hand. The air was filled with the faint scent of feathers and soil. The temperature of the wild chicken in his hands made him realize that he had actually caught a wild chicken with his bare hands. Su Lin himself couldn't believe it. Then, the National Survival System issued the second reward. Chapter 4, First Material Return. Reward, Dragon Country player Su Lin has caught a live wild chicken with his bare hands, triggering the material return mechanism. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom for obtaining 1 million live wild chickens. At the same time, because Su Lin was the first country to capture a live animal, Dragon Kingdom is rewarded with 5 national luck points, currently totaling 72 points. Hint, because Dragon Kingdom's population exceeds 100 million, a random return with the maximum multiplier has been made. Supplies have been distributed to Dragon Kingdom's various shelters. Everyone in Dragon Kingdom was excited. After all, this was the first time Dragon Kingdom had received supplies, and it was given to them by Su Lin, whom they thought was the most incompetent. Countless wild chickens appeared in all the shelters of Dragon Kingdom, most importantly, they were alive. In the future, they could be raised and bred slowly. Of course, such conditions were not available yet, as people were still struggling to have enough food. After hearing the announcement of the reward, Su Lin was stunned. He really did not expect that, by catching just one wild chicken, he would receive a national luck point reward and a return of 1 million chickens. Up until now, it had already been worth it for him to come. I told you, Su Lin is definitely not just an ordinary person. Obviously, he was pretending before, just playing the fool and catching the tiger by surprise. You get lost. Just now, you were speaking badly of Su Lin, and now you're eating his wild chickens. You've changed, I look down on you. Don't be too happy, Su Lin just got lucky. It's not easy to catch live wild chickens. In the official livestream room, there was another uproar. Some people supported Su Lin, but more people believed that Su Lin was just lucky. Brother Chen, from Su Lin's current performance, do you think he is pretending to be a fool and eating the tiger? Fang He stared directly at Chen Yi, hoping to find the answer from his expression. I'm actually very conflicted. If Su Lin were a newbie, I would definitely disagree, because first he looked for water sources, then fire, and then shelters, and he achieved all of this in a very short period of time. Even an experienced player would probably struggle to do this. As for catching a wild chicken with bare hands, to be honest, I've never even heard of it. Chen Ye's expression was very rich. Fang He nodded in half understanding. Su Lin used vines to tie the wild chicken and placed it on the ground. He walked around the forest, and he was very sure that this was a place where wild chickens often moved. Then Su Lin gathered many vines and, with the help of the Perfect Survival Guide, made a live snare with a diameter of 20 centimeters. The knot could slide and tighten, and he fixed it along the path where wild chickens often appeared. The live snare was about 15 centimeters above the ground, and the other end was tied to a sturdy tree trunk. When a wild chicken passed by, its head or leg would be caught. The more it struggled, the tighter it would become. Following the same method, Su Lin set up more than a dozen such traps in the pine forest. In fact, such rope traps are the simplest and most efficient. Once set up, all that was needed was to wait. Su Lin, holding the wild chicken, slowly returned to the shelter. He glanced at the camera intentionally or unintentionally and said to the people in the livestream room, "Nature does not pity anyone, and life is the same." After saying that, Su Lin walked to a nearby creek to start processing the wild chicken. What does Su Lin mean by saying that? Is he trying to tell us that he caught the wild chicken with his real skills? You're so stupid. Su Lin is implying to us that he didn't catch the wild chicken by luck, but by his strength. Why does this guy always say these strange things? Does he think he's a philosopher? Once again, the official live stream room became a hot topic, and more than 100 million people had already entered Su Lin's live stream. Many people came to see how exactly he managed to catch a live wild chicken. After Su Lin finished processing the wild chicken, he set up a rack on the fire, roasting the wild chicken, turning it over occasionally. While roasting the wild chicken, Su Lin was not idle, continuing to dig his bunker. According to the national survival system, in about a month, winter would arrive. If there was no warm, sturdy, and comfortable shelter, survival would be very difficult. After about an hour, the entire skin of the wild chicken turned golden and crispy, the edges slightly wrinkled and slightly charred, with fat slowly dripping down along the muscle fibers, sizzling on the fire. It smelled so good, it looked so delicious, the people in the livestream were already drooling. How long has it been since they had such a delicious wild chicken? 3 years, or 5 years? Su Lin also put down his tools, sat by the fire, and ate happily, his mouth covered in oil. The wild chicken weighed about 2 or 3 pounds, providing Su Lin with enough protein. Eating wild chicken, drinking hot water, life is just this wonderful. Reward: the beautiful country contestant, Brown, used starter equipment to catch a fish, triggering the resource return mechanism. The beautiful country received 10,000 fish, and the resources have been distributed to the shelters in the beautiful country. While chewing the chicken, the National Survival System's reward notification sounded again. Damn it, why doesn't our beautiful country trigger the millionfold return? The system is unfair. It's already good enough that we get a return, and you're still picky. If you don't want it, give it to us gall chickens. Damn it, why doesn't our country get a return for the fish I caught? The contestant from A3 country was very frustrated. The contestants from all countries were wildly complaining about the national survival system, only the contestants from Long country were quietly working hard. Punishment: all countries that insult the national survival system will lose 3 national survival points, and next time they will be directly judged as dead. All the contestants from various countries immediately shut their mouths, some even shrinking their necks awkwardly. See, I told you, only the contestants from our Long country are the most reliable, ha ha ha. This is so funny, it seems like all the contestants from Long country knew the system would punish them. Well done, that's right, let's take down the beautiful country, Island Nation, A3, and the Stick country. After finishing the wild chicken, Su Lin didn't even throw away the bones. He planned to use the leftover bones as bait. The other contestants from Long country were also looking for places to build shelters, and Shen Jianfeng had already started his construction. However, he was building a ground shelter. Many people hadn't even lit a fire yet. So far, Su Lin had secured water and fire, and his shelter was under construction. His wild chicken trap was already set up. Overall, his situation was stable. However, traps were unreliable, and relying solely on a single trap would not ensure a steady food supply. Su Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead, his gaze fixed on the nearby stream. He had already observed when fetching water that there were fish in the stream. Although they were small, as long as there were enough, boiling some fish soup would be good. Su Lin jumped out of the deep pit of his shelter and went straight to the stream, gesturing with his hands to measure the distance before returning to the dense forest. Soon, Su Lin came back with many vines in his arms. Chapter 5: Progress is smooth. Why is Su Lin carrying so many vines to the stream? Is he weaving a fish trap? Who knows? He must have his own plan, we can't understand it. With your intelligence, you'd starve to death if you entered the original world. If I'm not mistaken, Su Lin is going to block the river and catch fish. He just measured the distance. Another person's explanation seemed more plausible. Su Lin's hands never stopped weaving. After more than an hour, a fish-catching device in the shape of a basket, woven from vines, was finished. It was about half a meter wide, over a meter long, and fixed on both sides with wooden sticks. Su Lin placed the fishing device aside and walked over to the creek. The creek was only about 2 to 3 meters wide, with many stones around. Su Lin picked up the stones one by one and stacked them on both sides of the creek, leaving only enough space in the middle for the fishing device, shaped like a dustpan. Finally, he placed the fishing device right in the center and pressed it down with stones. After doing all this, Su Lin returned to the bunker-like shelter, continuing to water, dig, and now he only watered the middle, with the surrounding area entirely relying on his own digging. Digging continuously, Su Lin sweated profusely. For a moment, he even felt that his strength, speed, and overall bodily function were constantly improving. It seemed that as he dug, his reaction ability was also enhancing significantly. Could it be that the Perfect Survival Guide had carried out an overall transformation of his body? This was just Su Lin's guess, and it would be verified later. The Dragon Country contestant Shen Jianfeng's shelter was already built. He used a relatively simple above-ground shelter, probably just as a temporary measure. When winter comes, such a shelter won't be able to withstand it. Meng had also started a fire, but because he found the water source later, his shelter had not yet begun construction. The progress of the other contestants was far behind Xin Jianfang and Shi Meng. Even slower than Su Lin. Warning, Dragon Country contestant Jiang Yueyao died from ingesting poisonous mushrooms, reducing Dragon Country's national luck by 5 points. Current score, 67. Warning, Kangaroo Country contestant Jesse Walker was bitten to death by wolves, reducing Kangaroo Country's national luck by 5 points. Current score, 53. One after another, the news of deaths came in. Su Lin didn't know much about Dragon Country contestant Jiang Yueyao, and now only 6 contestants remained from Dragon Country. The situation was severe. The official live stream of Dragon Country had exploded. The competition had only been going on for 2 days, and Dragon Country's 10 contestants were now down to 6, and all the ones who died were beautiful women. Since the 15-day rookie period had not yet ended, new contestants could not be added. If all of Dragon Country's contestants died within the 15 days, Dragon Country would be annihilated. Well done, Baka. Dragon Country's fate is sealed. Keep a close eye on Dragon Country's situation, and as soon as we get the chance, we will invade again. Ha ha ha. Humph, fighting us, your beautiful country is no match. In just a few more days, all your people will be dead. Other countries mocked coldly, eager to take action. After all, on Blue Star, there were many who wanted to overthrow Dragon Country. They just didn't have enough strength on normal days, so they never dared to speak it out. You trash, still want to overthrow us, Dragon Country? Don't forget, the first 2 system rewards were earned by our Dragon Country contestant Su Lin. I believe the third one will still be ours. Let's wait and see. The people of Dragon Country were filled with excitement. Even though they had already lost 4 people, all those who remained were elite, so the situation should not be a big problem. Su Lin remained focused, continuously digging. The sky gradually darkened. At the current pace, by tomorrow morning, Su Lin would be able to finish digging the entire bunker. After that, he would start cutting wood. Su Lin added some firewood to the fire and walked toward the pine forest. In the afternoon, he had set up more than 10 wild chicken traps there, and now it was time to check for any results. Just as he reached the edge of the pine forest, Su Lin heard a flurry of wild chickens flapping their wings. It didn't sound like just one. He quickly entered the pine forest, and in his sight were 2 wild chickens, not far apart, both entangled by vines. The more they struggled, the tighter the vines became. Su Lin's face lit up with joy as he reached out and pulled the 2 wild chickens over, binding them with vines and resetting the traps. Other traps have not yielded results yet, but Su Lin is already very satisfied. After all, he didn't even set any bait, so to have such a result is quite good. Reward, Dragon Kingdom player Su Lin has captured a live wild chicken, triggering the material return mechanism. Dragon Kingdom receives 10,000 live wild chickens, and the materials have been distributed to various shelters in the Dragon Kingdom. Su Lin, my god, we finally have wild chicken to eat. Bullshit, only 10,000? Not even enough to pick your teeth. That's still better than nothing. You, such a person, are truly a disgrace to China, not worthy of eating the live wild chicken Su Lin caught. Fang He looked at Chun Yi, seemingly wanting to ask something, but hesitated to speak. If you have something to say, just say it. Chun Yi smiled and said. Brother Chen, Su Lin clearly caught 2 wild chickens just now, so why did only 10,000 get returned? The material return is just a chance, not every time will it return. It needs a bit of luck. Fang He nodded. Reward, Gull Chicken player Arno Marion captured a wild rabbit, triggering the material return mechanism. Gull Chicken Kingdom receives 10,000 wild rabbits, and the materials have been distributed. Aha, rabbit meat is the best. Wild chickens barely have 2 ounces of meat. Look at our country, go ahead and envy us. Shantae, wait until you see our country. It will definitely make your jaw drop. Su Lin tied one of the wild chickens with vines, then went to the creek to handle the other wild chicken. As he walked to the fish basket, he saw that there were about 20 fish hidden inside. Su Lin placed the tied wild chicken on the ground and jumped into the water, quickly lifting the entire fish basket. He then dumped the fish beside the creek. According to the Perfect Survival Guide's tips, most of the fish were white perch. There were a small number of dace. Su Lin took out his dagger and skillfully cleaned all the fish, stringing them together with vines. Even he didn't realize it, but it seemed that he had unknowingly learned how to process fish and had already become quite skilled at it. He placed the fish basket back in the middle of the creek, then finished processing the wild chicken. Su Lin returned to the campfire with the string of fish and wild chicken. This time, the system gave no prompt. It seemed that the material return also had some limitations. Su Lin filled some water in an iron pot by the creek, then placed all the fish inside to cook a fish soup. The wild chicken was also being roasted again. Tonight, he would eat until full. Tomorrow morning, he would dig the bunker and then start chopping trees around the bunker to reinforce it, preventing landslides. The surroundings were quiet. An hour later, Su Lin ate the wild chicken again. Eating wild chicken and drinking fish soup, this feeling hadn't been experienced for a long time. If there could be just a little salt, it would be even better. Awah! Suddenly, a wolf howl echoed from somewhere. The sound was long and mournful, as if declaring its territory. Su Lin, holding a chicken leg with one hand, slowly stood up and listened carefully to the direction of the howl. Awah! Another howl. Chapter 6, Coyotes. Su Lin just stood there, the oil from the chicken leg slowly dripping. The howls continued for a long time. Su Lin felt that the wolves seemed not far from him. Then, more and more wolf howls joined in, rising and falling in succession, coming from all directions, forming an invisible encirclement, trapping Su Lin alone at the center. The sense of relaxation from being full and the warmth from the fire instantly vanished from Su Lin's face. In its place was an extreme sense of alertness, his pupils slowly dilating. His lips instinctively pressed together, and the panic in his eyes was forcefully suppressed. Su Lin instinctively picked up the machete on the ground. He listened carefully again, trying to determine the direction of the wolf pack. Damn! Wolves, it's a wolf pack. Su Lin, run! It's over, I can hear it. There are a lot of them. Run? Where can I run to? It's pitch dark, and it's still the wilderness. Can you outrun the wolves? Ah, bite him to death, Dragon Country is finished, Su Lin has encountered a wolf pack. The Japanese are always so arrogant and domineering. Shantae, if one more person dies in Dragon Country, only 5 people will be left. The country will soon be destroyed. The barrage in the official live stream exploded instantly, and even Feng He and Chen Ye's eyes showed a trace of panic, but neither of them said a word, just staring directly at Su Lin. Su Lin bit into the chicken leg fiercely and chewed hard, a coldness slowly spreading along his spine. The fear of facing an unknown beast is a primitive human instinct that even he couldn't completely eliminate. Especially when facing wolves, a pack animal, humans often have no resistance at all. Su Lin's brain was working at high speed. After 2 or 3 minutes, Su Lin entered the nearby mountain forest in the dark, gathered a large amount of dry firewood, and started a fire around the bunker-like shelter he dug. Wild animals are afraid of fire, and with the machete in Su Lin's hand, if it's just a lone wolf, there's still a chance to win. But if it's a pack of wolves, then it's all about whether his life is tough enough. Su Lin quickly finished eating the wild chicken, drank all the fish soup, and then went back into the dense forest to gather more dry firewood. He placed it in a deep pit, because if the wolves attacked, the only thing he could rely on was the fire. The machete was basically useless. So he stocked up a lot of dry firewood. This night, Su Lin didn't sleep a wink, and many people in the official livestream were accompanying him. It's hard to tell when it started, but many people began to care about Su Lin. It might have been when he caught the wild chicken, or maybe when he gained first place twice and added national points for Dragon Country. In the hearts of the people of Dragon Country, those who fight for the people and for the country are all worthy of respect. When the first light of dawn pierced through the gaps in the forest, Su Lin's tense nerves finally relaxed for a moment. Daytime is far better than nighttime. Night is the wolves' domain. The fire never went out, but by daylight, Su Lin only lit 2 more piles. The fish basket in the stream, after a night, had dozens of fish again. Su Lin skillfully cleaned them, half of them were roasted, and the other half were made into fish soup. After eating and drinking his fill, he picked up his tools and quickly began to dig. Because of the appearance of the wolf pack, the shelter that originally needed a whole morning to complete was finished in only 2 hours. Next, he had to chop down a lot of wood to reinforce it, to avoid collapse. Each piece of wood Su Lin chose was about 15 to 20 centimeters thick, which he cut to the shelter's required length using his machete. This was also a massive amount of work. Su Lin constantly moved back and forth between the forest and the shelter, occasionally pausing to listen. He was really worried that the wolf pack would come and launch a sneak attack. As long as he could quickly finish the shelter, everything would be fine. There was still a wild chicken lying next to him, but Su Lin didn't have the time to deal with it. From 10 a.m. to after 5 p.m., 7 or 8 hours later, Su Lin finally finished the frame of the bunker-like shelter and filled the top with many leaves, covering them with 20 to 30 centimeters of dirt. The basic structure of the shelter was already complete, and even the door was finished. If the wolf pack attacked tonight, at least he would have some ability to defend himself, and his sense of security increased greatly. Under the night sky, not completely dark yet, Su Lin entered the pine forest again, hunting a wild chicken. After setting the trap again, he quickly returned to the shelter. He then went to the creekside to clean the wild chicken, and cleaned the one from yesterday as well. After that, he took out the 20 or so fish from the fish basket. After quickly cleaning them, he placed the fish basket back, boiled a pot of water, and Su Lin directly returned to the shelter. The night was now completely dark, and he felt the chill run down his spine. While doing all this, he even had a strange feeling that somewhere in the darkness, a wolf was watching him. Su Lin had already moved the campfire to the entrance of the shelter, because the shelter didn't have a chimney yet, so he couldn't bring the fire inside. Even Su Lin himself didn't realize that after getting the Perfect Survival Guide, without even being aware, many things that he previously couldn't do, he was now doing with remarkable skill. But Su Lin could clearly feel that his strength, speed, and reaction abilities had improved several times over. The official live stream viewers in the Dragon Kingdom sighed in relief, as Su Lin now had a simple shelter. Though not perfect, it was enough to fend off a wolf pack. The fire at the entrance of the shelter was burning brighter and brighter, and Su Lin made a pot of fish soup and roasted a wild chicken. As for food, there was nothing to worry about, at least the fish basket in the creek provided a stable food source. The only concern now was the wolf pack. He had to figure out a way to deal with them. But solving the wolf pack all at once was clearly impossible. As long as they didn't launch a surprise attack, there shouldn't be any immediate problems. In fact, Su Lin had another pressing issue: salt. A person without salt for a long time would lose strength and could suffer from fatigue, muscle cramps, and low blood pressure. But in the past 2 days, Su Lin had been focused on building the shelter and hadn't fully familiarized himself with the area, so he had no idea where to find salt yet. For now, he could only take it one step at a time. More than an hour later, the wild chicken was roasted, and the fish soup was nearly done. Su Lin picked up the wild chicken and was about to eat when, outside the shelter, a pair of yellow-green eyes fixed their gaze on him. A wolf, a lone wolf. The Perfect Survival Guide immediately alerted Su Lin that it was a coyote, and this was the first time the guide had actively warned him. Su Lin took some dry wood from the shelter and added it to the fire. His eyes locked tightly on the coyote across from him. A wolf howl shattered the silence, as if calling for its companions. Chapter 7: Bloody Battle with the Wolf Pack. Meeting a coyote here was something Su Lin hadn't expected. Fortunately, it was a lone wolf, but now it seemed like it was calling for help from its pack. The situation didn't look good. Su Lin instinctively added more wood to the fire. The night wind seemed even colder now, and the wolf howls were getting closer, like the footsteps of death approaching. The fire crackled, casting light on Su Lin's determined face. Lonely, yet standing tall with a kind of resolve. In the survival live stream of the Dragon Kingdom, hundreds of millions of viewers held their breath. Su Lin, currently the best player from the Dragon Kingdom, was facing his first major crisis. Su Lin quickly assessed his current situation. His shelter, the campfire, and his machete were all his means of defense. The shelter had been reinforced with wood, and under normal circumstances, wolves couldn't break through. So, he absolutely could not leave the shelter. But if he stayed inside, solving the wolf problem would be nearly impossible. While Su Lin was thinking, the situation. A rustling sound came from the right front, and the other 2 wolves appeared outside the shelter. And in the distance, it seemed like the sounds of wolves fighting with other animals could be heard, unclear whether near or far. Dragon Country's Su Lin is encountering wolves. I really hope they break through the shelter and tear Su Lin apart. All the glory should belong to us John Bulls. Dragon Country should never be here, go bite him to death, ha ha ha. The people from Monkey Country made shameless remarks. The wolf pack has long been starving mad, they will definitely chew him down to nothing but bones. Let Dragon Country taste the flavor of failure, and let them understand that the wilderness is not a place for them to act recklessly. This place belongs to us. The people from Pickled Cabbage Country were a bit frantic. A bunch of trash, just wait and be blinded by your own eyes, watch closely, Su Lin will make all your imaginations come to nothing. The people from Dragon Country spoke confidently. Su Lin held a machete in his hand, constantly adding dry wood to the fire. The fear in his eyes had completely disappeared, replaced by a fierce expression. The 3 wolves slowly approached the bunker-like shelter. 1 male and 2 females. Before Su Lin could react, the large male wolf directly charged forward. The stench of wolf fur in the hull of the wolf hit his face. The fire at the door was kicked, scattering in all directions, sparks drifting down in the night wind. The male wolf's fur was set on fire. The intense pain made it retreat temporarily, but its yellow-green eyes were fixed on Su Lin, oblivious to the smoke rising from its fur. Su Lin was a bit surprised, not sure if the male wolf was starving or had awakened its fierceness. It actually ignored the fire. The 2 female wolves stood behind the male wolf, crouching, growling threateningly from their throats. Su Lin knew that he could no longer passively defend, he had to end it quickly. Su Lin's gaze swept across the dry wood stacked inside the bunker, his machete drooped slightly, intentionally showing a gap. Without hesitation, he pounced. His strong body leapt over the fire and collided with the door of the shelter. The door, not yet reinforced, collapsed with a loud crash. Su Lin's machete instantly rose, slashing towards the male wolf's head with incredible speed. The shrill cry echoed through the bunker. The male wolf's body went limp and twitched a few times before lying still, blood flowing from its head. Su Lin struck 2 more times to ensure the male wolf was dead, then, holding the machete in his hand, he stared at the remaining female wolves. The female wolves grew even more violent, but they didn't rush to attack. Instead they circled around the bunker, eventually stopping in front of the fire. One of the female wolves suddenly sped up, sliding its body along the ground. When it reached the fire, it leapt high into the air. In the critical moment, Su Lin picked up a burning stick and shoved it into the wolf's open mouth. The fire quickly spread inside the female wolf's mouth, letting out a heart-wrenching howl, shaking its head furiously. It tried to spit out the stick, but instead, the fire scorched its throat. The female wolf's body had just landed when Su Lin's machete struck its neck in one swift motion. Its limbs twitched a few times before completely stilling, and the only sounds left in the bunker were Su Lin's heavy breathing and the crackling of the remaining fire. The heavy smell of blood and burning mixed together. Su Lin added 2 more pieces of dry wood to the fire, staring intently at the last female wolf, holding his machete high. At this moment, he understood. His body had been perfectly modified by the survival guide, his strength and speed had been enhanced by more than 5 times, otherwise, he would never have been able to handle the previous 2 wolves. His body's agility and reflexes had also been greatly improved. Su Lin raised the machete with one hand. Another hand grabbed a burning wooden stick and crawled out of the bunker. The people in the Dragon Country's official live broadcast room stared at Su Lin, dumbfounded. "Chen, brother Chen, is Su Lin planning to go out and fight the wild wolf to the death?" Fang Yi's voice trembled slightly. "To the death? No, this female wolf shouldn't be Su Lin's opponent. Didn't you see it retreating already? We all misjudged it. Su Lin's strength and speed far exceed that of ordinary people. In fact, even Chen Jianfeng might not be his match." Chen Ye's face showed deep respect for Su Lin from the bottom of his heart. "Su Lin, retreat, don't go out. Su Lin, you have earned everyone's respect, don't go out and take risks. Dragon Country needs you. Who the hell talks bad about Su Lin again? I won't stand for it." The screen in the live broadcast room was filled with concerns for Su Lin. Su Lin slowly moved his steps, the burning wooden stick traced a half circle in front of him, sparks falling. The female wolf suddenly arched its body and lunged at his left shoulder, claws slicing through the air. Su Lin had already anticipated this, dodging sideways while swinging the machete fiercely at its front leg. With a crisp snap, the wolf's leg broke, and the female wolf crashed to the ground, letting out a tragic scream. Su Lin didn't retreat, but instead advanced, holding the machete against the female wolf's chin with his left hand. With his right hand, he thrust the burning wooden stick hard into its eye socket, and flames instantly engulfed the entire wolf's head. The female wolf rolled wildly on the ground, its fur ignited by the sparks, giving off a burnt, foul smell. Su Lin stepped on the female wolf's chest with his leg, gripping the machete with both hands, and struck down hard at its neck. Blood splattered everywhere, and the female wolf lay motionless on the ground. Su Lin leaned on the machete, panting heavily. The burning wooden stick fell to the ground, casting light on his blood-stained body. His chest heaved violently, every breath seeming to tear through his body, the pain spreading from his throat to his lungs. Fear receded like a tidal wave, and the weakness of surviving the ordeal quickly overwhelmed him. Su Lin smiled, his lips barely twitching before the foul stench in his throat stopped him. Looking at the blood and wounds on Su Lin's hands, I can feel the pain even through the screen. My heart almost jumped out of my chest just now. Su Lin, the pride of Dragon Country. After seeing this, who would dare to underestimate the players from Dragon Country? This scared them to death. In the live broadcast room, emotions of worry, admiration, and amazement mixed together, the screen full of care and praise for Su Lin. Su Lin slowly walked toward the shelter. Reward: Dragon Country's player Su Lin kills 3 wild wolves, becoming the first player to kill large wild animals. Reward: 5 Dragon Country national fortune points, currently 72 points, triggering the resource return mechanism. Congratulations to Dragon Country for receiving 100,000 wild wolves. Resources have been distributed to Dragon Country's survivor camps and various shelters. The system's voice echoed in every live broadcast room. Su Lin returned to the shelter, his eyes fixed on the outside, guarding against other wolf packs' arrival. Chapter 8: Dealing with Wolf Corpses. Su Lin sat in the shelter, breathing heavily. He didn't feel it during the fight, but now that he was safe, he noticed many scratches on his body, burning with pain. After resting for about 10 minutes, Su Lin got up again, resecured the wooden door of the bunker shelter, and added dry firewood to the fire outside the bunker. The live broadcast camera shifted to the famous wilderness survival expert, Brother Sean from John Bull's family, known worldwide. Several bamboo rats were roasting on the fire. Although they were delicious, they had little meat compared to Su Lin's whole wolf, which was much more impressive. Brother Sean looked a bit frustrated. He had previously led his team across Blue Star, showing survival skills far superior to what he had now. Now, in the situation where he was alone, he felt quite helpless. He has fallen behind many people overall, although he has temporarily got some food, his shelter has not even begun to be built. The camera shifts again to the contestant from the island nation, Koizumi, who frowns deeply and talks to himself, not making much sense. However, from his expression, it is clear that he harbors a deep-seated hatred for Su Lin. The island nation is an enemy of the dragon country, and Koizumi seems to be bothered by Su Lin's achievements. The next shot is of Jack Marlowe, a contestant from the beautiful country, lying in a makeshift shelter, gnawing on some plant roots, with no expression on his face. Contestants from various countries are suddenly paying more attention to Su Lin from the dragon country. Even the contestants from dragon country have begun to focus their studies on him. After resting for half an hour, Su Lin, after exhausting a great deal of energy, dragged the bodies of 3 wolves to a place several dozen meters away from the shelter. The smell of blood grew stronger in the wind. He knew he must process them quickly, not only to utilize the resources but also to avoid the scent attracting more predators. He pinned the wolf's body down with stones, took an iron pot, retrieved his dagger, aimed it at the lower neck of the wolf, and sliced a long cut along the chest. Dark red wolf blood gushed out, splattering onto the ground with a warm, pungent smell. The bleeding lasted for about 10 minutes before he began to process the internal organs. Except for the wolf's heart and liver, he buried all the other organs in a pit. Then, according to the guidelines from the Perfect Survival Guide, Su Lin skinned the wolf. The wolf skin was very tough and made for excellent insulation in the winter. It must not be wasted. After completely removing the wolf skin, Su Lin laid it out on the rocks, scraped off the remaining blood and flesh with his dagger, applied a large amount of mud to the skin, and continuously rubbed it. The dirt could absorb the fat and moisture to prevent decay. The viewers in the official livestream of the Dragon Country stared in disbelief at Su Lin. They simply could not understand how he, who had seemed like a novice before, had suddenly become a master of wilderness survival, capable of doing everything. Then, he cut the wolf meat and took it back to the area near the shelter to smoke it. This was the simplest and most effective method to preserve the wolf meat at the moment. Following the same method, he processed the other 2 wolves in the same way. By the time he finished everything, the sky was already getting bright. The tense and thrilling battle, along with the intense work of handling the wolf corpses, left Su Lin utterly exhausted, but it was not yet time to rest. He carried all the wolf skin, meat, and blood back to the shelter. The wolf meat was to be smoked, the wolf skin dried and roasted, while the remaining wolf blood could be boiled and consumed directly to replenish nutrients. Su Lin placed the whole pot of wolf blood over the fire to cook until it completely evaporated, leaving a small amount of salt crystals and minerals at the bottom of the pot. This was the salt that Su Lin obtained. Wolf meat is actually not tasty. It is tough and firm, with a strong gamey smell, and very little fat, with coarse fibers. However, for Su Lin at this moment, the flavor did not matter. As long as it could fend off hunger and sustain life, that was enough. Fang He and Chen Yi stared at Su Lin without blinking. Brother Chen, I am increasingly feeling that Su Lin is extraordinary. The entire process of handling the wolf carcasses is definitely not something an ordinary person could comprehend. I suspect he must have been a wilderness survival expert before. Actually, this no longer matters. As long as he can continuously gather resources for the Dragon Country, what does it matter what his background is? As Chen Yi spoke, he did not take his eyes off Su Lin. He also had his doubts in his heart. It's just hard to speak out. When the sky was dimly bright, Su Lin had already completed most of his work, and the roasting of wolf meat still required some time. He had cleaned up all the wolf blood around the shelter and buried it with dirt. He knew very well that the wolf pack was definitely not just these 3. It was very likely that they could ambush him again at any moment or time. Without bothering to rest, Su Lin went out with his machete. Today he had a more important task. Although he extracted a little salt from the wolf blood, it was just a drop in the bucket. He had to figure out what kind of environment he was in. It would be best to obtain large amounts of salt. So far, he did not dare to confirm whether he was in a wasteland or on an island. If it was an island, then the salt problem would be very easy to solve. After walking for 2 or 3 hours, he had eaten 2 pieces of wolf meat but still hadn't reached the boundary. Su Lin's heart was becoming increasingly anxious, but there was also good news. He discovered a large bamboo forest on the way. Bamboo, as a top material for survival in the wild, was indispensable whether for setting traps or for containers. And until now, he had not encountered any wild wolves again. After walking for another half an hour, his arms had been pierced many times by thorns, and his clothes were already ripped in several places, yet he still hadn't found the place he wanted. Su Lin felt a bit disheartened, and his steps began to slow down. Loneliness slowly crept into his heart. The dangerous and thrilling battles paled in comparison to the despair brought by loneliness. Although he continued to walk forward, his heart no longer held any hope. This area was too vast, and he was the only one here, surrounded by restless animals that occasionally wanted to attack him. But Su Lin's steps did not stop. The barrage in the official livestream room had almost stopped refreshing. Everyone was infected by Su Lin's emotions, the feelings of desolation, loneliness, and despair spreading. Although he already had a water source, fire, shelter, and food, he felt that he seemed to be out of place with this land. A sound of splash, splash rang out, and Su Lin's eyes widened as he stumbled toward the source of the noise. What appeared before him was an endless sea. It's seawater, ha ha ha, a great joy surged through Su Lin's brain. He ran toward the shore without hesitation. Chapter 9, Unwelcome Comments. Su Lin was overjoyed because with the seawater, he could determine that he was on an island, and the salt problem was completely solved. He was backed by ocean resources. His food would become more diverse. Although Su Lin's physical strength was already exhausted, he could not stop smiling, tears glistening in his eyes. It's just to see, is it really necessary to be so excited? Exactly, your mental quality is just too weak. Damn, are you guys making the same mistake again? What? Can't you live without criticizing Su Lin? If you don't want to stay in our dragon country, then hurry up and leave. The official livestream room's barrage was mostly speaking up for Su Lin. It could be understood because regardless of whether Su Lin performed well or badly, he was one of the 6 remaining contestants from the dragon country. Everyone, please watch the livestream rationally and consider things from different perspectives. If you were put in Su Lin's environment, could you perform better than him? Moreover, many of Su Lin's abilities already far exceed those of ordinary people. Even professional survivalists on deserted islands may not compare to him. He is risking his life to fight for resources for our dragon country, so please show him at least a basic level of respect. Chen Ye's voice sounded, his expression serious, and his tone stern. Su Lin searched for a beach. Walking to the seaside, he scooped up seawater and took a lick. Salty. Good, very good. Su Lin quickly returned to the nearest bamboo grove, chopped a few bamboo poles about tens of centimeters long, cut them into sections, and drilled a small hole with his machete. He filled 7 or 8 bamboo tubes with seawater and plugged them with wooden sticks, preparing to return to the shelter. Just about 200 meters away from the coastline, another wolf howl echoed, followed by howls one after another. This time, Su Lin heard it very clearly, from the southwest direction of the island, about 6 or 7 miles away from him. And among the wolf howls, there seemed to be a hint of sadness, quite tragic. Su Lin could no longer care about anything else, he just wanted to get back to the shelter quickly. There was still so much to do, provided that food was guaranteed. The first thing was to reinforce the shelter and create the chimney. Next, he also needed to build a drainage system for the shelter. However, the drainage was not urgent. As winter approached, the possibility of rain had become very small. In fact, the most pressing issue was to solve the wolf pack problem. Otherwise, going out to search for food and materials would be extremely dangerous if he encountered them. However, Su Lin was now very confident. He could feel the changes in his body: strength, speed, reaction ability, endurance, and resistance to fatigue. Even his vision, hearing, smell, and ability to adapt to extreme environments had greatly improved. Most importantly, his body's self-healing ability from minor injuries like cuts and bruises was accelerating. These were things others could not feel. Although the viewers in the livestream could clearly sense Su Lin's increasing abilities, no one knew to what extent he had improved. Su Lin now tried his best to push his body to its limits, as only after reaching those limits would the various functions of his physical quality show obvious enhancement. He kept the machete in his right hand, occasionally hearing a few wolf howls mixed with angry roars from other animals, indicating a battle between the wolf pack and other large carnivores. Su Lin's gaze was determined as he took 2 to 3 hours to return to the shelter, and his speed was noticeably faster than when he left. He poured all the seawater into an iron pot and began to simmer it. Su Lin found many vines and first fortified the door of the bunker shelter securely. Then he went to the nearby bamboo grove, chopped 2 or 3 bamboo poles about 10 centimeters thick, and dragged them back. He returned to the bamboo grove again and cut a bundle of thinner bamboo poles, bringing them all back to the shelter. According to Su Lin's plan, before winter arrived, he definitely needed to build a heated bed, otherwise, he feared he wouldn't be able to endure it. But now, due to lack of time, he placed one bamboo pole opposite to where the heated bed would be. The pole was basically level with the top of the bunker, protruding about 50 centimeters above the ground, and tied it in an L shape with vines to prevent rainwater from flowing in. After doing all this, Su Lin went to the stream again, and there were at least 50 fish in the concave-shaped fish basket, varying in size. After processing all the fish, he brought them back to the shelter, restored the fish basket, and poured all the fish into the bamboo tubes to make fish soup. Then Su Lin went to the pine forest again, where the traps had caught 2 wild chickens. However, they were likely dead after a long time. After taking the 2 wild chickens to the stream to process, Su Lin sat down for a rare moment. While waiting for the fish soup, he was considering what to do next. Since the national survival system had pulled many countries into the competition, it was clear that competition would ultimately take place. His mission was not just to solve the problem of basic needs. More is to obtain resources to return to the country. Su Lin has a strong desire for patriotism. Today, he feels himself tied to the fate of the entire nation and believes he has a responsibility and obligation to do something for Long Country. After pondering for a long time, Su Lin raised his head to look at the live stream screen in front of him, seemingly hesitating about something. Then he resolutely stood up. Fellow compatriots, at this moment, I stand on the desolate wilderness, and the dangers and hardships in it are all too clear to everyone. The battle drum for the survival of our nation has already sounded. This bunker-like shelter is the defensive line I dug with my own hands. The ground I dig is the path to life. The hope of 700 million people rests on my shoulders. There is no retreat, only to fight to the death. Today, I, Su Lin, stand here to vow for our nation, daring to charge into mountains of knives and seas of fire, enduring hunger and cold, willing to be the backbone that bends but does not break. This battle, even if it means breaking my body into pieces, I will serve Long Country with my utmost dedication, until death. There were already glistening tears in Su Lin's eyes. He held his head high, afraid that the tears would flow out. I am well aware that once the novice period is over, the situation will be more brutal. At that time, I will not only have to defend against beasts but also be on guard against those with beastly hearts coveting our Long Country. They want us to perish and vanish, it's simply a delusion. Anyone who blocks the path of Long Country, whether it be wolves or the lowly folks from other countries, I will surely deal with them. Long Country will not be defeated, Long Country will never be defeated. Su Lin lowered his head, and tears fell down. Fang He's entire body was trembling violently, and Chen Yi was also trying to control his emotions. The official livestream chat was filled with Long Country will not be defeated. Long Country will not be defeated, Long Country will never be defeated. Damn, I haven't cried in decades. His injured body is the spirit that we people of Long Country should have. Keep the chat going, give Su Lin strength, he can see it. We are all fighting alongside him. Let the whole world see our spirit. Su Lin raised his head again. Today is the first and last time I say these words. I surely have my reasons. Goodbye, everyone. Su Lin no longer looked at the screen and quickly sharpened something with the knife in his hand. Brother Chen, why is Su Lin saying these words at this time? Isn't this definitely making enemies for himself? Fang He forced himself to control his emotion and turned to Chen Yi. There are some things I cannot say here, and I ask those who have already guessed not to expose it. In short, you must be clear that Su Lin is fighting for our Long Country. After the novice period, other competitors from Long Country will join, but undoubtedly, these 6 people are our entire hope at this moment. They are not just fighting for survival, more is to obtain the resources of our Long Country. After finishing, Chen Yi lowered his head. He had guessed Su Lin's thoughts but couldn't say them out loud. Another wolf howl suddenly sounded, seemingly from serious injury. Su Lin lifted his head and looked towards the direction of the howl. Chapter 10, Wild Yam. The problem with the wolves must be resolved quickly, otherwise, it will pose a significant threat to his search for food and exploration of the entire island. Su Lin's hands did not stop, quickly sharpening a wooden stick, making 2 long spears for himself, one to carry with him and the other to keep in the shelter. After more than half an hour, the bamboo tube fish soup was ready. Su Lin finished eating all the fish and soup, then placed 2 wild chickens by the fire to roast. Sitting by the fire, he took a moment to rest. In the Long Country livestream, Qin Jianfeng was improving the shelter. After all, his shelter could not compare to Su Lin's. There were 2 bamboo rats on the ground, and the fire outside was burning. Chen Jianfeng's situation was already stabilizing. Shi Meng, Zhao Ximing, and Wang Wujie were making similar progress. So far, everything is still okay. What makes Fang He and Chen Yi worried is the last remaining female contestant, Mo Yun. Mo Yun has already set up numerous traps in the woods. There are hunting traps and defensive traps, and she has also found a water source and built a temporary shelter. Although it doesn't look very impressive, at least she has a place to stay. However, until now, Mo Yun has not been able to start a fire. She has tried dozens of times, and each time she used the method of fire by rubbing wood. After yet another failure, Mo Yun was exhausted. She sat at the edge of her shelter, her eyes revealing a trace of confusion. My technique, strength, and speed are all fine. Why can't I start a fire? What is the reason? Mo Yun murmured to herself. Forget it, I'll use the bow drill method to make fire. If I can't get a fire going soon, even if I have plenty of game, I probably won't survive. After resting for a few minutes, Mo Yun began to skillfully use the bow drill method. After about 10 minutes, flames finally ignited. The viewers in the livestream were stunned. Why does Mo Yun want to take the long route? If she can't start a fire by rubbing wood, why not use the bow drill method? Who knows? But Mo Yun doesn't seem like someone without brains. She must have her reasons. Everyone, let's keep our opinions to ourselves. How the contestants do will reveal itself in time. After Mo Yun lit the fire, the situation for the Dragon Country contestants seemed stable, with no immediate problems. As for the future, they could only take one step at a time. In the intelligence department of the island country, an old man with white hair was listening quietly to a report from a man in his 40s. You say the Su Lin is likely the biggest trump card of Dragon Country? I find that hard to believe. Could it be that Dragon Country is trying to divert attention? The old man stated frankly. There's no way to prove anything yet, we'll have to see how it goes. However, Su Lin daring to declare war in advance is an unwise move, so I believe he must want to attract all attention to himself or he's covering for someone else. Let's continue to observe, the old man said slowly. In the security department of Dragon Country, the head, Li Jun, frowned deeply, while everyone present stared at him. Su Lin's performance has been surprisingly good, which should be a good thing for us. But his words have drawn the flames of war towards him. After the rookie phase, his situation will probably get more dangerous. Why is he doing this? Send someone to ask Xingyi. As soon as Li Jun finished speaking, someone hurriedly left. Su Lin definitely has his own thoughts, he is not a fool, and making such a decision has been a careful consideration. The Perfect Survival Handbook has already indicated to him that his body's functions and abilities will only improve faster in desperate situations, meaning he needs to constantly put himself in danger. Such behavior may seem risky, but Su Lin knows that the deeper his initial accumulation, the easier it will be for him later on. Of course, this is only one reason. The reason he is provoking a conflict is that he genuinely wants to do something for Dragon Country. The deeper reason cannot be revealed, he can only show it to the people of Dragon Country through his future actions. Humph, you really talk big and disregard our beautiful country. Dragon Country will regret this, Su Lin. I will make you crawl at my feet. Such arrogance, I, John Bull, would like to see if your sword is still sharp. Don't disappoint me then, muttered Mountain Brother, the top survival expert of John Bull. Dragon Country has been more boastful lately than ever before. However, shouting empty slogans will make the whole world laugh at us, our island nation will make you feel our anger again. Wherever the wind blows, we will stand there. If the Dragon Country can truly be as Su Lin says, we are willing to be your friends, otherwise, don't blame us for seeking other support. These matters have nothing to do with Su Lin, he is only responsible for making statements. As for the reactions of contestants from other countries? For now, that is not something he can focus on, he is considering the future, and at this moment, there is no need to put energy into these things. Su Lin has left the shelter again and is walking towards the pine forest. Currently, his active area is still very small, and based on the sounds of the wind, the wolf pack is at least 3 kilometers away. After storing more food, he will figure out a way to eliminate them. After passing through the pine forest, there are sparse shrubs ahead, and the trees are also very few. Su Lin remembers that the Perfect Survival Guide once hinted that there are wild yam in this area, so he came here today to search for it. After a few minutes, Su Lin spotted a plant that looked like wild yam in the shrubs, took out his dagger, and prepared to dig. The Perfect Survival Guide immediately warned him. The plant in front of you is very similar to wild yam but is actually yellow goosefoot. The tuber of yellow goosefoot contains poison, ingestion can cause nausea, vomiting, or even liver damage. The tuber of yellow goosefoot is generally round or pear-shaped while wild yam is normally cylindrical or spindle-shaped. Warning, round and flat is poisonous, long and thin is good. Su Lin broke out in a cold sweat, without the guide's reminder, he could have easily fallen here today. He decisively abandoned the yellow goosefoot and continued searching forward. A few minutes later, he found a patch of wild yam, approximately 3 to 5 meters long. Su Lin first located one of the wild yam's vines, traced it to the root, and then dug vertically down within a 50-centimeter range of the root. Indeed, about 20 centimeters away from the main vine, the soil slightly bulged. Pressing with his fingers, he could feel a solid mass underground, and the soil was relatively loose and moist. Su Lin slowed down his movements and carefully stripped away the soil around the tuber. The deeper he dug, the moister the soil became, and the tuber grew thicker. When he reached about 50 centimeters deep, the end of the tuber finally emerged. Su Lin gently shook it side to side and slowly pulled it up, revealing a complete wild yam. Holding the wild yam, Su Lin suddenly froze. Less than half a meter away from him, a venomous snake was staring at him, tongue flicking. The surrounding air seemed to have solidified, and cold sweat dripped from Su Lin's forehead as he slowly retreated. Chapter 11, The Wolf Pack Attacks. Su Lin moved very slowly, backing away. The snake was too close to him, and he could even hear the sound of its tongue flicking. Fear spread throughout his body, and he raised the machete in his hand. Although it might not be useful, a necessary defense had to be made. After retreating 2 or 3 meters, Su Lin worked hard to calm himself down. He immediately identified it as a venomous snake because its head was triangular. So it was highly likely a venomous snake. The venomous snake was positioned right in the center of the wild yams. If he wanted to collect these wild yams, he had to deal with it. If Su Lin had not seen its triangular head, he might have thought it was just a dead tree branch. The triangular head of the venomous snake was slightly raised, and the air was filled with a cold threat. The snake's body began to tighten slowly, which was a precursor to an attack. He couldn't retreat, nor was there anywhere else to retreat to. Su Lin bent his right leg, and his body leaned sideways. The wild yam in hand has already slipped away and flew off, rolling to the right against the spinal reflex. Almost at the same time as Su Lin's movement, the poised venomous snake shot out like an arrow, grazing his pant leg and landing in the nearby bushes. This brief moment was already enough. Su Lin's right hand tightly gripped the machete, cold sweat continuously dripping from his forehead. The snake's head lifted again, leaping for the second time, directly aiming for Su Lin's face as he knelt on the ground. Everyone in the official livestream held their breath for Su Lin, the barrage filled with messages urging him to run. But can he move faster than the snake? Players from Kangaroo Country, Beautiful Country, Island Country, Asan, and Stick Country had cold eyes, a hint of indifference at the corners of their mouths. They surely hoped the snake would bite Su Lin to death. Time seemed to stretch out. Su Lin fixed his gaze on the snake's movements, and for a moment, he even felt the snake's actions slow down. He chose not to strike at the snake's head, but instead swung his blade at the snake's body. Swish! The blade flashed past, feeling as if it had chopped into a tough, wet grass. The resistance was strong, and half of the snake's body flew into the air, spilling a few drops of dark red blood. The remaining half of the snake's body continued to thrash violently on the ground. The thick tail slammed against the ground in the nearby bushes, and the snake's mouth opened and closed in a terrifying display. Everyone in the livestream had their mouths agape. Many had seen a battle between a snake and a human for the first time. They might have thought Su Lin won easily, but not at all. Everything was based on Su Lin's incredible speed. If it were his former self, he would have been bitten to death long ago. Panting heavily, Su Lin kept his eyes fixed on the snake's head. His guidebook reminded him once again that even a severed venomous snakehead still had biting ability, and he must not be careless. After who knows how many minutes, both the snake's body and head stopped moving. Su Lin used a sharp wooden stake to throw the snake's head 10 meters away and buried it in the dirt. As for the snake's body, he also buried it not far away. Although it could be used for food, it wasn't necessary yet, and he really couldn't eat much at the moment. Everyone in the live stream breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Sean from John's family took one last look at Su Lin. Consider yourself lucky. Su Lin from Dragon Country, get ready to face the wrath of our island country in the near future, said Koizumi from Island Country as he ate. After calming down for a few minutes, Su Lin forced himself to regain his composure. The sight of a snake instills fear in many, and he was no exception since it was his first time. Next, he continued to dig out 2 or 3 wild yams and returned to the shelter with all the wild yams. Reward, the player Jack Marlowe from Beautiful Country captured a frog, triggering the resource refund mechanism. Congratulations, Beautiful Country has received 100,000 frogs. Resources have been distributed to major shelters in Beautiful Country. Haha, is this the survival harvest of a strong nation from Blue Star? A frog that's nothing but bones, so funny. Beautiful Country must be full of frogs now, sneered Valerie from Bear Country. Oh, my god. The survival standards of Beautiful Country's players are getting lower. Will that frog meat add 0.1 points to your country's fortune? Oliver from John's family joked, his mouth full of bird eggs. Reward, the player Rajiv from Asan hunted a lizard, triggering the resource refund mechanism. Congratulations, Asan has received 10,000 lizards. The supplies have been distributed to all the shelters at Asan's house. I declare that from today onward, no one is allowed to call us the Beautiful Country. You must call us Eagle Sauce because we are the predators. Asan is really hungry beyond limits. Lizards are even worse than my frogs, only you would treat such reptiles as treasures. Lizards? Can this even be called a harvest? You don't understand, Asan catches lizards for food and use, ha 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 ha. Returning to the shelter, Su Lin witnessed a rare spectacle. As they were currently in a beginner's protection period, everyone was not in much danger. As long as one had some wilderness survival skills and wasn't too unlucky, they could survive, since supplies were quite abundant. Su Lin's current food sources mainly consisted of fish, wild chickens, and wild yam, along with a pack of compressed biscuits, but catching wild chicken was too random. As the sky gradually darkened, Su Lin roasted 2 wild chickens and went to the stream to fetch a few fish from the basket, cleaned them, and used a bamboo tube to stew fish soup. The seawater in the pot had already evaporated, leaving a layer of sea salt. However, since this sea salt contained a lot of impurities, minerals, and silt, it still needed to be purified. Su Lin took off his socks, went to the stream, and tried to wash them as clean as possible. Then he added 3 times the amount of stream water to the sea salt and used his socks to filter it, before boiling it down again. By the time he finished all this, the sky was completely dark. Su Lin picked up a roasted chicken and began to wolf it down. From time to time, he took a sip of the fish soup, making the viewers in the live stream drool. After finishing 1 wild chicken and several bamboo tubes of fish soup, Su Lin patted his belly and prepared to go back to the stream for more water. As he swung open the wooden door of the shelter, Su Lin reacted quickly and shut the door again, as he saw 5 or 6 wolves standing about 10 meters away from the bunker-like shelter, staring at him without making a sound. Finally, it had come. The thing Su Lin was worried about had happened, and this time it wasn't a lone wolf, but a pack of wolves. Su Lin tied vines around the shelter door in circles, glancing up at the wolf pack in the distance, deep in thought about the next move. Damn, Su Lin is really unlucky, the wolf pack has come again. What should we do now? Can someone let our Su Lin rest? I feel like there's a bit of targeting going on here. Shut your mouth, don't blame this on our Dragon Country. All sorts of voices rang out, and the vast majority of people were filled with deep concern for Su Lin. Chapter 12, Breakthrough. Worry was normal. With 5 or 6 wolves outside the shelter, it was no wonder Su Lin quickly rewrapped the shelter door with vines. Under such circumstances, fighting the wolf pack outside the shelter was no longer an option. Moreover, Su Lin didn't know if the wolf pack would summon more companions. In an open area, given Su Lin's current state, he could handle 1 or 2 wolves, but anything beyond that would be too overwhelming. Whoa. The male wolf in the middle raised its neck and howled again. A few minutes later, at least 10 more wolves arrived outside the shelter. Su Lin carefully poked at some charcoal ash with a thin bamboo stick, cautiously opened the shelter door, and brought the embers inside. In his haste to close the door, he hadn't considered that if he shut the door and the fire outside went out, his situation would become even more difficult. Fortunately, there were fire-starting materials already prepared inside the shelter, and Su Lin reignited a fire. The people in the official livestream stared at Su Lin without blinking. I don't know when it started, but there were more and more people supporting, encouraging, and worrying about Su Lin, while fewer and fewer people spoke coldly, deliberately slandering and distorting the facts. Brother Chen, in this situation, does Su Lin have a chance? No, not even a bit of a chance. Now we can only hope that Su Lin's bunker-like shelter is strong enough to last through tonight. Chen Ye's words deflated most people. This was a pack of wolves, more than a dozen wolves. Although the wood Su Lin used to build the shelter was sturdy enough, the vines could not withstand the wolves' scratching. Whoa. Whoa. The howls of wolves echoed outside Su Ning's shelter, rising and falling. Su Lin's palm gripped the machete, his knuckles turning white, his eyes fixed on the wolf pack outside. The campfire crackled, and the sounds of the breaths of more than a dozen wolves drew closer, their green eyes flickering like ghostly flames. Cold sweat dripped down Su Lin's forehead. Now there were no other options left, they could only hold on to the shelter. One of the male wolves in the middle looked sturdy, howling from time to time. This should be the leader. Its eyes savagely stared at Su Lin, as if it had already regarded him as its meal. The flames of the campfire outside dwindled, gradually extinguishing, and everyone in the live broadcast room watched the scene nervously, not knowing how Su Lin would survive this ordeal. Time passed second by second. After the campfire went out, the lead wolf was the first to arrive at the shelter's door, beginning to scratch at it with its front paws. At that moment, Su Lin calmed down instead, picking up the machete and reaching through the gap in the wooden door. Because the wooden door had been reinforced many times by Su Lin, it was not so easy to break open. The other places in the shelter basically had no flaws. The roof above had been filled with 20 to 30 centimeters of dirt. So, as long as they protected the wooden door of the shelter and the wolf pack couldn't break in, they would likely last until dawn. Then they would leave. Inside the shelter, there was a large amount of smoked wolf meat. Food was not a problem. Su Lin, come on, you are the best, you must last through this night. In this situation, how should Su Lin solve it? Time continued to pass, and the wolf pack outside showed no signs of retreating. The muscular lead wolf kept pacing in front of the shelter door and then stepped back a few paces. The lead wolf seemed to have lost its patience, suddenly crashing into the heavy wooden door. The entire bunker shook slightly, and dust fell down. The lead wolf seemed to have a bit of excitement. It moved quickly. It crashed hard into the wooden door of the bunker again, and other wolves began to imitate the leader's actions, slamming into the wooden door. No more waiting. Waiting meant the wolf pack would find a flaw, or that his spirit would collapse before his physical strength. Su Lin grasped 2 fiercely burning wooden sticks, used the machete to pry open the observation hole's cover, and hurled the 2 burning sticks toward the wolf pack at the door. The dazzling flames illuminated the darkness at the entrance like a small sun, startling the wolves gathered at the door. They howled in fright and scattered in panic. Su Lin took the chance to add a lot of dry firewood to the campfire and pulled out 2 more burning sticks. Get away, beasts. Su Lin's roar echoed in the live broadcast room, his voice hoarse from tension but filled with a determined madness. The 2 pieces of wood were thrown out again through the observation hole, and the intense flames caused a brief chaos among the wolf pack, but the cunning lead wolf did not retreat far. It stood at the edge of the firelight, baring its white fangs, growling threateningly from its throat. Chen, brother Chen, it seems the lead wolf is not so easy to give up. Su Lin's situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. If the wooden door was broken open, what should he do? Fang He's voice trembled, a mix of tension and fear causing a slight stutter. It should be fine. Didn't you see that Su Lin has already pulled back the chopping knife? Besides, he has plenty of dry firewood in his shelter. Large wild beasts fear fire, and Su Lin's shelter is very sturdy. Chen Ye's voice held uncertainty. In truth, he couldn't fully trust Su Lin either, but he had to encourage everyone. For the 3rd time, Su Lin drew out 2 pieces of wood, and through observation, he fiercely threw them toward the lead wolf. The lead wolf was forced back by the exploding flames. The wood burned on the ground, waves of heat, thick smoke, and crackling sounds completely disrupted the formation of the wolves. For the 4th time, Su Lin pulled out 2 pieces of wood. These 2 burned especially fiercely, and without hesitation, he threw them again at the lead wolf. The wood struck the lead wolf's body, scattering sparks igniting its fur. The lead wolf rolled frantically on the ground. After a minute or two, it stood up again, staring fiercely at Su Lin inside the bunker, its eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. It let out a short and low howl, as if issuing a retreat order. Finally, without hesitation, it turned and quickly vanished into the dark woods, with the other wolves following closely, disappearing without a trace in a minute. Outside the shelter, only a few burning pieces of wood remained. After confirming that the wolf pack had all left, Su Lin felt as though all his strength had been instantly drained. He leaned on the chopping knife and slowly sat down, his body feeling somewhat limp, breathing heavily, and cold sweat soaked his back without him realizing it. The crisis had not actually been resolved. Su Lin tied up the wooden door with vines, hugging the chopping knife, sitting beside the fire, waiting for dawn to arrive. In the official live stream room of the Dragon Country, no one was spamming the screen. Even Feng Yi and Shen Yi seemed to have experienced a fierce battle, quietly watching Su Lin on the screen. Everyone understood that the earlier situation was not something everyone could resolve. Su Lin was able to temporarily repel the wolves due to his wisdom and perseverance. Su Lin seemed to be in deep concentration, and after a heightened tension, he came to a realization: when fear overcomes hunger, even beasts will be afraid. By dawn, he had to take measures to prevent the wolves from returning. Chapter 13: Circular Trenches and Traps. A few hours later, as the sky began to brighten, Su Lin had not slept, but his body had recovered. He opened the wooden door of the shelter, holding the chopping knife as he stepped outside. The wolf pack might return tonight. He had to set up some defensive measures around the shelter. However, the tools he currently had were limited. Apart from a wooden shovel used for digging, he only had the chopping knife and a dagger left. Relying on these weapons and tools to eliminate the wolf pack was akin to dreaming. Su Lin thought quietly. Many viewers from the Dragon Country and other nations were focusing on him because they knew that wolves are very vengeful and likely would come back tonight. So, he didn't have much time left. If he couldn't eliminate the wolf pack, Su Lin might not even be able to step outside the shelter. After about 10 minutes, Su Lin stood up. As if he had made a decision, he ran into the woods to gather a large amount of vines, then lifted the earth from the top of the shelter, reinforcing it with the vines until he felt it was completely secure. He covered the top of the shelter with dirt again. It was about 30 to 40 centimeters long. Then, Su Lin went to the pine forest, and the trap once again caught a wild chicken. Just as Su Lin was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly saw the wild chicken trap. His eyes lit up. He finally had a plan. He went to the stream, took all the fish out of the fish basket shaped like a winnowing basket, handled the wild chicken, and used bamboo tubes to fetch enough water, which he placed inside the shelter. He placed the wild chicken on the fire to smoke it, then took several bamboo tubes to the stream to fetch water, which he used to make fish soup. He was ready. If the wolf pack came again tonight, he would use the shelter and fire to eliminate them, so he needed to store a lot of water because he couldn't be sure how long it would take to eliminate the wolves. After everything was prepared, Su Lin picked up a wooden shovel and drew a semicircle in front of the shelter, with a diameter of about 5 to 6 meters, then began to dig the soil, digging a trench about half a meter wide and 80 centimeters deep, right next to the outer wall of the bunker. Su Lin worked up a sweat, never resting for a moment, continuously digging, and the immense workload gradually drained his strength. He only took 20 minutes to eat a roasted chicken and wolf meat, and drink a bamboo tube of fish soup before continuing to dig. When his body reached its limit, Su Lin could clearly feel that his strength, speed, reaction ability, and endurance had all improved again. From 6 a.m. until after 2 p.m., he finally finished digging. Su Lin ran into the woods to gather a large amount of soft firewood and spread it inside the trench, about 20 to 30 centimeters deep. Then, Su Lin returned to the nearby woods, dragged a large amount of dry firewood to the trench, and used a machete to cut more than 20 pieces of wood as thick as an arm, planting them inside the trench. He then used vines to make many wild chicken traps, fixing these traps on the planted wood. By the time he finished all of this, it was already past 4 p.m. Su Lin looked at the masterpiece he had worked on all day, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Tonight, if the wolf pack dares to come, it will be their end. The viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream were stunned. Su Lin is definitely a wilderness survival expert. He even thought of such a method. I admire Su Lin to the point of worship. Tell me, before Su Lin did this, did you know what he was doing? Genius, this is definitely genius. The people from the Dragon Kingdom did not hold back in their praise for Su Lin. Even Feng Yi and Shen Yi had faint smiles on their faces, especially Chen Yi, who seemed to have let go of a heavy burden. The scene shifted to the live broadcast in the island nation, where the host was excitedly explaining something to their countrymen. The footage showing Su Lin was playing the wolf pack at night, and there are at least a dozen wolves. Can he really eliminate the wolves with these? It's impossible. I've said it before, the Dragon Kingdom's luck is over. The wolves will tear him apart. Su Lin will definitely not see the sun tomorrow. The female host from the island nation had a venomous look in her eyes, her expression cruel. It seemed that if Su Lin died, everything would be worth it. Brother Sean, the top survival expert from the UK, had just set up the early warning traps and glanced quickly at Su Lin's camera, a cruel smile appearing on his face. May God bless that friend from the Dragon Kingdom, or should I say, may the wolves have a good appetite tonight. All the countries that were unfriendly to the Dragon Kingdom were eagerly anticipating Su Lin's death. They paid more attention to Su Lin than to their own contestants. In different corners of Blue Star, dirty and cruel things were quietly happening. Intertwined into a web filled with jealousy, expectation, and malice, the silence enveloped Su Lin, who had already returned to the shelter. Su Lin represented the Dragon Country, without a doubt. They aimed to deal with the Dragon Country. As long as Su Lin died, the national fortune points of the Dragon Country would be deducted. In the National Security Department of the Dragon Country, Li Jun looked at Su Lin on the screen and let out a heavy sigh. If Su Lin can't win or get seriously injured tonight, sacrifice 3 points of national fortune to rescue Su Lin, he absolutely cannot fall. Minister Li, this. Do as I say, if you have any objections, keep them to yourself. Li Jun's voice sounded very cold, making those who knew him feel a chill. Su Lin definitely did not know these events were happening. He was now sitting in the shelter drinking hot fish soup, feeling a hint of excitement and anticipation about tonight. He was very confident in the traps and the circular trench he had designed. This was the best plan he could come up with. The wolf meat was not tasty, but enough to fill his stomach. As the sky gradually darkened, Su Lin eagerly wanted to hear the howling of wolves, but strangely, the wolf howls he usually heard often were absent tonight. Could it be that the head wolf was frightened last night and dared not come tonight? Su Lin began to feel some worry. The bonfire in the bunker illuminated his determined face as Su Lin periodically observed outside through the observation hole. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. With no movement, Su Lin's expression gradually became ashen. After 3 hours, from hope to desolation, Su Lin weakly gnawed on the wolf meat, almost certain that the wolf pack would not come tonight. In the wilderness, one must always face the uncertainty that may occur. It does not shift because of your will. Su Lin completely relaxed himself, leaning against the pile of firewood, roasting by the fire, and after finishing the last sip of fish soup, he fell into a blurry sleep. Awu! Awu! 2 consecutive wolf howls woke Su Lin from his dreams. He instinctively grasped the machete and looked outside through the observation hole on the wooden door. A lone wolf stood outside the shelter. It was the head wolf. Awo! Awo! The howls of wolves began to echo from all directions, rising and falling, as more and more wolves gathered behind the head wolf. A hint of excitement appeared on Su Lin's face. Finally, they have come. Chapter 14, Unlocking the Supply Return Mechanism. Su Lin placed his machete on the ground of the bunker and looked outside through the observation hole, but because the entrance of the bunker was almost level with the ground, he couldn't see very clearly. However, he could basically confirm that the wolves coming tonight seemed to be even more than yesterday. The more, the better. It would be best if they all came, to catch them all at once, so that in the future on this deserted island, his actions would be much smoother. But there seemed to be other large beasts here. A few days ago, the wolf pack seemed to be fighting against him. There was no time to think about that now. As long as he could eliminate all the wolves coming tonight, it would be a huge success for him. Not just in the Dragon Country's live broadcast room, almost all live broadcast screens on Blue Star showed Su Lin. This battle had surpassed wilderness survival and was a huge test of human willpower. Of course, many people had ill intentions. They watched Su Lin's live broadcast just to see a joke, but more importantly, they wanted to capture the footage of Su Lin being torn apart by hungry wolves. It sounded very cruel, but more brutal than the hungry wolves were the wolf ambitions of other countries. The head wolf never entered the circular trench. Perhaps it sensed some danger, with its eerie green eyes fixed on Su Lin through the bonfire, while the wolves behind it occasionally let out a howl. It seemed to mock Su Lin's miserable state. Beasts, come on, what's the skill in hiding in the woods? Su Lin's entire face twisted in a grimace, almost screaming out. The lead wolf seemed enraged. Before it could act, several male wolves behind quickly rushed toward the bunker's wooden door. Just as they entered the circular trench, 3 male wolves got their paws tangled in the vines of the wild chicken trap, and the more they struggled, the tighter they became bound. But these wolves seemed to lack intelligence, nearly continuing to struggle until exhausted, never attempting to use their sharp teeth to bite through the vines. The lead wolf appeared somewhat human-like, lowering its head in thought. Then it raised its head and let out a short, low howl. The lead wolf and the pack behind it surged forward, all entering the circular trench. 3 or 4 got stuck in the trench, while more were ensnared by the traps. Only a few managed to rush to the bunker's doorway, but before they could crash into the wooden door, Su Lin made his move. Su Lin pulled out 2 fiercely burning pieces of wood from the fire and, observing the situation, directly tossed them into the circular trench, igniting the soft kindling within. The fire roared to life, instantly igniting all the dry wood in the trench, forming a wall of flames. Without hesitation, Su Lin pulled out 2 more burning pieces of wood and threw them next to the lead wolf because the ground of the circular trench was already covered with flammable material, and the fire quickly flared up. The wild wolves that were not trapped began to scatter, desperately trying to escape the circular trench, but in their haste, they inadvertently got bound by the wild chicken traps. The vines Su Lin used for the traps were extremely flexible and moist, so they wouldn't catch fire quickly. Furthermore, the raw logs used to secure the vines inside the trench would not burn easily. Thus, most of the wolves were ensnared by the traps. All around, the fire raged, and the wolf pack emitted wails of despair. Even the lead wolf was no exception. The flames grew fiercer, and all the wolves' fur was ignited, with several stuck in the circular trench unable to escape. As of now, not a single wolf that entered the circular trench had managed to escape their doom. Waves of heat surged, each breath felt like swallowing flames. The wolves' tongues lolled out as they gasped for air, choking on the thick smoke, their throats rumbling with low growls. The fire slowly consumed all the wolves, and the number of wolves still moving dwindled, with more and more burned to death. The scent of charred meat even wafted through the air. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. After over half an hour, not a single wolf inside the circular trench could move. Su Lin stood up, tightly gripping his machete, and slowly untied the vines on the wooden door, bending down and stepping out of the bunker shelter. His gaze was resolute, and his movements were slow as he carefully inspected each wolf. All the wolves, including the lead wolf, were burned to death in the circular trench, with wolf corpses scattered all over the ground. Su Lin delivered a final blow to each wolf to ensure they were truly dead. In all the live broadcast rooms of Blue Star, silence fell. No one expected the battle to end this way. Shantae, how could this happen? Su Lin shouldn't have survived the hungry wolves. Baka, why is Su Lin always so lucky? Such a simple trap achieved such results. Shiba, what a shame. Reward, Dragon Country contestant Su Lin exterminated the entire wolf pack. Triggered the resource return mechanism. Congratulations to Dragon Country for obtaining 100,000 wolf corpses. Resources have been distributed to all survivor alliances and shelters in Dragon Country, and rewarded Dragon Country with 5 national luck points, currently 72 points. Because Dragon Country contestant Su Lin performed excellently, Dragon Country unlocked the resource equalization mechanism. In the future, each returning resource will be distributed to everyone, but only for Su Lin alone. The National Luck Survival System broadcasted this twice in a row, which is the first time this has happened. Su Lin moved all the wolf corpses outside the shelter and lined them up neatly. Go Su Lin, haha, our Dragon Country will no longer return resources in multiples. Everyone gets a share. Incredible, awesome. Haha, Dragon Country cheer up, Su Lin cheer up. I've watched Su Lin since he was young, he can do it. Can you have some self-respect? People from Dragon Country were celebrating. Being able to unlock the resource return mechanism is definitely not something ordinary people can achieve. Su Lin is indeed impressive. With a bloody and cruel victory, Su Lin carved his indelible mark on this battlefield of national luck survival. Brother Chen, after Su Lin unlocked the resource return mechanism, if he catches a fish, won't everyone in Dragon Country get a fish if the resource return is triggered? Fang Yi's voice was filled with excitement. That's for sure. With just this one, Su Lin has already become a hero in China, an undeniable hero. Chun Yi was very excited. All the people of Dragon Country now revered Su Lin like a god. When all the people of Dragon Country were excited and thrilled, Su Lin had already begun to process the wolf corpses, as these were his food supply for the winter. From dawn until noon, it took a whole half day to process all the wolf corpses and move them back to the shelter. After resting for a while, Su Lin went to the creek again, where there were 20 to 30 fish lying in the fish basket. He dumped all the fish out, put the fish basket back in the creek, cleaned the fish, then filled a pot with water and returned to the shelter. Today, he wouldn't go out. Tomorrow he would explore the whole island. Chapter 15, Wild Ginger in Clay. Su Lin didn't plan to go out in the afternoon, but he didn't plan to be idle either. He had a lot to do. As for the reactions of others or other countries, they had nothing to do with him for now. He cleaned all the wolf corpses, placing most inside the shelter, leaving a bit outside. Since the National Luck Survival began, Su Lin had consecutively taken several firsts, shining in the spotlight, while those who considered themselves wilderness survival experts from various countries performed mediocrely, especially the so-called Mountain Brother and Japan's Shao Quan, who were now grinding their teeth in hatred. Su Lin left the shelter with a machete, went to the nearest bamboo forest, and cut down a few sturdy bamboo poles, dragging them back to the shelter and placing them outside for backup. Next, he needed to provide some protection for the shelter and set up a drainage system. Su Lin went far and pulled back many thorns and thorny shrubs, surrounding the shelter with a circle, holding them down with stones, and finally cut down 3 tree trunks about 20 centimeters thick from the nearest forest, tying them together with vines and laying them horizontally in front of the wooden door. Then Su Lin dug a ditch about 20 to 30 centimeters deep and 30 centimeters wide around the shelter, piling the excavated soil in between the ditch and the shelter to form a water barrier, serving as double insurance. The two ends of the ditch sloped to safely channel the intercepted water towards the open ground on both sides of the shelter, and then, Su Lin spread a layer of gravel and small stones in the ditch, effectively preventing the water from eroding the ditch walls and causing collapse. At the entrance was the water barrier. Su Lin made a threshold 20 centimeters high with stones, wood, and mud. This effectively blocked the water on the ground from flowing into the shelter. Inside the shelter, Su Lin used branches, dry grass, and leaves to insulate from the ground's cold. By the time all this was done, the sky had already darkened. In the official livestream room of Long Country, everyone was staring at Su Lin. Most people had completely confirmed that Su Lin was definitely not a novice in wilderness survival. Many things he made required practical experience to master. In the National Security Department, Li Jun was smiling brightly. It was the first time he had smiled in a long while. From now on, whether I am here or not, if you believe Su Lin is seriously injured or might die, sacrifice 3 points of national luck to restore him. One principle, Su Lin absolutely cannot have problems. Li Jun's tone had softened a lot. But, Minister, do we need to report this? I have already reported it. Besides, do not question my decisions in the future. As long as it is my choice, I will take responsibility if something goes wrong. Li Jun's expression became serious again. It was understandable. Currently, only Su Lin had unlocked the resource return balance mechanism. As long as Su Lin obtained resources and triggered the resource return mechanism, everyone in Long Country would benefit. Coupled with Su Lin's eye-catching performance, Li Jun's decision made perfect sense. Chen Jianfeng was not having an easy time. A bump on his calf from not paying attention caused him great trouble. Now every step he took was painful, making him grimace, but fortunately, he had all the water and fire source needed for the shelter, and he had already stocked up some food. The other few people were also in stable conditions. As for the situation of the competitors from other countries, Su Lin did not pay attention for the moment. Within the 15-day newbie protection period, they would not encounter each other. Today was only the 5th day. That night, Su Lin slept very soundly. His strength had fully recovered, after eating some wolf meat and drinking some hot water. He put the dagger in his pocket and held the machete as he went out. Today he wanted to explore the whole island. Even though he had been in the primal realm for 5 days, his activity range was very small. So far, he had only solved the problem of survival. Without the disturbance of the wolf pack, Su Lin felt much braver and moved toward the northwest direction of the shelter, a place he had never stepped into before. There was no path, everywhere was overgrown with thorns. The bushes under the trees were mostly thorny, causing Su Lin great trouble. The ground was never truly a path. Inside the forest, a thick layer of decaying fallen leaves covered the ground. Every step he took sank into the mud, instantly engulfing his ankles and making a nauseating squelching sound. Each time he lifted his foot required enormous physical effort. After just half an hour, Su Lin's calves were already covered in bloody marks from the serrated grass. Fortunately, he had brought a lot of wolf meat and bamboo tube water, otherwise, hunger and thirst would have driven him to return quickly to the shelter. The most despairing thing was the mental solitude and lost sense of direction. He felt like a prisoner trapped on this deserted island. Each step was no longer merely a physical effort but a tug-of-war of will and despair. Stopping and going, every step was incredibly hard. At that moment, Su Lin had completely given up on the idea of exploring the entire island in one day. It simply was not realistic. 3 to 4 hours later, in a nearly numb and mechanical movement, a faint, almost imperceptible spicy scent suddenly hit Su Lin's senses. He abruptly stopped, his tired body shivered slightly at this unexpected stimulus. Then, he felt as if his entire body was penetrated by a warm flow, extremely refreshing. All fatigue disappeared in an instant, his strength was completely restored, even stronger than before. Why this happened, Su Lin did not know for now, but most likely the Perfect Survival Manual was transforming his body. Good, very good. Unintentionally, he saw an exposed rootstock, presenting a thick, tempting yellow-brown. The shape was twisted, with distinct nodes. It's wild ginger, there is actually wild ginger here. His heart began to race, blood seemed to rush instantly to his head, his left hand trembling as he broke off a small piece. A strong, familiar ginger scent suddenly burst out. Su Lin began frantically searching the surroundings, and about 3 to 4 meters away from this wild ginger, he found a small patch of wild ginger. Su Lin used a machete to dig them all up, wrapping them in his clothes, about 10 to 20 gene. This is not just a seasoning, wild ginger can dispel fishy smells and also offers comfort to the stomach, essential for long-term survival on a deserted island. Su Lin decisively chose to turn back. Today, being able to gather so much wild ginger, he was already satisfied. If he continued forward, he definitely wouldn't return to the shelter before dark. He hurried back along the way he came, feeling like he had endless energy. Su Lin was somewhat astonished. It was no exaggeration to say that he felt as if his body had been completely renewed, with both strength and endurance boosted by more than double. He believed this was the credit of the Perfect Survival Manual. Because up until now, he was still not clear about all the functions of the manual, and would have to explore them slowly in the future. On the way back to the shelter, the wind was sweet, and even more surprising was that he discovered clay about a mile away in the direction of the shelter. That's right, clay. This was like a timely gift for him. Chapter 16 Wild Goat. The use of clay is immense. In surviving in the wilderness, clay is known as the universal basic material. It can not only create containers but also repair tools and shelters, and even purify freshwater and treat wounds in emergencies. Su Lin's bunker-style shelter was still just a prototype. If he wanted to live here long-term, he could mix clay with water and coat the roof, which could effectively waterproof, insulate, and make it sturdier. Therefore, the discovery of clay directly upgraded Su Lin's survival journey. When Su Lin returned to the shelter, the sky was completely dark, and being able to return before dark had avoided many risks. After all, the wilderness at night is extremely dangerous. Su Lin made a torch and wandered around the pine forest, catching a wild chicken. Then he returned to the creekside and took all the fish out of the scoop-style fish basket. He cleaned the fish along with the wild chicken and put the fish basket back. He drew enough creek water and returned to the shelter. He roasted the wild chicken, brewed fish soup in an iron pot, adding some fresh ginger pieces. After everything was done, Su Lin sat by the fire, slowly waiting. Today's experience suddenly gave him a different feeling. For a moment, when he found the wild ginger in his body suddenly regained strength, Su Lin felt as if everything in the wilderness was under someone's control. It sounded like a fantasy, but he had a very intuitive feeling that even now, extraordinary events were happening in the wilderness, or what could be said to surpass the explanations of modern science. Su Lin thought it was only natural. The national fortune survival system is definitely not simple. This is the conclusion Su Lin reached. Mo Yun and Zhao Xinming felt the same way as Su Lin. One was the inheritor of an ancient family's mechanisms, and the other was a top intelligence officer in the National Security Department, both having insights far beyond ordinary people. After Su Lin's sudden rise, both Mo Yun and Zhao Xinming had a clear feeling that, in some mysterious way, their luck had greatly improved, and survival had become relatively smooth. Some people in the official live broadcast room had also noticed the clues. Why do I feel like Su Lin has changed after going around? He seems to be a different person. Don't talk nonsense, he just got excited about discovering wild ginger. Exactly. After the newbie protection period ends, the National Fortune Survival System will likely gather the players from all countries together. That's when the real brutal stage will begin. Isn't it reasonable for our Dragon Kingdom players to improve their strength during the newbie protection period? Right. Say what should be said and don't say what shouldn't be said. Su Lin should be preparing for the future. The comments from the Dragon Kingdom were relatively relaxed. After the situation of the 6 remaining players stabilized, their hearts gradually calmed down. Although they didn't understand what exactly had happened to Su Lin, they could see that his overall strength had changed dramatically. In the intelligence department of the island nation, an old man with gray hair and beard frowned as he looked at the related reports. It took you several days to gather such little intelligence, most of which is useless. Su Lin from the Dragon Kingdom will become a huge threat to our island nation in the future. Do you think the information you collected is accurate? Is he just an ordinary person? How could that be? The 3 islanders standing below exchanged glances. The intelligence they gathered was absolutely accurate. However, it felt out of place with Su Lin on the island wasteland. The old man waved his hand, and all 3 of them left. In the beautiful country's National Security Bureau, a big-nosed foreigner was scolding 2 subordinates. The National Fortune Survival relates to our lifeline. After the newbie protection period ends, there will definitely be a brutal fight. Right now, you know nothing about Su Lin, and this will pose a deadly danger to our players in the future. Given Su Lin's performance, do you think he is an ordinary person? The other 2 lowered their heads. They didn't believe it either, but they simply couldn't find more information about Su Lin. In the Dragon Kingdom's National Security Department, Li Jun looked at the report in front of him, a faint smile emerging on his face. That's right, try to downplay Su Lin's existence in the Dragon Kingdom, so that these wolves cannot uncover anything. A secret struggle had already begun. Countries were only guessing that after the newbie protection period, players from each country might gather together and start group contests, while the location would likely change. Everything was uncertain. Su Lin slept quite soundly. After eating wild chicken and drinking fish soup, he fell into a deep sleep, so exhausted. Deep down, he had his own thoughts, as the party involved. Although he didn't know what kind of situation he would face next, he could roughly guess the direction. So now he must seize every moment to store food and improve his overall strength. Otherwise, he might suffer losses in the future. On the morning of the 6th day, after eating some wolf meat and drinking some hot water, Su Lin went to the place where he discovered the clay yesterday and wove 2 baskets with vines. At the bottom of the basket lay some leaves, and with a wooden shovel, he filled 2 baskets full of clay, returning to the shelter. He dumped all the clay in front of the shelter. Following the same method, Su Lin continuously transported clay back and forth between the shelter and the clay site. Until there was a pile of clay in front of the shelter resembling a small mountain, Su Lin finally stopped and took a short rest. Next, he collected a lot of stream water with a bamboo tube, adding it to the clay, mixed with weeds, wood ash, and fine sand, stirring it together to form a slurry. Su Lin cleared all the soil from the top of the shelter, evenly spreading the slurry over the logs, about 10 centimeters thick, and carved out an opening with a machete. This would serve as the chimney for the future stove. After it dried slightly, he filled the roof with clay again. The clay he brought back was almost used up. Su Lin picked up the basket again and went back to the clay site, filling 2 baskets full of clay with the wooden shovel. Just as he was about to leave, his right eye inadvertently glanced to the right front, where, about 20 to 30 meters away from Su Lin, there was actually a brown-gray wild goat. In front of this wild goat, there were actually more than 10 wild goats, foraging amidst the bushes. The first wild goat Su Lin spotted was robust, with a pair of curved horns on its head, scanning its surroundings cautiously. As soon as it sensed any movement, it immediately raised its head, its horns slightly leaning forward, its body arched like a bow ready to spring, and it seemed to emit a low growl from its throat, although Su Lin could not hear it clearly due to the distance. Su Lin was ecstatic. Goat meat was definitely top-notch food. If he could hunt a few goats, the future of his life would surely be rich and meaningful. Without even looking at the herd of goats, Su Lin casually carried the basket and left. Next, he needed to seriously think about how to capture the wild goats. Chapter 17, 1 wild goat for each person. Su Lin, Brother Lin, no, Lord Lin, I want to eat goat meat. The goat shank looks so firm, I want it stewed, braised, and roasted. Help! Look at how it chews on grass, the meat must be great. Just sprinkle some salt and roast it until it sizzles, and even the neighbor's kid will be drooling. No, the contestants from other countries will go crazy over it. Hey, 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 don't leave. Where are you going? Go catch the wild goat. Su Lin, come back. You up there, are you an idiot? Can you catch a wild goat with empty hands? Fool. The barrage from Dragon Country had gone wild, all urging Su Lin to catch the wild goat. Many people were drooling through the screen. Even Fang He and Chen Yi were no exception. Fang He, have you not had goat meat in a long time? Are you looking forward to Su Lin's success? As soon as Chen Yi finished speaking, Fang He instinctively licked his lips, his face turning red. If Su Lin can catch a wild goat and trigger the resource return mechanism, Dragon Country will be in for a feast. Fang He's words received everyone's agreement. A large group of people were licking their lips. Of course, Su Lin was also very excited inside. The reason he acted so casually was that he didn't want to startle the wild goats in their group, because he knew very well that capturing the wild goats would be extremely difficult. After returning to the shelter and dumping the clay, Su Lin returned once again to the clay site. The wild goat had not left. Perhaps it thought Su Lin posed no threat to it. So, Su Lin moved back and forth between the clay site and the shelter, not even looking at the wild goat herd. It wasn't until the sky was completely dark that Su Lin returned to the shelter, sitting quietly, pondering something. Shit. Why is Su Lin from Dragon Country so lucky to encounter wild goats? Shiba. Why doesn't my big stick nation have such opportunities? All day long, it's either mice or squirrels. Are there no animals with a bit more meat? Just after the contestant from Big Stick Nation finished speaking, he smelled a horrible stench. He turned around and saw a huge wild wolf standing behind him. Before he could react, the wolf bit through his throat. Warning, contestant Park Budao from Big Stick Nation has been killed by a wild wolf. Big Stick Nation's luck decreases by 5 points, currently at 43 points. It's one thing to encounter, but it's a skill to catch. The Dragon Nation is a bit too early to celebrate, Brother Shan said, full of jealousy. Su Lin was still sitting, his mind racing. How could he catch a wild goat? Ever since he saw the wild goat, his mind was filled with images of hunting it down. Su Lin's expression grew increasingly anxious as he mentally asked the Perfect Survival Guide how to catch a wild goat. After eating half a roast chicken and drinking 2 bamboo tubes of fish soup, Su Lin reduced the fire and walked out of the shelter with his machete. He headed straight to the place where he had spotted the wild goats during the day. Fang He and Chen Yi were a bit dazed. It was their first time seeing someone go out at night. Su Lin is going to catch the wild goat, ha ha ha. That's great. Chen Yi's expression was rather serious. He understood very well the threats that night posed to the contestants. When Su Lin arrived at the place where he saw the wild goats during the day, the surroundings were silent. He carefully examined the path where the goats traveled. It was sheltered from the wind, sunny, with a layer of dry yet relatively dense brambles on the ground, and the soil was loose. The grass roots must be deep to draw moisture. The torch in Su Lin's hand illuminated the area brightly. On a small slope along the goat's path, there was a small tree as thick as a bowl, highly flexible. He no longer hesitated and carefully dug a shallow pit. Then, he used vines to loop over the thick upper branches of the small tree, securing it tightly at the bent and taut top of the tree. Next, he inserted a branch into the vines below the trap to secure it. To ensure that once the goat was caught, it wouldn't escape, Su Lin used double vines. Then, he placed a little yam as bait in the shallow pit and made a snare behind it, just the distance between the goat's leg and mouth. A simple trap was set up. Afterwards, Su Lin quickly made 5 more snares, each secured to different rocks and trees. He initially wanted to make hanging snares but gave up due to the lack of enough trees. The snares would not tighten. As long as the goat struggled a bit, it would bind tighter and tighter. The torch had burned out, and Su Lin made his way back to the shelter in the dark along the original path. Actually, the likelihood of catching a goat with such a trap was not high. Su Lin was just trying his luck. With only one hanging snare, he would have to see if he could catch a goat the next day. In fact, there was a detail that the live stream audience hadn't noticed. The places where Su Lin set the snares were all on the small path made by the goats. After eating and drinking his fill, Su Lin closed the shelter door and fell into a deep sleep. Now that he had clay, Su Lin planned to make some bricks to build a fire pit, otherwise, sleeping in winter would be unbearable. Regardless of whether he would move places after the beginner's protection period, he had to steadily build the fire pit for now. While building the fire pit, he also prepared to make some utensils, like bowls and spoons. At 5 or 6 in the morning the next day, Su Lin woke up. Although he had slept, he felt sore and achy. He hastily ate some wolf meat, boiled a pot of water, took a sip, and then set off towards the place where the clay was located. He had no confidence in being able to catch the wild goat. When he was about to reach the place where the wild goat grazed yesterday, he already heard the wild goat's baba sound, and Su Lin quickly moved over. What he saw was a strong ram, struggling fiercely to free itself from the restraints of the vines, its horns frantically pushing against the ground. Su Lin was overjoyed. He truly did not expect that such a simple trap could catch a wild goat. His luck was extraordinary. He ran over at high speed, holding a machete and vines, and without any hesitation, pressed down on the wild goat's head, crossed its front legs, and quickly tied them up with vines. Then he tied its back legs as well and used a vine to bind the goat's head and front legs together, preventing the goat from turning its head to bite him. Due to Su Lin's arrival, the other wild goats had already fled in panic. Reward: Dragon Country contestant Su Lin has captured a live wild goat, triggering the resource return mechanism. Because Su Lin has unlocked the resource return balancing mechanism, congratulations to everyone in the Dragon Country for receiving one wild goat each. Resources have been distributed. Reward: contestant Mountain Brother from John Bull's house has captured a wild rabbit, triggering the resource return mechanism. Congratulations to John Bull Country for receiving 10,000 wild rabbits. Resources have been distributed. The two consecutive rewards appeared a bit abrupt, and the results were completely different. Everyone in the Dragon Country received one wild goat. This is absolutely an unprecedented achievement. Even the commander at the command center of the Dragon Country was somewhat at a loss for words. This resource was too timely. Su Lin expressionlessly carried the wild goat and slowly headed towards his shelter. Chapter 18, Flying Teeth. This wild goat weighed at least 130 to 140 pounds, and Su Lin effortlessly lifted it up, quickly moving towards the shelter. He didn't even realize that he was carrying a goat of over 100 pounds and was still moving swiftly. A minute later, Su Lin suddenly stopped, struggling to put down the wild goat, swinging his arms back and forth as if carrying the goat was too tiring. He gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. When he lifted the wild goat again, he looked very strained, and his steps became increasingly unsteady, barely managing to carry the goat back to the shelter. The viewers in the live broadcast room were completely bewildered. Wasn't he just moving so easily? How could things change in an instant? Shenyi placed his finger to his lips in a shushing gesture, and everyone suddenly understood. After returning to the shelter, Su Lin placed the wild goat inside but did not rush to slaughter it. From the moment he caught the wild goat, he had a strong feeling of being watched. This feeling was different from the gaze of a beast. It was a cold, all-encompassing scanning. This sense of being watched came suddenly, even bearing a pressure of near scrutiny. Unlike the bloodthirsty gaze of a wild animal, it felt more like the covetousness from one of his kind. But each time he turned around, there was nothing behind him, and this feeling made him shudder. Su Lin sat in the shelter, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He could clearly feel that the presence had left, and the feeling of being spied on faded like a tide. Who could it be? Could there be other people on this island? Are they natives? Or other animals? Su Lin knew nothing. Since entering this deserted island, he had not encountered any significant danger. After defeating the wolf pack and capturing the wild goat, his confidence was booming. He had an impulse of being king here, but when this feeling of being watched appeared, it struck him like a bolt from the blue. He realized that in this wilderness and on this island, he was not alone. There are other stronger enemies, or rather, beasts. Although his overall strength has been greatly improved by the Perfect Survival Guide, when facing unknown creatures, he still feels a deep sense of defeat because, until now, he has not discovered where the other party actually is. But it definitely exists. Su Lin picked up the machete and seemed to unconsciously walk to the edge of the pine forest, a place he had visited countless times and was extremely familiar with. But regrettably, today no wild chickens had been caught. Su Lin quickly retreated and came to the creekside, where the fish basket contained at least 40 or 50 fish of varying sizes, mostly white strips. After cleaning all the fish, he returned the basket and went back to the shelter. When he was about to open the shelter door to enter, he suddenly discovered that the already processed, burned wild wolves he had placed next to the shelter had vanished. Not just one was missing, both had disappeared. He had left them there earlier when he went to fetch water, and the thorns and prickly bushes around the shelter hadn't moved at all. How strange, how could this happen? Su Lin placed the cleaned fish and the creek water inside the shelter and moved all the processed burned wolves into the shelter. Today is already the 7th day. At noon, Su Lin randomly ate some wolf meat, drank some fish soup, and fed the wild goat some grass. He originally planned to go fetch some clay in the afternoon to prepare for making bricks. But for some unknown reason, he suddenly felt restless, as if something bad was about to happen, so he simply lay in the shelter and did nothing. An entire afternoon passed like this. The people in the livestream could no longer guess Su Lin's thoughts, even Shunyi couldn't figure out why Su Lin would waste the whole afternoon. As night fell, Su Lin built a large bonfire outside the shelter. Just as he sat by the fire eating wolf meat, a shadow suddenly pounced down from the treetops like a ghost, moving at an incredible speed. It was not aimed at Su Lin but precisely leaped towards the meat hanging from the branches, which was being smoked. Su Lin was startled and instinctively swung his knife. A shadow landed at the edge of the firelight, with a pair of cold eyes like glass beads, staring fixedly at Su Lin. It was a huge bobcat he had never seen before, a bobcat with wings. Su Lin grabbed the spear beside him and thrust it towards the bobcat quickly. The bobcat shot away like an arrow, only about 10 meters from Su Lin. Without a moment's hesitation, like a ghost shadow, it swooped in from an extremely tricky angle behind Su Lin. Its sharp claws directly tore through Su Lin's left arm's clothes, which was the result of Su Lin twisting his body in the blink of an eye. 2 blood marks appeared on his arm. Su Lin didn't have time to think and relied solely on reactions honed by countless life and death battles. He quickly retreated to the side while throwing his spear at the bobcat and swiftly picked up the machete from the ground. The bobcat missed its strike and landed silently. It did not immediately pounce again but slightly lowered its head, producing a low, continuous, dangerous growl from its throat. It was waiting, observing, pressuring, looking for a perfect angle to deliver a fatal blow. Su Lin held his breath as sweat trickled down his forehead, dripping into his eyes and causing a sharp sting. Both sides were temporarily in a stalemate. The bobcat seemed to know that Su Lin was not easy to deal with. In the live stream, the chat was quickly filled with messages. What the hell is that? That scared the life out of me. What was that thing just now? Is it a cat or an eagle? What the hell, why does this bobcat have wings? Has it become a spirit? Why is it so big? Even through the screen, I can feel my legs turn to jelly. Why do I feel like its eyes look human? Stop talking nonsense, I'm sweating bullets. Su Lin, let's see if you can survive this time? Brother Sean looked at the screen, taking a bite of some unknown meat. The luck of the dragon country is used up. Tear him apart for me, it's so satisfying, so good. It seems that Koizumi from the island country has a deep grudge against Su Lin. A few seconds later, the bobcat slowly retreated, its figure gradually blending into the shadows of the forest, disappearing without a trace. The battle came suddenly and stopped abruptly. The entire process took less than a minute. Su Lin only relaxed his tense muscles after confirming it had completely left, tearing a piece of his sleeve and slowly wiping the blood off his arm, his eyes still fixed on the spot where the bobcat vanished. This time his plan to lure the snake out of its hole had somewhat failed. If it weren't for his quick reflexes, he might have not made it out alive today. He retrieved the wolf meat, returned to the shelter, shut the wooden door tightly, drank a sip of fish soup, and lifted his head again. Su Lin knew this was not the end, but just the beginning. The Perfect Survival Guide named the bobcat Flying Zhang, providing a detailed introduction to its habits and weaknesses. Perhaps it wasn't the Perfect Survival Guide that named it, it was originally called Flying Zhang. The number of people in the live stream started to soar at an astonishing speed. Su Lin suddenly stood up, his eyes locked on the outside of the shelter. Chapter 19, Rapidly Increasing Strength. Through the observation hole of the shelter, illuminated by the fire outside, Su Lin vaguely saw Flying Zhang come and go, its massive body like a cheetah, wings spread about 2 meters wide, and its green glowing eyes looking somewhat eerie. Flying Zhang stared intently at Su Lin inside the shelter, and a hint of contempt appeared in its eyes, as if it didn't even see Su Lin as a threat. After the last battle, Su Lin remained exceptionally calm, without the slightest hint of panic, because he knew all too well that against such a top-tier predator, fleeing or showing weakness was simply suicidal. Su Lin slowly untied the vines on the wooden door, circle by circle, until it was completely open, stepping outside. In his left hand, he held a long spear, and in his right, a machete. Su Lin, go back. You are not a match for this big bobcat. Su Lin, avoiding it for now as nothing to be ashamed of, quickly go back to the shelter. It's over, it's impossible for Su Lin to defeat this bobcat. Our dragon country is about to lose another contestant. The official live stream's comments were a jumble of opinions, with all kinds of things being said. Su Lin suddenly stood tall, making himself look even bigger, as he swung the tough spear in his hand, creating a sharp whistling sound in the air, while the machete in his right hand pointed straight at Flying Zhang, letting out a roar more aggressive than Flying Zhang's, his gaze sharp. "Come at me, I am not your prey, and you cannot do anything to me. If you don't believe it, you can try. Your speed looks like slow motion to me." Su Lin said to Flying Zhang. "Is he talking to the bobcat? It's like playing music to a cow. Can that beast understand human speech?" Hey, I once had high hopes for Su Lin, but I didn't expect him to be so naive. "Su Lin, hurry back to the shelter. This bobcat is not something you can handle." Chen Yi said his opinion without hesitation. Su Lin stared hard at Flying Zhang, not even glancing at the live stream screen. Flying Zhang, furious and embarrassed, spread its wings and charged at Su Lin at lightning speed, its claws viciously reaching for Su Lin's head. Desiring a one-hit kill. Under the glow of the flames, the shadow of Fei Zhang grew longer, creating an overwhelming feeling of blocking out the sun and moon. Su Lin stared at it intently, unmoving. The hearts of the viewers in the live broadcast rose to their throats, many had closed their eyes, unable to bear watching Su Lin being hunted down by Fei Zhang. What others did not know was that just before Su Lin stepped out of the shelter, a warm current suddenly surged through his body, flowing from head to toe. In just a short time, the warm current ran through his body 4 or 5 loops before calming down. Su Lin felt that he was at least 2 times stronger than before, no, 3 times, especially in strength and speed, which had increased exponentially. This was why he dared to step out of the shelter. He deeply understood that the Perfect Survival Manual had warned him, Fei Zhang was a highly vengeful creature. If he couldn't intimidate or subdue it at first sight, he would face endless harassment and attacks in the future. So, Su Lin made a quick decision to step out of the shelter and confront Fei Zhang in a face-to-face battle. Fei Zhang had previously been extremely fast, at least to Su Lin, there was an irresistible feeling. But now, its movements seemed almost like slow motion in his eyes. He needed to at least intimidate Fei Zhang, and if given the chance, subduing it would be the best outcome. Yes, subduing it, others might think it was a joke. Time seemed to freeze as Su Lin stared directly at the charging Fei Zhang without dodging. His entire aura felt as solid as a mountain. In the moment when Fei Zhang's claws were about to strike, he made a surprising move that astonished everyone. His left spear precisely pressed against Fei Zhang's front claw, and a tremendous force knocked Fei Zhang down onto the thorny ground, while his right knife swiftly pressed against its neck. Not satisfied? Then I'll beat you until you are. Su Lin discarded the spear and knife, throwing powerful punches at Fei Zhang, each blow landing hard. This continued for about a minute. Fei Zhang was stunned, its ferocity had been completely suppressed. It was bewildered, unable to understand why its pride and speed had become a joke in the eyes of the opponent, and the opponent seemed to be able to kill it with ease. This was not normal. Viewers in the live room were completely dumbfounded, even Fang He and Chen Yi were agape, unsure of what to say. This situation completely shattered their understanding. Am I seeing things? How is the wild cat in Su Lin's hands like a docile kitten? No, you aren't seeing things. Su Lin is definitely hiding his strength, his combat power far exceeds our expectations. A surprise, this is absolutely a surprise. Ha, we are so lucky to have Su Lin in Dragon Country. Throughout the entire ordeal, Su Lin remained calm, easily blocking and dodging Fei Zhang's attacks. Fei Zhang, enraged and embarrassed, flapped its wings and flew away from Su Lin, perching on the top of a tree about 10 meters away, then launched another lightning-fast attack without any hesitation. Fei Zhang's claws viciously clawed towards Su Lin's left arm, its ferocity once again visible in its eyes. As Fei Zhang's claws reached Su Lin's side, he no longer held back. With one hand, he precisely grabbed Fei Zhang's front limb, forcefully stopping its attack in midair. Fei Zhang turned and tried to bite Su Lin since its front limb was restricted and its movement was slightly limited. Su Lin sidestepped to avoid, firmly gripping Fei Zhang's front limb, his body dodging back and forth to avoid being bitten. Not only were the viewers in the live stream awestruck, but competitors from other countries and their command departments also. Everyone had already put down their actions, the result of the battle was completely different from what they had imagined. It seemed necessary to reassess Su Lin's strength. Given the powerful abilities Su Lin displayed today, he would surely pose a great danger to them in the future. Su Lin released the forelimb of Fei Zhai that he was gripping, and Fei Zhai quickly retreated to a spot not far from him. After a series of failures, Fei Zhai's offensive momentum slowed down, it began to circle around Su Lin, keeping its distance. It no longer let out continuous threatening roars, for a moment, it simply stared at Su Lin in quiet confusion. Still not leaving? Do you want to die? Su Lin's voice was low and powerful. Fei Zhai trembled all over. A hint of fear appeared in its eyes and then quickly spread throughout its body. Su Lin picked up a large piece of wolf meat and forcefully threw it onto the ground between him and Fei Zhai. The meat in the middle was more like a gesture of goodwill. Fei Zhai warily stared at the meat, glancing back and forth at Su Lin. Hunger ultimately overcame its anger. It cautiously walked forward, swiftly picked up the piece of meat, and retreated to a safe distance, devouring it hungrily. After finishing the meal, it did not leave immediately, but once again looked at Su Lin. However, the ferocity in its eyes had greatly diminished, replaced by a kind of scrutiny and exploration. "There's plenty of meat today, just eat it." After Su Lin finished speaking, he threw another large piece of wolf meat. A hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. Maybe this could really work. Chapter 20 Taming. What the heck, Su Lin can't be thinking of taming the mountain cat, right? You really are hopeful. Do you think it's possible? The difficulty is quite high, but I think it's not impossible. Su Lin maintained an expressionless face. Fei Zhai's belly seemed to never be full. After tossing more wolf meat to Fei Zhai, Su Lin lifted his head. "You can leave once you're full, this is not a shelter." Su Lin turned around, preparing to pull open the wooden door of the shelter. Fei Zhai paced restlessly in the shadows. Its instinctual reaction was that getting close to this two-legged creature was deadly. However, the scent of the wolf meat provided a lethal temptation. Su Lin remained relaxed, slowly opened the wooden door of the shelter, bent down, and walked inside, ignoring Fei Zhai outside. Everyone in the livestream watched intently. Many were puzzled by Su Lin's actions. They found it hard to understand. Fei Zhai was just a beast on the island, ferocious and with no possibility of taming. Su Lin was completely working in vain. The door of the shelter was not closed. Time passed second by second. Su Lin made fish soup from the remaining fish in the shelter and cut a large piece of wolf meat to roast over the fire. Then he stood up, picked up another large piece of wolf meat, and hung it by the fire outside the shelter to smoke it. He closed the wooden door and went to the stream to collect and process the fish from the fish basket, putting the basket back in place, humming a tune as he returned outside the shelter. Fei Zhai had not left. The meat roasting over the fire was still there. It remained outside the trench, no longer emitting any low growls, just quietly watching Su Lin, neither attacking nor leaving. Su Lin knew that the first step had succeeded. He did not push further. Instead, he sat at the door of the shelter, using his knife to cut the wolf meat into pieces and throwing them to Fei Zhai, one by one. That night, the locations where Su Lin threw the wolf meat gradually moved to the wooden door of the shelter, eventually ending up next to the fire, with a fire pit separating Su Lin and Fei Zhai. Fei Zhai's entries grew more frequent. The time spent there grew longer and longer. By the time dawn approached, he had already allowed Su Lin to move around the shelter while he was eating. Although still cautious, he no longer growled at Su Lin. Even when Su Lin deliberately closed the wooden door of the shelter, Fei Zhai merely glanced at him, not displaying any significant hostility. At that moment, Su Lin understood that their relationship had transcended simple feeding and being fed. It was a strong symbiotic alliance built through battle and survival. Su Lin earned Fei Zhai's respect through strength and established a bond with wolf meat. The Fei Zhai that had fought him to the death yesterday had now become his most dangerous guardian in the endless wilderness. Damn, this is also possible. This lynx has betrayed its faith. What happened to the promise of never surrendering? You don't understand. In the face of enough wolf meat and absolute force, taming is just a matter of time. This is not taming, this is clearly the lynx, after careful consideration, deciding to join our Dragon Country team. I declare that the wolf meat Su Lin provided is the most cost-effective investment of the year. A few pieces of meat exchanged for a top sentry, a huge profit. Damn Dragon Country scum. Why do you get to tame such a beast? Just wait. Eventually, I will turn your lynx into roasted cat meat. Jack Marlowe from Eagle Sauce cursed Su Lin through clenched teeth. Baga. A coward from Dragon Country can actually make a lynx submit? He must have used vile means. Sooner or later, I will poison this beast. Koizumi ground his teeth with hatred. Oomph, what disgusting luck. Dragon Country only ever picks up scraps. Su Lin, you are not worthy of such a partner. Just wait, I will set traps that will lead to your demise, allowing the Dragon Country audience to see their hero and beast head to hell together. Mountain Brother displayed not a shred of grace. Su Lin quietly watched the curses, insults, and sneers from other countries' contestants. His chest rose and fell slightly, his knuckles holding the machete whitening as he gently walked to Fei Zhai's side and reached out to stroke its wing. Fei Zhai did not hesitate at all, merely glancing at Su Lin before continuing to eat its wolf meat. Su Lin exited the shelter, gently patting Fei Zhai, who followed him out. You are not jealous of my luck in taming the lynx. You envy the resilience and wisdom etched in the bones of Dragon Country's children. Frankly speaking, even if the same opportunity were presented to you, you wouldn't be able to achieve what I have. Of course, the lynx also looks down on you scum. You only know how to tarnish fairness with vile speculation and disguise weakness with pitiful insults. In the struggle for survival, it is never about who uses more sinister means, but which nation can give its people the power to thrive in dire straits. Su Lin stroked Fei Zhai once more. Fei Zhai seemed to understand Su Lin's words, becoming exceptionally gentle. From today onward, I will fight alongside the lynx. Dragon Country will forever stand at the top of the world, with or without me. If any of you are unconvinced, don't hide in the dark corners barking like crazy. After the newbie protection period ends, I, Su Lin, am waiting for you. When the time comes, I will slaughter you one by one. Anyone who comes to me must be prepared not to return. Su Lin stroked Fei Zhai again, and it seemed to be moved by Su Lin's emotions, raising its head to emit a sharp and long cry. Good, from now on we fight together, and no one can stop us. Fei Zhai nudged Su Lin's pant leg like a little kitten. The people in the Dragon Country livestream watched in awe, even Shenyi seemed unable to accept it all at once. Lin Gu is awesome, Dragon Country will never fall. Dragon Country will never fall. The live broadcast was filled with the words Dragon Nation unbeatable, and Su Lin certainly saw it. He cupped his fists towards the people in the live room and then took Fei Chai into the shelter. From today on, Su Lin was no longer fighting alone. They would grow more in sync in the battles to come. Su Lin handed Fei Chai a large piece of wolf meat again, and Fei Chai grabbed it to eat. Its belly seemed never to be full. Fortunately, there was plenty of wolf meat in Su Lin's shelter, but after the wolf meat was gone, it might be hard to feed it. Su Lin probably forgot that Fei Chai was also a top predator. It just happened to encounter him. Su Lin and Fei Chai slowly fell asleep across the campfire. Of course, Su Lin didn't completely trust Fei Chai and remained vigilant. However, Fei Chai seemed to be wide awake, staring at Su Lin the whole time, which was somewhat terrifying. But Su Lin knew that a fight between them was no longer possible. In the middle of the night, Fei Chai let out a piercing scream that awakened Su Lin. Chapter 21, Slaughtering Wild Goats and Making Earth Bricks. It was only 1 or 2 o'clock, and Fei Chai's cry made Su Lin grab the machete beside him. What are you shouting for in the middle of the night? You know you might scare someone to death. Su Lin gently patted Fei Chai's head and then looked outside the shelter through the observation window. The campfire outside the shelter had gone out, leaving a dark space where nothing could be seen, not even a breeze. Fei Chai seemed a bit anxious, constantly nudging Su Lin's pant leg with its head, its eyes filled with a desire to fight. Are you saying there's something outside? Su Lin tried to ask. Fei Chai bit his pant leg and went to the wooden door, signaling him to open it. Su Lin looked outside again through the observation window. Still, he found no signs of movement. You didn't miss-see it, did you? Su Lin said as he opened the wooden door of the shelter. Fei Chai quickly dashed out, flapping its wings and leaping into the dark to the left at incredible speed. Su Lin followed with the machete. It was only at this moment that he saw clearly. A wide, flat honey badger covered in white fur was viciously clawed by Fei Chai, but it only left 2 blood marks. The wild flat-headed brother, how could it appear here? According to proper distribution, honey badgers should not be found here at all. Su Lin stood at the entrance of the shelter, motionless, watching the battle between Fei Chai and the honey badger. He noticed that his vision seemed to be clearer and farther than before. Even in the dark, it was much better than earlier. Honey badgers are ferocious animals. Despite only weighing about 20 kilograms, they dare to confront lions and cheetahs and are deemed the most fearless animal in the world. In simple terms, the honey badger is just a dauntless fool. Fei Chai's speed increased, attacking random spots on the honey badger each time. Its sharp beak fiercely pecked at the honey badger. Although the honey badger's fur was tough enough, Fei Chai still left wounds on its body. The honey badger screamed sharply a few times, turned, and ran into the dense forest, disappearing. Su Lin watched in disbelief, slowly lowering the machete in his hand. The fact that the honey badger could withdraw proved Fei Chai's strength enough. Fei Chai quickly flew back, blood dripping from its wings. It had taken a little damage in the fight with the honey badger. Fei Chai nudged Su Lin's pant leg, seemingly acting like it was being cute. No, it might also be trying to show off. Su Lin bandaged the wound on Fei Chai's wing with a cloth and took it back to the shelter. He reignited the campfire outside the shelter. On top of 2 large pieces of wolf meat being roasted, this was to reward Fei Zheng. I will call you Little Gray from now on. Fei Zheng is a bit difficult to say. Not bad. What? You don't agree? It doesn't matter, not calling you Little White is already being considerate. Su Lin casually threw a large piece of wolf meat to Little Gray. After being awakened, Su Lin no longer felt sleepy. The wild goat was still tied up in the shelter, and after 2 days, it seemed a bit thinner. It looks like it must be dealt with tomorrow. Su Lin originally wanted to keep it for emergency food, but now it didn't seem possible. Once caught, such an animal could lose weight rapidly. With winter approaching, he also needed wool and sheepskin. With nothing else to do, Su Lin began to chop a long log vertically with a machete, peeling it along the axis into a rounded surface, then cutting it into boards the size of mud bricks. Then he planed all 6 sides with the machete, first smoothing the larger sides, and then lightly chopping the edges to ensure the shape was regular. Finally, he fixed the wooden brick model with vines and roasted it over the campfire for about 10 minutes to increase its hardness. A simple wooden brick model was ready. Although it was a bit rough, it was enough for use. When the sky was just bright, Su Lin walked out of the shelter, carrying the entire wild goat to the stream and brought many bamboo tubes. Little Gray followed behind Su Lin. He placed the wild goat on a flat area slightly higher by the stream, securing it with branches and vines, leaving its neck exposed upwards. Then Su Lin used a dagger to make a horizontal cut about 5 to 6 centimeters below the goat's neck, and blood gushed out. Su Lin immediately pressed the goat's head down, allowing the blood to flow into the bamboo tube through the cut. About 7 or 8 minutes later, the flow of blood gradually slowed, and the bleeding was complete. Su Lin carefully collected all the goat's blood. Next, he needed to skin, disembowel, and cut it up. Su Lin wasn't too skilled, relying on the tips from the Perfect Survival Guide to complete each step, and he was already doing quite well. He kept the liver, heart, and kidneys among other edible organs, while separating out the goat fat. Some of the organs that Su Lin didn't want were directly eaten by Little Gray. After all the meat was cut up, Su Lin buried everything from the slaughter site with wood. This was to avoid attracting large predatory animals. Goat blood is a good thing. I was worried that Su Lin would waste it. It seems I was overly concerned. Although the slaughtering movements were a bit clumsy, the bleeding location was precise. Not bad. Su Lin carried all the meat, blood, and organs of the slaughtered wild goat back to the shelter. Because there was a lot of meat, Su Lin's preservation method was still roasting. This was the most efficient way he knew to store food. Outside the shelter, Su Lin gathered a lot of dry firewood and wet pine needles, placing the wet pine needles on top of the dry firewood to create a lot of smoke, and then roasted the divided goat meat over it. During the roasting process, Su Lin used the wooden brick model he had made earlier, quickly making blocks of mud bricks with clay and wood ash, drying them on the flat ground outside the shelter trench. Su Lin gave Little Gray enough wolf meat, made himself some boiled water, ate some wolf meat, and then continued with his work. Roasting goat meat took at least 5 to 6 hours. During this time, Su Lin kept making mud bricks. He needed to prepare enough bricks to build a fire bed and a chimney, and mixed clay with wood ash to make a few simple utensils, like a basin, a cup, a bowl, and a jar. Because he still didn't have a kiln, so it had to be roasted over fire. Fortunately, a lot of plant ash was added, otherwise, most of these tools would have cracked and shattered. All the work was progressing in an orderly fashion. Today was already the 8th day, and soon the newbie protection period would end, and the personnel from Dragon Country would be replenished. At this moment, Su Lin even felt a bit of anticipation. Being alone on the deserted island, he was somewhat lonely. He looked forward to meeting his teammates from Dragon Country and hoped to encounter players from other countries soon. What Su Lin didn't know was that his overall strength had far surpassed that of Chen Jianfang and the so-called special forces from other countries. Especially his strength, speed, and overall reaction ability, which were at a level no one else could reach. Once again, the time reached dusk. After a day of tense work, Su Lin treated himself to fish soup and mutton, while Little Gray also had its fill. Just as Su Lin was about to close the wooden door of the shelter and rest, a gurgling sound came from outside, mixed with sharp hissing noises. The noise was even somewhat ear-piercing. Chapter 22, Eagle Sauce Country, Moose, Provocation. Su Lin's face turned somewhat grim. From the sound, he could tell that the honey badger had come again. Su Lin felt annoyed. This time, he could not let it go. Otherwise, there would be endless harassment in the future. Su Lin gently patted Little Gray, who was softly whining. Holding his machete, he opened the wooden door and walked toward the honey badger's location. Little Gray seemed to understand human speech and did not attack immediately. Su Lin's steps were steady, and his movements quick. He raised his machete lightly. He was now only about 10 meters away from the honey badger. At this point, Su Lin could clearly see that today, it was not just one, but 2 honey badgers, and one of them was even bigger than the one that came before. It turned out they had brought reinforcements. Su Lin stopped 5 meters away from the honey badgers, and Little Gray followed closely behind him. The 2 honey badgers did not attack immediately. Instead, they bared their teeth and stared at Su Lin. Without hesitation, Su Lin gripped his machete with his right hand, slightly tilted his body, and swung the machete at the slightly bigger honey badger on the right. The speed was extremely fast, almost like a lightning bolt. The honey badger seemed a little stunned, perhaps because it had never seen a human before and could not predict the other's speed. Before it could retreat, Su Lin's machete had already struck its neck. Blood spurted out, clean and decisive. The blade quickly changed direction, pulling out and swinging directly at the left honey badger. Because Su Lin's speed was too fast, even though the honey badger had prepared to escape, the machete still struck its neck mercilessly. The other honey badger also collapsed, unable to rise. In less than 10 seconds, the 2 honey badgers were killed by Su Lin. Little Gray's eyes seemed to show deep wariness. Su Lin, with a blank expression, dragged the 2 dead honey badgers to the creek, removed their internal organs, fur, and glands. The honey badger's anal gland had a foul odor and contained irritating substances, so it had to be thoroughly cleaned. The meat of the honey badger could quickly replenish protein and fat. Also, its fur was thick and its toughness was extremely strong. Su Lin planned to use it to make foot and wrist guards to protect against thorns and small wild animal scratches. Moreover, the honey badger's tendons, after being dried, could be beaten and twisted into natural ropes. Of course, all this was from the Perfect Survival Guide. As the time on the deserted island passed, Su Lin's ability to adapt to it grew stronger, and his survival skills had made a qualitative leap. Damn, a few seconds, this is a one-hit kill, Lord Lin is amazing. Who understands? The honey badger's defense is like paper in front of trees. Impressive. The fortune of Dragon Country is soaring, even the honey badger can be defeated in seconds. What can stop Su Lin? Brother Chen, is the honey badger really that strong in survival? Why does everyone react so much? Feng, he asked with confusion. The honey badger is known as the king of bravado. This guy is exceptionally bold, even lions and tigers that are several times bigger than him, he dares to provoke. Some say he looks at life and death casually and fights without hesitation. But in front of Su Lin, he didn't even have a chance to react. It's not an exaggeration to say that Su Lin now has the capability to contend with large predators, and with his speed and strength, he can absolutely win. Shen Yi had a very high opinion of Su Lin, he was growing to like this competitor more and more. Su Lin's performance made everyone feel at ease. No matter what situation he encountered, he could solve it perfectly, and his strength seemed to be continuously improving. This was the most important part because everyone knew that once the newbie protection period was over, the most brutal and dangerous competition would begin. On this deserted island, the biggest danger was not the beasts, but the opponents. The stronger Su Lin was, the greater the chance of victory for Dragon Country. After all, so far, the performance of other competitors from Dragon Country has been mediocre, they could only barely protect themselves. Of course, it's also possible that some were hiding their strength, like Qin Jianfeng. In the intelligence agency of Island Country, an old man with white hair was speaking to a short man with a serious expression and a pale face. Stop wasting time investigating Su Lin's background and origins. Let our competitors stay alert. This Su Lin is too extraordinary, his overall strength has completely surpassed Xiao Quan. After the newbie protection period ends, our situation will likely get worse. Inform our competitors that if there's a chance, they should do whatever it takes to kill him. The old man's voice was calm, but his expression was fierce. In the Eagle Sauce Country's security bureau, a similar scene was playing out, almost with identical orders being issued. Other countries such as Kangaroo Country, Stick Country, Asan, John Bull, and Gallus were giving similar commands to their competitors just like Island Country. Su Lin had suddenly become a hot figure, but at the same time, the danger level was continuously rising. Chen Jianfeng frowned, he had also witnessed the process of Su Lin killing the honey badger, and he believed it was impossible for him to do that in such a short time. Having such a powerful companion was a blessing for Dragon Country. Reward: Eagle Sauce Country competitor Justin Lane successfully captured a live elk, triggering the supply return mechanism. Congratulations to Eagle Sauce Country for receiving 10,000 live elks, as this is the first time someone has captured prey weighing over 200 kilograms. Reward for Eagle Sauce Country, 5 points in national fortune, with current points at 71. This is how a war god from Eagle Sauce Country should be. Show Dragon Country what's what. That so-called Su Lin only caught a wild goat and thinks he's great, a country bumpkin is just a country bumpkin. Lane, eliminates Su Lin. Use your bow to take out all the competitors from Dragon Country. Eagle Sauce Country's audience was spamming the chat rapidly. Even Lane lifted his head, stepping on the elk, his gaze provocative. Dragon Country's bumpkins, your Su Lin just got lucky early on, but luck won't last. After the protection period is over, Su Lin will be my defeated foe. Bring down Su Lin and let your Dragon Country know who the true ruler of the wild is. Lane's provocation ignited the chat room of Dragon Country. Laughing to death, our Su Lin relies on luck? I hope when you actually meet him, your dodging speed can outpace his blade. Some people's arrogance seems to be etched in their DNA. To catch a deer and feel like the best in the world is childish. Su Lin had already processed 2 honey jars and was walking towards the sanctuary. He had noticed Ryan's provocation. Initially, he did not plan to respond, but since the other party had made a provocation, especially coming from the Eagle Sauce Country, if he did not say something, many would think the Dragon Country feared Eagle Sauce. This is the idea of first impressions. Su Lin turned around and stared at the camera, his dark eyes igniting with a passionate light. Ryan, I look forward to clashing head-on with you. People from Dragon Country always do more and say less. The 5,000-year survival wisdom of Dragon Country is not built on arrogance, but on steady and firm steps, advancing cautiously. The fortune of Dragon Country is not due to luck, but created by every contestant and citizen like me. If you want to clash head-on with me, I'm ready anytime. On this deserted island, I will use your failure to show everyone in the Blue Star that Dragon Country will always stand at the peak. I will let you know what the power of Dragon Country is. After saying this, Su Lin turned and opened the wooden door, entering the sanctuary with Xiao Wei. In his heart, he was brewing a plan. Chapter 23, Sandwood, Banana, Coconut. The plan in Su Lin's heart was not a sudden inspiration. He had actually been brewing it for a long time, but he had never revealed it in front of others. For now, he would tell no one. Su Lin's performance satisfied everyone, but many also noticed that the probability of resource return did not seem very high. Currently, the biggest beneficiary was Dragon Country, as Su Lin had unlocked the resource return mechanism, and all the Chinese people received a wild goat. They could eat for a long time. In the National Security Department of Dragon Country, Li Jun wore a constant smile on his face. He was very pleased with Su Lin's rebuttal. Su Lin's tough attitude excited him. Minister, is Su Lin being a bit impulsive? Right now, it's just the early stage of surviving national fortune. Making too many enemies is not good for us. Dragon Country. Li Jun's subordinate, Wu Hang, looked a bit unhappy. How could you think that? Making enemies? Do you think if Su Lin didn't say those words, they wouldn't target us? Dragon Country? Naive. You must abandon those childish thoughts. If it were someone else who said those words, I could forgive them because they don't understand the situation. But you are in this department. If you still think this way, I have nothing left to say. Li Jun's face had turned pale with anger. Deep down, he found it hard to understand. Wu Hang's thoughts certainly represented some people. These thoughts must be crushed in the bud. This naive and baseless understanding must be completely discarded. You all must understand that it is because of Su Lin's strength that they became jealous. Whether Su Lin says those words or does things that make them uncomfortable, their attitude towards us Dragon Country remains the same. There is only one thing you need to do: when Su Lin faces danger or gets seriously injured, unhesitatingly sacrifice 3 points of national fortune to save him. Li Jun's words were firm and very straightforward. Everyone in the room nodded. Actually, they understood the reasoning, they just harbored a bit of hope. Su Lin's performance excited them too, and they hoped that the contestants from Dragon Country would become stronger and gain more resources. There is no doubt about this, their stance and attitude were correct. Perhaps, their understanding had just deviated a bit. Su Lin and Xiao Wei stayed inside the sanctuary, while outside, they were grilling meat in honey jars. On this deserted island, no matter what kind of protein, do not easily give up, even if it is hard to eat. In a critical moment, it could save your life. Little Gray leaned against the campfire and had already fallen asleep. This was the first time Su Lin had seen it sleep. After these 2 days together, they had completely let their guard down with each other. As winter approached, the days grew shorter, and there was less time for gathering or hunting. Although Su Lin had stored a lot of protein, it wasn't enough because of Little Gray's presence. On the morning of the 9th day, Su Lin held a dagger in his pocket and a machete in his hand. After securing the shelter door, he went out with Little Gray. He had only explored 1/3 of the entire island. Although he had stored a lot of protein, it could only meet basic life needs, and to live better, he also needed carbohydrates, vitamins, minerals, and more. Additionally, he wanted to go out to find materials to make a bow and arrow. Su Lin walked ahead, occasionally checking for anything he needed. The island was vast, and exploring it in a short time was practically impossible, so all he could do was hope for good luck in finding the materials he needed. Everywhere was filled with thorns and bushes. Little Gray was flying slowly in the sky, circling around Su Lin, its eyes carefully searching for animals that could harm him. The air on the deserted island was thick with the moist scent of grass and trees. Su Lin trudged along, inadvertently walking to a bend in the valley, where a sweet scent of woods wafted towards him. Su Lin's gaze locked onto a few trees, taller than a person. On the slope ahead, the bark was dark brown with gray spots, the surface very rough, and with irregular cracks. Su Lin was extremely delighted. This was mulberry wood, and the fibers were delicate. Making a bow from it could give it full tension, especially since mulberry from the sunny side would bend quickly and rebound easily, unlikely to break. He circled the trunk, choosing a mulberry tree about 10 centimeters in diameter. He raised the machete and struck the bottom of the trunk, deliberately avoiding the knots, and the trunk fell with a loud crash. Su Lin used the machete to shave off excess branches, leaving only a straight main trunk that revealed the light yellow wood inside, with fine, even grain and no signs of insect damage. Perfect, this mulberry wood is enough to make a strong bow with a range of over 50 meters. Su Lin was very satisfied. Next, he would need to let it dry, polish it, and string the bow after returning to the shelter. Su Lin carried the mulberry wood and continued forward. After walking for over 2 hours, he finally found wild banana trees and coconut trees. However, there were only 2 bunches of bananas left on the banana tree, while there were still many coconuts. Su Lin stretched out his hand to call Little Gray and pointed at the banana and coconut trees. Little Gray hesitated for a few seconds before flapping its wings and flying directly to the banana tree, pecking at it with its sharp beak. After 2 or 3 minutes, 2 bunches of bananas fell from the sky. Following the same method, Su Lin quickly obtained many coconuts. Carrying the bananas, coconuts, and mulberry wood, Su Lin struggled to walk back to the shelter. In fact, it was very easy for him to carry them now. He just didn't want other competitors to notice his strength. Hiding a bit of strength was always good. After walking for another 3 or 4 hours and returning to the shelter, it was already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and the sky began to darken. Su Lin placed all the bananas, coconuts, and mulberry wood inside the shelter. Fortunately, when he built the shelter, the space was quite large, otherwise, it would have been troublesome to fit so many supplies in. He grilled some lamb, went to the stream to catch some fish, and made fish soup. He also grilled a lot of wolf meat for Little Gray. Su Lin and Little Gray feasted happily. After all, they hadn't eaten all day. After one person and one beast had eaten and drunk their fill, Su Lin added some dry firewood to the fire pit inside the shelter and prepared to rest. Suddenly, Xiao Hui's fur stood on end, and Su Lin felt a tremendous pressure. His body turned icy cold, his heart seemed to contract suddenly, and blood rushed to his head only to drop back down to his feet, making his hair stand on end, and even his breathing seemed slightly hindered. Su Lin slowly stood up, carefully peering outside through the observation hole in the wooden door. Everything around was pitch black, but two dark yellow eyes on the right side of the shelter were staring straight at him from about 20 meters away. Upon seeing the figure, Su Lin's limbs stiffened, muscles tensed, and his throat tightened up, making it impossible to produce any sound from his dry throat. He struggled to calm himself. Gently, he closed the observation hole and picked up the machete on the ground. A bear had come outside. An adult bear. Chapter 24, Black Bear. Su Lin felt that he had gained the ability to sense danger. This was not the first time, but previously it had not been obvious, so he did not consider it as such. But now it was different. He had confirmed that he possessed this ability completely. Through the observation hole, Su Lin stared directly into the two eyes of the black bear across from him. Judging by the color of its eyes, it was highly likely to be a black bear. This should be a black bear, a remarkably robust black bear, with clearly defined muscles bulging at its shoulders, and Su Lin could even hear its heavy breathing. 20 meters, or perhaps even less. Time seemed to stretch and freeze at that moment. Su Lin's legs felt weak, and his heart raced. This can't be said to be a lack of calmness. Anyone in this situation would probably feel a fear so overwhelming that they would want to flee. The scrolling barrage of comments in the livestream fell suddenly silent, and at that moment, all the viewers held their breaths in unison, followed by an explosion of comments. Oh my god, it's a bear. Lin, run. Run? The bear is already inside the shelter. What can we do? I just doubt whether this shelter can withstand a single swipe from the black bear. It's over, it's too close. Su Lin, whatever you do, don't go outside. It's Su Lin. It's looking up. Ah, this is thrilling. Finally, my wish is coming true. Dragon Country, your fortune ends here. Black Bear, tear him apart. Ha ha. Little Quan from the island danced with excitement. In the end, the black bear has fulfilled my wish. The spotlight is on it now, it's time to go. Mountain Brothers said while setting traps. Less one strong competitor, not bad. The player from Eagle Sauce, Jack Marlowe, remained expressionless. Su Lin's mind was blank, buzzing. Should he run out of the shelter or fight back? His body's instincts were about to overpower his rational thoughts. What am I afraid of? I am not the same anymore. My speed and strength have taken a qualitative leap. The agility of the black bear is definitely not as good as mine. There is still a chance of winning, and besides, if I can't win, can't I still run? Su Lin slowly raised the machete in his hand, stretching his stiff muscles, striving to control his breathing to make it extremely slow and faint. Su Lin wouldn't want to fight the black bear, right? Don't joke around, how could he? Anyone in this situation would wish they had two more legs. All the viewers and contestants were watching the screen intently. After all, this was the first time someone had encountered a bear. Su Lin gradually calmed down, his brain spinning rapidly. He walked to the pile of firewood in the shelter, pulled out 2 pieces of wood, and slowly added them to the fire pit. Then he turned around and looked again through the observation hole at the black bear not far away. A thick cloud of white vapor sprayed from the black bear's nostrils as its entire body stood upright. Those eyes fixed tightly on Su Lin, then the black bear's front limbs heavily fell back to the ground, dirt and grass flying everywhere. He did not immediately run wildly. Instead, he took heavy and slow steps, 1 step, 2 steps, moving towards the entrance of the shelter. With each step falling, a slight tremor resonated through the ground. 18 meters, 16 meters, 12 meters. 10 meters, 8 meters. The stench grew stronger, suffocatingly close. Su Lin could clearly hear the bear's heavy breathing, cold sweat seemingly trickling down his forehead. His palm, gripping the machete, was soaked in cold sweat, every second feeling like torment. The live stream chat had completely stopped, everyone was worried about Su Lin's safety. The black bear stopped just 1 meter away from the shelter, using its rough nose to sniff vigorously at the wooden door, letting out a muffled growl from its throat. It then slowly turned and walked away. It seemed to have lost interest in Su Lin. At its closest, the distance to Su Lin may have been only half a meter. It was only the wooden door of the shelter in between. The black bear walked away with the same heavy and somewhat clumsy steps it had used to approach, heading towards the sparse forest. It did not look back, as if Su Lin had never existed. Slowly disappearing into the night. After a brief silence in the live stream, a volcanic eruption of comments surged forth. It's gone, really gone. Oh my god, you scared me to death. I covered my mouth the whole time, almost suffocated myself. Su Lin's psychological quality is really impressive, to confront a black bear face to face under such circumstances. Amazing. Su Lin no longer had the strength to look at the comments. He raised his head, gazing through the observation hole in the direction where the black bear had disappeared, slowly placing the machete on the ground. He turned back and gently stroked Xiao Hui's feathers, trying to calm its emotions. If they were outside the shelter, Su Lin believed that Xiao Hui would not fear the black bear at all, for it could always escape if it could not fight. After all, the black bear couldn't fly. This seemingly quiet forest was hiding risks far deadlier than he imagined. Su Lin did not know why the black bear had left. Could it have just been passing by? It seemed unlikely. Though danger had not struck, the threat was not lifted. Since the black bear was able to find the shelter, it must have been attracted by the scent of wolf meat or lamb inside. It was just unknown why it had temporarily left. Su Lin quietly stayed in the shelter, his mind racing. The black bear would likely return. Facing such a giant, the roof and wooden door of the shelter probably could not withstand its attack. Thus, hiding inside the shelter was not safe. So how could he solve this trouble? The only weapons he could currently use, besides the machete, were the spears. If the black bear returned, could he use the spear or machete to kill it? Su Lin had no confidence, as he had never faced a black bear before. Though the survival guide had informed him that the bear's eyes and the white markings on its chest were weak points, and that the white markings corresponded to vital organs like the heart and lungs, facing such a giant, if he could not kill it in one shot, he would fall into great danger. Su Lin slowly opened the wooden door of the shelter, pulling Xiao Hui with his right hand and taking him out of the shelter. If he could not eliminate the black bear, at least he had to let Xiao Hui out first, otherwise, if both human and beast hid in the shelter, they could both be wiped out by the black bear. Little Gray, if the black bear comes back again, just run away and don't worry about me. Su Lin did not know if Little Gray could understand, but Little Gray kept nuzzling against his pant leg, as if he didn't want to leave. Don't worry about me, I have ways to protect myself. If you're by my side, I have to protect you too. Just fly away. Come back after the black bear is gone. Su Lin said to Little Gray. The comments section of the livestream had gone silent, everyone quietly watched the scene unfold. Suddenly, Little Gray took off into the air, but only landed on a nearby treetop, not really leaving. Before Su Lin could say anything more, a dull, rhythmic thud sound came, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Little Gray, don't come back. Wait until I get rid of the black bear first. Su Lin turned and entered the shelter, casually shutting the door behind him. Chapter 25, Fierce Battle, Elimination. The black bear had come back, slowly and heavily walking towards Su Lin's shelter, followed by a young bear. A feeling of ominous dread instantly surrounded Su Lin, as the silence outside the shelter turned terrifying. The adult black bear's footsteps became faster and heavier, as if it desperately wanted to make Su Lin its meal. The adult black bear quickly jumped over the trench and, within seconds, was in front of the wooden door of the shelter. Boom! With a huge crash, the wooden door of the shelter violently shook under the bear's strike, splinters flying everywhere. Boom! With another strike, the entire door was smashed to pieces, and the rancid smell filled the entire shelter. Su Lin's heart was nearly jumping out of his chest, fear like ice water coursed through his body, with nowhere to retreat. He grabbed a spear with his left hand and held up a machete with his right hand. Just as the black bear stood up on its hind legs, raising its paw to strike the shelter again, Little Gray shot towards the young bear like an arrow, letting out a sharp scream. Little Gray's claws left a bloody mark on the young bear's body, then flew up again, quickly diving at the young bear, claws aiming directly for the young bear's eyes, which let out a chilling scream. The adult black bear roared in fury, pivoted its body, and rushed towards the young bear. Little Gray's attacks continued, and with each strike, he became faster, chasing the young bear and leaving bloody marks on its body. Su Lin temporarily calmed down. He understood that Little Gray's attack on the young bear was merely to buy time, or rather to divert the bear's attention. He had to make a choice: should he stay in the shelter or go out? The audience in the live room watched Su Lin, and the tense atmosphere spread. They were already red-faced with excitement and anxiety through the screen. Although the adult black bear had left for now, it would surely return after rescuing the young bear. The young bear's cries were filled with pain and fear, and the adult black bear's speed was increasing, leaving Su Lin with less and less time. Su Lin understood Little Gray's intention. Without hesitation, Su Lin rushed out, gripping the spear with his left hand and the machete with his right, following behind the adult black bear to find an opportunity to attack. Not far away, Little Gray seemed like a ghost, nimbly circling around the panicked young bear, leaping and scratching, leaving bloody traces with every pounce. The young bear continued to wail. The adult black bear let out a deafening roar, madly charging at Little Gray, its massive paw raised high. When there were only 2 or 3 meters left between them, Little Gray abandoned the young bear, soared high into the sky, and landed far away on the treetop. Su Lin held his breath and quietly approached from the side. His target was not the young bear, but it was the adult black bear, overwhelmed by anger and anxiety. The adult black bear completely sheltered the cub beside it, growling fiercely at the small gray above the treetops, utterly unaware of the quietly approaching Su Lin. The black bear had poor eyesight, especially at night, otherwise, it wouldn't be called a bear blind. Su Lin plunged his machete into the ground and charged forward with a spear tightly grasped in both hands. The black bear seemed to sense someone sneaking up and suddenly turned, standing upright, its white patches exposed entirely to Su Lin's eyes. It abandoned the cub and the small gray, rushing forward with a momentum that seemed ready to destroy everything, moving faster than Su Lin had anticipated. Su Lin thrust the spear fiercely into the white patch on the black bear's chest. At the same time, the bear fell from above, and the spear accurately pierced into the black bear's wildly undulating chest, where he faced terrifying resistance, breaking through resilient skin and thick muscle, then driving deeply into the white spot under the bear's weight. The adult black bear let out a deafening howl of pain, its massive body hurtling toward Su Lin due to its forward momentum. The spear, unable to withstand the bear's weight, snapped, and the entire tip had completely pierced into the black bear's chest. Su Lin's hands grazed open, blood bursting forth, and he quickly retreated, picking up the machete he had stuck into the ground. He moved like a nimble monkey, darting left and right, evading the black bear's attacks. The small gray suddenly flew rapidly onto the bear's face, its sharp claws digging fiercely into the bear's eyes, its whole body hanging onto the bear's face. The black bear let out a muffled roar of agony, crazily shaking its head, trying to shake off the bone-deep pain, its right paw wildly swatting at the small gray, leaving a deep and bloody wound across its back. The small gray let out a sharp scream of pain, but it didn't release its grip. Instead, it clung on tighter. Su Lin's eyes almost burst, the small gray's blood dripped onto the ground. The black bear, in agonizing pain and hindered by its vision, momentarily froze and became confused. Without any hesitation, Su Lin roared, gripping the machete with both hands. He thrust it deeply into the black bear's white patch on its chest, using his shoulder to push against the handle, pouring all his strength and speed into it. This time, the entire machete nearly sank into the black bear's body, penetrating its organs. The adult black bear's movements abruptly halted, its enormous body swaying a few times before finally crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Its limbs thrashed unconsciously, its thick fur and strong muscles still intact, but its life was slowly ebbing away. The small gray had already escaped just in time, returning to Su Lin's side. Su Lin wiped the sweat and blood from his face, his gaze shifting from initial fear to madness, ultimately resting in a cold, dead silence. He had won, he was alive. One person and one beast had gone through a life-and-death battle, the air still thick with the smell of blood, while the adult black bear's corpse lay nearby, and the cub had disappeared at some point. The small gray struggled to support its body with its forelimbs, the wound on its back still bleeding, and Su Lin turned back to the shelter, took out a clean shirt he had washed, and tore it apart to wrap around the small gray's wound. If it hadn't been for the small gray today, he might have been torn to pieces by the black bear. It was precisely because of the small gray's distraction and blocking the bear's line of sight that allowed him to take the chance to thrust the machete into a weak spot. To have been able to kill the black bear, half was due to the small gray's contribution, and half was due to luck. Su Lin's speed also played a crucial role. No matter the reason, he won, and that was enough. He and Little Gray had survived. The live stream's comments had stopped refreshing, and everyone stared blankly at Su Lin on the screen, unable to believe what had just happened. One person and one beast had managed to kill an adult black bear in such a short time. It was hard to believe anyone would accept it. The competitors from other countries were also stunned, each questioning within themselves if they could achieve what Su Lin had done in such a situation. The answer was no. Su Lin dragged the bear's body, struggling to reach the entrance of the shelter, adding more firewood to the flames at the door. The firelight illuminated the surroundings. This adult black bear weighed at least 300 pounds, a treasure in itself, and killing it must have exhausted all his luck. Su Lin was satisfied, placing the bear's body next to the fire, when a metallic gleam suddenly shone from the bear's head. Su Lin used his dagger to part the thick bear fur, revealing a piece of metal the size of a fingernail embedded in the bear's skull. He pried it off with his dagger and held it up to the light for a closer look. Chapter 26, The Unexpected Metal Piece. This metal piece was made of titanium alloy, which normally should not be found on a deserted island. Su Lin fell into deep thought. Could there be other people on this deserted island? Or did someone else come here before, leaving behind this titanium alloy during a battle with the bear? Before Su Lin could study it further, the voice of the National Survival System rang out. Reward: Dragon Country contestant Su Lin has killed an adult black bear, triggering the resource return mechanism. Because Su Lin has unlocked the resource balance mechanism, everyone in Dragon Country receives a fresh black bear carcass. Additionally, since Su Lin is the first contestant to kill a black bear, Dragon Country is awarded 5 national luck points, currently at 77 points, ranking first. The system announced this 3 times, and just as Su Lin was about to drag the bear's body to the creek for processing, the reward's voice sounded again. Reward: due to superior performance and multiple first-place wins, all Dragon Country citizens receive +3 to strength, speed, and mental perception. All Dragon Country contestants receive +1 luck. Inside the official livestream of Dragon Country, the audience's reaction quickly shifted from shock to wild joy and excitement. Did I hear that right? We all received +3 to strength and speed. Does that mean our stamina increased? Take away the does. I've already tried it, and now I feel incredibly strong. Master Lin is amazing. We're all getting stronger together. Dragon Country will always be at the peak. Even the hosts, Fang Yi and Shen Yi, couldn't help but clench their fists, their excitement clear on their faces. Shit. How are we going to play after this? It's unfair. Why didn't our Eagle Sauce contestant, Rain, receive any rewards for killing a deer? We protest from our island nation. John Bull protests. Gallic Rooster protests. Kangaroo Country protests. Su Lin dragged the black bear expressionless to the creek, clearly feeling that his strength, speed, and perception had increased by at least more than double. Protests are invalid. All decisions are made by the system in a fair and just manner. If you continue to mess around, your country's survival qualifications will be revoked. The system's voice echoed again. Su Lin said nothing, methodically processing the bear's body, his mind still occupied with thoughts of the titanium alloy. After carefully handling the bear's fur and meat, Su Lin made several trips back to the shelter, carefully storing the bear gallbladder. All the bear paws and internal organs have been cleaned up and moved back to the shelter. The wound on Little Gray has been cleaned and bandaged again. After returning to the shelter, I roasted 2 large pieces of wolf meat and 1 large piece of lamb for Little Gray, while I made fish soup from the fish I had retrieved and processed from the fish basket. Then, I took out the metal piece again, which shimmered with a cold light in the fire. There was not a single rust spot on it, only a few deep scratches. It's known that leaving scratches on titanium alloy, a metal with high strength, corrosion resistance, and lightweight, is very difficult. My confusion grew stronger. This cannot possibly be a natural product from the deserted island, because this metal piece carries a cold sense of advanced technology that exceeds my understanding, and this deserted island has probably never been visited by anyone before. A chill ran down my spine, even colder than when I faced the black bear earlier. Could it be that the black bear that attacked me tonight is not just a simple wild animal? Thinking of this, I quickly hid the metal piece, and I carefully recalled that when I looked at the metal piece, there seemed to be some extremely fine symbols and codes carved on the smooth surface, which were almost indistinguishable to the naked eye unless I looked closely. I remembered the details of fighting the black bear. This bear was exceptionally ferocious, and its strength seemed rather unusual. I hadn't paid much attention at the time, but now it was clear that something was definitely wrong. We might have gotten into big trouble, Little Gray. I gently stroked Little Gray's feathers. I reached for a piece of lamb and took a big bite, causing Little Gray to whimper as it continued to eat the lamb without paying me any attention. I wolfed down a large piece of lamb, then drank 2 bamboo tubes of fish soup, and then lay contentedly on the dry branches. I understood that some things cannot be spoken, and I should be the first person to discover the metal piece. In the future, I might find more of these metal pieces on this deserted island. But no matter what this object truly is, it absolutely cannot fall into the hands of other countries. Surviving the national luck competition is a matter of life and death. Currently, I had no idea what role this small metal piece might play. It could be an opportunity, but it could also be a trap. The civilization, technology, and dangers hidden behind this metal piece made my gaze even more resolute. As for what will happen next? Let time prove it. I forced myself to stop thinking about the metal piece, slowly sat up, and checked Little Gray's injuries again. Little Gray had eaten and drank enough and lay quietly beside the fire. Upon seeing Little Gray safe, I made another wooden door for the shelter using vines, and after securing everything, I lay back down on the dry branches, slowly drifting into sleep. These 2 days of continuous battles had left my body extremely fatigued. I might not have even realized it myself, my body was changing every moment, slowly but surely. This is definitely terrifying. I had only been on this deserted island for 10 days, yet my body had undergone tremendous changes. My strength, speed, perception, smell, taste, and vision were no longer comparable to my former self. If competitors from other countries came to challenge me now, they would definitely come and not return. In the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of National Security, Li Jun had gradually calmed down from his initial excitement. Because of me, the Dragon Kingdom had gained a large amount of resources in a very short time. It could even be said that Su Lin fed the whole Dragon Kingdom by himself. And whether it was mutton or bear meat, they had already reached the peak of food ingredients. But Li Jun had also noticed the metal piece in Su Lin's hand, his expression serious, unsure of what he was thinking deep inside. Half an hour later, he suddenly stood up. I have some matters to apply for and report to the higher-ups. I can only come back tomorrow morning. If any danger or injury happens to Su Lin during this time, be sure to sacrifice 3 points of national luck without hesitation to help him recover. After saying this, Li Jun hurriedly left. The people from the Dragon Kingdom's security department looked at each other, unsure of what had happened. In his sleep, Su Lin's expression was somewhat painful, as if dreaming of something terrifying. Time passed second by second, and soon the sky brightened. Chapter 27, The Fire Pit and Bows and Arrows. That night, Su Lin slept very poorly, waking up from time to time, his mind filled with the matter of the metal pieces. Although he had just killed a black bear, there was not the slightest excitement. When the sky was just dawning, Su Lin got up, and Xiao Hui looked a bit listless, which was normal after being injured. Su Lin roasted some wolf meat for it and boiled some water. After eating and drinking enough, Su Lin got up and went outside. The earth bricks had dried for several days and were basically ready to be used to build the fire pit. Su Lin returned to the shelter, moved all the firewood and wolf meat to the other side, then leveled the ground underfoot, and brought the dried bricks into the shelter. Then Su Lin fetched stream water, added a lot of dry grass and wood ash, mixing and stirring it into a slurry. Su Lin wanted to build a fire pit about 1 meter high. In winter, a warm fire pit not only could dry clothes but also ensure a good night's sleep. He moved some bricks into the shelter and used a machete to mark out the position for the pit, constructing the fire chamber, which was the heart of the fire pit. He left an entrance for the fire and a flue for the smoke to escape, then used the slurry to stack the bricks one by one, ensuring each piece was snugly covered with mud. Because there were no stone slabs, he had to make do with bricks, also leaving a flue chamber. Luckily, he had made enough bricks. All of this was completed according to the Perfect Survival Guide's instructions, and Su Lin had noticed that the guide seemed to become more intelligent, many times better than before. It had even started to actively teach Su Lin many things. At times, Su Lin felt the guide was almost like a complete person. The guide's increasingly strong intelligence resembled that of a human. After everything below the fire pit was finished, he began building the chimney. Su Lin used small branches and long sticks to make a frame, adding a lot of grass scraps and dry grass into the slurry, bundling them into a hollow cone shape with an open bottom and a closed top. Then he layered the slurry over the wooden stick frame with his hands, ensuring complete coverage without leaving any gaps, working from the bottom up. The top of the chimney was half a meter taller than the shelter's roof, and he made an L shape with bamboo to prevent rainwater from directly entering the shelter. Finally, Su Lin smoothed out the fire pit surface with slurry, applying it very carefully and leaving no gaps, about 7 to 8 centimeters thick. Once everything was done, Su Lin first lit a small pile of firewood, allowing heat and smoke to slowly dry the fire pit surface in the chimney. This process might take several hours. The mud would harden into brick under the fire's heat, and once completely dried, it would be very durable. By 4 or 5 in the afternoon, the work on the fire pit was completely finished, and the reason it was done so quickly was that Su Lin had prepared the bricks in advance and had accumulated enough clay. The successful construction of the fire pit marked a new stage in Su Lin's wilderness survival. Now, survival was no longer a problem. However, the lack of weapons made Su Lin return to the pine forest. A wild chicken was caught in a trap, and Su Lin took it out and restructured the trap. In the pine forest, the probability of catching wild chickens was decreasing. On one hand, the chicken flock might have been disturbed, on the other hand, the number of wild chickens seemed to be gradually declining. The fish basket in the creek was consistently capturing fish, becoming a stable food source for Su Lin. In the evening, Su Lin prepared the wild chicken and fish, roasted the chicken, and made fish soup. Then, he gradually shaved the mulberry wood he brought back a few days ago with a machete, and used a stone to carve the middle of the trunk into a curved shape. The middle was about 5 centimeters thick, gradually tapering to 3 centimeters at both ends, controlling the overall curve to a natural bend without rebound. Then, Su Lin placed the entire mulberry wood on the fire, rotating it repeatedly, and occasionally pressed both ends with his hands to ensure the curvature was balanced. After about an hour, the surface of the mulberry wood appeared greasy, and Su Lin quickly placed it in cold water to cool. After carving 2 grooves at both ends of the mulberry wood, Su Lin mixed bear tendons with already dried wolf tendons, placing them near the residual heat of the fire pit to dry. Since there was no adhesive in the wilderness, Su Lin collected a lot of pine resin and mixed it with bone powder and boiling water, stirring it into a paste. After cooling, he applied it to the grooves. Finally, he tightly wrapped the bear and wolf tendons around the grooves, ensuring the tendons and bow body were snug without gaps. Su Lin held the bow handle with both hands, trying to draw the bowstring fully, checking for any weird sounds. Finally, he placed the finished bow and arrows above the fire pit, slowly roasting them, but the temperature was only about 30 to 40 degrees. Next came the creation of the arrowheads. A few days earlier, Su Lin had already polished 15 sharp arrowheads from wolf bones. He drilled holes at the front of the arrows, inserted the wolf bones into the holes, and secured them with adhesive and vines. By the time he finished all this, it was already past 11 at night. Having worked all day, not only had he built the fire pit but also crafted the bow and arrows, his efficiency was extraordinary. His stomach was already growling with hunger. Xiao Hui had gone to eat wolf meat several times by itself. Su Lin roasted 2 large pieces of wolf meat for it, drank some fish soup, and ate half a roasted chicken. He gave all the remaining food to Xiao Hui. Since the fire pit was not fully dried yet, they had to sleep on the wood pile again tonight. After lying down, Su Lin actually could not fall asleep. He kept thinking about how to proceed next. Now, he was at the end of the novice protection period, and soon the participants from different countries would meet. He was considering whether he should join up with the other participants from Dragon Country. The answer was certain, but he still did not know what the situation would be like. Furthermore, he had many concerns. After all, he had already offended participants from various countries. If he joined forces with those from Dragon Country, the danger would certainly increase significantly. Su Lin did not want to impose danger on others because of himself. If he were alone, his chances of winning might be much higher. In a daze, Su Lin fell asleep. The high-intensity labor during the day had exhausted his body to the extreme, and Xiao Hui's injuries had also healed quite well. The night on the deserted island was quiet yet dangerous. Xiao Hui occasionally opened its eyes to check the situation around the shelter. Its vision and sense of smell were far superior to Su Lin's. With Xiao Hui by his side, Su Lin had a free sentry. When the sky was just beginning to lighten, Su Lin opened his eyes, ready to wash up by the stream, and the voice of the National Survival System rang out again. Announcement to all: the newbie protection zone has only 4 days left. The system has released a phased mission. Every contestant needs to hunt 10 hyenas. The first to complete the mission will receive a special reward. All contestants who complete the mission will receive unexpected rewards. Hyenas need to be found and hunted by themselves. The system broadcasted this 3 times in a row. Su Lin opened the wooden door and stepped out of the shelter, a slight smile on his face. This task was just right for him, and exactly what he urgently needed. Chapter 28: Hunt the Hyena. The reason Su Lin needed this task was to test how well the bow and arrow he had just made worked on the hyenas. Now he had a dagger, a machete, and a bow and arrow. As long as he could find the hyenas' gathering place, he could quickly complete the task. Of course, hyenas are pack animals, and sometimes their ferocity even exceeds that of wolves. They are very united and usually rush at their prey all at once, so being alone, Su Lin, like other contestants, would be very dangerous facing a pack of hyenas. After Su Lin and Xiao Hui had eaten and drank their fill, they took some wolf meat and bear meat, and filled many bamboo tubes with boiled water, then headed towards the east side of the only unexplored island. Although it was already the 12th day since arriving on this island, Su Lin's active area was actually very small. His shelter was located towards the west, while he had not explored most of the eastern area at all. Now needing to find the gathering place of the hyenas, the best choice was to head east. Su Lin had never thought he could be the first to complete the task. As there were more than 60 countries in the National Survival Program, it was impossible for him to win first place every time. As long as he could complete the task, it would be enough. Based on his speculation, after hunting the hyenas, the newbie protection period would likely come to an end, and the upcoming competition would only get tougher. I hope Su Lin can take first place. If our Dragon Country can get the special reward, the future will be easier. Everyone knows this. If I'm guessing correctly, this special reward should be related to the upcoming competition. But the difficulty is too great. After all, this time is a fair competition. Everyone is starting from the same line. Su Lin doesn't have much advantage. You're talking nonsense. To say Su Lin has no advantage, just look at it. How many people have been able to make a bow and arrow by now? I believe in Su Lin. Brother Shan was walking cautiously in the dense forest. He was also on the hunt for the hyena pack. This time, I will take all the glory for myself. Su Lin, your good luck is over. After the newbie protection period ends, your nightmare will begin. Brother Shan muttered. I, Xiao Quan, will definitely complete the task first, and after the newbie protection period ends, I will kill Su Lin. Humph, no one can take Eagle Sauce's glory away. You, Su Lin, cannot either. At this moment, Su Lin was crouching behind a thicket of twisted bushes, only the slight rise and fall of his chest proving he was alive. Beside him, Xiao Hui was equally motionless, both focused on a trail ahead. This trail was somewhat special. It seemed to be a blurry path trampled by beasts over the years, and it was also the place they had arrived at after a difficult 4-hour walk. Before setting off, Su Lin had prepared some fire starter using pine resin and had brought it with him. His equipment was somewhat simple: a dagger, a machete, and a bow and arrow on his back, which was his greatest reliance, with Xiao Hui being his only loyal and reliable partner. Yes, a partner. Suddenly, Xiao Hui's ears twitched slightly, as if sensing something. A barely audible low moan came from his throat. Su Lin's gaze instantly sharpened like an eagle. At the curve of the mountain path, he faintly spotted a mottled yellow hyena with scabs on its fur. This was a lone hyena, and it was lowering its head, sniffing around in the dirt for something. This was the opportunity. Su Lin's mind raced as he took down the bow and arrows from his back. Su Lin gestured to Xiao Hui to take a detour. Xiao Hui instantly understood his intentions, crouched down, and silently crept along the side path. Su Lin slowly drew out an arrow, placed another on the ground, and positioned the arrow on the bow, holding the bow with his left hand and slowly pulling back with his right, aiming at the hyena just a dozen meters away. The atmosphere tensed in an instant, and Xiao Hui had also reached the position Su Lin indicated, waiting silently. Whoosh! The arrow whistled through the air and shot straight toward the hyena's neck. Without any surprise, the hyena instantly fell to the ground, blood gushing from its neck. Xiao Wei was the first to reach the place where the hyena had fallen, quietly waiting for Su Lin's arrival. Su Lin himself did not expect the hunt to go so smoothly. The hyena's limbs twitched, making a gurgling sound as air escaped from its throat, and then the twitching lessened until it lay still. Dragon Country contestant Su Lin successfully hunted a hyena, 1/10. The cold voice of the system sounded, and Su Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead, quickly dragging the hyena's body away. The death cry of the hyena must have sent a signal to others of its kind. He had to leave this place quickly. Su Lin took a deep breath and retrieved the arrow embedded in the hyena. The brief thrill of killing the hyena was instantly replaced by a chilling sense of danger, especially when he heard rustling sounds in the forest and that chilling, low wailing. Su Lin slung the hyena over his back and hurriedly returned along the same path. Go! Su Lin called to Xiao Wei, who took off into the air, scouting the path ahead for him. Fleeing in panic. No one in the livestream mocked Su Lin. In such a situation, running was the best choice. The sounds behind him grew closer. It wasn't just one hyena, but a group. They roared loudly, filled with rage at discovering their prey and a fallen companion, their speed astonishing as they chased after Su Lin, like the sound of death's footsteps. Su Lin ran wildly, tangled tree roots and bushes scratching his arms and legs, leaving wounds everywhere. But he couldn't afford to care about that anymore. He ran faster, wanting to escape these beasts. At the corner of the mountain path, a hyena suddenly lunged out from the bushes, its gaping mouth aimed directly at his ankle. It was an ambush. These beasts actually understood tactics. In a critical moment, Su Lin threw the hyena's corpse on the ground, quickly drew out his machete, leaned forward, and accurately struck the hyena's throat from below. The machete sliced through the hyena's fur, burying itself deep into its throat. All of the hyena's movements instantly froze. It twitched a few times before becoming still. Dragon Country contestant successfully hunted a hyena, 2 out of 10. The cold voice of the system sounded once more. Su Lin's heart almost leaped out of his chest. Xiao Wei had already started attacking the hyenas behind them, buying time for Su Lin. Su Lin dared not stop for even a moment. Using the momentum of his dash, he rolled and crawled forward, thorns and brambles scratching his arms and shins, leaving bloody wounds that stung like fire. Su Lin completely disregarded the hyena's body now. Run! I can only keep running, pouring all my strength and will into my 2 legs, just to find that glimmer of hope. The roars of the hyenas behind me are already close at hand. Chapter 29, Placing One's Life at Risk for Survival. Cold sweat has drenched Su Lin's back, the shadow of death looming over him, as the pack of hyenas chase him closely like relentless maggots. Little Gray occasionally attacks the hyena leading the way, buying time for Su Lin. Fan Yi's mouth has opened wide, while Chen Ye's eyes bulge in shock. Brother Chen, does Su Lin have a chance to escape in this situation? Once surrounded by the hyenas, it's all over. You're right, but didn't you see that Su Lin is also very fast? Although he looks a bit disheveled, I believe he definitely won't just sit and wait. Anything we say now is meaningless, let's just wait. Chen Ye's words lacked much confidence, and most of the viewers in the livestream from Long Country cheered for Su Lin. I don't know when it started, but Su Lin has won over most people with his unique charm. These days, there are few who mock or slander him. Su Lin continues to sprint forward, extreme fear igniting the potential of his brain, and in his panic, he rushes into a stone forest. This stone forest is filled with bizarre rocks, gigantic stones leaning against one another, forming a naturally narrow maze-like passage. The stone cracks visible to Su Lin only allow one person to squeeze through sideways. This is it. The height of the stone forest is above 1 meter 80. If he could jump up onto the stones, there might be a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, Su Lin enters the stone forest and rapidly darts deeper inside, as an even more excited and noisy roar echoes behind him. More than 10 yellowish figures swarm in. In his panic, as he pushes deeper into the stone forest, the passages become narrower. He stops beside a bare rock, pressing his hands against the stone slab, placing his feet on a nearby rock, and stands on the stone platform. Just as Su Lin stands on the stone slab, 2 hyenas rush over eagerly. When the first hyena squeezes into the barely passable narrow gap, Su Lin pulls out the machete from his back and stabs forward, channeling all his determination and strength, piercing straight into the drooling mouth of the hyena. The hyena doesn't even scream, collapsing directly to the ground, motionless. The second hyena, blocked by its companion's corpse, finds itself in a dilemma, and Su Lin seizes this fleeting opportunity, thrusting the machete into its throat. After eliminating these 2 unfortunate souls who couldn't use their combined strength due to the confined space, Su Lin takes a deep breath, retrieves his bamboo tube, and drinks it down in one go. Long Country contestant Su Lin hunts a hyena, 4 out of 10. The system's voice rings out again. Su Lin's ferocity hasn't deterred the hyena pack but instead ignited their aggression. Su Lin moves again, climbing onto a stone platform over 2 meters high, gaining a moment to breathe. Little Gray lands next to him. Su Lin pulls out wolf meat and bear meat from his back, tossing them onto the stone platform. Little Gray devours them ravenously, and Su Lin takes a bite too. He already feels somewhat exhausted. After replenishing food and water, Su Lin feels his strength rapidly recovering within him. The crisis hasn't really been resolved, it's just temporarily in a stalemate. The pack of hyenas trying to leap onto the 2-meter-high stone platform in such a narrow space is no easy feat. So Su Lin was not that worried. He began to look towards the direction of the hyena pack, which had split into 3 groups to completely surround him, and they had already tried to leap onto the stone platform, although they had not succeeded yet. In this situation, if Su Lin had a spear, the situation would turn around, but unfortunately, he did not have one. Below the stone platform, there were still about 10 hyenas left. Their momentum clearly diminished. They no longer charged and jumped like they did at first, but instead circled around the stone platform anxiously, their green eyes showing not just greed but also a hint of fear and hesitation. The deaths of 4 hyenas had made them realize that Su Ning was definitely not someone to be trifled with. But now they had surrounded Su Lin, and in their minds, Su Lin had become their meal. It was just a matter of time. Su Lin did not think this way. He was constantly searching for a favorable angle and position. There were many stones of various sizes on top of the stone platform, and he did not know how they were placed there, but these stones had now become Su Lin's weapons. Su Lin moved over about 10 stones, standing atop the highest stone platform, which should be over 2 meters tall, with large stones scattered messily at his feet, some weighing over 10 kilograms. All around the stone platform were hyenas, roaring wildly as they circled the platform, foaming at the mouth, with drool dripping everywhere, as disgusting as it gets. 2 hyenas were constantly trying to jump up onto the platform while the others just kept circling it. Su Lin drew his bow from his back, stood on the platform, bent the bow, and shot an arrow at one hyena's eye. The hyena stared at him blankly, and by the time it realized there was danger and wanted to flee, it was already too late. The arrow shot out from Su Lin's hand. The arrowhead sank deeply into the hyena's body. It missed a bit due to its movement. The wounded hyena thrashed wildly on the ground, blood spraying out from its belly, splattering the surrounding stones with blood. After 2 or 3 minutes, the wounded hyena breathed its last, its body blocking the path of 2 other hyenas. Opportunities, fleeting opportunities. Su Lin did not hesitate for a moment, picked up the largest stone at his feet, and threw it at one of the hyenas. Since the hyena had no space to dodge, the stone crashed heavily onto its head, and it let out a whimper, its eyes reflecting more fear and fright. Su Lin did not stop. He threw 4 or 5 more stones in quick succession, smashing the 2 hyenas to bits. Dragon Country contestant Su Lin hunts hyenas, 7 out of 10. Reward: Dragon Country contestant Su Lin has killed a hyena and triggered the resource return mechanism. Since Su Lin has unlocked the balanced resource return mechanism, every Dragon Country citizen receives a hyena corpse. Resources have been distributed to the Survivor Alliance and shelters. The system announced this 3 times in a row. Contestants from other countries looked at Su Lin's screen with hatred. Currently, the second place was Jack Morrow from Eagle Sauce Country, who had only hunted 3 hyenas. No one expected Su Lin to have hunted 3 more hyenas in such a short time, bringing his total to 7. At this rate, Su Lin would soon complete his task, and the special rewards given by the system would once again fall into Su Lin's hands. This was a result they did not want to see at all. Even the little one from the island country, Koizumi, had started to curse without any quality. Su Lin did not have time to pay attention to this. The remaining few hunting dogs were still circling below the stone platform, but the ferocity in their eyes had weakened considerably. It was because he did not get the leader's permission. Su Lin was still looking for an opportunity. Under his feet, there were again several stones, and he held a machete in his hand. As long as a hyena dared to leap up, he would give it a harsh blow, and already 3 hyenas were injured because of this. The hyenas began to back off, their eyes showed it clearly. Su Lin absolutely would not allow such a situation to happen. He picked up a stone and fiercely threw it at one hyena, but unfortunately, he missed. Su Lin's brain was racing. The path below the platform was actually very narrow, only allowing an adult man to pass sideways. Looking at everything in front of him, he gradually had an idea. He moved over a dozen stones from nearby, the largest weighing more than 20 kilograms. Su Lin directly threw the largest stone at the exit, blocking the hyena's escape route, and then threw several smaller stones, completely cutting off their retreat. Next came the moment of hunting. Chapter 30, Stone Forest, Altar? Palm Print? After blocking all the hyenas' retreat, Su Lin sat on the stone platform to rest for a few minutes. The continuous battles with the hyenas exhausted him. He drank a bamboo tube of water and opened another bamboo tube for Little Gray, placing it by its side. Su Lin could clearly feel that his strength and speed were rapidly increasing, perhaps as a return after reaching his limit. Several hyenas below the stone platform were constantly howling, their eyes showing more panic and fear. That tall hyena should be their leader. Now they only wanted to escape quickly, but Su Lin could not agree to that. Since he was no longer worried about their escape, Su Lin was not so anxious anymore. He bent his bow and aimed an arrow at the tall hyena. The hyena leader wanted to dodge, but the space was too narrow, and it was struck near the neck. Blood flowed freely. Su Lin shot another arrow, hitting the neck again. The hyena leader struggled for a long time, its limbs twitching, and finally fell still. Dragon Country contestant Su Lin hunts hyenas, 8 out of 10. The cold voice of the system came again. Now, besides Su Lin, Chen Jianfeng and Mo Yun had each killed 4 hyenas, while Zhao Ming, Shi Meng, and Wang Wujie had only killed 2 hyenas. The second place was Nao Shen brother, who had killed 5 hyenas. The situation was clearly one-sided. The remarkable performance of the Dragon Country contestants left the other countries of Blue Star stunned. Su Lin alone was powerful, how could everyone else be frighteningly strong too? They probably forgot that because of Su Lin, all Chinese contestants had luck added by 1. This bit of luck might be the key to victory or defeat. Su Lin no longer hesitated, he moved stones and threw them at the 2 hyenas hiding in the narrow passage. As the stones fell, blood splattered. After dropping more than 10 stones, both hyenas were smashed to death. By now, the hyenas pursuing Su Lin had almost all died, and he had also completed the task of hunting 10 hyenas. Announcement: Dragon Country contestant Su Lin has completed the task of hunting 10 hyenas. Congratulations to Dragon Country for gaining 10 luck points, now at 87 points, ranking first. Reward: Dragon Country contestant Su Lin is the first to complete the task, awarded an exclusive emergency supply capsule, can be summoned to the side, available for use in storage of items at any time, 8 square meters. It contains 50 high-energy compressed biscuits, each can support 24 hours of survival, 3 bottles of antibacterial first aid spray, can stop bleeding quickly, a portable water filter, can filter sewage infinitely, and all Dragon Country contestants gain 3 mental strength points. The voice of the system broadcasted 3 times consecutively. All rewards: Grandpa Lin is awesome. Is that the mental strength I understand? Years of depression. Suddenly, I felt much lighter, as if a great stone in my heart had loosened. Master Lin is awesome, this has directly given our nation a permanent buff. Shit. It's Su Lin again. This damn Chinese must die, I swear I will make him die a horrible death. John Bull's brother said through gritted teeth. After the newbie protection period ends, inform Xiao Quan to let our island players eliminate Su Lin at any cost. This is not a discussion, it's a notice. What Dragon Country has gained is not resources, it's the future. We Eagle Sauce must reassess our entire strategy toward Dragon. All citizens of Dragon Country, this is not a game number, this is every single Chinese person gaining clear thinking, strong will, abundant energy, and a deeper love and loyalty for our country from today. Fang Yi's voice trembled with excitement. And Su Lin's performance convinced countries like the Island Nation, Kangaroo Country, Eagle Sauce Country, John Bull, and Gull Chicken to firmly resolve to eliminate Su Lin. At this moment, Su Lin had already killed all the hyenas chasing him. He had heard the system's reward sound, but now he had achieved tranquility in fame and disgrace. At this moment, he stood atop a stone platform, his eyes fixed on a metal piece on one hyena's head. It was slightly smaller than the one on the black bear. Su Lin jumped down from the stone platform, inspecting each hyena one by one. To his shock and confusion, every hyena had a metal piece on them, neatly arranged, even with some coding and designations. Su Lin collected all the metal pieces from the hyenas and stored them in his emergency supply warehouse. Even the 2 hyenas he hunted outside the stone forest were not spared. After gathering all the metal pieces, Su Lin collected all the hyena corpses into the emergency supply warehouse. This supply warehouse made things much more convenient. Just as he was about to leave this place and return to the shelter, Su Lin suddenly saw a light shining from the direction of the stone forest, standing about 10 meters high. After hesitating for a few seconds, he quickly ran towards the stone forest. When he stood on the stone platform again, the light had already disappeared. Su Lin jumped around on the platform, searching everywhere. After more than half an hour, Su Lin saw a peculiar sight in the center of the stone forest. A round object, resembling an altar, stood proudly in the center of the stone forest. It was not made of the surrounding limestone but rather of a deeper, black material similar to basalt. The altar was step-like, with 3 layers in total. Each layer was engraved with incomprehensible symbols and patterns, subtly flowing with almost imperceptible light in the faint evening glow. At the center of the altar was a high platform, about a person's height, filled with a thick liquid that seemed to be slowly moving, and a faint scent wafted through the air, now near, now far. What shocked Su Lin was that standing next to the high tower, he felt an indescribably comfortable and sacred sensation. Wow, what has Master Lin discovered? What is that pool in the middle that looks like mercury but isn't, and shines like light but isn't? So beautiful. Look! The speed of the water flowing in that pool seems to have accelerated. Are you seeing things? I can't see it at all. Don't scare me like this, I'm already terrified. Su Lin stood next to the high platform, circling it several times, finally discovering a clue beneath the 3rd step. It was not a symbol but a handprint. This handprint seemed to be sculpted, yet the longer he looked, the more it felt naturally formed. Su Lin took a deep breath. He could feel it. This high platform, resembling an altar, seemingly harbored no malice towards him. It was just that, for now, he dared not easily step forward. Here, perhaps, was a test. It might also be a mechanism waiting to be activated, where risk and opportunity coexisted. Su Lin slowly retreated from the altar, gradually leaving the place, then quickly withdrew from the stone forest. The sky had completely darkened, and he made 2 torches, hastily heading towards the direction of the shelter with Xiao Hui. 3 hours later, Su Lin and Xiao Hui returned to the shelter. After eating and drinking enough, Su Lin fell into deep thought. What was this altar-like thing actually for? With only 3 days left in the novice protection period, he felt he should make more preparations for the upcoming challenges. But where to start? Chapter 31, Soaking in Sticky Liquid. Currently, the weapon Su Lin could master had reached his limit. He had roamed the entire deserted island, and food was not a significant pressure for him at the moment. Xiao Hui's injuries were also recovering quickly. To prepare for the cruel competition after the novice protection period ends, Su Lin felt he should do something, but he didn't know where to start. The stone forest and that altar-like object lingered in Su Lin's mind. He hesitated, wondering if he should make another trip. Was the thick liquid inside that high platform his chance or a trap? Su Lin hardly slept through the night, constantly wrestling with this question. His strength had indeed undergone a complete transformation. Dealing with individual contestants from other countries should be no problem. However, after the novice protection period ends, many contestants from other nations would likely target him, and they might even unite. If that liquid could enhance his strength, missing it would lead to lifelong regret. He must go there again. After dawn, Su Lin and Xiao Hui ate and drank their fill before setting off immediately. The stone forest was very far from his shelter. It took the 2 of them 3 hours of walking to reach it, reducing the time by about an hour from yesterday. Su Lin stood again on the high platform, his eyes fixed tightly on the thick liquid. Now it was daytime, and he discovered that what he called thick liquid was a dark substance, non-reflective, similar to oil, pervading the air with a peculiar scent that carried a faint fragrance. Discovered unknown high-energy life source liquid, composition cannot be analyzed. Contains vast life energy that can enhance one's own strength, but comes with great risks, the Perfect Survival Guide reminded him 3 times in a row. Yesterday, for some reason, it had issued no warnings. Since it had already been confirmed as life source liquid, why then the great risk? Su Lin fell into contradiction again. It felt a pity to give up, but diving in directly bore some risks, and there was a palm print at the bottom of the platform. Should he deal with the palm print first or enter the liquid first? Everything was an unknown. Standing beside the high platform, Su Lin struggled mentally. Should he go in or not? You can enter. The feeling of energy from the liquid is not just about replenishing energy, but about restarting and optimizing, the Perfect Survival Guide reminded again. This was the first time the Perfect Survival Guide had issued 2 different reminders for the same item in such a long time. Without any further hesitation, Su Lin decided to take the risk. He took off his shirt and pants, revealing his strong muscles and abdominals, igniting the emotions of female fans in the live stream, who shouted Su Lin's name loudly. In a hurry, Su Lin turned off the live stream. Yesterday, he just discovered that the national survival system showed he could accumulate broadcasting hours for 37 hours, which should be the duration accumulated from his excellent performance before. The live room and the National Security Department people were all confused. Why did Su Lin stop the broadcast? I haven't watched enough yet. Su Lin's reason for stopping the broadcast must be valid. Let's not speculate too much. Even if someone guesses, do not say it out loud. This is for the good of our dragon country. The person above is very reasonable. Su Lin must be taking a risk. Until the result comes out, he temporarily turned off the live broadcast. After watching Su Lin stop the broadcast, Li Ju naturally let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, Su Lin was admiring the muscles in his body and abs. Before entering the deserted island, he wasn't like this. In just over 10 days, he had indeed undergone a complete transformation. Good, very good. He first reached one hand into the thick liquid. It was ice cold and slightly sticky. This should not be a strong acid or strong base, but more like a complex biological colloid. Without any hesitation, Su Lin directly entered the thick liquid, lying down, carefully feeling the impact brought by the dense liquid. Since the Perfect Survival Guide mentioned there was huge risk, it should not be wrong, so Su Lin's body and consciousness were in high tension. The thick liquid did not bring him a strong energy shock but an extreme sense of permeability. The liquid's energy slowly entered his body. Every pore in his body felt like being pierced by countless fine needles. The coldness instantly penetrated to the marrow, followed by a burning sensation 2 or 3 minutes later. His heartbeat accelerated sharply, and his muscles trembled uncontrollably. The metabolism speed skyrocketed, at least 4 to 5 times faster than before. Su Lin's body and consciousness were fiercely resisting these energies, and even due to the rapid metabolism increase, he felt an urge to go to the bathroom and come back. Endure, he must endure. If this energy is continuous, once he goes out, it might cause irreversible damage. Warning, after a simple analysis, these energies can activate the dormant genes in the human body, promote muscle density growth, accelerate nerve conduction speed, and break through the limits of cellular regeneration ability. The overall strength, speed, and reaction ability of the human body will achieve a qualitative leap. This is the first warning from the Perfect Survival Guide. It means that after Su Lin receives the strong energy impact, there will likely be unknown dangers ahead. The only thing Su Lin was worried about now was whether his body could withstand these energies or if these energies could improve his body to be even more perfect. According to the Perfect Survival Guide, once the dormant genes in the human body are activated, it could greatly enhance the threshold of energy storage within the body. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. As time went on, it seemed that the concentration of the liquid in the high platform gradually decreased. Su Lin also felt his strength surging, his reaction speed increasing, and the wound he received yesterday was healing at a visible rate. Su Lin had a sense that this was a forced breakthrough of physiological limits. And this breakthrough carried enormous risks because he completely went against his body's normal acceptance level. If his immune system couldn't keep up and collapsed, he might die from infection and multiple organ failure. Su Lin felt that the original power within his body was battling, merging, and enhancing with these foreign forces. Every aspect of his body had been enhanced beyond limits, and this extreme sense of power made him feel incredibly refreshed. But at the same time, due to the consumption of his original energy, there was a period when he felt himself slipping into extreme weakness and hunger, needing to replenish a large amount of energy. He had lost track of how much time had passed. As he struggled to crawl out of the liquid, he felt as though his body had been completely emptied, as if the energy within him had been entirely consumed. Su Lin simply sat on the steps of the platform. Gasping for breath, he even felt a sense of breathlessness. He had a clear feeling that if he were still in the liquid, his body would be in a normal state. Once he left the liquid, he experienced a physiological sense of decline, but in reality, every corner of his body was already filled with energy, it was just that he didn't yet know how to use it. Su Lin grabbed his clothes and pulled out a piece of roasted lamb, gobbling it down hungrily. With a piece of lamb in his stomach, he felt noticeably better. Without any hesitation, Su Lin tossed a piece of lamb's head to Huaxia and ate another piece himself. But it seemed he still wasn't full. He took a piece of compressed biscuit from the emergency supply cabin, and only after eating it did he feel much better. Huaxia looked at Su Lin with confusion, sensing that Su Lin seemed like a different person. What Su Lin didn't realize was that he had just experienced life and death. If his physical quality were even slightly weaker, he would be dead by now. Su Lin picked up a stone the size of a palm. He hadn't even used much strength, just a gentle squeeze turned the stone to powder. Su Lin was stunned. Chapter 32, Recovery. Just now, he had only wanted to test it out, but he hadn't expected that with just a light squeeze, the stone would turn to powder. This intense shock made it hard for him to accept, leaving him dumbfounded on the spot. He felt his vision becoming frighteningly sharp. He could clearly see the patterns on stones dozens of meters away. The sound of the wind was no longer just a simple howl. Sounds that he could never hear before were now broken down into different layers. He could even feel the sound hitting his body. Su Lin stared in shock at the stone powder flowing between his fingers, then slowly stood up. He felt his body frighteningly light. Every tiny movement was as swift as lightning, with no sense of delay at all. The power of his body had also risen to a terrifying level. He even had a feeling that if the previous black bear charged at him, he could overturn it with his bare hands. His consciousness and thought speed had also reached a level that was incomparable to yesterday. Wherever he looked, his brain could instantly analyze the environment and assess dangers, giving him a feeling that he could easily cope with any situation. He raised his arm, observing the changes in his body. The lines of his muscles were sharper, and his skin was tight, but deep within his heart, there seemed to be a feeling of extreme fatigue and weakness. It should be that he hadn't yet adapted to the feeling of gaining such powerful strength, or perhaps the energy in his original body hadn't been replenished yet. These shouldn't be a big problem. While Su Lin was checking the condition of his entire body, Huaxia, he didn't know when, had already entered the liquid and was showing signs of great pain, baring its teeth. However, its wounds were healing rapidly. Huaxia, don't come out yet, these things are good for you. If you can soak a little longer, soak a little longer. Little Gray seemed to understand Su Lin's words, slowly becoming less anxious. Su Lin took out a piece of mutton and a compressed biscuit, feeling much better after eating them. He had only 2 pieces of mutton left, and he gave them to Little Gray. When Su Lin opened the national survival system again, he realized that 25 hours had passed. He had soaked in the thick liquid for a whole day and night, which was a bit exaggerated. Without any hesitation, he directly opened the livestream. In fact, he thought he should wait until Little Gray came out, but if he did that, many people would worry about him. He didn't want to trouble others, nor did he want to become a burden to anyone. Instantly, hundreds of thousands of viewers flooded into the livestream, and the numbers were sharply rising. Wow, Su Lin looks even better than before, his eyes shining with dark brightness, and he has an extreme sense of beauty. Lovestruck, didn't you notice that Su Ning already has a feeling of transformation? Damn, I can't say anything other than damn. Su Lin's overall change is just too huge. Zoom in, quickly zoom in. Let me see his eyes, that gaze, I don't even dare to look directly through the screen. Su Lin carries an absolute strength. After watching, who would still dare to say our Dragon Country contestants are weak? Su Lin, from today on, you are my only god. Wait, brothers, don't be too happy just yet. Didn't you notice that Su Lin's face is a bit too pale? And his breathing sounds off, too fast and too urgent. It really is. Could there be any side effects? In the livestream, viewers from Dragon Country quickly transformed from extreme shock and joy to concern for Su Lin. Su Lin simply sat on the steps, taking out 3 compressed biscuits from the emergency supply cabin and eating them all. Only now did he feel that his body was a little better, that extreme fatigue and weakness had completely disappeared, and his inner worries faded away. Su Lin sat quietly like this, while the people in the livestream hadn't yet noticed that Little Gray was gone. 3 hours later, Su Lin turned off the livestream again because he had heard Little Gray's voice. When Little Gray struggled to crawl out from the liquid, Su Lin was completely amazed. The wound on its back had fully healed, and it appeared to be in high spirits overall. This might be the shock others felt when they saw their own changes. Little Gray completely ignored Su Lin and began to ravenously eat the mutton on the ground. A few minutes later, the mutton was finished. Little Gray looked at Su Lin again, and Su Lin shrugged his hands, indicating there was none left. Little Gray screeched dramatically, flapped its wings and flew off into the nearby woods, disappearing from sight. Su Lin shook his head helplessly and opened the live stream again. He understood what Little Gray meant. It was probably going to catch prey and asked Su Lin to wait for a while. Half an hour later, Little Gray came back with 2 wild rabbits, directly tossing one to Su Lin and began to wolf it down. The scene was somewhat bloody. Su Lin kicked the other rabbit to Little Gray and jumped onto the high platform, preparing to return to the shelter. There was just a little more than 1 day left until the newbie protection period ended. At this moment, he didn't want to do anything but to return to the shelter and roast some wolf meat, mutton, and bear meat to enjoy himself. In less than 2 minutes, Little Gray flew back, closely following behind Su Lin, constantly screeching as if to tell Su Lin that it wasn't full yet. Su Lin ignored it. Anyway, once they returned to the shelter, everything would be solved. In just over an hour, both human and beast returned to the shelter. Su Lin built a campfire outside the shelter, roasting a large amount of wolf meat and bear meat, and went to the creek to fetch the fish from the basket, bringing them back to the shelter after cleaning. This time, Su Lin stored a lot of creek water in the emergency supply pod, all packed in bamboo tubes. He cooked fish soup in an iron pot, adding a little salt and wild ginger. When the roasted meat was ready, both man and beast feasted, eating 2 to 3 times more than usual. When they could eat no more, Su Lin felt that sense of helpless fatigue and weakness had completely vanished, and his face had turned rosy. Little Gray felt the same way. After forcing down a few more bamboo tubes of fish soup, the sky began to darken. Man and beast returned to the shelter, and Little Gray sprawled by the fire, soon drifting into a deep sleep. Su Lin laid down on the warm earthen bed, surrounded by soft fine grass, feeling comfortable. The warmth from the bed made him feel as if he had returned home. Su Lin did not fall asleep. After coming out of the liquid pool during the day, he decisively abandoned thoughts of the handprint, as there was only 1 day left of the beginner protection period, and he did not want to take risks. There was also something else. It seemed that competitors from other countries had not commented at all on his dramatic transformation. This was actually very unusual. The calmer they were, the more it represented that in their hearts they had already made Su Lin their target for elimination. If that were the case, after the beginner protection period ended, he really couldn't meet up with other competitors from the Dragon Country. Otherwise, it would bring unexpected danger to others. Su Lin fell asleep amid his chaotic thoughts, until he was awakened by a loud noise the next morning. Chapter 33, Li Jun Connects. Announcement: there is only 1 day left in the beginner protection period. At midnight tonight, it will officially start. All deceased competitors from every country will be replaced this morning, and each replacement competitor will still have a 15-day beginner protection period. Survivors can use the altar on the island to teleport away to a new continent after hitting the handprint. Announcement: survivors must teleport to a new continent. Competitors from all countries will appear on the same piece of land. The resources of the continent will gradually weaken from the inside out. If some countries can occupy an area in the core position, they will be rewarded with national fortune points and a large amount of resources. The richness of the rewards decreases from the inside to the outside, and the time will be 1 month. After 1 month, they will be teleported to a new continent again. Announcement: every 72 hours, competitors can return to their original deserted island for rest, for 24 hours. After 20 days, competitors from other countries can then teleport to the deserted islands of competitors from different countries. Therefore, before the beginner protection period ends, it is best to set up many traps for defense around one's own shelter. Once the original deserted island shelter is occupied, it represents the competitor's death. Announcement: competitors from other countries will only be teleported near the stone forest, and shelters will be deliberately hidden. Starting at midnight tonight, different tasks will be issued every day, divided into easy and very difficult. Competitors will receive different rewards upon completing tasks within the specified time. Announcement: any country can form an alliance, but the number of countries cannot exceed 5. They can freely fight against competitors from other countries and occupy territories, regardless of any reasons. Announcement: rules will be supplemented again in 10 days. Tip: large wild beasts will appear in groups, and there will be a leaderboard for daily tasks. The first place each day will receive special and extra rewards. The task must be completed within a day, or 5 points of national fortune will be deducted. Starting today, each country has 1 minute daily to connect with its players. A month from now, the competition will become more brutal. I hope contestants hone their skills within this month. Good luck! Su Lin sat up. The announcements and hints were extremely detailed and even more ruthless. Without a doubt, he would become a thorn in the eyes of many nations, a pain in their flesh. After reaching the new continent, he must quickly make his way to the central region, to occupy a piece of land and win more resources for his country. As for other countries landing on his deserted island, this was also a very tricky issue. It meant he had to weigh and choose between protecting the resources of the new continent or his own deserted island. It would likely be a difficult decision. Another issue was free combat, where one could kill others without any reason. It was easy to imagine that the brutality had suddenly escalated. However, this did not hinder him, as no matter what he did, many countries would not let him live. These rules are somewhat cruel. After 20 days, should Su Lin protect his deserted island or the land he occupies? Isn't that a bit contradictory? You said that is a matter for 20 days later. The biggest problem now is how to ensure Su Lin survives. Many countries' contestants have already stated they want to kill Su Lin. What a joke! Do they think they can just kill him? As far as I know, among all the contestants from different countries, only Su Lin has that thick liquid pool, no one else does. You can imagine the difference. I support Su Lin. No matter how difficult it gets, I believe Su Lin will overcome it and achieve his goals. Then, contestants from many countries, including Eagle Sauce, Pickled Vegetable Country, John Bull, Gallic Rooster, Kangaroo Country, Island Country, and A3, all issued declarations that they would endeavor to find and kill Su Lin. The situation had spun out of control. Su Lin's safety became the biggest concern for Long Country, and how to mobilize the entire nation to ensure Su's safety became the most troubling issue for Li Jun. Su Lin stepped out of the shelter, having fully deciphered the rules of the national survival system. Currently, what he needed to do was set up numerous traps around the shelter. Although these traps might not pose significant danger to contestants from other countries, they would serve to delay time, which was already enough. After eating his fill, Su Lin had been busy from morning until 4 or 5 in the afternoon. He had set up many snares and foot traps around his shelter, and even dug 2 pit traps at the door of the shelter, sharpening bamboo and wooden sticks to place beneath, camouflaging the traps on top. After setting these up, Su Lin lit a fire inside the shelter to take a temporary rest. In fact, after the liquid had transformed his body yesterday, he felt no fatigue, just had to hide it. He grabbed a bamboo tube of water and slowly took a few sips. Just then, a request for connection from a person named Li Jun from the National Security Department appeared on the National Survival System screen. Su Lin hesitated for 2 seconds before pressing the connect button. Comrade Su Lin, I only have 1 minute. Listen carefully, behind you stands not just billions of compatriots, but the iron will of the entire nation. No matter what difficult situation you face, we will try our best to ensure your safety. If necessary, we will sacrifice national fortune to restore you. Behind you is the entire country backing you up. We will mobilize all forces to support you. You are the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation is you. Uphold the dignity of the Dragon Nation, and annihilate all enemies that dare to invade. After Li Jun finished speaking, in just 2 or 3 seconds, Su Lin issued his own declaration. Please rest assured, my motherland, I will use flesh and blood as the great wall, and faith as the sword, to repay the land that gave me life and nurtured me. The motherland need not worry for me. I will guard the country's fortune with my solitary courage, stepping over the corpses of the enemy to reach the center position. As for the wolves and tigers from other countries, I look forward to their arrival. I, Su Lin, say a bold thing: as long as I stand, the country will not perish. Li Jun hung up the call with satisfaction. His eyes were red. Even a man as tough as steel was moved by Su Lin's few short words. Su Lin felt the same way. Why are my eyes wet? This is Su Lin, my only idol. At critical moments, it must be Su Lin. Of course, our other players from the Dragon Nation are also very excellent. I haven't shed tears in more than 10 years, it feels really good to cry. With united strength, we overcome difficulties. Seeing the country coordinate efforts, my heart suddenly feels at ease. The Dragon Nation will not be defeated. The comments were filled with the words, "The Dragon Nation will not be defeated." At this moment, all people from the Dragon Nation were moved by Su Lin's brief words. Su Lin cried. This was the first time he cried in the live broadcast room. He wanted to control it, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. Having such a country and people was worth it. Although the road ahead would be very difficult, he believed in himself and knew he could handle it well. Starting tomorrow, Su Lin would become a nightmare for the players from other countries. Just wait and see. Since they are coming, let the storm come even stronger. Chapter 34, The Cracking Mountain Tiger. Su Lin stayed motionless in the shelter, putting all the food and weapons into the emergency supply pod, cutting a large number of bamboo tubes, storing enough fresh water for 10 days. 3 hours later, Su Lin extinguished the fire in the shelter, kept the embers, and put them into the emergency supply pod, closed the wooden door, and set off for the stone forest, preparing to teleport to the new continent at midnight. The Dragon Nation had once again supplemented 4 players. Ace sniper Jiang Che, belonging to the former Chinese Special Forces Falcon team, is a marksman known for his calm demeanor, few words, and skills in ambush and long-range harvesting. Tactical assault soldier Qin Jian, a retired anti-terrorism elite, proficient in close combat, brave, and decisive in nature, often serves as the vanguard. Medical support soldier Xiao Ran, capable of providing rapid first aid. Detoxifying and healing, gentle in character but calm in emergencies. Martial arts master Gu Yan, extremely strong in defense and fierce in attack, practically invincible with cold weapons. The 4 new players from China were overall very strong, but they were still in the novice protection period and could not participate in the upcoming battle. Su Lin and Xiao Wei took more than an hour to reach the stone forest, and so far, Su Lin was still unsure if Xiao Wei could enter the new continent with him. He could only be flexible. There were just over 2 hours until midnight, and waiting was torture. Additionally, the wind was very strong on the high platform of the stone forest, making Su Lin feel a chill. Time passed unknowingly. At midnight, the cold voice of the national survival system arrived right on time. The novice protection period for surviving contestants has ended. The task system is activated. A simple task has been issued. Before the next midnight arrives, hunt any 1 starry night wolf. Successful reward, the contestant gains 1 full vitality point, and the nation's fresh water resources increase by 1%. The location of the starry night wolf will be marked by the system. A very difficult task has been issued. Before the next midnight arrives, hunt a cracking mountain tiger. Successful reward, the contestant gains 3 full vitality points. The country's freshwater resources increased by 3%, the national transportation points increased by 3, and the general area of the mountain-splitting tiger would be informed. The task announcement became the trigger for all conflicts. Almost all the players chose not to teleport immediately, as they were considering whether to take an easy or a difficult task. Because one must take the task to teleport. Su Lin was also caught in a dilemma and hesitation. If the teleportation area was too far from the mountain-splitting tiger, he might not be able to complete the task. Xiao Wei beside him kept nudging his pants, seeming somewhat anxious. 2 minutes later, Su Lin decisively chose the difficult task, because for him, the cost of failure was only a deduction of 5 national transportation points, which wasn't severe. After Su Lin made his choice, he aligned the handprint with the one at the bottom of the platform. A light ring with a diameter of about 1.5 meters appeared where the liquid had been on the original platform. Su Lin pulled Xiao Wei and stepped onto it, instantly disappearing. When he opened his eyes again, he and Xiao Wei had already appeared in a dark and dense forest, with no sound around them, not even the calls of birds. Su Lin opened the National Transportation Survival System and checked the location of the mountain-splitting tiger. Fortunately, it wasn't too far. If the distance marked here was the same as on the deserted island, it would take about 2 or 3 hours to get there. But he estimated it would take 4 or 5 hours, as the path was unfamiliar. Additionally, the place he was currently in was at the edge of the new continent, and reaching the central area would likely be very difficult. "Let's go, follow me, we depart," Su Lin said casually. Before setting off, Su Lin took a torch from the emergency supply capsule. He had made a dozen of these just for this moment. Su Lin and Xiao Wei walked one after the other in the dense forest. Every sense of Su Lin's body was on high alert, as this was an unfamiliar area, and no one knew what kind of animals might suddenly appear. The dense forest was even more dangerous than imagined. The massive trees' branches were intertwined, blocking out the sun, the ground was slippery, and one could easily fall if not careful. The area lit by the torch was limited, and many broken branches scratched deep and shallow wounds on his body, but they healed quickly. Su Lin's right hand kept swinging the machete to cut through the vines in his way. After walking for an hour, he suddenly had a strange feeling, as if every step he took was stirring an invisible net laid by top predators, and even breathing felt especially heavy. What bothered Su Lin even more was how quiet the forest was. There were no insect sounds, just a deadly silence. This invisible pressure was something that people who hadn't experienced it couldn't understand. After another hour, the humus layer underfoot gradually became thinner, replaced by hard rocks. The air was filled with a salty smell. Suddenly, the shrubs ahead moved, and Su Lin froze in place. He leaned the torch forward with his left hand, raised the machete in his right hand, and stared hard at the bushes until a wild rabbit jumped out, and only then did Su Lin relax. A smile appeared on his face. Finally, the familiar signs of the forest had shown up. The further they walked in, the sparser the trees became, and their vision gradually opened up. After walking for another half hour, Su Lin discovered several deep claw marks on the tree trunk not far ahead, with the bark peeled back. If he guessed correctly, these should be marks left by the mountain-splitting tiger to mark its territory. Su Lin opened the National Transportation Survival System, and it showed that he had entered the mountain-splitting tiger's territory. Xiaohui was also on high alert. It seemed to understand that the place it was in was extremely dangerous. Su Lin lit another torch, gritted his teeth, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and tried to calm himself down as much as possible. Warning: Eagle Country contestant Jack Marlowe was attacked and seriously injured by the Rift Mountain Tiger. Eagle Country sacrifices 3 points of national fortune to assist his recovery, national fortune reduced by 3, currently at 68 points. Warning: Island Country contestant Matsushita was bitten to death by the Rift Mountain Tiger, national fortune reduced by 5, currently at 48 points. In just a few minutes, the National Fortune Survival System issued a dozen messages, all about contestants being bitten to death or injured by the Night Wolf and Rift Mountain Tiger. It seems these tasks are not easy to complete. Reward: Dragon Country contestant Chen Jianfeng completed the task of killing the Night Wolf. As the first to complete, Dragon Country's national fortune increases by 1, all contestants' physical stats increase by 1, and Dragon Country's freshwater resources increase by 1%. Reward: John Bull contestant Brother Sean completed the task of killing the Night Wolf. All contestants' physical stats increase by 1, and John Bull's freshwater resources increase by 1%. The two continuous reward messages energized everyone. It seems the task of killing the Night Wolf is relatively easy. Currently, no one has been able to complete the task of hunting the Rift Mountain Tiger. Su Lin quietly hid behind a tree. Little Gray had already flown to the treetops for vigilance. Su Lin had extinguished the torch, otherwise, he might become the Rift Mountain Tiger's meal. Roar! A tiger's roar sounded dozens of meters away from Su Lin, shocking his eardrums painfully. Finally found it. Chapter 35: Fierce Battle with the Rift Mountain Tiger. Between the location of the tiger's roar and Su Lin's position, there was a pile of stones, all reddish-brown. Further ahead was a sparse grove. Su Lin, relying on his courage, groped forward, occasionally hiding behind trees to check. After all, he was too close to the Rift Mountain Tiger. After walking more than 20 meters, Su Lin suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness, and his scalp tingled. He had encountered this situation several times. The Perfect Survival Guide was warning him that there were animals nearby capable of threatening his life. About 30 to 40 meters away from Su Lin, a tiger was gnawing on the corpse of another animal. Its body was nearly 5 meters long, and its shoulder height was more than half a head taller than Su Lin. Its fur was not the ordinary tiger pattern, but a dark red color, somewhere between rock and lava, covered with black lines resembling cracked earth. The most exaggerated part was its limbs. Rather than paws, they resembled heavy hammers capable of splitting mountains and rocks. Its tail was unusually thick, with a huge bone hammer at the end, making it look frightening. Facing such a giant creature, even Su Lin, who had undergone liquid modification, did not have complete confidence in victory. However, he forced himself to stay calm. After all, his strength and speed were no longer the same. If given a suitable opportunity and weapon, he still had a chance to win. Although the Rift Mountain Tiger was large, fighting it in the mountains and forests using trees as cover, its agility could not compare to his. Rift Mountain Tiger, a large carnivorous animal, has a weakness in the pale pink area slightly below the left side of its abdomen and chest, between its ribs. As long as you hit it, wait for it to bleed to death. The Perfect Survival Guide provided the weakness of the Rift Mountain Tiger. It seemed simple but was extremely difficult. One could only wait for the right moment to strike precisely, as it would never give a second chance. The Rift Mountain Tiger seemed to have noticed him but simply ignored him. Perhaps in the eyes of the Rift Mountain Tiger, such a tiny creature was hardly worth its notice. Su Lin slowly backed away until he was completely out of the Rift Mountain Tiger's line of sight. At this moment, he was incredibly calm and took out the snake venom he had prepared from the emergency supply pod. This was obtained when he killed a viper in the stone forest, and the quantity was not much. He evenly spread the viper's venom on the tip of his machete and on 3 arrows, checking repeatedly to confirm there were no mistakes. After that, Su Lin approached the split mountain tiger again. He hid behind a sturdy tree, found an excellent shooting angle, and with all his strength, drew his bow, aiming at the tiger's eyes. Whoosh! The arrow transformed into a black line, accurately shooting toward the split mountain tiger. However, just as the arrowhead was about to hit the target, the tiger's head tilted slightly with incredible speed, and the arrowhead struck its cheekbone, shattering instantly. No blood spilled, no screams of the tiger echoed, and it seemed as if the split mountain tiger felt no pain, leaving only a white mark on its cheekbone, meaning it couldn't break through the tiger's defenses at all. The split mountain tiger slowly lifted its head, its cold pupils instantly locking onto the direction where Su Lin was hiding. The split mountain tiger had already discovered him, but had completely ignored him until now, and that last arrow had thoroughly enraged it. Roar! A deafening tiger roar shook Su Lin's eardrums painfully, the roar carrying an invisible shockwave that made the leaves fall in droves. The split mountain tiger moved, charging like a tank, not too fast but smashing through all obstacles along the way, incredibly domineering. In an instant, it reached Su Lin's side, and without hesitation, Su Lin relied on his agile body to twist and turn among the rocks and trees. Each time the tiger's sharp claws swung down, deep marks, several meters long, were left behind him, and the massive tail swept by, sending stones flying like bullets, leaving countless bloody wounds on his legs and arms. This won't do. Although the split mountain tiger isn't fast, its power is too strong. If I get hit just once, I'll probably be smashed to pieces. I need to think of another way. The people in the livestream all showed terrified expressions, and the same question emerged in everyone's hearts: how could one defeat such a giant beast? What the heck is this thing? Is it a tiger? It's like bringing out the mountain god. With this kind of power, a single slap could crush Su Lin into the ground. The power difference is too huge. How can we fight this? Run! Lin! The trees it stepped on are simply broken. There are no tigers this big in reality. Su Lin was now desperately fleeing, looking extremely disheveled, his body covered in bloody cuts, unsure if they were caused by branches or thorns or from the shards kicked up by the split mountain tiger. The tiger's strength was crushing Su Lin, and although it wasn't faster than him, running was simply delaying death. If he didn't find the tiger's weakness soon, Su Lin would be in danger. Little Gray was frantically screaming from the treetops, but faced with such a giant, it had no way to help. In fact, Su Lin was intimidated by the massive size of the split mountain tiger. After being soaked with that liquid, its power had geometrically increased. If only he had a handy weapon, he could definitely fight back head-on. After rolling awkwardly once more, barely avoiding the tiger's swipe, Su Lin's back slammed heavily against a rock. With no path forward anymore, there was nowhere to retreat. The split mountain tiger showed a contemptuous and satisfied expression, as if in its mind, everything was supposed to be this way. Su Lin raised his machete. The split mountain tiger suddenly stood on its hind legs, its shadow completely blocking the morning sun. Those claws, capable of crushing mountains, descended with the threat of death. Su Lin rolled to the left sideways, attempting to evade. Taking cover behind a sturdy tree, he narrowly escaped this calamity. His eyes accidentally caught a detail: when the splitting mountain tiger stood upright, the relatively tender pale pink area between its chest was fully exposed, and as its muscles stretched, the fur there was extremely taut. Su Lin knew that this was the weak point mentioned in the Perfect Survival Guide. He had wasted an opportunity. That was the area with the weakest defense of the splitting mountain tiger, located close to the heart. The splitting mountain tiger rose upright again, its tall body forming a strong contrast with Su Lin. There was no time to hesitate. Success or failure depended on this one struggle. Su Lin made a move that shocked everyone in the livestream. He gripped the machete tightly, not attempting to dodge to the sides, but charging directly at the splitting mountain tiger, aiming the tip of the blade at its pale pink area and using all his strength to stab fiercely at that fleeting pink zone. Shush! A sound like fabric being pierced echoed, and half of the machete sank deep into the wound. Ayo! The splitting mountain tiger let out its first painful roar since the battle began. Its entire body started thrashing wildly, its tail striking Su Lin forcefully in its panic. Su Lin rolled away, crashing into a small tree, and after several rolls, he finally came to a stop. He was in great pain all over. The splitting mountain tiger continued to thrash madly, its eyes seemingly glancing at Su Lin inadvertently. Chapter 36: The First Surprise Attack. Su Lin felt as if his ribs were broken. For a moment, he felt quite weak. The splitting mountain tiger's strength was too great. Even a casual sweep had injured him badly. Su Lin managed to stand up. The machete was still stuck in the splitting mountain tiger's body, bright red blood gushing from the wound. The splitting mountain tiger was moving wildly. Many trees beside it had already been broken. A vital point is a vital point. With just one slash, the life force of this massive creature was slowly draining away. But Su Lin knew that a wounded beast was the most dangerous. After seeing Su Lin, the splitting mountain tiger relentlessly pursued him, seemingly intent on tearing Su Lin to pieces to quench its rage. Enduring the excruciating pain, Su Lin ran toward a densely wooded area in a very short time, using the terrain, the trees, and everything at his disposal to evade this resilient giant beast. The tip of the machete struck the vital spot, and with the addition of the viper's venom, Su Lin believed the splitting mountain tiger could not hold on for long. Of course, he also understood that the damage the viper's venom could inflict was limited due to its small amount. Time passed second by second, and the splitting mountain tiger's movements became slower and slower. Its entire body seemed to feel weightless, stumbling as it walked, with blood splattered throughout the forest. Su Lin looked at the splitting mountain tiger from a distance, his eyes revealing a hint of survival after a disaster. If the splitting mountain tiger had taken Su Lin seriously from the start, without any disdain or underestimation, the outcome would have likely been completely different. In the official live stream of Dragon Country, silence reigned, even Feng Yi and Shen Yi stared nervously at the screen, fearing any further mishaps. The splitting mountain tiger's body grew increasingly weak, its head drooping completely. After more than 10 minutes, the splitting mountain tiger finally collapsed due to excessive blood loss and toxin flare-up. The live stream in Dragon Country was flooded with quick comments. Reward: Dragon Country contestant Su Lin slays the splitting mountain tiger, completing the extremely difficult task. Su Lin's overall attributes increase by 3, Dragon Country's freshwater resources increase by 3%, Dragon Country's national luck increases by 5 points, currently 93 points, ranking first, as Su Lin is the first to hunt the splitting mountain tiger. A dusty cloak is awarded, and all citizens of the Dragon Country receive a stat boost of +1. The system rewards voice announced 3 times in succession. Why? Why is Su Lin able to kill such a powerful mountain-cracking tiger? This is impossible, he must be cheating, definitely cheating. Jack Marlowe from Eagle Sauce Country was completely broken after sacrificing 3 points of national luck to recover in hearing the system's reward voice. Tell all the competitors from Island Country to drop everything they are doing, and search for Su Lin with all their might, and take him out, or else the threat to our Island Country is too great. Take him out, we must take him out, or we will never have a chance. Shangu was already babbling somewhat. I said, Lord Lin is my only god, I've supported him from the beginning. I knew long ago that he was just pretending to be weak, see? I have good taste, right? Ha ha ha. Su Lin seems injured, his condition doesn't look good. Inside the official live stream room of Dragon Country, people were very worried about Su Lin, as he was no longer alone on the island. At any moment, other countries' competitors could attack him. Su Lin expressionlessly took out the awarded dusty cloak from the emergency supply pod, quickly checked it and then put it back inside the pod. This dusty cloak could conceal his figure at crucial moments, although it couldn't provide complete invisibility. It could hide Su Lin's movements and breathing, making it a true life-saving artifact. In the following time, Su Lin exhausted his strength to peel off the entire tiger skin, keeping the tiger claws and bones, while completely giving up the tiger meat. After all, it was contaminated with the venom of a viper. Although it would likely be safe after boiling at high temperatures, Su Lin didn't dare to take that risk, mainly because he didn't lack food right now. After dealing with the mountain-cracking tiger's corpse, Su Lin took Xiao Hui and headed towards the center area. He felt very amazed that his ribs had indeed broken during the fight with the mountain-cracking tiger, yet in just 2 or 3 hours, they had completely healed, and he felt no impact on his movements. It was already past 9 in the morning, the light in the forest was not sufficient, and various animal sounds surrounded him. After walking for 2 hours, Su Lin finally stopped, collecting dead wood, starting a fire, and took out a large piece of bear meat and 2 large pieces of wolf meat, boiling 2 bamboo tubes of water, then sat down next to the fire to rest. The battle with the mountain-cracking tiger had pushed his body to its limits. At that moment, he could clearly feel his body slowly growing stronger invisibly. Although the speed was slow, he was indeed getting stronger every single second. This feeling was very good. Half an hour later, Su Lin and Xiao Hui wolfed down their food. Xiao Hui looked at Su Lin with a bit of fear. It had witnessed the battle between Su Lin and the mountain-cracking tiger, realizing how much more powerful he had become. Of course, after absorbing the liquid, Xiao Hui had also made significant progress, but it wasn't as exaggerated as Su Lin's. After both the man and the beast were well fed and satisfied, Su Lin took out a huge metal piece from the emergency supply pod. He had found it on the head of the mountain-cracking tiger. The symbols and patterns were similar to the metal pieces he had previously found on the island, with the only difference being its size. Now he speculated that these wild beasts must have been domesticated before being put into the primordial realm. As for the purpose of these metal pieces, Su Lin still did not know, but he had a very straightforward feeling that someday, these metal pieces might come in handy. He even had a strange illusion that the primordial realm might be an illusion, and regarding the person who could manipulate the primordial realm behind the scenes. It is likely a high-level life form. Of course, all of this is just his speculation. Right now, he doesn't have time to think about these things. His main task is to collect as many resources as possible to return to the Dragon Country, and also to eliminate all the other contestants from different countries that have come after him. Winter seems to have arrived early. The cold wind howls as Su Lin and Xiao Hui roast their fire for 2 hours before setting off again towards the center area. It's only 12 noon, the task release for tonight is still far away, so Su Lin tries to hurry as much as possible. He wants to reach the center area quickly and gather resources for the entire Dragon Country. After all, the National Fortune Survival System has said that the further inside, the richer the resources. Su Lin's footsteps crunch on the fallen leaves, creating a rustling sound. The speed of 1 person and 1 beast is not very fast. Su Lin's mind is highly alert. While moving, he also scans the surroundings. From time to time, a few unknown animal screeches echo through the air. The towering ancient tree's branches and leaves almost block out the sky, with only scattered patches of light falling down. The visibility isn't too good. Su Lin's heart sets off an alarm, and he quickly ducks behind a huge tree, lowering his body. Hum. A very faint sound, like a bowstring vibrating, comes from Su Lin's left rear. If not for Su Lin's greatly enhanced hearing, such a subtle sound mixed with the rustling of the wind through the leaves would be almost impossible to distinguish. An arrow strikes half a meter above his head. Su Lin rolls to the side, dodging behind a thicker tree. Xiaowei flaps its wings and flies up to the branches, then swoops down like a bolt of lightning toward the attacker targeting Su Lin, two claws fiercely aimed at the person's head. The opponent raises their bow and arrow again. Xiaowei, come back. Su Lin's voice rings out. Before he has time to steady himself, a figure flashes out from the bushes in front and on the left, swift as a leopard. 3 people, very good. Chapter 37, Annihilation. Su Lin's expression darkens like water. While rolling, he quickly takes out an emergency dust suit from the supply capsule and puts it on while hiding behind another sturdy tree. Xiaowei has hidden itself without Su Lin noticing, waiting for the right moment to launch a surprise attack. After putting on the dust suit, Su Lin merges perfectly with the surrounding environment, seemingly disappearing, yet Su Lin knows that the dust suit is just an upper garment, which inexplicably covers even his legs and feet, quite magical. The other 3 have also hidden themselves, an invisible killing intent spreading like ripples. Su Lin still doesn't know which country the attackers are from. In fact, the 3 people attacking Su Lin feel more pressure. They can only watch as Su Lin's figure gradually becomes blurry and transparent, nearly perfectly blending into the surrounding light and forest background, resembling the legendary invisibility. Whoosh! Another sharp arrow whizzes through the air, precisely embedding itself in the trunk of the tree where Su Lin just stood, the shot extremely ruthless and the timing very devious. Su Lin also retrieves his own bow and arrows from the emergency supply capsule, slowly retreating while trying to make no sound with his footsteps, getting further away from the 3 ambushers. After 2 or 3 minutes, the 3 attackers emerge from 3 different directions. One holds a bow and arrow with sharp eyes, another a bald muscular man grips a glistening machete, carefully searching for traces of Su Lin, and the last a short, stocky man holds a dagger in his left hand, looking around with a nervous expression. The 3 of them clearly form a well-coordinated team, with caution in their eyes. This is not something an ordinary person can possess. Be careful, this kid is a bit strange, he seems to be able to become invisible. Right, it should be the void dust cloak rewarded by the National Fortune survival system. Playing tricks, under the combined attack techniques of our island nation, no one can escape. Fool, don't expose our country. Su Lin quietly watched their performance. There was no doubt that these 3 were skilled practitioners who trained together often. He couldn't understand their language, but could roughly guess from their clothing that they were likely from the island nation. Well, very well, I didn't go looking for you, yet you came to me. Su Lin drew his bow, hiding behind a large tree, aimed at the archer, and shot an arrow, which was coated with the venom of a pit viper. The sound of the arrow embedding in flesh rang out. Su Lin's first arrow struck the archer's shoulder, causing him to clutch his wound and quickly retreat to hide. It seemed the injury was not severe. Su Lin's sharp eyes focused, pulling the bowstring tight again as the second arrow shot like lightning towards the bush where the man with the machete was hiding. The arrow flew out without any response, and Su Lin rapidly retreated, rolling to the side, then completely vanished. Su Lin, if you have the ability, don't hide. Don't you have a machete? Let's duel, just the 2 of us. I want to see how capable you really are. The man with the machete spoke in Longwa's language this time. Su Lin did not respond. A gentle breeze brushed against his cheek, the wind blowing straight towards the 3 attackers. Su Lin took a fire starter from the emergency supply cabin, ignited the dry twigs and leaves beneath his feet, then quickly changed position and ignited again. Following the same method, Su Lin changed locations more than a dozen times. Due to the damp ground, every spot he ignited billowed thick smoke, while Su Lin hid behind the smoke, which was blown towards the 3 men. The archer hit by Su Lin had most likely lost the ability to move. The remaining 2 took cover, while Su Lin remained patient, completely unnoticed by them. The smoke grew thicker, and Su Lin, like a ghostly figure, swiftly approached the injured archer, taking advantage of the bushes and trees for cover, along with the omnipresent smoke, to silently close in on the archer. At that moment, Su Lin discovered that the void dust cloak not only provided visual concealment, but also helped suppress his scent and footsteps to a certain extent. When the injured archer noticed Su Lin, shock appeared on his face. He had already lost the ability to act. Just as he recognized Su Lin's face, before he could react and shout, the dagger in Su Lin's hand streaked across his neck like lightning, the motion clean and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Blood gushed forth, and the archer's eyes filled with incredulous terror. He wanted to scream but couldn't make a sound, his body slumping lifelessly to the ground. Tian Zhong. The man with the machete from the island nation seemed to sense something was off. He turned around abruptly. All he saw was the silhouette of his fallen companion and the fleeting form of Su Lin, almost impossible to catch. Come out, you devil. Why can you complete all the tasks? Why? He crazily hacked at the surrounding bushes and trees with his machete. Calm down, Matsushita. Another voice came, filled with endless terror. Su Ning again drew his bow and shot swiftly, striking the neck of the man with the machete. He tried to cover the spurting blood with his hands but felt all his strength vanish, collapsing heavily to the ground, the arrow piercing through his neck, dead as could be. Su Lin vanished once more, like a patient hunter. waiting for the prey to appear. The islander holding the dagger was just about to escape when Xiao Hui swooped down from the treetops, its claws fiercely sinking into his eyes. A piercing scream rang out, and he dropped the dagger from his hand. Su Lin's speed reached its peak, circling around behind him in just 2 seconds. With the cold blade, he accurately stabbed through the gap between his ribs, reaching straight for the heart. His movement suddenly stopped, the terror in his eyes froze, and he slowly slid down to the ground. In the time it took for smoke to rise, Su Lin had killed 3 islanders in just under 2 minutes. The forest returned to a dead silence, only the rich smell of blood began to spread. Tip: Island player Tanaka has been killed by Long Kingdom player Su Lin, reducing island national luck points by 5. Current points, 43. Tip: Island player Matsushita has been killed by Long Kingdom player Su Lin, reducing island national luck points by 5. Current points, 38. Tip: German player Watanabe has been killed by Long Kingdom player Su Lin. Island national luck points reduced by 5. Current points, 33. The continuous broadcasts from the National Luck Survival System left everyone dumbfounded. No one expected that Su Lin could single-handedly kill 3 island players in such a short time, and they were a well-coordinated team. At this moment, the forest expressionlessly collected all the equipment, food, and usable items from the 3 islanders into the emergency supply warehouse. Then, its figure blurred again, disappearing as if it had never appeared, vanishing into the depths of the dense forest. But the road ahead was even more dangerous. Chapter 38, To Save or Not to Save? Su Lin's figure darted quickly through the dense forest, with Xiao Hui flying overhead, keeping watch for any potential danger. After exterminating the 3 islanders, Su Lin hurriedly left. He knew this was all live-streamed. The longer he stayed, the easier it would be for others to deduce his location. It wasn't that he was afraid, it was just to avoid unnecessary risks, as his enemies were not just one but many. More selected players from different countries had already made statements about wanting to take him down. When news of the islanders' situation broke, almost all players from other countries fell silent, including the arrogant Sean Gu and Jack Marlowe from Eagle Sauce Country, as they confirmed by watching the videos that even if they replaced the islanders, they couldn't survive against Su Lin. Rain from Eagle Sauce Country toyed with the dagger in his hand, a slight smile forming on his lips. Then he faced the camera and made a surprising statement. Su Lin, I am Rain from Eagle Sauce Country. Dare to tell me your location? I'll come find you alone, and we can have a one-on-one duel. You can't hog all the glory for yourself, right? If you can, reply to me. Of course, Su Lin heard this and gave no response. He was very clear that Rain's real intention was not to duel. He believed that if he revealed his location, there would quickly be a large number of players rushing over. No one from Eagle Sauce Country was trustworthy, integrity meant nothing to them. Su Lin hurried on his way. From the National Luck Survival System, he could roughly judge that if there were no accidents on the way, it would take him about a week to reach the center of this continent, which was the most resource-rich area. Since he was going to do it, he had to do it well. If he encountered any resources along the way, he would not let them go, but he should minimize his exposure. On the way, he encountered many small animals, which Su Lin ignored. Sometimes Xiao Hui would catch one and bring it to him. He was directly thrown into the emergency supply cabin. After 6 hours of walking, 1 person and 1 beast stopped. The sky was gradually darkening, and traveling in the forest at night was extremely dangerous. After finding a temporary shelter, Su Lin prepared to rest here. This temporary shelter was surrounded by stones on 3 sides, with only 1 exit. Su Lin hesitated for a long time before deciding to rest here. There was no doubt that this campsite could maximally resist attacks from wild beasts. However, if they were blocked inside by competitors from other countries, it would be a big problem. Su Lin built a fire in front of the exit and ate roasted meat with Xiao Hui, sipping hot water to relieve the fatigue of the day. If all competitors were teleported to similar locations, there should be no one in front of Su Lin, because he traveled at an extremely fast pace without stopping. Su Lin leaned against a large rock, lying back at an angle, while Xiao Hui, extremely tired, slept with squinting eyes beside him. Li Jun looked at Su Lin on the screen, a pang of heartache surged from deep within. Other countries' competitors first searched for their teammates upon arrival, traveling together, but Su Lin did not. He had never considered this option. He entered the dangerous jungle with just 1 beast. When fighting the Crack Mountain Tiger, Li Jun was already prepared to sacrifice 3 points of national luck to save Su Lin, not expecting Su Lin to win. During the fight with the islanders today, Li Jun was extremely excited, as he was very certain that Su Lin's combat ability and quality had completely surpassed the vast majority of competitors entering the primal world. As long as he was not surrounded by several competitors from different countries, he should be fine. Regarding the island nation, Su Lin's performance today exhilarated everyone. What everyone wished to do was accomplished by Su Lin. According to the last notice, no matter what danger Su Lin encounters in the primal world, as long as he is not dead, we must sacrifice 3 points of national luck to save him without hesitation. Even if I'm not present, if anyone disobeys, they will be shot. Li Jun's words were brief and powerful. It was a national-level decision that would not change based on anyone's will, as Su Lin was too important for Long Country right now. As Su Lin slept, he suddenly heard a ding sound. Someone was sending him video information. Su Lin sat up and opened the control panel of the National Survival System. Su Lin, don't you love your country? If you love your country, you must love your fellow countrymen. Look who this is. Ha, my luck is really good. I actually met this useless person who only sets traps. If you don't understand what I'm saying, just click translate, you fool. I've already given you the location. The voice of Jack Mallow came through. Su Lin, don't worry about me, take the national mission as your priority. You must not come to save me, otherwise, I won't be able to forgive myself. Don't lose big over small. The voice of Mo Yun came through, with a painful expression on her face, as Jack Mallow whipped her with vines. Su Lin's expression grew serious. After watching the video, he said nothing. He was deep in thought, making a choice. Even if he didn't go save Mo Yun, not many people would blame him. After all, Mo Yun was right, one should not lose big over small. The hope of Long Country depended on them, especially on Su Lin. If Su Lin went to save Mo Yun, he would not only face Jack Mallow. What should he choose? The National Security Department, Li Jun requests to connect. The system's voice rang out. Su Lin hesitated for about 10 seconds, he knew what Li Jun was going to say. Due to the other party's identity, I still connected the call. Su Lin, I will say this once, give up on Mo Yun and do what you are supposed to do. This is just my personal opinion. If I were in Mo Yun's place, I would say the same to her. Li Jun's voice came through. I'm sorry, Minister Li, I can't do that. I cannot stand by and watch my compatriots be abused and slaughtered. If I weren't here, there would be nothing I could do, but since I am here, I will do everything I can to save her. After finishing, Su Lin hung up without giving Li Jun another chance to speak. Jack, do you think you're playing this well? Do you think that by taking Mo Yun hostage, you can threaten me at will? It's just a coincidence. What you want to do is exactly what I want to do. I couldn't even find you. Since you provided me with the coordinates, I wouldn't forgive myself if I didn't take you down. After saying this, Su Lin checked Jack's location, extinguished the campfire, and moved forward with determined steps, accompanied by Little Grey. He knew that it wasn't just him, no competitor from the Dragon Kingdom would just sit by. He also knew that Jack Marlowe had set a trap for him. But he had always been a hunter. The night seemed to grow darker. Chapter 39, Arrival. Su Lin checked the distance between him and Jack and estimated it would take about 3 hours. This was the straight-line distance. If he had to take a detour, it would take even longer. No matter how long it took, Su Lin didn't care because he knew Jack's target was himself. Until he arrived, nothing would happen to Mo Yun. The live chat room was buzzing with excitement. Jack Marlowe from the Eagle Country dared to treat our Dragon Kingdom competitor like this, we must retaliate. Let's not talk about retaliation for now. Su Lin is bound to face ambush from the other side, this decision is unwise. So what? Should we just watch Mo Yun get killed by Jack? I fully support Su Lin, he has guts. I support Su Lin too. Even if it means death, we must rescue Mo Yun. Foolish. If Su Lin dies, our Dragon Kingdom's current advantage will be wiped out, and Mo Yun won't matter at all. All lives are equal. The Dragon Kingdom audience in the live chat had split into 2 factions. One believed Su Lin's decision was unwise and that it wasn't worth risking his life for Mo Yun's. They even said that both of their lives could be lost. The other faction believed Su Lin was a flesh and blood man, filled with emotions and loyalty, willing to take action even if it meant dying. Li Jun's heart was also conflicted. He knew very well that if he were in Su Lin's shoes, he would make the same choice. Su Lin and Little Grey kept moving forward, but they were actually heading toward the edge, which was like retreating. The speed of the man and the beast was very fast. Su Lin had not removed his dust cloak, and now he had adapted, able to blend into the surrounding environment at will. Jack's side had surely taken the dust cloak into account. If Su Lin guessed correctly, he might be facing an alliance of players from several countries waiting for him. After 2 hours, Su Lin had many small wounds from being scraped by bushes and thorns, and he had covered more than half the distance. Suddenly, Su Lin stopped and opened the National Luck Survival System panel, accessing the communication with competitors from the same nation. Previously, to avoid putting Qin Jianfeng and the others in danger, Su Lin had turned off this function. Su Lin first contacted Qin Jianfeng. Brother Chen, this is Su Lin. I am now going to rescue Mo Yun. I will give you a location, you must hide there and wait for me. If we want to occupy a resource-rich area in the center, we must all work together with sincerity and unity. Do not go to rescue Mo Yun. I will bring her out safely. Su Lin, I know you are very capable. I am on my way now. You are alone and weak. We can at least help a little. I have already met up with Shi Meng and Zhao Xinming, and we are on our way to rescue Wang Wujian. I cannot just watch Mo Yun being tortured by those beasts. Chen Jianfeng's voice came. Brother Chen, please calm down. I have to say something disrespectful. I am going to rescue Mo Yun because I am confident I can bring her out. If you guys go too, I might end up rescuing you as well. Brother Chen, take the three of them to the location I give you. I will join you soon. Please stay calm. We are not just representing ourselves, but the dragon country. We are already few in number, we cannot have any more accidents. Chen Jianfeng fell silent for 2 or 3 minutes. He knew Su Lin was right, but for him, he could not turn away while his fellow countrymen were suffering. Brother Chen, I have an invisibility cloak. I am not going to confront them head-on. I will leave after saving Mo Yun. Moreover, Mo Yun is an expert in traps, we need her to set up traps for our dragon country in the future. Otherwise, we cannot hold our ground with just the few of us. For the greater good, do not take risks. Chen Jianfeng fell silent again. Su Lin waited quietly, knowing that making such a choice put Chen Jianfeng under immense psychological and public pressure. Alright, Su Lin, I will listen to you. After I pick up Wang Wujian, I will head to the location you specified. However, if your rescue fails, the 4 of us will fight to bring you out. Stay in touch, do not close the communication again. I know you are doing this for us, but we also do not want to be a burden. Thank you, Brother Chen and all the brothers for understanding. I won't close communications again. I will keep you updated on anything that happens. Don't worry, Brother Chen, I have the invisibility cloak. Goodbye. After Su Lin hung up the call, Chen Jianfeng stood quietly in the woods for a long time without speaking. He did not know whether his choice was right or wrong. At the last moment, he chose to trust Su Lin. Let's go, Brother Chen. Su Lin is right. Given our current strength, we can only be a burden to him. Let's follow his arrangement. After we pick up Wang Wujian, we will wait for him at the location he specified. I've seen his footage, his strength, speed, and reaction are beyond what we can compare. Chen Jianfeng nodded silently. He fully agreed with Zhao Xinming's words, and even Shi Meng nodded in agreement. In their hearts, Su Lin had already become a pivotal figure. Su Lin and Xiao Wei continued forward. When they approached the location designated by Jack Marlowe, Su Lin stopped. After taking food from the emergency supply pod, he and Xiao Wei ate and drank to their fill before moving on slowly. They had walked for a full 4 hours and had now reached the location Jack had designated, but everything around was eerily quiet, not even the sound of birds. This was abnormal, very abnormal. Xiao Wei, fly up and take a look. Is there an ambush hidden in this forest? Fly higher, I will wait for you here. Xiao Wei flapped its wings and took off. It could now understand what Su Lin said, though expressing itself was still a bit tricky. Su Lin quietly hid behind a large tree. A few minutes later, Xiao Wei flew back, pointing its wings in 3 directions. Su Lin instantly understood. The communication between him and Xiao Wei was limited to simple exchanges. Trying to locate Mo Yun through Xiao Wei was like dreaming in vain. Xiao Wei, hide away, just like last time when you ambushed those 3 people. Help me at the critical moment. Xiao Wei flapped its wings and soared high into the sky again. The empty dust clothes on Su Lin completely covered his figure, gradually becoming transparent and blurry, until he disappeared without a trace, merging into the surrounding environment. Following Xiao Hui's guidance, Su Lin moved immediately to the left, as Xiao Wei flapped its wings 3 times to that side, either there were more people there, or Mo Yun was located there. Su Lin moved very slowly, and he had already activated the translation function of the National Fortune Survival System to ensure he could understand what others meant at the first moment. The surrounding mountains and forests blocked most of the sunlight, making this area feel like a huge prison, gloomy and dangerous. Beasts, welcome the fury of Su Lin. I hope you can withstand it. Chapter 40, Bloodshed. Su Lin was advancing slowly, his mind highly alert, his eyes vigilantly checking the surroundings. Not far from him, deep in the forest, Jack had united players from the island nation and the John Bull and had laid a trap, hanging Mo Yun from a sturdy tree. Her body was covered with wounds, and she seemed to have fainted. At the edge of the clearing, not far from Mo Yun, Jack, a tall, blonde, blue-eyed player from the Eagle Sauce country, leisurely leaned against a twisted, grotesque tree. He fiddled with a dagger that shimmered with a cold, eerie light. To his left, right, and behind him stood 2 men, each holding weapons, either machetes or daggers. Su Lin is coming, just not far from us. I can clearly feel his killing intent, said a short, stout player with dark skin behind Jack in a low voice. Jack's mouth twisted into a cruel arc. He raised his head, his voice dripping with endless mockery and taunts. He shouted into the opposite forest, Su Lin, come out. I know you're here. Look at your companion, doesn't she look like a lamb waiting for slaughter? If you want to save her, you can. Jack's voice trailed off, and laughter echoed around. Kneel down. Crawl over, and I will let her go. The dragon country is nothing in front of me. Jack's voice was cold and filled with insult and sarcasm, making the viewers in the dragon country's live stream shake with anger. Few dared to insult the dragon country like this on Blue Star, and he must pay a heavy price. Su Lin did not step out. He was about 20 meters opposite Jack, with no trace of panic on his face, radiating a deep, chilling cold. He didn't even glance at Jack, only pausing for a moment on Mo Yun to confirm she was alive before quickly scanning the surrounding environment. Currently, Su Lin could see 7 people in total, and there might be others for traps hidden in other places. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Lin drew his bow and knocked an arrow, aiming at Jack's head. With a whoosh, he released it and then rolled to the left, disappearing from sight again. Jack reacted very quickly, a strange smile appearing on his lips as he crouched to avoid the arrow shot by Su Lin. Make your move. Jack's expression changed drastically. The power of the arrow made him realize that Su Lin should not be underestimated. In an instant, the bowstring rang out, and 3 arrows shot towards the spot Su Lin had stood from 3 different directions. Jack and the other 2 had also pounced over, their daggers glinting coldly as they aimed straight at where Su Lin had originally stood. Facing this storm-like combined attack, Su Lin moved again, his figure like a ghost, moving at an incredible speed, holding a dagger in his hand as he sliced it towards the neck of the player rushing from the right. Su Lin's dagger brushed closely against the opponent's neck as it sliced past. Like tearing open a piece of tattered cloth, the opponent clutched at their neck and fell down. Su Lin's figure did not stop. He spun around quickly, the dagger in his right hand somehow had found its way to his left hand, his right fist clenched, striking fiercely at Jack's right wrist. Crack! A bone-breaking sound that sent chills down the spine erupted, and Jack's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, letting out a cry of pain as his entire right arm went limp. Then Su Lin rolled sideways again, advancing a few meters towards where Mo Yun was and then completely vanished. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Within seconds, one opponent was dead and the other injured, without even a speck of dust on Su Lin's clothes. Warning, John Bull player Oliver Hale has been killed by Chinese player Su Lin, national luck points decreased by 5, currently at 63 points. The voice of the luck survival system echoed. Jack knew Su Lin was extremely powerful, but he never expected him to be this ferocious. After standing firm, Su Lin quickly crouched down, his eyes peering through the gaps in the trees, spotting 2 huge nets woven from vines on the ground covered with fallen leaves. He feared that if he stood on them, he would be instantly hoisted up. Su Lin's eyes turned, a plan forming in his mind. The hidden players from other countries should still be there, but not in large numbers. Without hesitation, he lunged once more at the startled Jack, the dagger in his left hand slashing towards his neck. Before Su Lin's body even reached Jack, another person appeared from his left side, wielding a machete, aiming directly at Su Lin. Su Lin's right foot abruptly extended behind this person, kicking him onto one of the large nets. Gasps and screams erupted simultaneously. The machete-wielding person was ensnared by the thick vines, then violently slammed against a nearby tree, the sound of breaking bones clearly audible. Meanwhile, another person hiding behind a tree was collided into by the suspended machete wielder, instantly wrapped into a green cocoon and hoisted high, only able to let out desperate howls from inside. Jack Marlowe's face showed a look of horror. He found it hard to understand. They had set these traps very cleverly, so why could Su Lin still discover them in such a short time? And to use these traps against them during the battle was a bit exaggerated. There was no more time for him to think. Su Lin's attack came again, and this time, he was wielding the machete they often saw. The machete sliced through the air towards Jack's head, Su Lin's figure carving a perfect arc in the air. Just as he expected, 2 more people attempted to intercept him mid-attack, and the machete retreated at an incomprehensible angle, striking heavily on the right arm of the left person. Then Su Lin withdrew again towards Mo Yun's direction. After a few breaths, he vanished from sight once more. The person who tried to intercept Su Lin found his right arm nearly severed by the machete. After a few seconds of shock, he let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Then he rolled back and forth in the dense forest, inadvertently triggering another hidden large net and was hoisted up as well. If Jack's eyes could kill, Su Lin would have died countless times by now. As Jack tried to evade, a lightning-like arrow shot towards him again. This time he wasn't so lucky. Though he missed a vital hit, he was still struck on his left arm by the arrow. Jack frowned tightly, seeming to endure immense pain, cold sweat sliding down from his forehead, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. Su Lin, today you absolutely can't escape. You must die. I want you dead. Jack's roaring voice drifted through the dense forest. But around, apart from the cries of his own people, there was no sign of Su Lin. Sacrifice, hurry. Su Lin's voice suddenly rang out. Li Jun, who had been staring at the screen, finally moved. Chapter 41, Break Free. Su Lin's words were directed at Li Jun. Mo Yun was already unconscious, and if she couldn't act on her own, it would be very difficult for Su Lin to take her away. He knew Li Jun must be watching the screen, which is why he said the word sacrifice. Li Jun moved extremely quickly, completing the sacrifice within a minute, deducting 3 points of national fortune from the Dragon Kingdom. In an instant, Mo Yun returned to her original state, with her dagger still on her. Mo Yun, swing, there's a trap below, I will save you, hurry. Su Lin's voice rang out again, anxious yet hopeful. Mo Yun's entire body began to twist violently, slowly swinging back and forth. Su Lin held the dagger tightly, his eyes fixed on Mo Yun suspended in the air. Several shadows rushed towards Su Lin at an incredible speed. Just as they were about to reach him, Su Lin's dagger shot out, aimed at the vines holding Mo Yun. Swish! The vines snapped in response. At the same time, Su Lin's figure erupted, moving toward where Mo Yun was about to fall. In fact, Su Lin had already calculated where Mo Yun would land and had charged up in advance, just waiting to catch Mo Yun after the vines broke, because he had long sensed that below Mo Yun was a deep pit, surely a trap, which is why he asked her to swing herself. Without any surprise, after catching Mo Yun, Su Lin prepared to leave quickly. But, a barely audible sound of a bowstring pulled back reached Su Lin's ears, and then a sharp arrow shot toward his back. Su Lin's body was still in mid-air, and it was already too late to dodge. At that critical moment, the small gray figure, which had remained hidden, created a ghostly afterimage in the air, moving at an incredible speed, arriving just before the arrow and accurately pouncing on it. Clang! Sparks flew, and the small gray figure's sharp claws sent the arrow flying, embedding it into a nearby tree, before soaring into the sky, disappearing from sight. Su Lin quickly retreated with Mo Yun in his arms, sweat dripping from his forehead. Su Lin, I can walk by myself. Mo Yun said in a barely audible voice. Don't talk, you're too slow, and I can become invisible. We'll talk after we get some distance. After Su Lin finished speaking, he quickened his pace, the footsteps chasing behind them never slowing down. After more than 10 minutes, Su Lin set Mo Yun down. Do you see that tree hole? Hide behind the tree hole, don't enter the hole. If we do this, no one can escape. I will go back and kill 2 people, to intimidate them. You wait for me there. Su Lin pointed to the tree hole about 4 to 5 meters away. Mo Yun nodded decisively and quickly hid behind the tree hole. The small gray figure perched on a branch nearby, watching Mo Yun as if protecting her. Su Lin moved forward more than 20 meters, drew his bow, and waited for the pursuers. 2 minutes later, the pursuers had arrived, showing no signs of hiding. Su Lin's arrow shot directly toward the first person's face. Ah! A scream echoed, and the first person, struck at the head, fell down, clutching his eyes. The others scattered, quickly hiding. They never expected that Su Lin would turn around and strike back while fleeing. Su Lin had already put away his bow and arrows, blending into the surroundings again, slowly circling behind the group that was pursuing him. What Su Lin didn't expect was that Jack had also followed them. At this moment, he was crouching behind a big tree, his face showing a painful expression. Su Lin quietly arrived behind him, lifted his foot, and without any extra movement, stomped down hard. Crack! Like stepping on a rotten pumpkin, Jack's neck was broken. Warning, Jack Morrow from Eagle Sauce Country has been killed by Su Lin from Dragon Country. Eagle Sauce Country's national fortune points decreased by 5 points, currently at 66 points. The cold voice of the national fortune survival system rang out again. Su Lin's figure disappeared once more, circling back to Mo Yun's side, grabbing her and running without any pause. Mo Yun's speed was slow, vastly different from Su Lin's, so he simply carried her forward, quickly leaving the crowd of pursuers behind. With Jack already killed by Su Lin, there was no point in anyone pursuing further. Most importantly, Su Lin's combat strength was just too strong. A careless mistake could mean losing their own lives. So those who chased after Su Lin all stopped, looking at each other, and then silently retreated. To put it simply, many of them were brought here by Jack or came out of fear of Eagle Sauce Country. Now that the main character was dead, indeed, there was no point in continuing to chase. Whose life isn't precious? Su Lin carried Mo Yun through the dense forest, and Xiao Hui let out 3 short howls. Su Lin stopped. Mo Yun, the other side has stopped chasing. Follow my steps closely. We are going to meet with Chen Jianfeng and the others now. If you can't hold on, you must tell me, Su Lin said, throwing Mo Yun a piece of compressed biscuit and a bamboo tube of water, starting to walk slowly forward. Xiao Hui remained vigilant at the treetops. Mo Yun nodded gratefully at Su Lin, eating while closely following behind him. A few minutes later, Mo Yun had finished the compressed biscuit and drank all the water. Su Lin's expression was grim. There was indeed a large element of luck in being able to rescue Mo Yun this time, and Xiao Hui played a crucial role. This time it was just a joint operation of 3 countries, and it seemed their experts hadn't all come over. Although Jack Morrow was always a representative figure for Eagle Sauce Country, Su Lin knew there was someone even more powerful behind Eagle Sauce Country reign. The 2 of them weren't fast, and Su Lin had already contacted Chen Jianfeng. They had received Wang Wujia's call and were waiting at the designated spot Su Lin had indicated. 3 hours later, Mo Yun really couldn't move anymore. Su Lin gave her another piece of compressed biscuit and a bamboo tube of water, and he took out some wolf meat, inviting Xiaohui down to eat. Mo Yun, this is the last piece of compressed biscuit I'm giving you. From now on, you'll have to eat wolf meat and bear meat like us. I need to save the compressed biscuits as strategic reserves, don't blame me for being cruel. After all, what the future holds is still uncertain. I understand, Su Lin. Thank you so much. Without you, I wouldn't be alive, Mo Yun said as she lowered her head heavily. This debt isn't settled. Before, we were in a defensive state. After all the Dragon Country contestants gather, we will slowly settle scores with them. Anyone who dares to oppose Dragon Country will be eliminated. And you don't need to thank me, it's something every Dragon Country citizen will do. In the future, we will need your ability to set traps. Su Lin's voice was deep. Mo Yun nodded heavily. Crack. The sound of footsteps breaking dry wood came. Who? Su Lin pulled Mo Yun behind a big tree, and Xiaohui soared high into the air. Chapter 42, Reunion. Su Lin, it's me, don't attack, Chen Jianfeng's voice came. Didn't I tell you to wait at the designated location? Why did you come over? Su Lin's voice was sharp. Su Lin, that position has already been exposed. We've changed to a new location, and we have received news that the Eagle Sauce Nation has teamed up with 7 other countries, led by Rain, to set up a huge trap area about a kilometer ahead. I know another route, come with me to avoid it. Su Lin, Mo Yun, follow me. Chen Jianfeng said and turned to leave. Thanks, Brother Chen. Su Lin felt a bit awkward, and Chen Jianfeng did not look back, just waved his hand. The 3 of them wove through the dense forest, not fast, but exceptionally alert. Xiaohui was always on guard above. Chen Jianfeng led Su Lin and Mo Yun for over 2 hours before reuniting with Shi Meng and the others. The 6 people who had survived entering the primal realm finally came together. Su Lin, let me introduce you. This is Shi Meng, born with great strength, a descendant of herders. Shi Meng was tall, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and held a machete, extending his hand to Su Lin. Hello, Brother Meng, I am Su Lin. Hello, Su Lin, finally meeting you. From now on, we will fight for Dragon Country together. Anyone who bullies us will be wiped out. Shi Meng's brief words made Su Lin grip his hand tightly. This is Zhao Xinming, a top intelligence officer from the National Security, skilled in infiltration, assassination, and lurking. Zhao Xinming continued introducing. That's impressive. We will rely on you a lot, Su Lin. Zhao Xinming was very low-key, the kind of person you wouldn't find in a crowd. Brother Ming is being polite. It's only natural. I am Wang Wujie, I know a bit of martial arts. Su Lin shook hands with Zhao Xinming and Wang Wujie respectively. Everyone, this location is currently very safe. I suggest we take a short break here, catch some prey for food, and then move toward the center. However, before doing this, we must first appoint a captain. After all, we will be facing encirclement from many countries, and we certainly need unified command, so I propose Su Lin to take on the role. Chen Jianfeng's words received agreement from others. At this point, Su Lin was indeed the most suitable, he had the highest combat power and was both brave and clever. Everyone, please let me say something. What you see may just be the surface. Perhaps my combat power seems a bit higher now, but when it comes to controlling the overall situation and grasping the entire scheme, I still have a long way to go. This is definitely not modesty, we must be responsible for our country, not allowing any mistakes. We cannot afford to suffer any more losses. At the very least, we need to hold strong for 15 days while waiting for new fighters from our country to join. After Su Lin finished speaking, he looked at Chen Jianfeng and the other 5. Su Lin, I am quite good at jungle warfare. I can be your assistant, even if it's self-recommendation, you must take the captain role because the situations we will face in the future will become increasingly brutal. Your combat power and psychological quality are completely fine. I've seen the imagery of you rescuing Mo Yun, your grasp of the situation was very good. What you lack is just some experience, while we still have a lot of deficiencies. At least our combat power does not fall far behind the fighters from other countries, but you can. Chen Jianfeng's expression was extremely serious. We are definitely not being modest. We few are fighting for our country. If possible, I would never give this captain role to you because only the most suitable can lead us to the resource-rich center and return more resources for our country and our people. Zhao Xinming's words received unanimous approval from everyone. Even the reticent Wang Wujie strongly agreed. Okay, since everyone holds me in such high regard, I'll take on this role of captain. Chen Gu will be the vice-captain. Does anyone have any objections? None. Support. Unanimously passed. Good, then let's talk about serious matters next. Just now, Brother Chen said that we need to hunt some animals for food, But that's not necessary. I have brought a large supply of wolf meat, bear meat, and mutton along with fresh water in my emergency supply depot, enough for everyone to use for 3 days. Moreover, this place may not be safe, so we should try not to leave too many traces. Now, let's eat, and after finishing, we set off immediately. Without any hesitation, Su Lin finished speaking and took out 2 large pieces of wolf meat, 1 piece of bear meat, 1 piece of mutton, and a bamboo tube of fresh water, then handed 2 pieces of wolf meat to Xiao Wei. Everyone finished eating and drinking enough within 15 minutes and set off immediately. Li Jun, who was standing in front of the screen, revealed a knowing smile for the first time. Very good. After gathering, all the contestants from Dragon Country were able to choose a team leader and deputy leader in such a short time and clearly head towards the center. Only Dragon Country could do this. Of course, the key is that there is Su Lin. His combat power, mental quality, and approachability have won everyone's recognition. Su Lin walked in the front, followed by Shi Meng, then Mo Yun, Zhao Xinming, Wang Wujie, and Chen Jianfeng. Xiao Wei jumped and flew among the treetops, taking on the first warning task. Brother Chen, with our personnel configuration in Dragon Country, do we have hope of reaching the center and holding a piece of territory? Feng He asked. It's completely possible. Chen Jianfeng, Shi Meng, Zhao Xinming, and Wang Wujie are all strong fighters. Mo Yun's mechanism techniques are unparalleled, and Su Lin's combat power far surpasses that of contestants from other countries. The only disadvantage is that our numbers are a bit small. But it's fine, as long as we survive the 15 days, more personnel will be added. I have high hopes for them. Chen Yi praised them without holding back. Feng He nodded, half understanding. Our personnel configuration in Dragon Country is definitely not weak, and the same goes for other countries. If they join forces, Su Lin and the others will still face quite a bit of pressure. I agree with the person above. We shouldn't be blindly confident, it's better to be cautious. Why think so much? Let's just act. No matter how many there are, they can't withstand Su Lin's attacks. Besides, for example, in the island country, Su Lin alone killed 4 or 5 of their people, leaving their national fortune points few. What you said makes a lot of sense. The people in the live broadcast room were passionately discussing. At this moment, Ryan stared at Su Lin and the others on the screen, feeling furious and humiliated. They had put in so much effort to set up numerous traps and arranged many personnel, only to find that they had not even encountered Su Lin. They couldn't even locate their exact positions now. Time passed second by second. Although the overall speed of the 6 was not fast, fortunately, everyone's condition was very good, allowing them to move forward continuously. Suddenly, Su Lin, who was at the front, stopped. Xiao Hui in the air called out anxiously, as if there were dangerous animals nearby. Then there came a rustling sound. Everyone scatter and hide, a large animal is watching us. I'll go take a look. After Su Lin finished speaking, he slowly merged with the surrounding environment and disappeared. Chapter 43, Annihilating the Snake. After Su Lin's figure disappeared, Chen Jianfeng and the others had completely hidden themselves but were not too far apart. A foul, fishy smell lingered in the air, and an unnaturally intense rustling sound came from the front right, creating a dull, intense feeling. Everyone's hearts tightened, and the weapons in their hands silently adjusted direction. Immediately after, a dense thicket in front shook violently, and a gigantic snake head suddenly shot out. It was a giant python that sent chills down the spine, its body covered in complex brown patterns. A thick and muscular body hid behind the bushes, roughly 8 meters in length at first glance. People in the official Dragon Kingdom livestream room immediately became tense. The python was different from bears and wolves, its fighting style was completely different from theirs. If one was unlucky enough to get wrapped up by it, there would be basically no way out. Chen Gu, hide. Look for a chance to shoot its eyes with a bow and arrow. Everyone, retreat. Try to find a place with more trees. Su Lin's voice rang out, urgent and filled with concern. After Chen Jianfeng agreed, he quickly hid, and the others did the same. Once the giant python spotted Su Lin, it had no intention of letting them go. Its thick body slithered out of the bushes. Its massive mouth aimed straight at the place where Shi Meng was hiding, and its tail quickly swept towards him. Shi Meng quickly hid behind a large, sturdy tree. As the python's tail swept by, he swung his machete and charged at the python's left side, hacking fiercely at its body, but he couldn't break through the python's defense. Menggu, retreat. Look for a chance to strike at 7 inches. Hacking in these areas is useless. Su Lin's voice came again, filled with anxiety. Suddenly, the python's head turned toward Shi Meng, and its body began to wriggle, preparing to launch an attack. Shi Meng gripped his machete and quickly retreated, a hint of fear appearing on his face. At this moment, Chen Jianfeng bent his bow and knocked an arrow. The sharp arrow shot through the air, heading straight for the python's left eye, but the python's reaction was shockingly fast. It quickly turned its head, and the arrow hit its hard skull, bouncing off and leaving only a small white mark. Although the arrow didn't hit the python's eye, the pain and provocation it caused completely enraged the creature. It let out a low, rumbling hiss and charged directly at Chen Jianfeng. Its massive mouth lunged at Chen Jianfeng, who quickly hid behind another huge tree, rolling his body to narrowly escape. Su Lin rushed to the back of the python. His machete stabbed at it 7 inches. It was a stroke of luck. After the python failed to strike at Chen Jianfeng, it happened to stop right there. Su Lin's blade plunged directly into the python 7 inches, then he quickly sprang away. Roar! A deafening roar shook the surroundings, causing the leaves of nearby trees to fall in a flurry. The massive body of the python twisted wildly, knocking down trees and sending leaves into the air with its sweeping tail. Su Lin and the others all retreated to a safe distance, and Chen Jianfeng drew his bow again, shooting at the python's eye. This time, amid the intense pain, the python couldn't dodge, and the arrow pierced directly into its right eye. The python's body thrashed even more violently, occasionally letting out a shrill, angry cry. Everyone stayed far away from the creature, and the machete Su Lin had stuck into the python's 7 inches had already fallen out. After suffering continuous injuries, the python seemed to endure immense pain. Its head swayed as it slithered toward the right side of the forest, seemingly preparing to flee. Everyone, including Chen Jianfeng, let out a sigh of relief. Fighting the python was their first experience, and they had no prior knowledge. If it hadn't been for Su Lin's strike to the python 7 inches, who knew what the outcome would have been? Su Lin's figure gradually blurred and then disappeared completely, chasing after the direction in which the python was moving. Chen Jianfeng was about to speak, but Zhao Xinming stopped him. Chen Gu, don't say anything. Su Lin must have his own plan. Chen Jianfeng nodded and said no more. For an ordinary person, escaping with their life from the mouth of a python would be an excellent result, but for Su Lin, since he had already struck the python 7 inches. As long as it keeps up tightly, the python will eventually die. And after the python dies, there will be many useful materials all over its body, just the snake meat alone can meet the daily needs of several of them. Su Lin's thoughts, Chen Jianfeng and the others naturally knew, but they felt it was too dangerous. If they chased after it, the python might turn back and attack Su Lin, which would be a total loss. As Su Lin pursued, he picked up a machete from the ground. His speed was very fast, closely following the python, which left a lot of blood along the way. Its speed became slower and its body twisted with less strength. The arrow above its right eye limited its vision, causing it to constantly crash into trees. Half an hour later, the python stopped in place, its body trembling constantly. The python raised its head with great effort, seeming a bit unwilling, and then fell heavily. Su Lin slowly approached the python's vital spot, stabbing it hard 3 or 4 times with the machete before confirming that the python was completely dead. Then he used the machete to cut open the snake's body, processing the snake skin, snake meat, snake blood, and snake gallbladder, all of which he placed into the emergency supply cabin, especially the snake blood, which filled all the bamboo tubes on him. After checking for anything left behind, Su Lin quietly returned to the place where he had fought the python, but Chen Jianfeng and the others had already left this location far behind. Su Lin followed the marks they had left and met up with them. Everyone rest for half an hour, then we will continue. Before it gets dark, we need to find a temporary place to rest. I have already killed the python, and all the snake skins, snake meats, snake blood, and snake gallbladders are in my emergency supply cabin. The food problem is settled. Next, we fight together, and we will solve whatever problems arise, he said. Okay, with the 6 of us together, the contestants from other countries won't dare to attack us easily. What we urgently need now is weapons. The 4 of them don't have bows and arrows. If possible, let's make a few bows and arrows because they are remote attack weapons, Chen Jianfeng said, looking at Su Lin and the others. There's no need to rush on the weapon thing, especially the bows and arrows. If there's no mulberry wood, the bows made won't have a long range. Moreover, many people will come to disturb and attack us next, so we can just take them from their hands, Su Lin replied with a smile, then took out 2 large pieces of snake meat from the emergency supply cabin, giving 1 piece to Xiao Hui and roasting the other piece over a fire for them to eat. The sky gradually darkened. Chapter 44, The Second Mission. After eating and drinking enough, Su Lin and the other 6 set off again, each with a simple torch in hand. Although the torches easily exposed their position, in this deep mountain forest, the chances of running into them were not too great. Xiao Hui was still on high alert above their heads. Su Lin's spirit was highly tense. Now he was the captain, and everyone's safety was in his hands. A wrong decision could put the entire team in great danger. After 2 hours, they found a small cave, and there were no signs of other animals living inside. Zhao Xinming and Wang Wujie found a lot of dry firewood outside and started a fire. Su Lin took out a lot of snake meat from the emergency supply cabin again, and after roasting it, everyone feasted heartily. Has anyone noticed a problem? After walking for so long, we still haven't found a water source. I don't have much fresh water left, and food is not an issue for us right now. We need to solve the fresh water problem as soon as possible, Su Lin said while eating snake meat. When I first arrived, I discovered a stream, but since I didn't have enough containers, I could only fill 2 bamboo tubes. Tomorrow we need to search for a water source. Without water, we won't last long. Mo Yun's words plunged everyone into deep thought. In fact, Su Lin had already sensed that it seemed to get drier the further they went in. This was a bit contrary to common sense. However, it might be because they had been hurrying and hadn't paid much attention to the water source issue. After eating and drinking enough, it was already past 10. The 6 of them huddled in the cave, roasting a fire and waiting for midnight to arrive. The temperature difference was already very large, and it was likely that winter was approaching quickly. If they couldn't establish a foothold on this continent by then, various problems would come one after another. Su Lin leaned back against the wall of the cave, half closing his eyes. Deep in his heart, he kept imagining how to proceed next. The Eagle Sauce Country and Island Country would definitely not give up. They needed 2 or 3 days or maybe 3 or 4 days to reach the center and occupy a resource-rich area. As long as they could hold it, they could continuously return resources to the Dragon Country. Just as Su Lin was lost in thought, Li Jun requested to connect again, and Su Lin accepted without hesitation. I'm glad to see all 6 of you coming together. The road ahead will be very difficult. Su Lin, if possible, try not to be separated for a long time. Strength can only burst forth when combined. Of course, how to do that is up to you to decide. I'm just giving a friendly reminder. Li Jun's voice contained unhidden pride. The Dragon Country's contestants were performing remarkably. Don't worry, Minister Li. I will do my best to ensure their safety. I can't make absolute promises yet, but in the brutal competition ahead, I won't easily leave the team unless absolutely necessary. Of course, even if I do leave, it's okay. Our other teammates in the Dragon Country are not just ornaments, each of them has their own advantages and specialties, so you can rest assured. Okay, I'll say one last thing. No matter which of you 6 encounters danger or serious injury, I will sacrifice 3 points of national fortune to save you, so under normal circumstances, do not give up on yourselves. As long as we are alive, there is hope for the Dragon Country. Su Lin and the others nodded, and then Li Jun hung up the connection. Minister Li's words, everyone heard just now. Each of you is very important. Although we will face attacks from other countries, it's alright. Anyone who dares to stretch their necks out, we can just take their heads. Everyone, rest a while longer. Then Su Lin leaned against the wall of the cave and fell into a deep sleep. He was simply too tired. Chen Jianfeng was on guard, while the others slipped into dreamland. The glow from the fire at the entrance of the cave illuminated each person's face. Although they were exhausted, everyone was filled with confidence. An hour and a half later, a cold voice rang out once more. Simple mission released. Before the next 0 hour, hunt a wild boar. Successful hunting will reward all contestants with +2 in overall quality, and the respective country will gain a +2 in mineral resources. The location of the wild boar will be clearly marked. Extreme difficulty mission released. Before the next 0 hour, hunt a mutated wild boar king. Successful hunting will reward +5 in strength and speed for contestants, and +2 in overall quality for the citizens of the respective country. The first one to complete the mission will have the chance to unlock a hidden task. The location of the mutated wild boar king will be clearly marked. The system announced it 3 times in a row, and Chen Jianfeng's face changed. I didn't expect there would actually be a hidden task this time. Although there is only a certain probability, it is enough to drive everyone crazy. I suggest everyone choose simple tasks. After all, the rewards are not that easy to obtain. Furthermore, the rewards for simple tasks in the past 2 days have all been total attribute bonuses. It is likely that they will soon change to other rewards. Therefore, the 5 of us must at least complete the simple tasks. I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult for me. My strength is in setting traps, but if all the contestants from various countries arrive at the place where the wild boars gather, before I even finish setting the traps, I might already be killed by others. Mo Yun's head hung lower and lower. She felt useless and thought she was dragging the entire team down. Mo Yun, don't have any negative thoughts or burdens in your heart. We will set off immediately. I have already checked the locations of the wild boars and the mutated wild boar king. They are not far apart. I will first help all 5 of you complete the simple tasks, and then I will go kill the mutated wild boar king myself. Su Lin's voice was deep. If you do that, you might get surrounded and beaten by contestants from other countries. How about this? You help us complete the simple tasks first, and then we will help you with the hard tasks, okay? Zhao Xinming's suggestion received everyone's approval. I must clarify first, I am not rejecting everyone. I just don't want you all to fall into danger. Although I can sacrifice 3 points of national luck for rescue, I have offended too many people. If I were alone, I could either attack or escape, but if you are with me, we will all fall into each other's encirclement. You don't have empty dust suits, which would be very troublesome. Su Lin spoke very sincerely. The other 5 understood Su Lin's meaning. How about this, Su Lin? You first help us all complete the simple tasks, or you go do the extremely hard tasks alone. I'm afraid others might get ahead of us. Chen Jianfeng's words were also reasonable. Su Lin shook his head. The mutated wild boar king is definitely not so easy to kill. Trust me, I feel that the current task is meant for our growth as contestants. Therefore, each of you must complete it. Trust me, let's set off. Everyone nodded silently. Then, the 6 of them quickly moved towards the location marked by the system. Chapter 45, Everyone has their own agendas. Chen Jianfeng and the others all felt that Su Lin was very right. They would stay on this continent for a month, and now it was only the second day. The system had continuously given total attribute bonuses for the past 2 days, so Su Lin's guess was very likely true. The tasks would likely become increasingly difficult as time went on. After all, the task on the first day was to hunt the Starry Night Wolf and the Cracking Mountain Tiger, and the second day had turned into hunting the mutated Wild Boar King. The difficulty of the tasks would definitely increase, and if the contestants' combat power did not grow, they would quickly be eliminated. Chen Jianfeng even had a bit of admiration for Su Lin now. Being able to grasp the patterns of the system so keenly meant that this captain was not appointed for nothing. Su Lin was still leading the way. All along, he was thinking about what to do if they encountered contestants from other countries while hunting wild boars. From the map, it seemed that their current location and the wild boars activity area would take about 3 hours to reach. But the problem was, contestants from all countries would arrive in this area. If the area was large enough, it wouldn't be a big deal, but if the wild boars activity area was very small, the possibility of conflict with contestants from other countries would sharply increase. Everyone from the dragon country was here to complete tasks. Until the tasks were completed, they couldn't afford to lower their guard. He did not want to have conflicts with anyone. However, many times, it's not about what you want. At least the eagle sauce country, the island country, and the kangaroo country will certainly band together. But then again, there shouldn't be many people left in the island country, right? He could only adapt to the situation when the time came. If someone really came to cause trouble, he could only send them back to their grandma's house. Before setting off, Su Lin had already told everyone that regardless of which country's competitors came to cause trouble or sneak attack any one of them, they must unite against the enemy and eliminate them in the shortest time possible, showing no mercy. Chen Jianfeng and the other 4 wholeheartedly agreed. In Su Lin's emergency supply cabin, there were dozens of torches, and everyone held one while walking unsteadily through the dense forest. Occasionally startled birds and small animals flew by. Su Lin and the others had already felt that the resources here were much richer than outside, but so far they had not discovered any water source. However, the fresh water in Su Lin's emergency supply cabin should still last for a day or 2. After more than 2 hours, the 6 of them had approached the wild boars activity area. Su Lin took out 2 large pieces of bear meat from the emergency supply cabin. One piece was shared among the 6 of them, and the other was given to Xiao Wei. Mo Yun, if we use the vines in the forest, what kind of traps can we set up? Of course, it has to be done in a very short time. Su Lin asked. There are quite a few options. Common ones include tripwire traps, snare traps, hanging foot traps, and timber traps. Are you dealing with wild beasts or humans? Mo Yun replied. It must be against humans. It would be best if we could also deal with the wild boars. Let's move a little further ahead. You all gather a lot of vines and set up a trap area. Follow me. After Su Lin finished speaking, he directly walked to the left, continuing forward for about 10 more minutes before stopping. Mo Yun, you lead them to set up traps here. I want to check the surrounding situation. Brother Chen, I'll leave the team to you temporarily. Okay, be quick and come back. Also, keep this dagger on you. Be careful, it's poisoned. Chen Jianfeng handed a dagger to Su Lin. Su Lin gratefully nodded to Chen Jianfeng, and then his whole body slowly became transparent and blurred, disappearing from sight. They were now very close to the wild boar's activity range, only about 200 to 300 meters away. Chen Jianfeng understood why Su Lin wanted them to set traps here. They needed to hunt 5 wild boars, which inevitably meant conflicts with competitors from other countries. If they united, this was a backup plan left by Su Lin. Su Lin advanced slowly alone. After about 10 minutes, he encountered a group of people who were already setting up traps, and the leader was Ryan, who looked somewhat unpleasant, talking with 3 or 4 people beside him. So what if it's difficult? Su Lin and his team must be close to this area by now. You go notify John Bull and Gull Rooster's people to converge with us. This time, we must capture Su Lin no matter what. Ryan toyed with a golden dagger in his hand. Ryan, you know that Su Lin's combat power has already surpassed all of us. He is overwhelming for us. I think we should finish our tasks quickly to improve our combat power. We can help you complete the task of hunting the mutated wild boar king first. If we can trigger a hidden task, your strength will increase significantly. Then it will be much easier to deal with Su Lin. Little Quan said with a frown, enunciating each word. We don't have that time anymore. In our growing process, Su Lin is also growing. I am afraid that the gap between us and him will become larger and larger. So if we can eliminate him now, it will be much easier for us to deal with other countries later. Xiao Quan, no need to say more, just listen to me. After Ryan finished speaking, he went to call others to set traps. Ryan is right, this Su Lin must die. Otherwise, we won't be able to do many things. Most importantly, he takes all the first place rewards, which limits our growth. Brother Mountain from John Bull just happened to arrive. Good, it's great that you are here. Once we find Su Lin's trace, lead him to this area, and that would count as completing the mission. Ryan and Brother Mountain seemed very familiar with each other. Su Lin gradually retreated. Brown from Eagle Sauce Country was talking to Xiao Quan. Due to the distance, he couldn't hear clearly. Su Lin observed that there were competitors from Eagle Sauce Country, Island Country, Kangaroo Country, John Bull, Gull Chicken, and Asan among the participants, numbering about 30 to 40 people. And Su Lin discovered an unexpected situation: many contestants he had never seen before were likely hidden masters from each country. For example, the contestant Brown from Eagle Sauce Country was only known to have caught a fish at the beginning, and then there was no news about him. Su Lin even had the illusion that Ryan might be a puppet, and Brown was the real decision-maker. There were definitely many such situations in other countries too. But it didn't matter. No matter which country's masters they were, they would eventually have to step forward. Su Lin slowly retreated and learned from Ryan and the others' conversation that the area where the wild boar appeared was directly south, approximately a mile away from here. Crack, crack. While retreating, Su Lin suddenly heard two sounds of branches snapping underfoot. Ha, Ryan, we are here. Have you found Su Lin's trace? Su Lin quickly hid behind a large tree. Chapter 46, Doubts. Anthony, come here quickly. We have finally been waiting for you. Ryan appeared very enthusiastic. Ha, old friend, I have been hiding for so long just to give Su Lin a surprise. Look at what this is. Anthony held up a machete in his hand. What? What's different about this knife? Ryan asked in confusion. This knife is coated with the venom of a poisonous snake. As long as it touches a little, in these deep mountains and dense forests, without the rescue of a medical team, it's a dead end. Ryan laughed, Anthony laughed too, and they embraced warmly. Su Lin directly left, his face showing no expression. All of this was within his expectations. If they hadn't united, it would have surprised him instead. This Anthony he was seeing for the first time. Although the other party appeared to be very familiar with Ryan, Su Lin could see through his eyes that he had other thoughts. They were not truly united with Ryan, everyone had their own hidden agendas. This could also be understood, no one could sacrifice their own interests for other countries' benefits. After Su Lin regrouped with Chen Jianfeng and the others, Mo Yun had already set many traps. Ryan, Xiao Quan, the so-called Brother Mountain, and a guy called Anthony have already formed a group. They set a trap area in the northwest, trying to lure me over. Also, it seems that Ryan has a guy named Brown behind him. I feel this person is the real decision-maker of Eagle Sauce Country. Su Lin's voice was low. Deep down, he also had some worries. After all, there were too many people, and relying solely on himself might be difficult to handle. Brother Chen, all brothers and sisters, I have a suggestion. No, I can't say it's a suggestion. This is a notice. Once the traps are set, we will immediately head to the south, the wild boar activity area. We will first capture the wild boars, but don't kill them just yet. After we have 5, you all will kill them at the same time, then we will quickly retreat while I take on the mutated wild boar king alone. Su Lin, do you mean you are afraid the system's notice will attract Rain and his team? Zhao Xinling's words were exactly what everyone else wanted to ask. Su Lin silently nodded his head. Let's set the traps here. We'll head south immediately to catch the wild boars. After we finish, we need to retreat quickly. Should we return to the cave we rested in last night to regroup? Chen Jianfeng suggested. That's fine. Also, if we successfully catch 5 wild boars, once you receive your rewards, put all the wild boar carcasses into my emergency supply cabin. Otherwise, it'll be hard to leave. Su Lin's suggestion was approved by everyone, and then Su Lin handed each person a piece of mutton to carry with them, in case they got separated while fleeing and had no food. Everyone must protect Mo Yun well. After completing the mission, we retreat quickly. Anyone who disturbs or ambushes us, kill them all, leaving no future problems. Su Lin's words received unanimous agreement from everyone. In the current situation, it was a matter of life and death, nothing was more important than one's own life. Everyone in the livestream quietly watched Su Lin and the others, a tense emotion spreading. No one was spamming the chat, everyone knew the first face-to-face confrontation between Long Country and some unfriendly countries was about to begin. Go Su Lin, go Long Country, kill them. It was unclear who sent this first sentence, but in a very short time, the entire screen was filled with comments cheering for Su Lin in China. Su Lin and the others quickly arrived at the south side's wild boar activity area. This area was vast, far larger than they had initially expected. After the 6 of them fully entered, they realized that finding a single wild boar was quite difficult, let alone catching 5 in a row. Let's go further south, there might be fewer wild boars at the edge of this area. After Su Lin finished speaking, his figure slowly became blurry and then completely disappeared. After walking for over 10 minutes, they still hadn't encountered a single wild boar, and a hint of doubt rose in Su Lin's heart. Logically speaking, this situation shouldn't happen. If it was this difficult to find even one wild boar, the difficulty of completing the mission would be enormous. After giving Qin Jianfang and the others some instructions, he set off alone to scout ahead. After another 10 minutes of walking, he encountered a mountain hollow with a very narrow entrance, barely 2 meters wide, where 3 people stood. We've driven all the wild boars nearby over here. Su Lin and the others can't possibly not come, right? Rain's plan has flaws. Stop overthinking it. Let's hold out for another 2 or 3 hours, and we'll wait for Rain and his team to arrive. Su Lin stood only about 10 meters away from them. After pondering for a moment, he took out his machete and quietly moved toward the 3 people. Since you want to play, let's play big. As Su Lin moved, he suddenly put away the machete and revealed the dagger that Qin Jianfang had given him. Like a gentle breeze, Su Lin had already reached the 3, his right hand swiftly slicing across the necks of 2 people, then brutally plunging the dagger into the chest of the last one. The 3 of them didn't make a sound until the moment they died. Warning, Long Country player Su Lin killed Kangaroo Country player Harrison. Kangaroo Country's national luck score decreased by 5, currently at 46 points. Warning. The National Luck Survival System issued 3 consecutive warnings, targeting Kangaroo Country. The death situation of the personnel from the 3 countries, a 3 in Gaul Rooster. After hearing the system's voice, Qin Jianfeng's face changed dramatically. Quick, join up with Su Lin, he must have found the trace of the wild boars, otherwise he wouldn't have acted, hurry. As soon as Qin Jianfeng's words fell, the 5 of them rushed towards Su Lin's direction. They all understood very well that after the system issued a warning, Rain and the others would arrive quickly, leaving them little time to capture the wild boars and retreat. 10 minutes later, Qin Jianfang and the others joined up with Su Lin. I just went into the mountain hollow to take a look, there are at least dozens of wild boars inside, I don't know how they managed to drive all the wild boars here. Mo Yun, do you see that place? Take Xiao Go and Mango to set traps, preferably ones that can capture them. I'll go in with Chen Go to hunt the wild boars, we have bows and arrows. Everyone understood Su Lin's meaning and quickly started to act. Without any hesitation, Su Lin and Qin Jianfang entered the mountain hollow directly, drawing their bows and knocking arrows. Whoosh whoosh. After 2 shots, 2 wild boars fell to the ground, their limbs twitching, it was smoother than they could have hoped. Continuing, the 2 shot arrows again, and another 2 wild boars fell, they exchanged a shocked glance, feeling it was unbelievably easy. Chen Go, go out and call them all in, don't set traps anymore, we will retreat immediately after we complete our task. While speaking, Su Lin shot another arrow, and another wild boar fell. What on earth is happening? Chapter 47, Stalemate. Qin Jianfang quickly called everyone in. Su Lin had already dragged 5 nearly dead wild boars together. Everyone, listen to me, take out your weapons, Mo Yun will be the first to kill a pig, your combat power is relatively weak, you will receive the reward first. After Mo Yun kills it, you can take action. Mo Yun, hurry, we don't have much time. As Su Lin's words fell, Mo Yun stabbed his dagger fiercely into the wild boar's neck. Reward, the Dragon Kingdom contestant Mo Yun killed a wild boar, all attributes +2, Dragon Kingdom mineral resources +2. Because Mo Yun is the first to kill a wild boar, all attributes +3. As soon as the system's reward voice sounded, Qin Jianfang and the others killed the remaining 4 wild boars on the ground, then Su Lin collected them all into the emergency supply cabin, and the 6 quickly retreated. Shit. This is bad, hurry to the mountain hollow, faster. Rain's voice sounded a bit frantic. Since Harrison and the others were killed by Su Lin, they had already been moving towards the mountain hollow, the large trap they had painstakingly set up. If it were to fail because of time, Rain would regret for a lifetime. At the instant Su Lin and the others retreated, Xiao Wei had already been on a lookout in the treetops. Su Lin and Qin Jianfang supported Mo Yun, and the 6 rapidly moved back the way they came. Put me down, I feel empowered, I shouldn't be holding you back anymore. Mo Yun's eyes were full of determination. Su Lin and Qin Jianfang both released their hold. Half an hour later, the 6 returned to the place where they set the traps. You 5 quickly moved towards the cave where we stayed last night. If it feels unsafe, change to another place, just leave me a mark, I will ambush them here to buy you some time. Su Lin, you are alone and weak, I'll stay to accompany you. Qin Jianfang volunteered. Hurry and go, like I said, I have the void dust cloak, there will be times for you to help in the future, go without delay. After Su Lin finished speaking, he took out 2 pieces of bear meat and 5 bamboo tubes of fresh water from the emergency supply cabin and handed them to them. The 5 exchanged glances, biting their teeth as they left. They knew that Su Lin's decision was correct, and they believed in Su Lin's ability to get away. After the 5 people left, Su Lin's anxious heart finally eased for a moment. Rain and the others would arrive soon, and he needed to delay them for as long as possible. Relying only on these traps might not buy him enough time. Su Lin frowned tightly, and for now, he had no other way. Perhaps Rain and his group would choose to surround him instead of going after the others. Su Lin slowly drew out his bow and arrows. As long as someone came close, he would shoot them first. Time ticked away, and about half an hour later, rustling footsteps came from the southern woods. Su Lin drew his bow tight, aiming at the source of the sound. 2 minutes later, Rain's large head appeared within Su Lin's shooting range. Rain was extremely alert, glancing around to check both sides. Whoosh! An arrow shot towards Rain's face, then Su Lin put away his bow, rolled to the side, and disappeared once again. Upon hearing the sound of the shot, Rain had already bent down, quickly flattening himself against the ground, while the arrow struck one of his companions behind him. Ah! A shrill cry erupted. The arrow hit a hooded contestant on the right arm. Ha ha, Rain, this place will be your grave, no one will escape. Did you really think I, Su Ning, am a soft persimmon? Today, we will clash head-on. Let's see who lives and who dies. Su Lin's voice echoed through the nearby woods, as if every word was coming from all directions, making it impossible to determine his position. Su Lin, don't be too arrogant. I, Rain, swore the moment you killed Jack that I would avenge him. You can't run today, and you don't even need to try. Whoosh! Another arrow was shot at Rain. This time, since Rain was lying on the ground, there wasn't much room to dodge, and he was struck in the left shoulder blade. Rain's face turned pale instantly, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, as his companion shot back several arrows towards the direction Su Lin had fired from. Unfortunately, Su Lin had long since moved away. Rain's little followers, remember this, from today on, if I see one of you, I will kill one until I wipe you all out. Ha ha ha. The voice seemed to come from everywhere, making it impossible to pinpoint Su Lin's location. Rain pulled out the arrow, hiding behind a huge tree. Deep down, he was already feeling fear, although he kept claiming to want to kill Su Lin. It was just empty bravado. Only when on the battlefield did he realize the gap between him and Su Lin. Su Lin was definitely moving around, avoiding getting found, which required extremely quick speed, something Rain and everyone behind him could not achieve. The people behind Rain scattered and hid, while some had already approached the trap set by Mo Yun. Despite being cautious, they triggered the trap and were lifted high. Rain made a gesture, and everyone else remained hidden without moving. Su Lin fixed his gaze on them. He had actually spotted several individuals, but since he only had 5 arrows left, he refrained from attacking for now. Both sides were at a stalemate. Su Lin no longer moved or spoke easily, to avoid being detected and surrounded. Rain and his group didn't dare to act carelessly either. After all, Su Lin had the void dust garment and could appear beside them at any moment to launch a sneak attack. Rain's plan was good, but Su Lin wouldn't let him guess his intentions. Su Lin's speed of movement became slower as he approached a big-nosed white man, who was hiding behind a tree. Squatting on the ground, he looked around. He thought Su Lin was still far from him, and with competitors from other countries on his left, he felt safe, so his guard was low. Su Lin's dagger sliced sharply across the opponent's neck, blood splattered, and the big-nosed man slowly collapsed to the ground. After the big-nosed man fell, everyone else rushed over, but Su Lin had already retreated. Warning, contestant Arthur from Kangaroo Country has been killed by contestant Su Lin from Dragon Country, national fortune points reduced by 5, currently 42 points. The system's cold voice echoed once more. Rain gritted his teeth against the pain in his left shoulder, suddenly stood up, and shouted loudly, Su Lin, if you have the guts, come out and face me one-on-one. What kind of skill is sneak attacking? Anyone with sharp eyes could see that Rain was losing control, and a person with such weak mental strength would never be the leader of Eagle Sauce. Damn it, get down, you idiot. Brown's voice came through as he quickly moved to pull Rain down. Whoosh! Another arrow shot straight toward the moving Brown. Su Lin's arrow was here again. Brown's expression changed to shock. The arrow's speed was too fast, leaving no room for hesitation. Brown was originally pouncing toward Rain. Under the pressure of Su Lin's arrow, he had no choice but to move to the right, completely abandoning Rain. What a joke, no one's life is worth more than his own. Isn't that right? After shooting the arrow, Su Lin rapidly moved, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Rain, who was still screaming wildly. Su Lin's dagger slashed toward his neck, but just as it was about to cut, a small contestant behind Rain grabbed his foot and dragged him back. Su Lin was furious. His figure shifted again, directly coming to the small contestant's side, and before the opponent could react, the dagger had already sharply cut through his throat. Su Lin swiftly turned, switching the dagger from his left hand to his right, and struck harshly at a stunned contestant who had just stood up trying to save Rain. Blood spurted out, and all of Rain's nearby people were killed by Su Lin. Su Lin didn't leave, the dagger stabbed directly into Rain's chest. Rain's emotions were completely shattered. Su Lin's attacks had been too daunting for him, killing 3 of the men he had arranged in the valley, and then taking 2 of them right in front of him. Su Lin's dagger pierced into Rain's chest, extremely fast, but due to the angle, it missed the heart by a bit, and Rain fell backwards, staring at the sky. Su Lin forcefully pulled the dagger out, kicked against a tree on the right, and ran towards the trap set by Mo Yun, his figure gradually blurring until completely disappearing. All this happened in a flash. Su Lin killed 2 people and severely injured Rain in just 5 seconds, retreating without a scratch. The 7 or 8 contestants behind Rain quickly chased after the spot where Su Lin's figure had vanished. "Come back, there are traps." Unfortunately, it was too late. 3 or 4 of the 7 or 8 fell into Mo Yun's traps, with 2 being directly hung up, and a series of piercing screams erupted. Su Lin turned back again, drifting to Brown's side, and his dagger stabbed fiercely at his arm. Brown's reaction speed was also quick. He sidestepped and swung the machete in his hand at Su Lin's waist. Just as Brown's machete was in midair, he suddenly noticed a hint of an elusive smile on Su Lin's lips. Something wasn't right, absolutely not right. Without the slightest hesitation, Brown immediately withdrew his attack. And the body rapidly retreated, but it was still a bit late. In Su Lin's right hand, a dagger appeared, seemingly from nowhere, and it was already thrown towards Brown. Like a bolt of lightning, there was no chance left to completely evade it. Brown's body twisted at an incredible angle, and the dagger pierced straight through his left arm. Rain and all the people brought by Brown stood up, no longer hiding. They had noticed that Su Lin was all alone. Everyone attacked Su Lin with overwhelming force, but his body disappeared once again and retreated. At this moment, the system's voice finally rang out. "Warning, player Kalen from A3 country has been killed by player Su Lin from Dragon country. A3 country's national luck points are reduced by 5. Currently 39 points. At this moment, Su Lin was already 30 or 40 meters away from them. No one could pinpoint Su Lin's exact location. If it weren't for their overwhelming numbers, Su Lin would have truly wanted to leave them all behind. Su Lin's ghostly figure darted through the dense forest at an incredible speed, moving towards Chen Jianfeng and the others. If not for the concern for their safety, Su Lin would have gone directly to the area of the mutated wild boar king. The live stream chat from Dragon country was already in a frenzy. "Su Lin, you are my god." One person challenges an entire team and still retreats unscathed. "Amazing." "Nonsense, didn't you see that other countries' players lost because of the empty dust garment?" If Su Lin didn't have the empty dust garment, he would have been finished long ago. "I just want to ask you one thing, have you eaten the bear meat and lamb that Su Lin returned? You traitor, Dragon country doesn't need people like you." The empty dust garment was rewarded to Su Lin for his own merit. Find this idiot and shoot him publicly 100 times. It's really infuriating. The livestream chat was in chaos, as everyone bombarded the person who had insulted Su Lin at that moment. Fang Yi and Chun Yi watched this unfold, and deep inside, they felt a sense of great relief. Su Lin's brilliant performance had already earned the respect of most people in Dragon country, and they had gradually begun to advocate for Su Lin without realizing it. This was a good thing. The dragon has 9 children, each different, and it was not surprising to have a small group of traitors. Su Lin's speed continued to increase. After completing the task for Chen Jianfeng and the others, he was already considering his own mission to hunt the mutated wild boar king. To surround him, many experts had not gone after the mutated wild boar king. They probably also understood that relying on their own strength alone would be difficult to complete the task. 2 hours later, Su Lin reunited with Chen Jianfeng and the others. "This cave can no longer be used. I found a cave behind a waterfall 1 kilometer to the left front. We can temporarily set our shelter there," Zhao Xinming said. "What did you say? A waterfall?" Su Lin's eyes lit up. "Yes, the cave behind the waterfall is very hidden, easy to defend and hard to attack. What I mean is to send Mo Yun and Old Wang there first, and then I, along with Sherman and Brother Chen, will help you hunt the mutated wild boar king. What do you think?" Zhao Xinming said, looking at Su Lin. "I really want to accept your suggestion. I also don't want to face such fierce wild boars alone, but the reality no longer allows us to divide our forces. It's still that saying, if I'm alone, I can come and go freely. There is no pressure on me, and no one can stop me, but if you all come with me, it will distract my attention." Although Su Lin's words were very tactful, Zhao Xinming and the others could still pick up on the underlying meaning. At this moment, they were indeed a burden to Su Lin. "Alright, let's go, we'll head to the new shelter first. It's not too late to leave after I send you all over." Chen Jianfeng and the others silently nodded. The distance of 1 kilometer was not far. After more than half an hour, the group of 6 arrived at the waterfall mentioned by Zhao Xinming. Su Lin filled all the bamboo tubes he carried with water and, together with the other 5, walked into the cave behind the waterfall. The cave was clean and tidy, clearly organized by them, though it was a bit damp. Su Lin took out 2 large pieces of snake meat and a big piece of lamb from the emergency supply cabin, reminding them to be careful and try to avoid making fire. Then Su Lin left alone, erasing all traces of their entrance into the waterfall. The wind was a bit strong, and Su Lin's figure appeared somewhat thin. Chapter 49, Picking Up Leaks. Su Lin wandered alone in the dense mountain forest, his back appearing somewhat lonely, with Xiaohui silently accompanying him above. The mutated wild boar king was about 3 to 4 hours away from him now. Su Lin was not in a hurry. If it were that easy to kill, no one would have completed the task by now. The people in the livestream watched the lonely Su Lin, feeling inexplicably sad. His current overall state was quite ordinary, with fatigue clearly written on his face. Many felt deeply sorry for Su Lin. The Dragon Country team had already gathered, but their overall strength was not strong, plus, Mo Yun was a woman with somewhat weaker combat ability, so he often needed extra care. However, it must be said that under limited conditions, Mo Yun's traps were truly effective. Given enough time, her mechanisms would provide great help to the team. Su Lin's speed gradually increased. After replenishing food and fresh water, he appeared somewhat revitalized. 3 hours later, Su Lin stood at the edge of the area where the mutated wild boar king appeared, replenishing food and fresh water again. Su Lin and Xiaohui entered the territory of the mutated wild boar king. This was an area with sparse trees and bushes. Within minutes of entering, Su Lin discovered trees that had been rooted up by wild boars and traces of movement on the ground. Su Lin's spirit instantly became highly tense. He lifted the machete he was holding, scanning the surroundings and listening intently. The sounds were unclear, but it seemed there was some noise to the left, and someone was desperately screaming. However, it was too far away to hear it clearly. Su Lin gripped the machete, slowly blending into the environment around him. After carefully walking for more than 10 minutes, the shouting in front grew louder, and he faintly heard the angry roaring of the wild boars. Su Lin gradually approached. He wanted to see who was fighting the mutated wild boar king. According to the system prompt, there were only 3 mutated wild boar kings. Finding them was not easy. When Su Lin got closer to the battle area, he was a bit stunned. About 30 meters away from him on the ground lay 5 or 6 people in disarray, most of them seemingly not likely to survive. A wild boar king, about 3 to 4 meters long with tusks over 1 foot, was struggling madly with its hind legs bound by vines. Su Lin felt that it might break free at any moment. On either side of the mutated wild boar king, there were 2 people holding weapons, but only the tall white man directly opposite was holding a bow and arrow. The others had only daggers or machetes in their hands. Roar! With a deafening roar, the mutated wild boar king broke free from the vine's restraint and charged straight at the 2 people opposite. The tall white man's expression changed drastically. He retreated swiftly while trying to help the others dodge. Fall back, hurry. The mutated wild boar king is too fierce. We need to gather more people. Don't have any more illusions. Before the words even landed, the tall white man had already run out over 10 meters, and the others scattered after a brief moment of hesitation. One person even directly ran towards Su Lin. The Filipino monkeys and the Vietnamese monkeys actually teamed up. Wait, there's even a Japanese person. Without much time to think, Su Lin's body quickly retreated, and coincidentally, the person running toward him was a Japanese person, only 4 or 5 meters away from him. Without hesitation, Su Lin swapped his machete for a dagger, and in the opponent's complete lack of defense, he slashed across his neck. As expected, blood burst out, and the Japanese man fell backward, limbs twitching, clearly beyond saving. Su Lin continued to retreat, trying his best to distance himself from the mutated wild boar king. After waiting for about 2 or 3 minutes, the system notification still hadn't sounded, which surprised Su Lin. He was certain that the Japanese man was dead, but why the system didn't report it, he couldn't understand. After the mutated wild boar king failed to catch up with the tall white man, it charged toward the nearest person, its sharp tusks lifting him up. The scene was horrifying. The remaining 4 or 5 people scattered, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Without a target, the mutated wild boar king turned around and brutalized the 5 or 6 people lying on the ground before finally collapsing and panting heavily. The Filipino monkeys, Vietnamese monkeys, and the Japanese person's alliance had exhausted the mutated wild boar king, especially after it broke free from the vines, consuming a lot of its energy, which was why it lay down to rest. The mutated wild boar king was hardly injured. Only with Su Lin's enhanced vision could he clearly see it, otherwise, it might have been difficult to discern. Su Lin continued to retreat slowly. It seemed the system had changed the rules. The deaths of those people weren't reported, which was better since it wouldn't immediately expose his position. After retreating about 20 to 30 meters, Su Lin casually pulled down several vines. He was alone. Without relying on traps, it would be impossible to defeat the mutated wild boar king. He quickly made 4 or 5 live nooses and used trees to set up 6 or 7 hanging traps, but with the boar's huge size, it was unlikely to be lifted by the traps, so they were just backups. Other traps took too much time, so he had to make do with these. Su Lin didn't stop for even a minute and directly approached the mutated wild boar king, drawing his bow and shooting an arrow toward its eyes. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow cutting through the air echoed, and since Su Lin was only 4 or 5 meters away, the arrow hit the boar king's left eye directly. Roar! The mutated wild boar king suddenly stood up, the intense pain from its body seemingly too much for it to bear. At the same time, Su Lin appeared beside it with a machete, aiming straight for its throat. The strike hit, but due to a poor angle, the depth wasn't enough. Su Lin also cancelled the effect of the dust cloak. He raised the machete and stabbed the mutated wild boar king's abdomen several times. Roar! Roar! The mutated wild boar king had keen smell and hearing but poor vision. When it saw Su Lin, it recklessly charged at him, tusks aimed at him. Su Lin rapidly retreated toward the trap area, looking disheveled. Because of the sneak attack and the added effect of the dust cloak, the mutated wild boar king suffered a huge loss here. The wild boar king's speed didn't decrease much. Although Su Lin targeted its vital areas, its large size made it more resilient, so its vitality remained strong. In just a few seconds, they reached the trap area Su Lin had set. Su Lin bypassed the trap area, holding the machete and waiting for the mutated wild boar king. At this moment, Su Lin was exceptionally calm. The mutated wild boar king was only 6 or 7 meters away from him, charging straight towards him, and the trap was right between them. Su Lin's eyes were fixed tightly. The mutated wild boar king was extremely angry, seemingly wanting to impale Su Lin in one go. Before it could reach Su Lin, the trap was already triggered, one of its feet got entangled, and the other was lifted up. Su Lin walked up with the machete raised. Chapter 50, Easy Resolution. Su Lin ran to about 2 meters away from the mutated wild boar king, holding the machete and oddly not knowing where to strike first. The mutated wild boar king was wildly thrashing around, the arrows on its eyes causing it excruciating pain upon hitting trees and vines made it even more frenzied, especially after seeing Su Lin. Although its legs were entangled, it still lunged fiercely towards him. Su Lin knew he didn't have much time, as the Phi monkey and the U monkey would soon rally people to come back, so Su Lin lifted his machete and aimed for the mutated wild boar king's throat. Before he could get close, the boar king had already turned its body, its tusks aimed at him, and Su Lin hurriedly retreated. Utilizing the dusty garment, he once again blended into the surrounding environment, and the mutated wild boar king quieted down slightly when it couldn't see Su Lin, letting out several mournful howls as its wounds on the eyes and throat bled continuously. Su Lin quietly approached its back and stabbed the mutated wild boar king's abdomen before swiftly retreating. The boar king let out an earth-shattering cry, and then its remaining legs flailed wildly, the one eye searching for a target. Su Lin did not hesitate, directly coming in front of the mutated wild boar king, thrusting his machete deep into its throat this time. The mutated wild boar king didn't even make a sound before collapsing onto the ground, grunting as if enduring immense pain. Because the vines Su Lin used for the trap were double-wrapped, plus the mutated wild boar king had likely fought with the Phi monkey and U monkey for some time, it had exhausted a lot of its strength, and with one leg still suspended in the air, it was very difficult for it to break free. After 4 or 5 minutes, the mutated wild boar king completely stopped moving. Su Lin approached and stabbed its throat several times before finally flipping it over. Reward: Dragon Country player Su Lin kills the mutated wild boar king alone, rewarded with an increase of 5 in strength and speed, and all Dragon Country citizens get an increase of 2 in quality. Meanwhile, Su Lin triggers the resource return mechanism, and every Dragon Country citizen receives the body of 1 mutated wild boar king. Reward: since Dragon Country player Su Lin killed the mutated wild boar king alone, he also triggers a hidden mission, which will be issued to Su Lin in 10 hours, others are not allowed to see it. Notice, from now on, player deaths will be announced at midnight the next day, and will no longer be broadcast timely to avoid exposing player locations. Additionally, future extremely difficult missions can only be completed by the player themselves, and any assistance from others will be severely punished. The continuous broadcasting from the system disrupted all arrangements, and other countries' players simply did not believe Su Lin could kill the mutated wild boar king by himself. In the official live broadcast room of Dragon Country, everyone was in an uproar. Everyone stand up and cheer for our hero Su Lin. Tasks that others simply cannot accomplish, he does with ease. It's not that easy, okay? If Su Lin didn't have the dusty garment, we wouldn't know what the outcome would be. This is somewhat objective, but the problem is our Su Lin has the dusty garment, the lamb hasn't been finished yet. The wild boar meat is back, ha ha ha. Tonight, we're having an extra meal, braised wild boar meat. Let's once again congratulate Su Lin. He used his calmness and outstanding personal ability to win precious resources for our Dragon Country and solved a major problem for our nation. Congratulations Su Lin, congratulations Dragon Country. Fang Yi's voice held a hint of excitement. At this moment, Su Lin had already collected the entire wild boar into the emergency supply cabin, holding a cleaver in his hand. He swiftly moved towards Chen Jianfeng and the others. Just a few hundred meters away, the people from the Monkey Clan were dumbfounded after hearing the system announcement. The mutated wild boar king that Su Lin killed, could it be the one we just faced? Let's drop the could it be, it has to be. Damn it, is he taking advantage of us? Next time we meet him, he will regret it. Are you out of your mind? There were 15 or so of us, 5 or 6 were gored to death by the wild boar, and the others are injured to varying degrees. You think you stand a chance against Su Lin who single-handedly killed the wild boar king? The argument continued. Now, top competitors from other countries loathed Su Lin from the bottom of their hearts. Not only had he taken what might have been their rewards, but what was even more frustrating was that nearly all the first-place wins had gone to Su Lin. His combat strength and adaptability were rapidly improving, making it increasingly difficult to deal with him in the future. After Su Lin's strength and speed increased by 5, he felt light as a feather. His speed was at least double what it had been before. If he pushed himself, no one would be able to catch him. In addition, everyone in the Dragon Country had their constitution increased by 2, which was quite incredible. It was nearly equivalent to a nationwide enhancement of everyone's physical endurance, so more and more people were supporting Su Lin now. Chen Jianfeng, Zhao Xinming, and Shi Meng, after hearing the system announcement, all wore knowing smiles on their faces. Good, very good. Though the rewards were not received by them, they were a team with Su Lin, they rise together and fall together. In less than 2 hours, Su Lin joined up with Chen Jianfeng and the others. He took out the mutated wild boar king, and Shi Meng and Zhao Xinming began to process it. Su Lin, what are your plans next? Chen Jianfeng asked with a smile. First, we eat. After finishing our meal, we will smoke the entire wild boar for convenience on the journey. We'll continue moving toward the center area. Also, after the wild boar meat is smoked, take as much as you can carry. I'll keep the rest. Su Lin added. Everyone nodded with smiles. With Su Lin around, food was never a problem. After Zhao Xinming and Shi Meng processed the mutated wild boar king, they gathered a large amount of firewood and started smoking it. Su Lin, if we make a fire, will it attract competitors from other countries? Mo Yun asked shyly. No problem, there are 6 of us together. If the competitors from other countries want to die, let them come. Su Lin's casual words brought everyone a sense of relief. Smoking such a large amount of wild boar meat took a long time, but it couldn't be helped. Once the food was stored properly, it would save time in the future. The 6 of them smoked a large quantity of mutated wild boar meat, eating with grease dripping from their mouths. Zhao Xinming and Shi Meng stood guard outside. Little Gray was also well fed, having not eaten properly for days while on the road. 3 hours later, as the smoking of the wild boar meat reached its final stage, Zhao Xinming suddenly rushed in. Captain, at least a dozen people are coming towards us, and they've already spotted us. What to do? Su Lin thought for a few seconds, then stood up, a strange smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Since the distinguished guests have already arrived, we have no choice but to keep them here. Otherwise, we would be disrespecting our country. My principle now is simple: anyone who actively provokes us, we will eliminate them all. After saying this, Su Lin walked out. Chapter 51, Close Pursuit. Su Lin's decision was everyone's decision. Chen Jianfeng and the others also hated the Eagle Sauce country and the island nation to the core. Now that they had run into them, they decided to keep them all here. Su Lin, wait. After the waterfall, to the left, I've set up a lot of traps. If possible, lead them there. Mo Yun said, then pointed to the left. Okay, I understand. Su Lin's face carried a faint smile, completely without the tension of preparing for a big battle. Do whatever you want today, but one thing, try to ensure your safety. Mo Yun, stay here and don't go out. After giving the instructions, Su Lin stepped out of the waterfall. Outside the waterfall, there were already a dozen people standing. Each of them was tall and strong, holding weapons in their hands. The leader was brown, and even the recently injured Rain had fully recovered. It seemed that the Eagle Sauce country had used national luck points to sacrifice for him. Su Lin, since we've met here today, let's have a good talk. Your dragon country now only has 6 people left. If you continue to resist us, someone will inevitably be killed. Here's the deal: you help us get the reward for the 3rd day's extremely difficult task, and we will erase our grudge. This also includes any grudge with other countries. Brown's words were already very clear, but Su Lin didn't believe a single word. People from the Eagle Sauce country had no trust from him. How laughable. If having more people guarantees victory, then we should just check which country has more people left and give all the rewards to them. And by the way, do you think your face is very white? You want me to help you? Do you have the qualifications? I can complete the task myself. Why should I give the reward to you for no reason? Su Lin's words were even more direct, showing no consideration for Brown's face. Don't get too cocky. Do you think we would be without any defense measures at our campsite? Now we're talking nicely, but if it comes to fighting, none of you will be able to escape. Do you believe that? Su Lin's words stirred the emotions of everyone on the opposite side. Su Lin, I know you're very powerful, but no matter how powerful you are, you're just one person. We are from over a dozen countries. Do you really think you can handle all of us? This was the first time Koizumi spoke to Su Lin. You dog don't bark here anymore. Brown doesn't even need to bring toilet paper to the bathroom, you're enough. Su Lin's words were extremely harsh. You. Baka. What baka, you shorty, I don't care if you were born in Little Spring or Big Spring, if you keep barking, I'll send you back home. Damn it, a dog is still here talking nonsense. You. Koizumi was so angry his face turned red. After all, being called a dog in front of so many people was a huge blow to anyone's pride. Koizumi slowly raised the knife in his hand, but Brown stopped him. Are you sure you don't want to cooperate with us? Are you going to go down the road to the end? Your dragon country is against so many of our countries, do you really think you can survive? Brown, don't talk to me anymore. Is it our dragon country that's going against you? From start to finish, has anyone from our dragon country actively attacked you? Damn it, stop pretending to be the good guy. You guys' bandit logic doesn't work on our dragon country people. If you have the guts, bring it on. Let's see if we can knock you all down right here. Su Lin's emotions seemed a bit agitated, and he didn't know when. Mo Yun also walked out from the cave, once again signaling to Su Lin towards the left direction. Su Lin nodded to indicate he understood. Chen Jianfeng and the others felt particularly good today. They never expected that the usually polite Su Lin would not hold back when cursing at people. Brown also understood that Su Lin would never agree to cooperate with them, and with no choice, he waved his hand behind him, signaling all the people behind to rush towards Su Lin and the others with weapons raised. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Lin and Chen Jianfeng moved directly to the left under Mo Yun's lead, their speed so fast that they vanished in an instant. Mo Yun walked about 10 more meters and then stopped. The crowd chasing them also halted at Brown's shout. Shall we kept a vigilant watch in the sky? Su Lin, there's no need for all this play. It's pointless, we won't fall for your trap. Doesn't matter. Since you won't come over, we'll just leave, Su Lin said before taking Chen Jianfeng and the others away without any hesitation. Brown seemed stunned for a moment. He was actually trying to bluff Su Lin and didn't expect the other side to just leave, leaving him hanging there. Su Lin and their speed was astonishing, disappearing in an instant into the deep mountain woods. Now, Brown was completely baffled by Su Lin's thoughts. Sometimes he even felt like he was always at a disadvantage in their clashes. Hurry up and chase. If he really gets away, we can't be scared off by his words, Xiaoquan urged anxiously. Brown waved his hand, and everyone rushed forward, directly entering the trap area set by Mo Yun. They didn't expect that Mo Yun had left a small path in the trap area. Su Lin and his group came through that small path. After walking less than 10 meters, 5 or 6 people were caught by foot traps, and 3 or 4 fell into pits, impaled by sharp sticks. Xiaoquan's face was full of terror, and before he could react, an arrow shot towards his right arm at incredible speed. Smack! The arrow struck his right arm, causing him to wince in pain. This can only be considered a warning. If anyone follows us again, be prepared to be sent back to your grandmother's house, especially you, Brown. Su Lin's voice echoed from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint his location. Brown's face darkened, bringing so many people over. He didn't expect to be slapped in the face by Su Lin. Everything was dead silent around. Brown ordered everyone to rescue the trapped comrades, yet before the battle even began, they had already lost 7 or 8 people. How could they fight now? Moreover, there was still Su Lin, dressed in an empty dust coat, on the other side. But if he gave up now, he felt a bit reluctant. If you really don't come over, I'm leaving. A group of cowards, how dare you claim to be a great power, pfft. After saying this, Su Lin turned and left. In fact, Su Lin was already alone here. Although Chen Jianfeng pleaded desperately, Su Lin still did not agree, feeling that the time was not right. Actually, Chen Jianfeng and their combat ability was not low, it was just that Su Lin's brilliance overshadowed their light. After Su Lin left for more than 10 minutes, Brown finally made a decision, and his group quickly pursued the direction that Su Lin had departed. However, they were likely heading towards their doom. Chapter 52, The Strange Battle. Brown actually wanted to leave. He felt that something was wrong. Su Lin seemed to be intentionally leading them on, but the others' eagerness to eliminate Su Lin had not diminished at all. In the end, with no choice, Brown also followed behind. In the dense forest, everywhere was covered with dead branches and withered leaves, making it feel very uncomfortable to walk. 7 or 8 people closely followed Su Lin, and the injured person from earlier was now fully revived. So afterwards, Su Lin aimed to directly eliminate them, otherwise, they would be revived through sacrifices by their country, making all efforts in vain. At this moment, Su Lin had already reunited with Chen Jianfeng and the others. He was blocking Brown and his group to set traps for Mo Yun and buy time. How are the traps set up? Brother Chen, he asked. Time is a bit tight, we only set up some simple traps, Chen Jianfeng replied, his voice tinged with a hint of excitement. That's enough. Many people brought by Brown have fully recovered through sacrifices, so we hit them and then retreat immediately, otherwise, we might suffer losses. Brother Chen, your archery is good, you are in charge of long-range attacks. After Su Lin finished speaking, he glanced at Mo Yun. Captain, you don't need to take special care of me in the future. Everyone has sacrificed enough for me. My strength and speed can fully keep up with the team's pace now, Mo Yun said, filled with confidence. Alright, take care of yourself. The 6 people were fully armed and ready. Brown and others followed the path Su Lin had taken, moving very quickly. Stop. I sense something wrong here. The footsteps are chaotic, and the vines seem to have been intentionally pulled apart. This is likely a trap. Everyone be careful, Brown warned. The area Brown pointed out was deliberately left as a flaw by Mo Yun. There were no traps at all. Brown and his group cautiously bypassed that disordered area, perfectly walking into the trap set by Mo Yun and the others. Whoosh! The arrow in Chen Jianfeng's hand shot straight towards the big bearded man in front. Although the bearded man was extremely cautious, the speed of the arrow was too fast, directly hitting his throat. The bearded man clutched the arrow in his throat and slowly fell down. Before Brown and his group could react, another 3 or 4 people were hung up, and at the same time, Su Lin had already reached their side, swiftly cutting the throats of 2 people with his dagger. Meanwhile, Zhao Xinming, Shi Meng, and Wang Wuji had also surrounded them. Especially Shi Meng, whose machete swung continuously, injuring or killing someone with every strike. The situation suddenly reversed. Brown, who was at the back, showed no hesitation and ran away. Chen Jianfeng kept shooting arrows. The scene became a bit chaotic. In fact, Su Lin had already seen Brown fleeing but couldn't find the opportunity to act. 2 to 3 minutes later, except for the 4 or 5 people escaping with Brown, all others were killed by Su Lin and his team. This coordinated operation was very successful. Even Mo Yun participated in the battle and successfully killed a black man who fell into the trap with his dagger. Zhao Xinming, Shi Meng, and Wang Wuji's support was very quick, which was fundamental for the battle to end swiftly, while Su Lin single-handedly killed 4 of the opponents. The scene was left with 3 bows, and 6 or 7 machetes and daggers. Su Lin had everyone collect them. He took more than 10 arrows and placed them in the emergency supply cabin. Listen to me, collect all the food and weapons from them. We leave this place immediately and move towards the center area. The others had long completed everything. Su Lin had a vague feeling that something was not right, everything was too smooth, and he was very sure that Brown was definitely not someone who would flee at the last moment. There should be a conspiracy behind this. After the 6 cleaned up the battlefield, they quickly left, stopping only after walking for an hour and a half to replenish food and water. After eating and drinking their fill, Su Lin stood up. Everyone listen, based on my understanding of Brown. The last battle was too smooth, it was abnormal, and they hardly had any counterattack. I believe there is a conspiracy here. It is already past 4 in the afternoon, we need to find a temporary camp. Mo Yun, it's hard on you this time, you need to set up some traps they have never seen before. Is that okay? Of course, no problem. But, Captain, could it be that you are being too cautious? Mo Yun replied. Before Su Lin could answer, Chen Jianfeng also stood up. I also feel something is not right. Their combat power should not be like this. Su Lin, have you noticed? These people's reaction speed seems slow. Is it possible that Brown is trying to eliminate these people using our hands? If so, then Brown is somewhat terrifying. The specific situation is still unclear. No matter what kind of conspiracy is involved, we need to find a hidden camping place immediately. Then we will let Mo Yun set up traps. After everything is done, I have something to announce. After Su Lin finished speaking, he stepped away. The others closely followed behind him. They were completely convinced by Su Lin now. Most of the time, Su Lin entrusted the most dangerous tasks to himself, always being on the front line. Therefore, he had subtly earned everyone's respect. Su Lin furrowed his brows. He could clearly sense that something was off. Brown would definitely not be the type to flee in the face of danger. The last battle was almost like an adult fighting a child, that was too abnormal. But up until now, Su Lin still hadn't figured out what exactly was going on. After more than half an hour, they found a cave. This cave was very long and had ventilation at both ends. Su Lin was very satisfied with such a temporary shelter, as the safety was greatly improved. At least they wouldn't be blocked inside the cave. Mo Yun had already led the others to set up traps. This time, they first laid out warning traps, inside which they set up a large number of simple yet practical traps and mechanisms. Su Lin stayed beside Mo Yun to learn. After more than 2 hours, everyone returned to the cave and started a fire. Su Lin took out 3 large pieces of wild boar meat and 2 pieces of wolf meat. Before, it was either fighting or rushing, so there was no time to communicate with everyone. Now I want to announce something. I triggered a hidden task after killing the mutated wild boar king, and the reward is very generous. So if nothing unexpected happens, I won't be able to participate in tonight's temporary difficult task. The hidden task must be completed by myself, but I need your cooperation. After Su Lin finished speaking, he glanced at the others. Captain, just tell us directly, we will definitely cooperate fully with you. Shi Meng raised his head and said. Alright, here's the thing. Su Lin picked up a large piece of wild boar meat and handed it to Qin Jianfeng. Chapter 53, Energy Spring Water. After killing the mutated wild boar king, in the 10th hour, the system gave me a hidden task, marking a location where there are very scarce resources. But I don't know what kind of resources specifically, and the probability of returning these resources has doubled. The task must be completed by me alone, others cannot interfere. What I need from you is to help me fend off contestants from other countries after I complete the task. Captain, does that mean you need to collect these scarce resources after completing the task and won't be able to free your hands? Also, what kind of task is it? Qin Jianfeng, as the vice-captain, was indeed quick-witted. I can't reveal what the task is. After Su Lin finished speaking, he glanced at the live broadcast screen. Qin Jianfeng and the other four suddenly realized that they had become accustomed to the presence of live streaming, often forgetting that they were even broadcasting. Su Lin would definitely not announce in the live stream what his task was, nor would he reveal the location of his mission. There were many things he was confused about, such as this hidden task. He didn't know if it was because he had just arrived at this continent and the task was relatively simple, or if the description when the task was released was unclear. He always felt it seemed too simple, as if the rewards were not very generous. Yet, after all, this was the first hidden task released by the system. So Su Lin decided to complete it. Isn't it a bit wasteful to leave after setting up so many traps at our temporary campsite? It's not wasteful. I originally planned to use this place as our retreat. Regardless of when, if we're being chased, this could be our escape route. Su Lin answered Zhao Xinming's question. Everyone keep the food and weapons on you. We'll set off in 10 minutes. After Su Lin said this, he walked outside. There was one more thing he hadn't told Qin Jianfeng and the others. His Perfect Survival Handbook, after being silent for a few days, finally reacted. Just when they were talking, he felt that his overall physique had improved and elevated another level. As for what level Su Lin's combat power had reached, he could only test it through battles. Everyone followed behind Su Lin, and since it involved a hidden task, coupled with the ongoing livestream, nobody asked where the specific location was. Leading the way, Su Lin occasionally checked the map. They had emerged from the dense forest, and there were fewer trees and more rocks in their path, with shrubs and thorns covering the entire mountain, making the road harder to walk. 2.5 hours later, they stopped at the foot of a mountain. This should be the place. Mo Yun, you take these guys to set up traps. I'll go in and complete the task. Just a reminder, no matter what happens inside, don't try to help me, otherwise, the mission will be considered a failure. Also, if anyone attacks you, you can enter my area, but you absolutely cannot help me. After Su Lin finished speaking, he stepped up the mountain. The conditions inside were tougher, with thorns everywhere. During this time, he had been very busy and hadn't had time to use the bear skin to make some armor. Half an hour later, Su Lin completely entered the mountain and opened the system panel, only to discover that, at some point, the task had changed. After entering the location indicated by the system, use the fangs of the mutated wild boar king to establish a small beacon at the red dot marked by the National Fortune Survival System, which means inserting the wild boar's fangs into the red dot. Prey will appear after 1 minute. Resist 3 waves of prey to complete the task. After the task is completed, the location of the energy spring will automatically be marked. Only now did Su Lin truly understand that the special reward for the task was the energy spring, which should not be an ordinary item. Su Lin directly inserted the 2 fangs of the mutated wild boar king into the red dot and drew out his machete and dagger. 1 minute later, 3 identical animals appeared around the fangs. They felt somewhat like hyenas but weren't. There was no time for Su Lin to think. He raised his machete and attacked, taking one down with each strike, effortlessly. Su Lin was once again astonished. This task was too simple. The second wave of prey consisted of 3 more. There were still species that Su Lin had never seen before, slightly larger in size, and they fell with a single blow. How could this be like a joke? This was a hidden mission. Why was it so simple? Before he could think too much, the third wave of prey appeared, still 3 of them, and their size was similar to that of a leopard, looking almost like leopards, except they had 2 extra horns on their heads. This time, it was not that simple. The 3 prey charged at Su Lin in a horn-like formation. Su Lin's figure gradually blurred and disappeared. After 30 minutes, he resolved the fight with a sneak attack. Even if Su Lin had more questions in his heart, now was not the time to consider them. He quickly found the energy spring mentioned by the National Fortune Survival System. The energy spring was not large, only the size of a wash basin, containing about 2 to 3 liters of spring water. Su Lin took out a large number of bamboo tubes from the emergency supply pod and began to fill them with the spring water. After pouring it out, the spring water continued to surge upward, and Su Lin kept using the bamboo tubes to scoop out the spring water. The flow of spring water became slower and slower, and after an hour, it completely dried up. The spring water in the entire energy spring filled about 60 bamboo tubes. Reward: Dragon Country contestant Su Lin has completed the hidden mission, rewarding 1 energy spring. consuming it can improve physical fitness and enhance capabilities. Because the national fortune points of Dragon Country are greater than or equal to 90 points, the mission difficulty is reduced tenfold, and the material return mechanism is triggered. Since Dragon Country contestant Su Lin has already unlocked the material balance mechanism, all individuals of Dragon Country receive 30 drops of spring water. The system broadcasted this 3 times consecutively. After searching the entire small mountain and confirming there were no omissions, Su Lin directly descended. He took out 6 bamboo tubes of spring water from the emergency supply pod, gave 1 tube to everyone, and gulped down his own. After the spring water entered his stomach, Su Lin felt a hot rush of energy coursing through his body, wildly surging towards his limbs. His face turned red, and he instantly knelt down, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, veins bulging on his neck. You all, don't drink yet." After Su Lin said this, he had already collapsed onto the ground. Chen Jianfeng and the others all gathered around, and Su Lin slowly waved his hand, signaling that he could still hold on. His nails had dug deep into his palms, and the muscles in his body were spasming uncontrollably. "Ah!" Su Lin let out a howl that sounded extremely painful. Chapter 54 Transformation. Su Lin felt as if countless little bugs were gnawing at the meridians throughout his body, and a layer of bluish light appeared on his skin, with some impurities being excreted from his pores, smelling somewhat fishy and foul. Su Lin gradually stood up. His eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance, and his vision became incredibly clear. His visual, auditory, olfactory senses, and reaction time all improved significantly. After about 10 minutes, the bluish light on Su Lin's body faded away. He looked no different from before drinking the spring water, but his temperament had completely transformed, his gaze became deeper and steadier, and his self-healing ability significantly enhanced. Although drinking the energy spring water was somewhat painful, Su Lin felt that its effect on enhancing the body was enormous. "Don't drink too much. Each person should try taking 3 sips." After Su Lin said this, he slowly stood up. He had basically recovered. The power of the spring water came quickly but left quickly as well, but he felt that much of the energy from the spring water was stored in his body and not completely absorbed, perhaps needing to be released slowly during future battles. The other 5 each took 2 or 3 sips. Their physical conditions definitely could not compare to Su Lin's. The same situation did not occur for Chen Jianfeng and the others. After drinking the spring water, everyone felt their overall physical condition had improved significantly. Half an hour later, everyone returned to normal, and each person was very excited, especially Mo Yun. She felt her strength, speed, vision, hearing, and sense of smell had changed entirely. "Once we find a safe place, everyone can drink the spring water to enhance your abilities. Now, let's continue moving toward the center. We've already wasted quite a bit of time these past 2 days, moving forward and backward. We might have fallen behind others." After Su Lin spoke, he prepared to stand up and set off. "Captain, don't rush. I think we should take a break. It's still more than 2 hours until dawn. It might be better to wait until the system releases the mission before we proceed. If your extremely difficult task is at the edge of the continent, won't we have to come back?" Chen Jianfeng's words made a certain amount of sense. It probably won't happen. The national fortune survival system wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. It will only gradually lead us closer to the center. Don't waste time. If what you're saying is true, I can complete the extremely difficult tasks on my own. It's easier to come and go. The others all nodded in agreement. Su Lin remained at the front. Actually, he wanted to give Xiao Wei half a bamboo tube of spring water just now but decided to wait until they found a safe place. Many events that happened over the past 2 days left him deeply confused. Many of the tasks were far too simple. Though the system stated it was because the national fortune points of Dragon Country were greater than or equal to 90 points, he found it hard to believe. The 6 of them moved toward the center roughly in the direction, and their speed was not too fast. 2 hours later, they arrived under a gigantic tree, built a fire, and roasted meat. Su Lin casually threw half a tube of spring water to Xiao Hui, and the others took 3 more sips. Su Lin checked the map from time to time. According to his earlier plan, they would reach the center in 3 to 4 days and occupy a resource-rich area, but now it seemed impossible. The road ahead was getting harder to travel, and they would need at least 5 more days to reach it. If they factored in the time taken to complete daily tasks, it might take even longer to arrive at the center. Su Lin felt a sudden surge of irritation. The current situation was indeed very unfavorable for them. Many countries had already united, aiming to eliminate the 6 of them completely. If their plan succeeded, Dragon Country would be doomed. Their lives were no longer just their own, they belonged to Dragon Country and all its citizens. The burden on them was heavy. Zhao Xinming had already clearly noticed the shift in Su Lin's emotions and tossed him a piece of meat. "Captain, you really don't need to put too much pressure on yourself, just do your best. We are already prepared at any time to sacrifice for our country. We can only do our part and leave the rest to fate. No, if we can do better, we absolutely cannot indulge ourselves. Have you noticed? The National Fortune Survival System has been live-streaming every one of our movements without reserve. Right now, we are in the dense forest, which is slightly better. Even if our position is seen by the enemy, they can't figure out where we actually are. This is somewhat unreasonable. Su Lin slowly took a sip of spring water. Moreover, since entering this continent, it seems the system has been encouraging us to kill each other, and we have already encountered situations where we completed tasks extremely easily 2 or 3 times. This is definitely not normal. We must remain vigilant. What I want to tell everyone is that for every future task, we cannot measure the difficulty with the previous ones. We must be doubly cautious. Su Lin hadn't expected that. It is because of his reminder that, in the near future, Chen Jianfeng remained highly alert, which gave them a chance to survive. The other 5 people had serious expressions and all nodded in agreement. Little Gray also emitted a blue light similar to Su Lin's, but its duration was shorter, disappearing completely after 10 minutes. Little Gray circled around Su Lin, excitedly calling out, as if trying to show him its powerful strength. Su Lin reached out and touched Little Gray's wings, comforting it. Now, with Su Lin's hearing, there was no need to send anyone out to stand guard. Within 30 meters, he would be the first to know of any movement. Time passed by second, and soon it was midnight. Warning, Dragon Country contestant Zhang Che has been bitten to death by a poisonous snake, national fortune points reduced by 5, current score 85 points. Warning. The system's cold voice sounded, continuing for 5 or 6 minutes, during which about a dozen people died. Su Lin's face changed dramatically. He had checked Zhang Che's information, a special forces sharpshooter and sniper, and such a result should not have occurred. He was most worried about the medical soldier Xiao Ran, who, on the contrary, was fine. There was also an additional contestant named Zhang Tianming, a former Marine, though the specific information was unclear. It's okay, everyone keep your spirits up, other countries are the same, our situation is still good. The only thing to be cautious about is surprise attacks from other countries. Also, I remind everyone that our national fortune points have dropped below 90, the difficulty of tasks will certainly increase exponentially, so everyone must pay attention. The others nodded silently, agreeing with Su Lin's words. Simple task released, before the next midnight, hunt down 1 swift leopard. Successful hunters will gain +3 to all attributes, and their country will reduce pollution and natural disaster rates by 5%. Su Lin quietly waited for the release of the extremely difficult task, but after 2 minutes, he still had not heard the system's voice. What is going on? Chapter 55, Conspiracy. Extremely difficult task. Before the next midnight arrives, go to the mine and hunt down the Crimson Scorpion King, which is 3 meters long with a hard shell, but the joints and abdomen are unprotected. Reward for successful hunting, +5 to all attributes, 10 bottles of special antidote, +2 luck for citizens of the country, +1 to all attributes, location has been marked. Reminder, this is the last time simple and extremely difficult tasks are separated. The contestant growth stage ends and thereafter tasks will be released every 2 days. Su Lin listened quietly, not saying a word, and fell into deep thought. This time, we must complete the task. Captain, you should go do the extremely difficult task yourself. There is only this one opportunity in the growth stage. The 5 of us will work together to complete the simple task. Chen Jianfeng's words received agreement from the other 4, but Su Lin still didn't speak, lost in thought. 5 minutes later, Su Lin stood up. This mission may not be so simple, since everyone knows this is the last task in the growth stage, competition will intensify. As before, I will help you complete the tasks first. As soon as Su Lin's words fell, Zhao Xinming wanted to speak again, but Su Lin waved his hand to interrupt him. I understand everyone's intentions, but your growth is more important than mine. We are a team, since the system set the growth tasks for the first 3 days, subsequent tasks will certainly be team-based. I feel very strong already, even if I don't receive the rewards from the extremely difficult tasks, I believe very few people can match me. A smile appeared on Su Lin's face. Moreover, our strength has been enhanced by the spring water. The contestants from other countries do not have this advantage, so there's no need to worry too much. Qingge, you lead the way, let's first complete the simple task. Su Lin finally made a decision, and the others had nothing more to say. The most important thing was that they all felt secure only when Su Lin was with them. This was not a feeling of dependency, it was a kind of trust. Under Chen Jianfeng's lead, Su Lin and his group moved towards the task location. Each person's task location should be different this time, but all within the same area. At this moment, Brown had a dark expression. He had already heard the system's announcement, and many people were standing around him. Ryan, Xiaoquan, and 4 or 5 unfamiliar faces, along with a group of sycophants. We must deal with Su Lin and the Dragon Country now. Ryan, go notify all our allies to come to us. If I guess correctly, Su Lin is taking his teammates to the simple task. As soon as Brown's words fell, Xiaoquan stood up. Due to Su Lin's remarkable performance, the cohesion of the Dragon Country is unprecedentedly strong, and Su Lin's growth has broken the balance. To say something that everyone may not want to hear, Su Lin, at this moment, is no match for any of us, but after all, he is just one person. We should interrupt his growth. As long as we disrupt his growth, the expansion of the Dragon Country's fortune will also end. Xiao Quan is absolutely right, but regular means of restraint are no longer effective, so we need to have a plan. I propose we use all our strength to eliminate all people from the dragon country, including Su Lin, before the next midnight arrives. This unfamiliar man in his 30s had a fierce gaze. He was the hidden leader of the kangaroo country, named Taylor. Good, very good. We will send out our strongest forces to assist you, said Luohan Sharma, the leader of the India country. Alright, let's not wait for them anymore. Leave 2 people to show them the way. We all set off immediately. Bring your own weapons. This time, we must succeed and eliminate all the contestants from the dragon country. Brown's tone was filled with resentment. Others could fully understand. After all, since they entered this continent, almost all the top rewards had been taken by Su Lin alone. If he continued to develop and grow, it was likely that Su Lin would soon come after their countries for retribution. Seeing the conspiracy of these countries against the dragon country, Li Jun connected with Su Lin without hesitation. Su Lin, who was moving rapidly, called for everyone to stop and quickly answered the connection. He understood that Li Jun wouldn't disturb them unless it was an emergency. Su Lin, listen carefully, you 6. Brown from Eagle Sauce country, Xiao Quan from the island country, Taylor from kangaroo country, and Luohan from India country have conspired against you. They are heading towards your simple task location with at least 40 to 50 people, intending to eliminate all of you. Moreover, they have backup coming. You must be especially careful, if needed, temporarily avoid them. Don't worry, Minister Li, we have been on guard against them. If they want our lives, they must pay for it with theirs. We will be extra cautious, rest assured. Li Jun promptly hung up the connection, knowing very well that Su Lin was surely prepared. Everyone heard what Minister Li said. I will give each of you a bamboo tube of spring water. Drink according to your body's capacity to improve your strength. This time we may face great danger, and it's even unavoidable that some may get hurt. Everyone must be prepared. The others all nodded in agreement. In fact, they had completely put their lives and deaths aside. Each person was ready to sacrifice themselves for their country, it's just that they could not die yet. This time everyone must follow my arrangements and commands. Our execution must be on point. After all, we are facing an enemy that outnumbers us several times. Do you all understand? Su Lin's tone was urgent, his attitude resolute. Understood, don't worry, Captain. As long as they dare to come, I will tear them apart one by one, Shermeng said, flexing his fist as big as a sandbag. Su Lin smiled and nodded, and the team set off again. Chen Jianfeng's brow furrowed. He had been dealing with experts from Eagle Nation and Island Country for some time and was very clear about their strength. It was definitely not as simple as it appeared. This time, it would probably be very difficult. Bro Chen, don't think too much. When soldiers come, we block them. When water comes, we hold the ground. I will kill their leader at the first opportunity. After Su Lin finished speaking, he set off again. All 6 of them understood. The real test for Dragon Country and them had arrived. The people in the official live broadcast room of Dragon Country were also very nervous. Support Su Lin, support all our teammates, let's hit them hard. Yes, this is the first real confrontation. Let them understand the power of Dragon Country. With Su Lin here, I feel invincible. No, we still need to be a bit cautious, after all, they have a large number. A severe storm was about to arrive. Chapter 56, Swift Flying Leopard. What Su Lin didn't know was that the spring water he obtained not only enhanced strength but could also detoxify almost all poisons. Take the weakest fighter, Mo Yun, he had already surpassed the ordinary competitors from other countries. Therefore, the overall strength of Dragon Country had been elevated, but they still needed to be especially cautious in facing the joint attacks from other countries. Su Lin's overall strength, without the empty dust cloak, had already far surpassed other competitors. If he added the boost from the cloak, there were almost no opponents left. This simple task had a target area relatively close to the center. It would take about 4 to 5 hours to reach, assuming Su Lin and their speed was not slow. Hunting the swift flying leopard, from the name alone, should not be easy. Chen Jianfeng led the way in front, and everyone was highly alert, knowing that once they reached the mission area, a fierce battle awaited them. After 3 hours, Chen Jianfeng and the others were nearing the target area. Su Lin waved for everyone to take cover and retrieved wild boar meat, wolf meat, and freshwater from the emergency supply pod. Now we have 5 bows, but not many arrows. There are only about 60, and I took 20. The remaining bows, you can distribute as you like, Su Lin said, then continued taking his supplies. I don't want bows, even if you give them to me, they are useless. I still prefer machetes and fists. Shermeng voluntarily gave up his bows. Alright, after the transformation from the spring water, Brother Meng's speed has increased. Now that we are close to the target area, let me arrange the tactics. Bro Chen, after we arrive, do not rush to find the swift flying leopard. First, cooperate with Mo Yun to set traps. I will check their specific location and numbers myself. If possible, this time I plan to take the initiative. Zhao Gu, Jie Gu, Mo Yun. If the enemy attacks, we will start with arrows. After 3 arrows, regardless of whether we injure someone, we must hide immediately and wait for my orders. After Su Lin finished speaking, the others expressed their full support. Having eaten and drunk enough, the 6 of them advanced again. Along the way, they had already drunk from the spring twice. Although the number is small, the energy from the spring water is now stored inside their bodies, and everyone feels incredibly good. Half an hour later, the 6 of them had entered the area of simple tasks. Mo Yun felt a little nervous, but the others were fine. Chen Jianfeng gently patted her shoulder. Don't worry, we will always protect you. The warm words made Mo Yun nod involuntarily. She enjoyed this feeling and was trying hard to improve herself to avoid becoming a burden to others. Mo Yun, go set up traps over there, be as quick as possible. Meng Go, while the traps are being set, you are responsible for Mo Yun's safety. Sure, Meng nodded. Su Lin's figure became increasingly blurry, eventually blending into the surrounding environment, disappearing completely. He had already heard movement from the left side, where someone was speaking softly. If it were before drinking the spring water, it would have been impossible to make such noise. Su Lin dashed to the left, speeding towards the person speaking. About 10 minutes later, he arrived near the speaker. I don't know what Brown is thinking. If there are only 6 of us, why did he unite 13 countries? Is that really necessary? Even if Su Lin is powerful, can he really turn the tables, said a big-nosed white man with a full beard while setting traps. Better be cautious. I heard many people have fallen to Su Lin's hands, the system reported it, didn't you hear? But you do have a point, let's work quickly, Brown and the others will arrive in about half an hour. I don't believe in this nonsense. When I see Su Lin, I'll go first, and you can follow me. My 6 years as a special forces soldier weren't wasted. Laughter erupted around them. Cole, you probably don't know, but apart from Su Lin, every member of the Dragon Kingdom is extraordinary. If you have time, check some information. Don't die without even knowing how. Cole didn't refute, he actually knew in his heart. The 4 or 5 people around were working hard, extremely alert. But it's strange, we've been here for so long, why haven't we seen the swift-flying leopard, another person asked. Everyone shook their heads. Su Lin quietly withdrew, now was not the time to act, so he didn't want to alert the snake. After returning to where Mo Yun and the others were, the traps had already been mostly set up. I have to say, Mo Yun and their speed in setting traps was impressive. While Su Lin was lost in thought, Xiao Hui flew over, constantly nudging his pants with its wings, occasionally extending its left wing to point to the right. Are you saying you found the whereabouts of the swift-flying leopard? Xiao Hui excitedly flapped its wings. Su Lin fell into deep thought again. Since Brown hadn't arrived yet, should he go hunt the swift-flying leopard first? As long as he completed the mission, he could retreat at any time. How's the trap set up? It will be completed in 5 minutes. Mo Yun is simply a genius, the series of traps she set up will surely give Brown and the others a run for their money. Chen Jianfeng seemed a bit excited. So we must protect Mo Yun's safety, she is even more important than any of us. Everyone, speed up. Xiao Hui has found the trail of the swift-flying leopard, let's complete the mission first. Su Lin quickly made his decision. Li Jun, standing in front of the screen, couldn't help but nod, he praised Su Lin's decisiveness, this is how a leader should be. 10 minutes later, the 6 of them were following Xiao Hui to search for the swift-flying leopard. Just by hearing this name, one could guess that it was probably a leopard that could fly. The dense forest was incredibly difficult to navigate, and everyone spent half an hour before arriving at the gathering place of the swift leopards. Although it was called a gathering place, Su Lin had already discovered after scouting that there were only about a dozen swift leopards in this area, and they were spread quite far apart. Everyone must be especially careful, our Dragon Kingdom's national fortune has already dropped to 85 points, so the task won't be as simple as before. Everyone must be mentally prepared. The swift leopards fly very fast, and we can only use bows and arrows against them. You 5 will split into 3 groups. Brother Chen, you'll have your own group. Let's finish the task in the shortest time possible. After Su Lin finished speaking, he took Little Gray and left. In this area, the swift leopards were flying back and forth and had already noticed Su Lin and the others, eyeing them hungrily. Su Lin drew his bow, but before he could string an arrow, Little Gray shot out like a lightning bolt, moving at lightning speed and directly grabbing a swift leopard that was flying. Su Lin watched, dumbfounded. It seemed necessary to change strategy. Chapter 57, Taking the Initiative. Su Lin directly approached Chen Jianfeng and the others. Everyone come over, Little Gray can catch the swift leopards. You don't need to work hard. After Little Gray catches one, everyone gets one and then we leave. As soon as Su Lin's words fell, the others followed him to Little Gray's side. At that moment, Little Gray was pressing down on a swift leopard, perfectly still, its eyes whirling, seeming to ask for praise from everyone. Su Lin tied up the swift leopard with vines and said to Little Gray, "Go catch a few more." Little Gray excitedly flapped its wings and flew up, returning with 4 more in just over 10 minutes. Su Lin noticed that the swift leopard seemed to be very afraid of Little Gray and showed no signs of resistance at all. There was no time to think about it anymore. "Brother Zhao, you go ahead and kill it first." "No need, let Mo Yun do it. This will enhance her overall strength. We will need to rely on Mo Yun a lot in the future." Zhao Xinming's words were indeed true, but the main reason was that after drinking the spring water, his overall strength had undergone a tremendous change, making it the best choice to let Mo Yun have this reward. "Let Mo Yun have it. Her increase in strength will benefit our team without harm." Sure Meng and Wang Wujie also agreed. Mo Yun felt a bit shy. Ever since she entered the source world, she had assumed she would surely die, but she didn't expect to receive special care from Su Lin and the other teammates, which warmed her heart. "Thank you, brothers. I will do my best from now on," she said, then plunged the knife down. "Mo Yun, don't feel any psychological burden. The reason we are taking care of you is so you can keep up with our pace and speed. We will need you to set more traps and mechanisms in the future. Otherwise, relying solely on us, our team will suffer in battles," Xin Jianfeng said with a smile. Then several people also killed the swift leopard. Reward: Dragon Kingdom contestant Mo Yun killed a swift leopard, reward for all +3 constitution, and the probability of pollution and natural disasters in the Dragon Kingdom decreases by 5%. Additionally, since Mo Yun is the first to kill a swift leopard, an extra reward of +3 constitution for all. The rewards for Qin Jianfeng and the others followed suit, with the system announcing it 3 times in a row. Shit. Why? Why does Su Lin always lead his team to complete tasks first? Does his strength really crush us? Brown's voice was filled with worry. It's absolutely impossible. For a beast like the swift leopard, it's okay to catch 1, but to catch 5 in such a short time? That's a joke, said a black man beside Brown. This situation is extremely unfavorable for us, we must change it immediately. Notify everyone to search for the traces of the Su Lin team, and inform me as soon as they are found. Brown's face was pale, and his emotions seemed to be affected. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, including the host Feng He and Chen Yi, everyone felt relieved by the achievements of the Dragon Country players. The room was filled with encouragement and supporting words. Su Lin and the others did not linger at all, they gathered all the corpses of the swift leopards into the emergency supply cabin and moved towards the south, where they had previously discovered the people setting traps. In the past, they had always taken the initiative to attack Su Lin, but this time Su Lin also changed his strategy. In fact, Su Lin was not far from these people, less than an hour's journey. When Su Lin and his team arrived, they found that Brown and the others had already been there. In the area they were in, there were about 40 to 50 people, bustling with noise, showing no intention of hiding. Su Lin frowned, this was definitely abnormal. Even if Brown was an idiot, thinking his manpower was enough, he should not have made no defensive measures and been so noisy. I feel something is off. You all prepare to retreat towards the direction of our traps. I will go in alone to investigate. After Su Lin spoke, he did not wait for others to respond and completely vanished. He had already seen Brown's figure from a distance, talking with Xiao Quan, Taylor, and Luo Han, looking very relaxed. Su Lin slowly approached them. We are loose on the outside but tight on the inside, just to lure Su Lin in. But you have made it too obvious, Su Lin is not an idiot. He will see right through it. Xiao Quan's face flushed, seemingly upset by the lack of affirmation for his opinion. I certainly have my reasons, Xiao Quan. Don't act so smart, do you understand the principle of feints? Do you think I don't know that this would let Su Lin catch on? Brown's voice was sharp. Just obey the orders, don't say anything. After the battle ends, you will understand everything. Xiao Quan nodded, not saying another word, as only one Japanese person remained beside him. Su Lin, come out. I know you are here. What's the point of relying on the void dust garment? If you have the skills, let's fight one-on-one. Su Lin didn't respond. He knew Brown was trying to bait him. He slowly drew his bow and hid behind a tree, aiming at Brown before releasing the arrow. At the same time Su Lin shot, Xiao Wei also rushed towards the eyes of the people near Brown. After drinking the spring water, Xiao Hui's speed had increased 2 to 3 times, quick as lightning. The sound of the arrow cutting through the air startled Brown. He quickly bent down and dodged just in time to avoid the arrow shot by Su Lin while throwing a dagger towards Su Lin's direction. Xiao Hui directly clawed at the opponent's eyes and quickly retreated, vanishing in the blink of an eye. It's Su Lin. Quickly send up a signal. Brown's voice was urgent. Following that, a series of bird calls rang out, and the people Brown brought quickly surrounded the area. Su Lin retreated after taking down a dozen people, hiding behind a massive tree, coldly watching these individuals. From this probing ambush, it was clear that Brown was hiding his strength. Not everyone could dodge the arrows shot by Su Lin, and those around him also reacted very quickly. Su Lin pointed to the treetops, and Xiao Hui instantly blended in. Under such circumstances, most people thought Su Lin would definitely retreat. After all, the opponent had too many people. But Su Lin refused to back down. He wanted to catch Brown off guard. And from the surprise attack just now, it was clear that Koizumi, Taylor, and Rohan were all top-notch experts, showing no sign of fear in their eyes. Su Lin quietly circled around again, not moving quickly, and when he was almost beside Brown, he stopped. A dagger appeared in his left hand, then he bent down, lowering his head, and charged towards Brown at full speed. What surprised him was that just before reaching Brown, 7 or 8 people suddenly surrounded him from all sides. Brown also quickly hid behind a big tree. Su Lin, this time I want to see where you run to. Brown's voice was full of pride. Su Lin's expression did not change at all. Chapter 58, Facing Brown Head-On. Su Lin's gaze swept over the crowd, his heart calm and unshaken, and slowly he revealed himself. "Ha, Su Lin, I didn't expect you to be so impatient. I lured you in with a small trick, and you're not as clever as I imagined. Let's see how you escape today." Brown's voice was filled with arrogance. "Brown, no need to pretend. Everyone here is your people. I came over to ask you one question: why do you want to use my hands to get rid of your own men? I can't quite understand." As soon as Su Lin said this, the faces of the people beside Brown changed, then quickly returned to normal. "Do you think such small tricks can fool everyone? Besides, why would I want to use your hands to eliminate them?" Brown's voice was low. After saying that, he glanced around. "Brown, everyone knows the kind of virtue your eagle country has better than I do. I really overestimated you. You can't even admit to what you've done. My question to you is unnecessary." After Su Lin finished speaking, he slowly faded away and completely vanished within seconds. Just as Brown was about to speak, he suddenly heard a whooshing sound from his left, and he instinctively ducked down to retreat, but he never expected that Su Lin had anticipated his reaction and swung the knife fiercely at Brown's left leg. Adding to that, Brown had no idea where Su Lin was positioned. It was too late to dodge. The knife slashed towards Brown's left leg, and at that critical moment, a figure in black suddenly appeared behind Brown, pulling him away just in time to avoid Su Lin's attack. Everything seemed so normal. Su Lin understood that after 3 days of physical enhancement and spiritual water reinforcement, his speed surpassed that of other nations' competitors. But this black-clad man could pull Brown away from his strike, showing his incredible ability. After missing his attack, Su Lin had already escaped the encirclement, moving far away. "Brown, Koizumi, Taylor, Rowan, and that so-called mountain brother, protect your heads well, I can come for them anytime." His voice drifted away and came back, making it impossible to determine Su Lin's location. "Shit. Su Lin, don't get too cocky. Our combined forces from so many countries are not something you can challenge alone. Everyone, chase after him." After Brown gave the command, there was a long moment of silence before anyone responded. Brown's expression looked a bit awkward. "Brown, aren't you going to explain? A few days ago, I felt something was off. Why was Su Lin able to so easily kill so many people? What exactly were you thinking?" Taylor's voice grew higher, and the crowd around them began to look at Brown in unison. "This is Su Lin's scheme to sow discord. Can't you all see such a simple reason? Besides, why would I want to use Su Lin's hands to kill them?" Brown's counter-question left everyone deep in thought. "There is indeed no reason. Wouldn't it be good to have one more person on our side?" However, Xiaoquan and Tyler saw a hint of cruelty deep in Brown's eyes, and the man in black who had just rescued Brown also disappeared without a trace. Even Ryan looked up, staring dazedly at Brown. The atmosphere had become extremely awkward. Moreover, everyone had a question in their hearts. Su Lin clearly had the ability not to be surrounded by all these people. In fact, if he didn't show up, everyone wouldn't know where he was at all. So why did he choose to appear and question Brown? The only answer was that Su Lin himself couldn't figure out why Brown would do this. The way everyone looked at Brown was no longer the same as before. "Humph, if you people can't withstand provocation, you can leave now," Brown said, then stood up and took the people from Eagle Sauce Nation to chase Su Lin. Xiaoquan hesitated for 2 seconds before following along with his team. The others exchanged glances. About a minute later, everyone rushed after them. They weren't following because their suspicions about Brown had vanished, but because at this moment, they had to rely on Brown to confront Su Lin. Each person had their own little schemes in mind, and everyone raised their weapons. It was clear they were preparing to negotiate with Brown again after eliminating Su Lin, but what they didn't understand was that once Su Lin was gone, they would lose their reason for existence. Su Lin let out a heavy sigh, not because the provocation had failed, but because he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. There were too many of Brown's side, while on his own side, there were only 6 people. The power gap was vast, and if they kept being entangled like this, many things would become very troublesome. In the official Dragon Country livestream room, no one refreshed the barrage anymore. Su Lin's pressure seemed to have descended upon them. Even Fang He and Shan Yi just watched silently. Su Lin moved extremely fast, twisting and turning in the dense mountain forest, quickly reaching the side of Qin Jianfeng and the others. Brown and his people are coming after us. My suggestion is to take down some of them and then retreat quickly. Listening to you, Captain, the others said in unison. Everyone, don't get caught up in battle. You can't gain everything all at once. Let's play with them slowly. Then the 6 people each concealed themselves in extremely advantageous positions, quietly waiting for Brown and the others to arrive. After about 10 minutes, Brown was the first to rush over. Su Lin shot an arrow. Brown's reaction speed was incredibly fast as he locked onto the arrow's trajectory, turned his body, and dodged it. Before he could return to his original position, arrows from Chen Jianfeng and Zhao Xinming came flying in. Although their speed couldn't compare to Su Lin's, the angle of their attack made it impossible for Brown to dodge. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as the arrow shot by Zhao Xinming struck Brown directly in the right chest. What a pity! The man in black beside Brown reappeared, pulling him back behind a large tree, and at that moment, Xiaoquan and the others had also caught up. Everyone except Mo Yun shot an arrow, and after shooting, they all concealed themselves again. 2 people beside Tyler fell to the ground simultaneously. In just a few minutes, 3 dead and 3 injured. Su Lin, today I won't let you escape again, no matter what. You don't need to dream anymore, we are willing to pay any price. Brown's voice came again. It seemed he wasn't seriously hurt. A bunch of lowly dogs, shamelessly acting as Brown's hounds without even realizing it, feeling proud instead of ashamed. I truly feel ashamed for you. Does your own country not have autonomy? I, Su Lin, warn you here today, retreat within 10 minutes, and I can overlook today's events. If you do not leave, I will leave you all here, though it will just take a bit of effort. At worst, I won't take on extremely difficult tasks. Su Lin's voice echoed through the dense forest. Everyone was weighing whether it was worth staying here. Chapter 59, Total Victory. The reason Su Lin said this was only to make some people retreat. In fact, he didn't particularly care about these people because he understood that they were merely surface puppets, with hidden masters behind each nation. The situation here was very complicated. Time passed second by second, and Brown did not speak again. He also understood that now, no matter how much he said, it was futile. Those who wanted to leave would leave eventually. After 10 minutes, no one left, and Brown suddenly burst into laughter. The laughter seemed to mock Su Lin. Su Lin didn't say anything further, disappearing from sight, instructing Qin Jianfeng and the others not to move yet. Holding a dagger, Su Lin suddenly appeared in the midst of the chasing crowd, leaping and spinning. Every time he swung the dagger, a person fell. His speed was at its peak, and each person was hit in the neck. 2 minutes later, a dozen corpses lay on the ground, and Su Lin retreated once more. No one knew how Su Lin accomplished this. What? No more laughter. You always imagine yourselves to be overly strong, while seeing our dragon country as weak. Now, you can't even leave if you wanted to. After Su Lin's words, he vanished again, reappearing only 4 to 5 meters away from Brown, the dagger dancing in his hand as if he were harvesting chives from the ground. Competitors from Eagle Sauce Country, Island Country, Kangaroo Country, Asen Country, John Bull, and Gull Chicken fell one after another, almost all with their necks slashed, not even given the chance to sacrifice themselves. Brown's expression grew serious. Rain next to him was trembling all over. He perhaps never thought Su Lin could be this powerful. At this moment, Brown also realized that what Su Lin said was true. He was just afraid of delaying the completion of an extremely difficult task, which was why he hadn't acted against them in these past few days. Without giving him more time to react, Su Lin's figure was already by Brown's side. Rain had long since fled, and Brown, injured by an arrow, couldn't move quickly due to the presence of the man in black beside him. So he wasn't particularly worried. With a speed almost beyond human comprehension, Su Lin's dagger slashed towards Brown's neck. The man in black behind Brown suddenly attacked, and the 2 daggers clashed, producing a sound of metal collision. Both were exceptionally fast, but it was clear that the man in black was merely blocking Su Lin's dagger in haste. Both power and speed were not on the same level as Su Lin. The man in black swiftly retreated, dragging Brown away as Su Lin closely followed. The man in black occasionally turned to block, and within just over a minute, Su Lin had made 7 or 8 cuts on him. William, why aren't you making your move? Idiot, I'm about to give out. The man in black suddenly shouted toward the trees on the left. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Lin plunged his dagger deep into the left side of Brown's back, then swiftly withdrew it, drifting to the right. He had considered if the man in black was deceiving him, but in this situation, it was better to believe than not to believe. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Brown let out a low growl, his entire being rushed forward by the black-clad men. Suddenly, another black-clad man appeared in the left forest, also holding a dagger, not even glancing at Su Lin, swiftly joining the other black-clad man to take Brown and flee in a panic. Su Lin did not pursue further, turning back to slaughter the contestants who followed closely behind Brown.
Brother Chen, we can start now.
Su Lin drove these people into the traps that Mo Yun had set up in advance, almost as if herding cattle and sheep. In an instant, they were caught by vines and hung up.
Kill, don't hold back, leave not a single one.
As soon as Su Lin's command was given, 4 arrows shot from different directions toward the trapped contestants, 3 striking the chest and 1 piercing directly through the neck. Su Ling's figure was like a ghost, flickering and extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had killed all 4 injured people, then began to pursue the scattering contestants. Chen Jianfeng and his 5 companions had also joined the fight, especially Mo Yun, who transformed from her previous weak female image, swiftly using her dagger to slash open the enemy's necks like a cheetah.
Within just 2 minutes, Mo Yun killed 2 contestants by herself.
Su Lin smiled with satisfaction. Most of the remaining people had already fled, leaving only a few engaged in battle with Chen Jianfeng and the others. The battle was nearing its end. After about 10 minutes, aside from those who had escaped, all the contestants from other countries who came to pursue Su Lin and Chen Jianfeng were annihilated. This time, not only was Su Lin's combat power extremely strong, but the performance of other contestants from Dragon Country also surprised everyone, seemingly without any weaknesses, each person having formidable strength. Chen Jianfeng and the others collected all the weapons and food, placing what they couldn't carry into Su Lin's emergency supply pod. Once everything was tidied up, under Su Lin's lead, they headed toward the area with the extremely difficult tasks.
Everyone performed very well today, especially Mo Yun.
Your attack speed and power are on par with the masters from other countries, but Mo Yun, you must ensure your safety before taking the initiative to attack. Your fighting style today was completely a fight to the end, and there won't be such luck next time.
Don't be too anxious to help us, your strength lies in setting traps, let us handle the heavy lifting.
Mo Yun looked up at Su Lin, slowly raising her dagger.
Captain, I hope that starting today, you and the other teammates can place me on an equal footing with you.
Don't treat me differently just because I'm a woman, trust me, I can do it.
Su Lin nodded. Alright, now we set off for my task area.
I will take care of the extremely difficult tasks, you just need to ensure that contestants from other countries don't come to cause trouble. Rest assured, Captain, no problem.
Chen Jianfeng patted his chest in assurance.
The 6 of them moved forward again, this time without any burdens or weights. Although Chen Jianfeng, Jia Xinming, and Mo Yun were injured, everyone seemed to be in exceptionally good spirits. Today's battle made them realize that Su Lin was an overwhelming presence among all contestants, and in the days to come, as long as they worked together, there was no task they couldn't accomplish. They also discovered that after consuming the spring water, each of their combat powers had been qualitatively enhanced. Now they might not even fall behind when faced with Brown. Su Lin walked at the front, already considering how to proceed on the road ahead. A roar suddenly echoed from the front, and Su Lin rushed over at full speed. When Su Lin arrived, he saw a foreign contestant lying on the ground, wielding a machete, with what appeared to be a serious injury on his calf, but it was hard to see clearly in the darkness. Alone here, it was likely he was on an extremely difficult mission. Su Lin approached him expressionlessly.
Help me, I'm a contestant from North Bang, are you from Dragon Country? Su Lin nodded. How can you confirm that you are from North Bang? Su Lin asked.
You can see it here, you can't fool anyone.
My name is Li Zhangtai, are you Su Lin?
Li Zhangtai pointed to the live broadcast screen. Su Lin glanced at it and helped him up. I'm Su Lin, your leg injury is quite serious. Your country can offer a sacrifice to restore your fortunes, otherwise, you'll pretty much be saying goodbye to survival. While speaking, Su Lin tore cloth from his clothes and quickly began to bandage him.
No need.
Our country's fortune points are too low, we can't waste more.
I can endure.
You can endure, but in your condition you definitely can't complete the mission, and it might drag your teammates down. What I say may not sound pleasant, but it's the truth. I hope you think it through. Su Lin's voice was low.
No need to think.
We can't waste our country's fortune points because of me. Su Lin, I was just about to find you. Brown has set numerous traps 2 miles ahead. I overheard their conversation. It seems they have already made a fake attack on you, but their experts didn't participate at all.
Li Jingtai's expression was serious, revealing more concern. What happened to your leg? Did you come here to complete an extremely difficult mission?
Su Lin did not continue to ask further.
I fell into their traps when I left.
I didn't come to complete an extremely difficult mission. Our captain got news that they were going to deal with you, so I brought 2 people over to support, but unfortunately, they both sacrificed. Li Jingtai's eyes were red, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead as if he was enduring great pain.
Can you walk? Do you know how many people they have?
I can walk. Their traps are set in that direction, you must avoid it. There aren't many people inside, around 12 or 13.
I can lead you there.
Su Lin nodded and took a bamboo tube from the emergency supply pod, handing it to Li Zhengtai. Drink 3 sips, don't drink too much or you won't be able to bear it. It can help your injury heal quickly, give the rest to your teammates. Chen Jianfeng's expression was serious, confused as to why Su Lin would do this. Although he was sure the other party was from North Bang, it was another thing altogether whether they were friendly. But Chen Jianfeng said nothing, they didn't want to publicly question Su Lin's decision in front of outsiders. Li Zhengtai hesitated for no moment and took 3 sips. Then he placed the bamboo tube into his backpack. Let's go, I'll take you. This road is essential for completing the extremely difficult mission. The right side is full of miasma and can't be passed, and on the left, they've set many traps mainly to deal with you, Su Lin. If possible, I hope you can give up this mission. After Li Zhengtai finished, he looked at Su Lin with hopeful eyes. Do you feel any better? Li Zhengtai slowly stood up, trying to walk a few steps, his face showing a look of surprise. I won't advise you further. Let's go, I know a small path we can enter. Su Lin nodded, gestured to Chen Jianfeng and the others behind him, and slowly walked forward, supporting Li Zhengtai. In fact, to say that Su Lin completely trusts Li Zhengtai, that is impossible. Although Longhua and Beibang are friendly countries, human hearts are hard to measure. What kind of person is Li Zhengtai? There is no necessary connection between him and his country. After more than 10 minutes, Li Zhengtai's speed became faster, and it seemed that the injury on his leg was healing rapidly. Drink 3 more sips, perhaps your injury can be completely healed, Su Lin reminded. No need, such good stuff should be saved for my teammates. I'm already fine, Li Zhengtai's eyes suddenly filled with hope for no apparent reason. Su Lin, there is a small path at the edge of the entrance to the poisonous fog forest on the right. There is actually no poisonous fog there, it's about 2 or 3 meters wide. I'll take you all around it. Li Zhengtai's eyes suddenly dimmed slightly, as if he remembered something. Su Lin nodded. Half an hour later, they arrived at the side of the poisonous fog forest Li Zhengtai mentioned, just as he said. The left side was about 10 meters wide, while the poisonous fog forest on the right was about 30 to 40 meters wide, surrounded by tall mountains on both sides. It was indeed a necessary route, it was no wonder that Brown had set an ambush here in advance. Su Lin, enter from here. Just hold your breath for about half a minute, and you can enter the small path on the right, which goes directly behind Brown and his team. Okay, are you going back to look for your teammates or are you coming in with us? Thank you very much. I'll go in with you. We came to support you in the first place, and now I'm the only one left. How can I go back without doing something? Li Zhengtai's words changed the expressions of Chen Jianfeng and the others. Alright, lead the way. Is your leg still hurting? It's fine now. Although it still hurts a bit, it won't affect my actions. After saying this, Li Zhengtai took off his bow and arrow without any hesitation and directly entered the poisonous fog forest. Chen Jianfeng opened his mouth to say something but was stopped by Su Lin's hand, and then they all filed in. Su Lin and Chen Jianfeng followed behind. About half a minute later, they arrived in the forest without poisonous fog, and Li Zhengtai looked back. Why didn't you cover your mouth and nose? It's too late to say anything now. Just keep going, after about 200 meters, we can bypass the poisonous fog forest. Su Lin, I know you're very skilled, but the others are all experts, so be extra careful. It's fine, don't worry. The spring water you drank has detoxifying effects. If the situation gets critical, you can hide in the poisonous fog forest and won't be poisoned. You can go back now to report to your captain, thank you very much. Su Lin urged again. No need, I need to kill a couple of people before I go back, Li Zhengtai insisted. Su Lin shook his head helplessly, and then the 7 of them carefully hid after passing through the poisonous fog forest. This time, Su Lin is definitely doomed. He never expected us to be waiting for them here. Once they enter the trap area, everyone draw your bows and shoot arrows, don't give them any chance to resist, Brown's voice came, completely different from the time of their hasty escape. Chapter 61, The Strange Brown. Su Lin said nothing, quietly thinking for about 2 or 3 minutes. Li Zhengtai and Chen Jianfeng and the others were also waiting silently. You all hide over there. Mo Yun, if possible, set up some simple traps. I'll go check the situation with Brown and be back soon. Take good care of Li Zhengtai. After Su Lin finished speaking, he walked forward for about 10 meters and then completely disappeared. Chen Jianfeng and the others fully understood Su Lin's meaning, the word take care had multiple meanings. Until now, Su Lin did not completely trust Li Zhengtai. Li Zhengtai was also a smart person, he could understand Su Lin, after all, he hadn't been in contact with them for long. Su Lin's speed was extremely fast, like a ghost, unpredictable, his figure moved so quickly it left only an afterimage, actions so swift they created illusions. Su Lin's overall strength was overpowering, whether in speed, power, or the overall reaction ability of his body, he far surpassed athletes from other countries. Does Su Lin really think we fear him? This time, let him have no return. Everyone, remember, once he is entangled or trapped, everyone immediately shoot with bows and arrows. We must not miss this chance, or the consequences will be serious. Brown's face showed a hint of surviving a disaster. He had just experienced Su Lin's pursuit. Brown, don't worry, there will be no accidents. Unless Su Lin gives up completing the difficult task, otherwise, it's impossible for him to escape. But since the North crew lost one person, aren't you going to pursue? Will it ruin our plans? John Yo's brother spoke lightly. Our main target is Su Lin, that person is not important. Brown's voice was filled with confidence. Su Lin had a strange illusion that Brown looked like a two-faced person. Just a minute ago, he was anxious from the pursuit, and the next moment he seemed to be filled with confidence. Alright, everyone take your places, Su Lin should be coming soon. As soon as Brown's voice fell, everyone quickly moved into action, each person's position facing the trap area. Su Lin counted. With Brown, there were only 13 people, but each one was much stronger than those he had just defeated, faster, and all carrying a bow on their backs. Behind Brown stood a man in black. Su Lin stood quietly, making no sound. He was considering whether to act now or wait until after completing the difficult task. This was a difficult choice. Su Lin quietly withdrew, took a bamboo tube of spring water from the emergency supply cabin, and drank 3 gulps. The opponent has 13 people and has already set up an attack formation, but we are currently behind them. We can launch a sneak attack. Li Zhangtai, how is your archery? Su Lin turned to look at Li Zhangtai. To speak not too humbly, regular athletes' archery skills are not as good as mine, and I have this. Li Zhangtai pulled out a bamboo tube from his pocket and handed it to Su Lin. This is a bamboo tube crossbow, effective killing range of 5 to 15 meters. Its power isn't very great, but it can silently ambush. If the arrowhead is a sharpened bamboo slice, it can cause tearing wounds to the opponent, but this bamboo tube crossbow is likely to crack after shooting 3 to 5 arrows in succession. I made one too. Mo Yun finished speaking and handed Su Lin a bamboo crossbow. Su Lin picked it up, examined it, and returned it to the two. This bamboo tube crossbow was actually the prototype of the modern compound bow. You all know Brown, right? As the saying goes, to catch a thief, first catch their leader. Later, we will go over, I will ambush Brown, and all of your arrows will shoot at him. Only shoot one arrow, then retreat over there. Mo Yun has set up a simple trap there. I will cover you, and if the opponent comes after you, try to fight them close range and eliminate them. After Su Lin finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. The group carefully approached to about 10 meters away from Brown, and Su Lin pointed at Brown, then pointed at the sky. Little Gray was already ready. Others signaled that Su Lin was prepared. Little Gray shot towards one of the archers like an arrow released from a bow. The claws fiercely grabbed at his eyes, and the other party let out a shrill scream, then slowly fell to the ground. Brown jumped up abruptly upon hearing the sound. Now! Shoot! As soon as Su Lin's words fell, 7 arrows, including his own, shot towards Brown, not giving him a chance to react at all. Mo Yun used the bamboo crossbow in his hand. Brown's eyes revealed an expression of horror, and the man in black behind him suddenly pulled him away, trying to completely avoid the impact of the arrows. But that was just wishful thinking. Although the man in black was not slow, 3 arrows still hit Brown, possibly because it was dark. 2 hit his left arm, and 1 hit his abdomen, while the man in black behind him was not so lucky, as the rest of the arrows all struck him, causing him to fall backward. Su Lin waved his hand, and the others quickly retreated, circling towards the trap area set up by Mo Yun. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, around 3 or 4 seconds. The 2 people closest to Brown had already run to his side, helped him up, and hid behind a big tree while raising their bows for counterattack, but it was just random shooting, as the targets had long since moved away. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Su Lin went invisible and lunged towards Brown. When he reached Brown's side, the dagger in his hand slashed across one person's neck, and then he turned around and fiercely stabbed towards Brown's chest. The other person directly discarded their bow and arrow, a curved knife appearing in their hand, pushing Brown away while swinging at Su Lin. Su Lin's dagger pierced into Brown's chest, then quickly withdrew, and in his right hand appeared a machete to block the attack of the other person's curved knife. Su Lin, why are you here? Brown's voice trembled slightly. After all, he had just experienced 2 brush-ins with death. Su Lin did not answer him at all. The dagger in his left hand swiftly slashed at the one still attacking him, and then the dagger once again lunged at Brown. In the blink of an eye, 4 people were dead, and Su Lin had killed 2. Just as Su Lin thought he could completely kill Brown, Brown gave him a strange smile, twisting his body at an incredible angle, barely avoiding Su Lin's attack, a bamboo crossbow appearing in his hand as he pulled the trigger at Su Lin. The suddenness of the event, combined with the close distance between the two, left Su Lin with no way to dodge. An arrow struck his right chest, while Brown pulled out the arrow embedded in him and retreated, a faint smile still playing on his lips. Su Lin smiled too. Chapter 62, Chase and Counterchase. Su Lin knew that Brown was definitely not so simple. After being injured continuously, Brown's body could still dodge Su Lin's attacks so nimbly and counterattack. This was definitely not normal. The smiles of the two made others feel somewhat eerie. Su Lin reached out to pull out the crossbow bolt from his body and moved forward rapidly. Su Lin, the crossbow bolt is coated with poison, you don't need to struggle anymore. Brown's triumphant voice came. Su Lin's body gradually blended into the surrounding environment, completely disappearing, while Brown hurriedly retreated in panic. In his mind, the farther he was from Su Lin, the safer he would be. But that was impossible. Within a few seconds, Su Lin was back at Brown's side, swinging his dagger towards Brown's heart. Brown retreated quickly, the panic on his face clearly visible. The dagger pierced into Brown's right chest again. If he hadn't twisted his body, that strike would have hit the heart perfectly. Su Lin's body rapidly retreated, and Brown's crossbow once again fired. This time, Su Lin was prepared and dodged away. After several attacks, Su Lin had discovered that the void cloak seemed unable to handle high speeds. Once his speed exceeded a certain limit, the invisibility effect vanished. If it was just for traveling or ordinary attacks, he could remain invisible, otherwise, the invisibility effect disappeared. Su Lin retreated, not because he spared Brown, but because he felt it was impossible to take down Brown today. He returned to Qin Jianfeng and the others. Although he had achieved some results, he sensed something was not right today. Brown's performance gave him a sense of disorientation, and his intuition told him that Brown must have other life-saving measures. Let's leave first. Brown is hiding his true strength. His actual abilities are probably far beyond those of the other contestants. He has been playing the pig to eat the tiger for a long time. Li Zhangtai, go back. Take this food and water with you. Su Lin took a piece of wild boar meat and 2 bamboo tubes of fresh water from the emergency supply pod and handed them to Li Zhangtai. Li Zhangtai took it, nodded, and left. We should go too. Brown's group could catch up at any time. Just after Su Lin's words fell, the sound of arrows slicing through the air came from behind. Su Lin has been heavily poisoned, others are not worth worrying about. We must leave them all behind today. Brown's voice echoed. A hint of anger surfaced on Su Lin's face, and Chen Jianfeng and the others hid in place. Since they are seeking death, let's fulfill their wish. Follow the plan we devised before. After receiving Su Lin's command, everyone took their attack positions. Within 2 to 3 minutes, the remaining 7 or 8 people all chased after them, making a racket, arrogant and audacious, showing no intent to hide, not even Brown. Su Lin maintained a blank expression. Although he felt something was off, since the enemy had already arrived at their doorstep, there was no retreat possible. Among the pursuers, there were no familiar faces of Ryan, Tyler, Rohan, or Brother Sean, which made it even more abnormal. Not thinking too much, Su Lin and the others shot their arrows again, not giving the enemy a moment to react. After 2 cries of agony, 2 corpses fell to the ground. Su Lin's body vanished once again, rushing directly towards Brown. As he approached Brown, he frowned and quickly withdrew back. Ha, Su Lin can't do it anymore, everyone chase him. Brown's simple remark confirmed Su Lin's suspicion. It seemed he could see Su Lin even in his invisible state. Su Lin quickly retreated to the trap set by Mo Yun, the dagger in his hand still stained with blood. Seconds later, of the 7 people chasing, 4 were trapped by Mo Yun's trap. Just as they were about to draw their daggers to cut the vines, arrows from Chen Jianfeng and his group arrived, almost each piercing through their necks. The situation suddenly turned around. Only 3 people remained on Brown's side. Su Lin, don't think that no one can hurt you. This time I concede, see you next time. Brown's body had fully recovered. It seemed the Eagle Sauce Nation had sacrificed for him. The remaining 3 all retreated at high speed, Brown included, moving even faster than Chen Jianfeng and the others. Don't chase, Brown definitely has other life-saving methods, and his underlings haven't come either. We should go. After Su Lin spoke, without any hesitation, he led Chen Jianfeng and the others away. This battle, which didn't seem much like a battle, filled Su Lin's heart with confusion. Based on the rewards announced by the system, Brown did not receive a reward that significantly enhanced his strength, but why could he see his own invisibility? And he seemed only slightly weaker than himself in speed and power? It's abnormal, too abnormal. Captain, could it be that Brown received some kind of reward that allows him to conceal himself? Chen Jianfeng's words were a bit clumsy, but they had some truth. Not sure, everyone is uninjured, right? No, Captain, Brown said you were hit by a poison arrow, are you okay? Mo Yun asked anxiously. I'm fine, the spring water has detoxifying properties, not just for me, but for all of you too. You won't be poisoned. The 6 of them chatted casually as they walked, and the trees became sparser. After more than 2 hours, they arrived at the foot of a stone mountain. Inside here is the place where the red poison scorpion king is located, let's go. I will search for the mine first. You all help me fend off the attacks from other countries' contestants at the mine entrance. Everyone nodded in agreement. What Su Lin did not know was that everyone in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room was closely watching him. This was the extremely difficult third day's task, and completing it seemed very hard. They climbed the mountain, and on the right side of the stone mountain, they easily found the mine where the Red Poison Scorpion King resided. This task will probably be very difficult. It might take a long time, so don't worry too much. No matter what happens inside, you don't need to pay attention. Wait for me to come out. After finishing his instructions, Su Lin was about to enter the mine when Chen Jianfeng stopped him. Captain, if possible, shall we come out to bring us a message? You don't need to worry about the outside of the mine. Chen Jianfeng's face was filled with worry. Okay, no worries. Everyone, don't be concerned, if I can't fight back, I will run. After Su Lin finished speaking, he directly entered the mine. Inside the mine, it was pitch black. If it weren't for Su Lin's eyes being enhanced by the spring water and various rewards, he would not be able to see at all. The ground was covered in rubble, incredibly difficult to walk on, and occasionally, one or two small scorpions crawled by. After half an hour, Su Lin arrived at the entrance of a huge cave. A foul, pungent smell assaulted him. Chapter 63, Hunting the Red Poison Scorpion King. This was already deep within the mine. The stone walls glowed with a blue light everywhere, looking even more eerie. Su Lin was invisible, holding a machete, pressed against the cold rock wall. From the darkness deep in the mine came the sound of pata-pata, as if animals were knocking against the rock wall, accompanied by the noise of shells rubbing against the stone. Suddenly, all sounds stopped at once, vanishing without a trace. The entire mine fell into a dead silence. Su Lin's pupils shrank. The Red Poison Scorpion King should have discovered him, and it seemed their distance was very close. Almost without any reaction time, Su Lin moved. He did not retreat, but charged straight ahead. Just as he left his original spot, the rock wall he had been leaning against exploded violently, and a giant claw covered in red shell burst through the shattered wall, followed by the entire Red Poison Scorpion King crawling out from the destroyed mine. If Su Lin had hesitated for even a moment, he would already be a corpse. The Red Poison Scorpion King was over 3 meters long, with dark red shells and about 10 centimeters of spikes that looked like fur. Its 4 pairs of limbs ended in sharp claws that could easily sink into the rock, showcasing immense strength. The large pincers raised high seemed capable of tearing a person to shreds in an instant. Most terrifying was its high-held tail, with a poison stinger emitting a strange blue glow, dripping thick venom drop by drop. Su Lin was only 5 or 6 meters away from the Red Poison Scorpion King. How to fight this? All I have is a machete. A dagger is completely useless against such a giant. But according to the system's hints, the joints, abdomen, and the inner side of the mouth of the Crimson Poison Scorpion King are weak points, unprotected by thick shells, so I can only strike from those areas. The Crimson Poison Scorpion King raised its 2 pincers high and pounced forward, the shockwave sweeping through the mining tunnel, with stones flying like rain. Su Lin's machete struck the shell, creating a shower of sparks, and he used the rebound force to leap back 5 or 6 meters, trying to escape the Scorpion King's attack range. The Crimson Poison Scorpion King pursued him relentlessly. The left pincer was raised high, sweeping towards Su Lin, the wind blowing his hair back as the Scorpion King's body was almost upright. A rare opportunity. Su Lin crouched down and slid under the Scorpion King, quickly gliding past its belly, raising his machete with both hands, thrusting the tip directly into the soft connective membrane of the abdomen. Sizzle! A sound like tearing through a rag echoed in the air. The machete's blade burrowed 3 to 4 inches into the Scorpion King's abdomen, purple-black blood spraying out. If not for Su Lin's incredible speed, he would have been doused in blood. The Crimson Poison Scorpion King let out a sharp screech, its entire body shaking violently, twisting at an unbelievable angle as the poison needle at its tail lunged towards Su Lin's back like lightning. As Su Lin fell, he had already completed all his moves, sliding, rolling, half-squatting, and then raising his machete high. At the instant the Scorpion King's poison needle was about to hit Su Lin's back, it plunged deep into the ground's rock. Although Su Lin was not afraid of toxins after drinking spring water, the Scorpion King's poison needle was something he could not withstand, being exceptionally thick and sharp. Furious, the Scorpion King pulled out its tail stinger, the pain in its abdomen making it more agitated, turning with astonishing speed as its right pincer came crashing down like a heavy hammer. Su Lin had no time to react, and could only helplessly raise his machete to block. Clang! With the clash of metal, Su Lin found himself completely kneeling on the rock layer, his palm splitting open as blood gushed from his wrist. The difference in strength was too great to fight head-on, he could only rely on his wits. After blocking, Su Lin shot back like a cannonball, and then vanished again. Without a target, the Crimson Poison Scorpion King angrily raised both pincers and randomly attacked the surrounding cave walls, rocks flying everywhere, the foul smell spreading throughout the cave. The stench nearly suffocated Su Lin. 2 minutes later, as the dust settled, the Crimson Poison Scorpion King lay about 10 meters away from Su Lin, seemingly exhausted. Su Lin quietly approached, and when he was 2 or 3 meters away from the Scorpion King, he swung his machete fiercely towards the Scorpion King's shell. As expected, after feeling the pain, the Scorpion King once again raised its pincers high, and the gaps in the shell between its compound eyes were fully exposed to Su Lin. Without a moment's hesitation, the opportunity was only this once. Su Lin raised his machete, thrusting it violently into the gap between the Scorpion King's compound eyes, all the way to the handle. The crimson poison Scorpion King let out an earth-shattering roar, its entire body thrashing wildly, two enormous pincers flailing wildly, and its poison needle stabbing aimlessly. Purple-black blood splattered everywhere, and Su Lin could not escape unscathed. After striking, Su Lin rolled to the side several times, retreating far from the Scorpion King's attack range, while once again brandishing a dagger for defense. The Scorpion King continued to struggle violently. The movements became smaller and smaller, the limbs twitching continuously. After 10 minutes, the massive body crashed to the ground. Su Lin still did not step forward. The system's voice had not yet come, which meant the red poison Scorpion King was not dead. If he approached now, he might be killed by its dying strike. The cave returned to silence, with only the enormous breathing of the red poison Scorpion King and the sound of blood dripping. Reward: Dragon Country contestant Su Lin kills the red poison Scorpion King. All attributes +5, 10 bottles of special detoxification medicine. Additionally, all citizens of Dragon Country get lucky +2 and all attributes +1 because Dragon Country contestant Su Lin is the first to kill the red poison Scorpion King. Reward: a piercing blade, a compound bow, and 100 arrows. The system announcement repeated 3 times in a row. Su Ning wiped the sweat from his forehead and touched the bloodstain on his waist with his left hand. He had only been lightly scraped by the Scorpion King's limbs, it was not fatal, and the poison had not penetrated deeply. Su Lin endured the pain throughout his body and took out the piercing blade from the system rewards. He carefully approached the red poison Scorpion King's side, using the blade to put the Scorpion King's shell, poison stingers, and all useful items into the emergency supply pod. After finishing all this, Su Lin slowly walked out of the cave. It was the first time he had been injured since entering the primordial realm, but he was already healing quickly. However, in the darkness, he had no idea how many dangers awaited him. But at least at this moment, he was still alive. The battle with the red poison Scorpion King made him realize that even though he was already unique among the contestants of various countries, compared to these mutated beasts, many times he was still too weak. He even believed that in the near future, more beasts beyond his understanding would emerge in the primordial realm. So, he needed to rapidly improve his strength, only then could he adapt and stand out. Su Lin struggled to exit the cave, and the scene outside made him furious. Chapter 64, Bloody Battle. In front of the cave entrance, there were at least 20 to 30 people. Chen Jianfeng and the others were fighting desperately. All 5 of them were covered in blood, not knowing if it was their own or the enemy's. What's going on? Su Lin's voice was low. Captain, they insisted on entering the cave to hunt the red poison Scorpion King. When we refused, a violent conflict broke out. Shi Meng, who was in the front line, was seriously injured, Chen Jianfeng said with anger in his voice. Su Lin took a bamboo tube of spring water from the emergency supply pod and handed it to Shi Meng. Shi Meng gulped down 2 or 3 mouthfuls and raised the machete in his hand again. Su Lin, your people from Dragon Country are too overbearing. The task issued by the system can only be completed by you? Do we not even have the qualifications to enter? A mocking voice spoke up, it was Brother Shan from John's group. What's the point of saying this? If you want to deal with me, you can come up with 1,000 reasons and excuses. Don't speak those grand words anymore. Since today my Dragon Country people have been hurt, you all don't need to leave, Su Lin said, drawing out the piercing blade and handing the compound bow and arrows to Chen Jianfeng. Kill, leave none alive. As Su Lin's words fell, he had already disappeared. Chen Jianfeng and the others quickly formed an attack formation again. Chen Jianfeng bent his bow and shot an arrow at the so-called Brother Shan. In the instant Su Lin vanished, Brother Shan's face changed dramatically. He had worked so hard to gather so many people just to stop Su Lin from completing a very difficult task, but now that Su Lin had completed the task, staying here was meaningless. Brother Shan turned to run, and Su Lin had already moved to his side. The piercing blade, accompanied by the whistling sound of the wind, struck toward his back. Speed was too fast, it was already too late to dodge. Shan Ji's eyes showed a look of horror, his whole body twisting at an unbelievable angle, and he rolled sideways, wanting to escape far away from Su Lin, but Su Lin was faster. At the moment Shan Ge rolled, Su Lin had already caught up, and the armor-piercing knife in his hand struck Shan Ji's back. Slashing. Shan Ji's clothes were torn open on his back, blood gushed out, deep enough to see the bone. Su Lin seemed stunned for a moment, he didn't expect the armor-piercing knife to have such great power, but soon returned to normal and thrust the knife at Shan Ge again. Shan Ge rushed forward in a panic, the intense pain in his back making it hard for him to maintain his balance, only then did he have the chance to draw his own knife. Su Lin, you bully too much, do you really think I am a soft persimmon? Ha, you still know idioms. Do you know? In my eyes, you are garbage, just a dog leg behind brown. Since we met today, don't think about surviving. Su Lin's body moved quickly, suddenly appearing in front of Shan Gu, the armor-piercing knife deeply stabbing into Shan Ji's left chest near the heart. Then he immediately pulled it out, and Shan Gu collapsed to the ground, breathing out but not in. Su Lin quickly turned around. There were 3 or 4 people surrounding Mo Yun. Although she was trying hard to resist, she might be killed in the next moment. After moving to Mo Yun's side, Su Lin changed the armor-piercing knife into a dagger and instantly slit the throats of 2 people. When he appeared again, he held the armor-piercing knife in his right hand, blocking a deadly threat for Mo Yun, the knife fiercely stabbing into another person's chest. In an instant, the crisis for Mo Yun was resolved. Mo Yun, don't hold back, kill. After Su Lin's voice came out, he had already moved toward Shi Meng, who was surrounded by 4 or 5 people, having already suffered many knife wounds. A hint of ruthlessness appeared in Mo Yun's eyes, as the dagger in her right hand swiftly slashed across the neck of the black man she was fighting, without a moment's pause, heading toward Wang Wujie to provide support. All the contestants from Long Kingdom were surrounded by 2 or 3 people. The situation was precarious. Shi Meng's moves were bold and fierce, but due to severe injuries, his speed was slow. If no one came to help, he would soon be killed. The armor-piercing knife in Su Lin's hand flew up and down, constantly attacking the other contestants from different countries around Shi Meng. Although he didn't know exactly which countries these people were from, nor did he recognize many faces, he could tell that many were likely from small countries. In an instant, the armor-piercing knife flipped 2 people over, blood everywhere on the ground. Shi Meng looked gratefully at Su Lin, and with the knife in hand, he violently severed one person's arm, seemingly boosting his spirit in an instant. Brother Meng, leave this to me, quickly drink some spring water. Su Lin also noticed Shi Meng's change and reminded him. Shi Meng seemed stunned for a moment but then didn't hesitate to pull out a bamboo tube and gulp down 4 or 5 mouthfuls before swinging his knife at the 3 or 4 people surrounding Zhao Xinming. Retreat, all retreat, back to Zone 5, retreat. Shan Ji's voice suddenly rang out. Su Lin turned his head to take a look. Shan Gu had already returned to normal. After saying this, his body moved quickly, fleeing away. A hint of regret appeared in Su Lin's eyes. If it weren't to save Mo Yun, he would definitely have struck a few more times, but the situation was urgent at that time, and he couldn't think so much, which gave John Bull the chance to use the national fortune points to sacrifice. The opportunity to restore Brother Shan. The speed of the armor-piercing knife in hand became faster and faster, and after hearing Brother Shan's reminder, the others quickly ran away. In less than a minute, more than 10 corpses were left on the ground. Zhao Xinming and the others were preparing to chase, but were stopped by Su Lin. These are just small characters, don't worry about them. Collect their food and weapons, and we will withdraw quickly. After Su Lin finished speaking, he also began to collect food and weapons. Except for Chen Jianfeng, the others were seriously injured. They had to quickly find a place to rest, treat their wounds, and replenish food and water. 2 or 3 minutes later, the 6 people quickly retreated. Because there were few trees on the mountain, their movements were exposed. If the enemy turned back, it would be very dangerous. More than an hour later, Su Lin and the others found a giant tree in the deep forest. The group made a fire, sat under the tree, replenished food and water, and each drank 3 sips of spring water. Everyone rest well, no need to be on guard. While we were fighting, I had Little Gray come to find a safe place. It is now on guard. You all worked very hard today. I saw your performance, very great. Thank you for protecting me. Su Lin's words were very sincere. Captain, you're being too formal. In these 2 or 3 days, how many times have you saved us? We should be the ones thanking you. Mo Yun's voice came softly. The others nodded while eating. Chirp. Suddenly, Little Gray let out a sharp cry from not far away. Su Lin waved his hand at everyone and quickly moved towards Little Gray. Chapter 65, Cooperation. The people in the official livestream of Longhua were all holding their breath, their minds highly tense. In these 2 or 3 days, Su Lin and his team had constantly been attacked by various countries. Although Su Lin's combat power was extremely high, their numbers were too small, and any mistake could lead to an accident. Su Lin appeared beside Little Gray. Little Gray's wings flapped twice to the right, and Su Lin understood. After about 10 minutes, 6 or 7 people walked out from the dense forest to the right, with Li Zhangtai at the front. Su Lin went up to meet them. Captain, this is Su Lin. I told you they must be coming in this direction. Li Zhangtai seemed a bit excited. Hello, I'm Jin Zemin, captain of the Beibang team. It's a pleasure to meet you. We've been looking for you for a long time. I'm Su Lin. Thank you for your assistance. Let's go. We have a resting point up ahead. Let's go replenish some food and water. Su Lin shook hands with Jin Zemin, then led everyone towards the place where Chen Jianfeng and the others were. When they arrived at the resting point, both sides introduced themselves. Su Lin took out a lot of wolf meat and wild boar meat to share with Jin Zemin and his team. Su Lin, we captured a player from the South Bang team. From his mouth, we learned that Brown and another mysterious person have already set up an elaborate trap at the only passage to the central area. They are just waiting for you to come. They are very afraid of you continuing to grow stronger. Jin Zemin said, then quietly watched Su Lin. A passage? This continent is so big, is there really no other way to bypass it? Su Lin raised his doubts. Whether we can bypass it is unknown, but since Brown has set up a trap there, it's very likely we can't avoid it. You may have already noticed, the entire continent seems to have been intentionally arranged this way, and I suspect that after the 3-day growth period, more and more beasts beyond our imagination will appear in the upcoming missions. Jin Zemin's expression was serious. You're absolutely right. So, what you mean is that the two teams should join forces? Shall we face the upcoming situation together? Su Lin asked knowingly, his tone not too polite. Su Lin, we have all drank the spring water brought back by Zhang Tai, and our strength has greatly improved, especially our power, speed, and reaction ability, all at least doubled. This spring water was given to us by you. So we must do something to repay you, Jin Zemin said sincerely. No need for repayment. Our two countries are originally friendly nations. If possible, let's unite our forces and jointly thwart Brown's ambitions. Su Lin clearly expressed his stance. Alright, Su Lin, our players might have a large gap in strength compared to yours, but rest assured, no one will shirk from danger. We have already discussed on our way here, and we will follow your unified command. Thank you, brother nation, for your trust. In that case, I will do as you wish. Everyone eat, and after eating, we will set off, Su Lin said, taking out a bamboo tube of spring water from the emergency supply cabin and handing it to Jin Zemin. Chen Jianfeng's eyes lit up for a moment, but he remained silent. As for Su Lin's decision, they were now unconditionally obedient. Although the spring water was precious, they had already realized that the more they drank, the less effective it became. This is too precious, Su Lin, please take it back, Jin Zemin hurriedly refused. You sacrificed 2 people to save us, what does this little spring water count for? Your strength has increased, which will greatly benefit our entire operation. Take it. I don't like hesitating people, Su Lin said. Upon hearing Su Lin's words, Jin Zemin accepted it readily and had everyone take 3 sips on the spot. I need to remind you, the more you drink this spring water, the less effective it becomes, and it may not even work at the end. Jin Zemin nodded. Then Su Lin took out the weapons they had collected, allowing Jin Zemin and the others to choose, before finally extinguishing the fire. More than a dozen people set off in a grand manner. Now each of them had a bow and arrow. Machetes and daggers were essential items too. Actually, Su Lin had a doubt in his heart. Up until now, he had discovered that the advancement of the entire national survival system was very slow, and most people's weapons had not been upgraded. In terms of weapons made only from materials in the wilderness, the overall progress of the national survival system seemed too slow. But these problems were beyond his control. He believed there must be reasons for it. Su Lin walked at the front of the team, with Jin Zemin and the others in the middle, and Chen Jianfeng and a few others at the back to guard. In the official live broadcast room, Fang Yi's face was full of questions. Brother Chen, Su Lin and the others actually don't know Jin Zemin too well, only getting acquainted through Li Zhengtai. Why do I feel like they have already lowered their guard against them? Fang Yi, take a closer look at their formation. Why do you think Su Lin arranged the Beibang people in the middle? Brother Chen, do you mean to say that Su Lin does not have 100% trust in them? Definitely. Our Dragon Kingdom's players probably all think this way. After all, now it's not only their own safety, but also the fate of the country, so they have to be a bit cautious. Then why did Su Lin give them the spring water? Fang Yi continued to ask. Didn't you notice? The overall strength of the Beibang people is relatively low. They don't have outstanding individuals like Su Lin to boost the team's overall strength, so Su Lin uses the spring water to enhance their strength a bit, but it poses no threat to our Dragon Kingdom's players. Otherwise, in battle, they might become a burden. Chen Ye's explanation made everyone in the livestream suddenly realize. The national fate survival, each country is betting on its national fate, no one can afford to lose. The overall strength of the 6 people from Dragon Country is top-notch among all countries, as long as they endure for a few more days, after they replenish their new teammates, the real battle will begin. So during this time, they must try to gather more allies. This is also the reason why Su Lin agreed to cooperate with Jin Zenian and the others. A dozen people were struggling through the deep mountains and forests, although they had received related news, they did not know where the so-called essential pass was. From 4 o'clock in the afternoon until after 7 in the evening, everyone was completely exhausted. Su Lin ordered the team to stop, start a fire to roast meat, and replenish fresh water. After Little Gray had eaten and drunk enough, he began to patrol the surrounding area. he remained highly alert, and he had a premonition that he was not far from the trap set by Brown. Suddenly, Little Gray let out a sharp scream and flew towards Su Lin and the others. Chapter 66, The Pass. Little Gray flew over, constantly fluttering his left wing, and Su Lin immediately understood. Little Gray said someone has been probing over here, and now there's no time to hide. Brother Chen, Brother Meng, stay behind, the others take cover nearby and coordinate with us. Remember, we absolutely cannot let the other side escape. After Su Lin's words fell, everyone hid nearby except for Chen Jianfeng and Shi Meng. 3 or 4 minutes later, from the left side came the sound of rustling, and they seemed to have seen the firelight. The speed was getting faster, and the 3 people directly hid behind a nearby big tree. 3 or 4 people rushed out from the woods on the left, holding machetes and bows. Upon seeing the bonfire but not finding anyone, they also hid at the same time. Come out, we can see you already. The leader, a big red-nosed man, held a bow and arrow, constantly changing direction. Chen Jianfeng slowly raised the bow and arrow in his hand and shot an arrow at the big red-nosed man in front, then the remaining others unhesitatingly shot their arrows. 4 people gradually fell down, each shot with at least 2 arrows. Su Lin and the others walked out from the shadows. These people are unfamiliar, they might be contestants from other small countries. Captain Jean, let your teammates gather their weapons and food, I will go ahead and take a look. After you put out the fire, hide in place and wait for me to return. Su Lin said after checking. After walking forward for a dozen meters, Su Lin completely blended into the surrounding environment. 200 or 300 meters ahead, there was a pass, with straight mountains on both sides, stretching endlessly. To go around the mountain to bypass the pass is akin to chasing a dream. Su Lin moved along the right mountain for at least a mile, seeing no change in the terrain at all. When he returned, just as he was preparing to probe into the pass, 2 people walked out from the depths of the pass. One held a dagger and was tall, while the other held a wooden stick, and they walked out from the pass while talking. John and the 4 have been out for so long, yet they haven't returned. Could something have happened? What could happen? They probably caught some prey? It's strange though, such terrain doesn't exist in real life. Could it be deliberately designed? Apart from the pass, there is no other way. The tall man holding the dagger said as he walked. Isn't that good? Su Lin's team wanted to break through the nearly impossible. Brown had laid numerous traps on the other side and had around 40 to 50 people. With just his 6 men, it was harder than climbing to the heavens. Another person lowered their voice. Let's go, the 2 of us should head back. Going any further is beyond the scouting range and quite dangerous. That said, as long as we can keep Su Lin blocked here, ideally even kill him, then everything after that has nothing to do with him. As the 2 walked back, they chatted casually. Su Lin moved swiftly, like a ghost, landing lightly behind the 2 men, his dagger cutting through their necks in an instant. The 2 desperately held their throats, trying to stop the blood from flowing, and slowly fell to the ground. Su Lin quietly looked at the 2 men, his brow furrowed. From their conversation, he could hear that in front of the pass, there were not only traps but also 40 to 50 people ready to attack him at any moment. If he tried to force his way through, the chance of success was almost zero. What method should he use? He had already killed 6 of the other side's men, and they would soon come to scout. After hesitating briefly, Su Lin turned and left, not even burying the bodies. When he regrouped with Chen Jianfeng and the others, Su Lin briefly reported the situation to them. The only 2 methods I can think of right now are, first, we rush over quickly, you wait in ambush at the edge of the pass. Brown will definitely send someone to scout, and we can take them out one by one until they don't dare to send anyone out again. Su Lin's gaze swept across everyone present. The second option is, while you eliminate their scouts, I quietly infiltrate the opposite side of the pass on my own, kill their contestants if possible, and figure out if there are any other routes to enter. Right now, our only advantage is that Brown doesn't know Captain Jean and the others exist, so any contestant that comes out must be killed. Su Lin's voice was deep, even carrying a hint of worry. This time was different from before. The pass had become a natural barrier, and getting through smoothly would be incredibly difficult. In fact, there was another way to outlast the other side, but this method had a downside. Brown could leave people here to guard, and he could organize others to complete the system's mission. Captain Su, we definitely don't have a problem, but you're crossing the pass to reach their traps and the encirclement of many contestants. Isn't the risk a bit too high? Jean Zeman's concern was the same as what Chen Jianfeng and the others worried about. It's fine, I have the void garment. In a critical moment, I can become invisible. Plus, Xiao Hui will accompany me, it will point the way for me from the sky. Xiao Hui's head was held high, looking quite proud. Just as Chen Jianfeng and the others were about to speak, Su Lin waved his hand to stop them. We can't hesitate any longer, they'll soon send people out again. We need to act now, exactly as I say. After saying this, Su Lin turned and left, with the others closely following him. Around 10 minutes later, they reached the pass. Everyone except Su Ning hid around the edges of the pass. Su Lin's body slowly became ethereal until he completely disappeared, causing Jean Zeman and the others who saw it for the first time to gasp in amazement. Su Lin slowly approached the pass, his speed not too fast. Xiao Wei had already flown into the air. It was around 7 or 8 in the evening, and the entire pass was in darkness. Su Lin had learned many methods of setting traps and mechanisms from Mo Yun. So, facing the traps laid in the narrow pass, he could easily recognize and avoid them. 20 minutes later, in front of Su Lin, there was the sound of whispers, and it seemed there was also a flicker of fire ahead. The 6 people haven't come back. We must be very careful. It's likely Su Lin has arrived. Listen to me, we absolutely cannot leave the pass. Okay, let's go out for a quick look. No matter if we see anyone or not, we return immediately. It's too dangerous. The 2 of them chatted casually, and surprisingly, they were moving toward the left side of the narrow pass. Su Lin had a flash of inspiration. He chose not to strike but to closely follow them from behind. Chapter 67, A Game Within a Game. As long as they could figure out the safe route in and out of the narrow pass, then Qin Jianfeng and Jin Zemin could escape the traps unscathed and enter the pass. Even if there were 40 or 50 opponents after passing through the trap area, they wouldn't be powerless. Moreover, their team of over a dozen people could sneak attack and then leave directly. Su Lin's idea was good and had great feasibility. After walking for a few minutes along the left side of the road, the 2 of them suddenly changed direction without warning and continued forward. Su Lin was less than 10 meters away from them, recording their walking route completely, and soon arrived at the exit of the narrow pass. Just as the 2 of them poked their heads out, they were shot dead by Qin Jianfeng and the others' arrows, and then someone came to take their weapons and food, dragging their bodies aside. The exit of the narrow pass fell into a deathly silence once again. Su Lin slowly walked out from inside, hiding behind a large tree. Everyone, don't attack. It's me, Su Lin. After speaking, he stepped forward, and others surrounded him. Captain Jean, I followed those 2 out from the narrow pass and recorded their safe route in and out. Now everyone follow me. Once we enter the pass, stay highly alert. If possible, we will make a sneak attack and then immediately retreat through the pass. Head towards the center area. Su Lin's words were firm and resolute. Okay, we're listening to you, Captain Su. Alright, everyone follow me and don't stray. After Su Lin spoke, he stepped into the narrow pass, and the others closely followed him in, entering one after another. It only took a little over 20 minutes for everyone to pass through the entire narrow pass. Su Lin gently waved his hand, and everyone concealed themselves on the spot, each holding a bow or a machete. The tension in the air reached its peak. Everyone could hear voices from the other side and vaguely see some flickering lights. Stay hidden. I'll go take a look. If anyone comes, kill them. Su Ning tried to keep his voice low. Everyone nodded in agreement, especially Jin Zemin, who appeared noticeably excited. Su Lin's figure vanished again, quickly moving forward, and 5 minutes later, he was hiding behind a massive tree, observing the scene before him. Radiating from the area of the narrow pass trap, there were people in bonfires on both sides, all holding bows and machetes. Only a central path was left open, where Brown, Brother Shan, Taylor, and Luo Han were talking. All the people sent out haven't returned. No doubt, Su Lin has already arrived. Everyone, don't be nervous, he definitely won't get here. Now what I'm most worried about is that Su Lin will engage us in a war of attrition, and won't come in at all. Brown's voice carried a hint of helplessness. If their positions were switched, he certainly wouldn't enter either. Even if he couldn't complete the upcoming mission, he wouldn't risk his life. He believed that Su Lin also wouldn't, completely ignoring the differences between the 2 of them. Su Lin was different from him. Su Lin had faith. It doesn't matter, if he doesn't come in, the subsequent tasks and rewards won't concern him at all. We just need to hold this place well, and our overall strength will far surpass his. If it really doesn't work, we can take turns guarding, said Brother Shan, gritting his teeth, unable to forget the last time when Su Lin almost killed him. For now, that's the only way, Brown replied, his voice filled with helplessness. On the surface, it seemed they were in a completely proactive state and held an absolute advantage, but the worries in his heart were left unspoken. The previous encounters with Su Lin had already left him with psychological trauma. If it weren't for using some means, he would probably have been killed by Su Lin long ago. Do you think there's a possibility that Su Lin has actually entered, or that he has crossed the pass area alone while leaving his team behind? After all, he does have the void dust cloak. Luo Han's words made Brown and the others break into a cold sweat. This possibility not only existed but was quite high. If that were the case, everything they were doing here would be futile, as they couldn't stop Su Lin's growth, everything would be meaningless. Brown's face turned pale, but now that the situation had come to this, he had no better plans. I think it's unlikely. You see, we have arranged personnel across the entire trap area, and a huge pit was dug in the middle passage. Su Lin would have to fly over to pass through without alerting anyone. Taylor's words made some sense. Su Lin stood quietly there, not moving at all. He was pondering a question. Since Brown could guess that he had most likely come over, could it be that what they were saying was to be heard by him? This possibility was not absent. If he acted according to the information they revealed in their words, would he end up falling into their trap? Alright, let's not say anything. We'll wait a few hours. If by midnight, Su Lin hasn't acted, then we need to consider other plans, said one of them. The others stopped talking, waiting quietly. The only sound around was the crackling of the burning fire, and Su Lin's figure slowly retreated. After he joined Jin Zemin and Chen Jianfeng, the worried expression on his face was unmistakable. Captain, what's wrong? Zhao Xinming asked the question everyone was thinking. Brown has set up a lot of personnel ahead, there are his people on both sides, and a huge pit has been dug in the middle. It will probably be very difficult for us to get through. I came back to discuss with you. I plan to sneak attack Brown to draw their attention, and you take the opportunity to break out from the left, Su Lin explained. You alone are too dangerous. I'll go with you, along with Shi Meng, Chen Jianfeng said, but before he finished, Su Lin waved his hand. Right now, we are gambling, betting on whether what Brown just said was true. If I find any clues in the process of the sneak attack, I will remind you, and if I tell you to go, you must leave, Su Lin affirmed. Jin Zemin and Chen Jianfeng nodded heavily. Everyone understood that this battle was indeed filled with great danger. The viewers in the livestream were all on edge. Su Lin's actions were a bit too risky, yet it was also the most practical method at the moment. Su Lin's figure vanished again, tightly gripping the armor-piercing blade, returning to the hiding spot he was in earlier. After confirming several times that there were no movements around, Su Lin cautiously approached near Brown and stopped only 5 or 6 meters away from him. Then his figure suddenly surged forward, wielding the armor-breaking knife as he charged at Brown. Chapter 68, Bloody Battle. Su Lin's figure appeared at maximum speed, and he was already at Brown's side, the armor-breaking knife slicing through the air toward Brown's head. There was not a hint of fear in Brown's eyes. He nonchalantly leaned to the left, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, seemingly filled with disdain. Su Lin also smiled, and the armor-breaking knife aimed at Brown's head suddenly reversed, directly slicing toward Brown's left shoulder, the speed incredible, leaving Brown no time to dodge. Did you forget that I can see you? Brown's body rolled again, twisting at an unbelievable angle to barely evade Su Lin's armor-breaking knife. You seem to have forgotten that pretending in front of me is useless. Su Lin knew Brown could see him, but the fact that Brown didn't warn his companions ahead of time showed that he wasn't entirely united with them. Su Lin attacked again with the armor-breaking knife, and a bamboo crossbow bolt appeared in his left hand, which he launched without hesitation. With nowhere to hide, Brown got hit by an arrow on his arm. All of this happened within just 2 or 3 seconds, and others had not even reacted, while Su Lin and Brown had already exchanged several blows. Undoubtedly, Brown was strong. Even when facing Su Lin, he was able to respond calmly, suggesting he must have received some other rewards, or it would have been nearly impossible. Su Lin directly abandoned Brown and turned to attack others, the armor-breaking knife flashing up and down, killing 3 or 4 people within 2 to 3 seconds. The people on the left had originally held bows and arrows, but now, amidst the chaos, many hurriedly threw aside their bows to join the battle, while at this moment, Brown stayed hidden at a distance. In reality, he was giving Su Lin a false sense of security. If Su Lin continued to attack, he could surely take Brown's life within 3 to 5 moves because Brown clearly understood how he managed to dodge these attacks. Even now, he still felt a lingering fear. 2 or 3 people were left on the left, and Su Lin shouted loudly, "Go!" Chen Jianfeng and Jin Zemin instantly sprang into action. They knew Su Lin's capabilities, and if they stayed here, they could only become a burden to him. So they quickly led the players from Longhua and Beibang to rush past where Brown's people had just stood, easily escaping after shooting 3 arrows in succession. However, what Su Lin misjudged was that Brown's people did not pursue Chen Jianfeng and Jin Zemin. Instead, they surrounded Su Lin tightly, occasionally shooting arrows at him. Exhausted from defending, Su Lin already bore 3 or 4 wounds. After swinging the armor-breaking knife to kill a contestant, he leaped out of the battle circle, his figure gradually becoming blurry until he disappeared completely. Behind that big tree, 1 o'clock direction, Brown's voice suddenly rang out. He was guiding others to Su Lin's location. Su Lin moved again in Brown's direction, knowing he must kill Brown first, otherwise, escaping would be very difficult. At that moment, Su Lin suddenly understood, the trap Brown set was not for others but was solely aimed at him. The situation grew more challenging. In the following 10 minutes, Brown kept indicating Su Lin's location. Although Su Lin had killed 7 or 8 people, his wounds also increased. He was even facing obstacles in his movements, especially since he had been cut in the back by someone and was bleeding profusely. Everyone in the official Longhua livestream had already held their breath. They knew very well that this was a trap set by Brown for Su Lin. If Su Lin couldn't escape in time, he might die here. Su Lin, come on, kill them all. Bastard, what are Chen Jianfeng and the others doing? That old creep Brown is hiding in the back, letting others die for him, so shameless and despicable. Chen Ye's eyes were fixed on the screen. He believed that Su Lin could find a way to break through, and now it was night. As long as he could quickly leave the battlefield, there was still time. Su Lin seemed to realize this too. His figure flickered and he moved far away from the fire pit. Both sides had their vision greatly limited. Even Brown could not see where Su Lin was, only piercing screams echoed in the darkness. Without Brown to guide Su Lin's position, it was a massacre. Chen Jianfeng and Jin Zemin had not gone far. Their expressions were serious, ready to return for rescue at any time. The captain seems to be unable to hold on. We must go back to rescue him immediately, Zhao Xinming said anxiously. Calm down. Listen to the sounds, they are all screams from Brown's men. The captain should be fine, Chen Jianfeng's voice was low. He was under great pressure. If he misjudged, it might cost Su Lin his life, but if he led the team back, he feared getting trapped himself and becoming a burden to Su Lin. After all, the enemy outnumbered them. Even though Su Lin had killed some, who knew if there were more hidden in the dark? Brown, I will not withdraw until I kill you all. You beasts in human skin. Brother Chen, you must retreat quickly. Su Lin's voice came through. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Chen Jianfeng turned around without looking back, with everyone closely following him. Brown's face was extremely ugly, illuminated by the firelight, it looked somewhat menacing. He still had 4 people by his side who hadn't joined the fight. He was torn between leaving now or waiting for the outcome of the battle. After 1 or 2 minutes, the number of people surrounding Lin Lin decreased, and the screams were not as frequent. Brown quickly waved his hand and departed with the remaining 4, Shangu, Tyler, and Luohan, not looking back at all. Half a minute later, the remaining fighters surrounding Su Lin seemed to realize Brown had left. The rest scattered and in an instant, Su Lin was the only one standing there. The battle underwent a dramatic change. Su Lin checked their bodies one by one, collecting the food and weapons they had and putting them into the emergency supply pod. Then, he took a few sips of spring water, quickly bandaged his wounds, and chased after the direction where Chen Jianfeng and the others had retreated. The entire fight lasted for over 10 minutes, and at least 20 of Brown's fighters were killed by Su Lin. Su Lin was covered in wounds, the worst injuries he had suffered since entering the primitive world. His body ached fiercely, but he was healing quickly. More than an hour later, Su Lin reunited with Chen Jianfeng and the others. When Chen Jianfeng and the other team members saw Su Lin's state, tears filled everyone's eyes. Captain, if something like this happens again, I will not leave. You don't need to preach to me anymore. Mo Yun's voice was somewhat choked with emotion. Chapter 69, Resuming Tasks. No, Mo Yun, your choice today was correct. Brown still has at least 7 or 8 people who haven't attacked. If you hadn't turned back, our entire team along with Captain Jin's would likely have been trapped. I can't help it. I'm fine with a little injury. Su Lin tried to make his voice sound as relaxed as possible, and forced a smile after saying this. Captain, I think Mo Yun is right. We are a whole. You represent Dragon Nation, and so are we. Everyone coming in must be ready to sacrifice for the country. If we don't go through blood and fire, we will never grow. You can't always stay by our side. One day, we need to carry out tasks on our own. From today, we don't need your protection. Chen Jianfeng spoke decisively. Su Lin nodded heavily and looked at Chen Jianfeng and the others. I think what Brother Chen said makes sense. From now on, I will try my best to let you all participate in the fight, but if the situation gets bad, you must retreat when I order it. Others nodded in agreement. Captain Jean, there are still 1 or 2 hours until midnight. Let's find a temporary place to settle down and wait for the system to issue the task. Jin Zemin nodded in agreement, and everyone continued on their way. Half an hour later, Zhao Xinming found a cave. Everyone cleaned up the cave and started a fire to roast meat. Jin Zemin sent 2 team members along with Shi Meng and Wang Wujie to stand guard nearby while the others ate and drank before switching places. Chen Jianfeng rebandaged Su Lin's wounds. At this point, there was less than an hour until midnight. Captain Jean, the system will issue tasks again tonight. The growth period of the first 3 days has ended. Although the system says it will issue tasks every 2 days from now on, if my guess is correct, it is likely to change. Because the number of dead participants is increasing, almost every country is not fully staffed. Plus, the difficulty of the tasks has been high from the beginning, so I estimate the task timing will be extended. I think so too. Otherwise, when more than half the people are dead, many may still be in the novice protection period. If the task time is extended, the difficulty may also rise. Jin Zemin's words were agreed upon by everyone. This was definitely inevitable. No matter what kind of tasks the system issues, we must try to complete them, as it will surely benefit our future growth. Also, we absolutely cannot use ordinary thinking to measure the system. Many beasts or abilities that surpass reality may be ours in the near future. Whatever situation we encounter, don't be too surprised. What Chen Jianfeng said was actually the same as Su Lin's feelings. Everyone rested briefly after eating and drinking to their fill. The temperature in the mountains at night was extremely low, even far below normal early winter temperatures. Su Lin leaned against the mountain wall and slowly fell asleep. He was too tired. Midnight soon arrived. After evaluating the tasks of the first 3 days, due to the high number of deaths, the task cycle has been changed to 7 days. The task difficulty is divided into ordinary and extremely difficult. The system's cold voice rang out, just as Su Lin and Jean Zeman had expected. Ordinary task: within 7 days, the entire national team must hunt 30 ghost firewolves. The task area is unknown, and the task rewards will be announced after the hunt. Extremely difficult task: within 7 days, the entire national team must hunt 1 flamewing demon lion, provided the task of hunting 30 ghost firewolves must be completed first. The demon lion breathes fire and hides deadly poison, and after a successful hunt, there will be fortune crystals left, and each member of the hunting team will gain 1 special ability. Other rewards will be announced after the hunt. The system repeated this 3 times in a row. Su Lin and the others remained silent. They calculated in their hearts that this task was completely different from the previous 3 days. If the previous tasks were considered ordinary beasts, this time it had really turned into an extraordinary beast. And judging by the time the system released the task, the difficulty of extremely hard tasks must be very high, otherwise, the whole team wouldn't need to participate. Su Lin was the first to break the silence. Everyone, do not be discouraged. We have already discussed this before, the system cannot always issue tasks to hunt ordinary beasts. Such tasks must be difficult to complete, but the rewards will definitely be very generous, and they require teamwork to accomplish. Isn't this a good thing? Don't you all wish to gain extraordinary powers? But Captain Su, extremely hard tasks may require you to attempt them, but we are ready to give up. As long as we complete ordinary tasks, that should be enough, because the gap in our strength is indeed quite large. Jean Jamin's words were very reasonable. If the difficulty of the task exceeded one's capacity, forcing oneself to complete it could even lead to total destruction. Captain Jean, there's still plenty of time for the task. My suggestion is that we rest for 3 hours to recover our strength, and then we can go find the target area together. After all, this time even the target area for the task was not indicated. Okay, everyone is tired anyway. You can take the chance to recover from your injuries. We will change shifts for guard duty every hour. Su Lin nodded in agreement, and almost instantly fell into a deep sleep, with Xiaohui by his side. In the recent 2 battles, Su Lin hadn't allowed Xiaohui to participate, mainly because of the close-quarters combat and his uncertainty about Xiaohui's combat capabilities. In Long Ji's live streaming room, Feng He looked at Chen Yi with a puzzled expression. Brother Chen, extraordinary beasts that surpass reality have appeared in the source world, and Su Lin and the others are just ordinary people. Will the tasks issued by the system be somewhat disconnected from reality? No, the source world can no longer be measured by the standards of the real world, and Su Lin and the others are slowly growing. For example, after completing this task, they will gain a special ability, which is simply impossible on Blue Star, and this is the same for all contestants. After finishing, Chen Yi paused for a moment and immediately added, if this trend continues, in the mid or late stages, Su Lin and their capabilities may even become fantastical, perhaps even more exaggerated, as extraordinary beasts or other tasks might appear even more mysterious. Feng He nodded, somewhat understanding. In the live streaming room, discussions were heated. Everyone knew that the source world probably wouldn't be so simple, and any occurrences in the future would not be too surprising. Su Lin and Jean Jamin's team were resting, and they were not worried that others would complete the task ahead of them, because everyone understood that even ordinary tasks were not so easy to complete. After 3 hours, Su Lin opened his eyes and woke everyone up. After replenishing food and water, a team of over 10 people set off grandly. Chapter 70, The Underworld Firewolf. Su Lin was still at the forefront. However, since this time the system did not indicate the area where the underworld firewolf was located, they could only move towards the center aimlessly. Based on previous experience, tasks issued by the system were usually not too far from their location, likely within a distance of about 2 to 3 hours to 3 to 4 hours. No one from both teams expressed disagreement. No matter what decision Su Lin made, as long as it wasn't too outrageous, they would choose to trust him. Everyone, pay extra attention as we pass through, and see if we can find traces of the underworld firewolf. We must always remain highly alert. Because what we are hunting are 30 of them, it's likely we'll encounter a group. Su Lin frowned tightly, feeling that this ordinary mission would not be easy to complete, and if their strength was insufficient, there was a high risk of squad annihilation. This was also why he was hesitant to take action. Captain Su, wandering aimlessly like this won't work. How about we split into 2 teams? Jean Zeman suggested. No, not to mention that we are still under threat from other countries. Even without players attacking us, if we split up, it would be hard to reunite later. Plus, your team members are relatively weak. If you encounter someone like Brown, your team could face extinction. I'm a straightforward person. Jean Zeman nodded. Su Lin was not wrong. In this dense mountain forest with no basic references, once they split up, it would be nearly impossible to meet again. Moreover, their strength was indeed low, and with too few people, encountering a few players like Brown and Mountain Brother could pose great danger. More than a dozen people traversed back and forth in the dense forest. After 2 or 3 hours, they still had not seen a single Hellfire Wolf. Although the system provided a picture of the Hellfire Wolf, it was useless if they couldn't find one. Su Lin's expression grew anxious. Based on previous experience, they should have already entered the territory of the Hellfire Wolf by this time, but they had found nothing. Su Lin stopped, reached out to call Little Gray over, and whispered a few words. After drinking from the spring, even in the darkness, Little Gray could see clearly. Let's take a break and wait for Little Gray's information. Su Ning took out some wolf meat and distributed it to Chen Jianfeng and the others, while Jin Zemin and others also took food from their packs. Because they hadn't hunted for several days, Su Lin didn't have much food left, enough to last 3 or 4 days at most. Seeing that Jin Zemin and others had food, he didn't share with them. Time passed second by second, and after more than half an hour, Little Gray flew back. Its right wing flapped rapidly, occasionally giving a low roar. Let's go, head to the right. Everyone has eaten and drunk enough. After Su Lin finished speaking, he casually threw 2 pieces of wolf meat to Little Gray. Judging from Little Gray's flying time, they probably needed to travel for at least 1 to 2 hours. The further they walked, the more uneasy Su Lin felt. The trees around them became sparser, and there were thickets and thorns everywhere, causing everyone's clothes to tear significantly and their speed to slow down. If it weren't for his absolute trust in Little Gray, he would have doubted that they were on the wrong path. After more than half an hour, everyone emerged from the dense forest. This was the first time they had seen a landscape with particularly few trees, with thorns and bushes towering over them, not commonly seen in the real world. They moved forward for another 2 to 3 minutes when a cold voice suddenly echoed. Warning, you have entered the activity range of the Hellfire Wolf. Please be cautious. Reminder, Hellfire Wolves are social animals. The system repeated this 3 times, and excitement appeared on everyone's faces. Everyone be careful, keep your machetes in hand. If you see a Hellfire Wolf, attack immediately. Everyone nodded in agreement. Little Gray's left wing flapped quickly, and Su Lin moved directly toward the left. After walking for about 10 minutes, the thickets and thorns became fewer, revealing various shapes of stones ahead. Su Lin stopped. Holding the armor-breaking knife, he stepped up onto a tall stone and looked around. Su Lin leaped down from the rock. The broken armor-piercing knife was stuck in the ground. Since we have entered the activity range of the Nether Firewolves, we will encounter them soon. Let's move forward for another 10 minutes. Mo Yun, you take everyone except Brother Chen and Captain Jean to set up some simple traps. The 3 of us will provide cover, stacking those thorns together to form a defensive wall. If possible, we will lure the Nether Firewolves in. Okay, Captain, don't worry. Then everyone moved forward for more than 10 minutes, the stones and thorns increasing, and occasionally they could hear 1 or 2 wolf howls. Mo Yun and the others had cleared a large area, and aside from the stones that couldn't be moved, all the thorns had been stacked to the sides. If any Nether Firewolves came in, it would be very difficult for them to leave. You all wait here for me. I will see if I can lure a wave of Nether Firewolves over. As soon as Su Lin's voice dropped, he dashed away like an arrow released from a bow. Su Lin did not hide his figure, and after a few minutes of running, he encountered the first Nether Firewolf. It looked different from ordinary wolves, with 2 sharp fangs on either side of its mouth, and was 2 sizes larger than a typical wolf, with strong limbs, all red in color, resembling a small wild boar a bit. The moment Su Lin saw the Nether Firewolf, he turned around and ran back at a steady pace. The Nether Firewolf did not chase Su Lin immediately but lifted its head to let out a wolf howl, followed by another, and then it charged after him. After the 2 howls, it took only 2 to 3 minutes for over a dozen Nether Firewolves to gather behind Su Lin, chasing him into the woods, occasionally howling again to summon more Nether Firewolves. As Su Lin ran, he turned his head back to look. This won't do. If too many Nether Firewolves were summoned, they might not be able to handle it. When Su Lin reached the place where Mo Yun and the others were, there were already about 20 to 30 Nether Firewolves closely following him. Chen Jianfeng and Jin Zemin were already drawing their bows. After Su Lin stood firm, he took out a compound bow from the emergency supply cabin and shouted to everyone behind him, "Take out your bows and arrows to attack the first wave of Nether Firewolves. There are too many, hurry." Everyone quickly took out their bows and arrows. Su Lin jumped onto a large rock, pulled back the compound bow, and with a whoosh, shot an arrow. The others followed suit, quickly shooting their arrows at the Nether Firewolves.